Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Soul at 3 years old. Douluo continent. This is a world belonging to martial souls. Barak Kingdom. In a remote village outside Soto City, known as Wutong Village. It is said that this place was once a haven for phoenixes long ago, hence the name Wutong Village. A martial soul is an entity that awakens in every individual after the age of 6 on this continent. Within Wutong Village, most of the villagers possess martial souls that fail to awaken any soul power and are merely non-combative poultry, with the occasional emergence of a martial soul resembling a common rooster. The consensus on the continent dictates that martial souls awaken at the age of 6, an irrevocable rule across the Douluo continent, however. This norm does not apply to Hongjun. Having arrived on this continent 3 years prior, Hongjun possesses a delicate and attractive appearance, with large, bright eyes that twinkle like a porcelain doll, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet beneath this charming facade lies a secret unknown to all. He is not a native of this continent, to be precise. His soul originates from a blue planet known as Earth, and his original name was not Hongjun. However, having become the master of this body, he has no intention of calling himself by his past name. Upon his arrival, he dedicated half a year to mastering the language of Douluo continent. While others learned to walk before they could speak, he was remarkably gifted, able to roll about at merely a month old, stand at 3 months, and articulate words by the age of 6 months, truly exceptional. Of course, his linguistic abilities were limited to basic words, as he had yet to grasp the complexities of this world's script. Nonetheless, the villagers of Wutong Village revered Hongjun, harboring great hopes that he would become a soul master after his 6th birthday. Having been adopted by the village elder, Grandpa Dima, Hongjun has not seen his parents since the fleeting glimpse of his mother's beautiful figure at birth. Yet, he harbors an inexplicable feeling that he is not human. Indeed, he is not. At the moment of his birth, he beheld his mother, transforming into a 10-headed fire phoenix, casting one last, longing glance at him before soaring into the distant sky, never to return. He remains unaware of the true nature of his mother, but he is certain that she is not of human origin. Fortuitously, Hongjun was not left to a dismal fate. Abandoned by his beautiful mother at the village's entrance instead, he was discovered and brought home by the well-off elder of Wutong Village. Initially, he believed that assuming the identity of Hongjun meant his life would be inconsequential, devoid of any extraordinary abilities or profound secrets. He felt certain he could never rival Tang San, the fated child of destiny. He would never assume that a mere understanding of the plot would grant him invincibility, the power to alter fate, and the chance to inherit the divine position of the fire god, or even more formidable divine statuses. Absent any unforeseen events, his future seemed destined to be marred by the shortcomings of his martial soul, struggling to form genuine connections, ultimately relying on celestial herbs to resolve his martial soul's flaws, yet failing to inherit the divine position of the fire god, while others ascended to divinity. He would have to settle for inheriting the second-tier divine status of the phoenix god, a choice that would prevent him from entering the divine realm with his beloved wife, Bai Qinxiang, who would ultimately die alone in Douluo continent, leaving him to languish in pain and regret, never to smile again through the endless years, becoming a solitary figure in the divine realm. Compared to his previous life where he awoke with nothing, his existence was no different. Wealth, power, and status lay parallel to him, never to intersect, his life a testament to misfortune and suffering. However, everything began to shift on the day of Hongjun's 3rd birthday. As dawn broke, a thick veil of mist enveloped the various wooden houses of Wutong Village. Hongjun was bathing alone in a wooden tub, pondering the origins of martial souls in this world. His skin was exceptionally fair, his eyes bright and spirited, yet they held a depth of maturity incongruent with his age. Hongjun's soul power was innately formidable. Just a few days prior, he had unexpectedly discovered his ability to introspectively observe the meridians within his body. Initially elated, he believed he had gained a unique ability. Yet as he gained a deeper understanding, he grew indifferent, realizing that this introspection was merely child's play in the context of Douluo continent, as any soul master could achieve it. Beyond this, he had yet to uncover any additional utility from his extraordinary soul power, though he understood that if he were to ascend to divinity one day, both mental and soul power would be essential. Still, these considerations held no relevance for him at present. In a state of boredom, he began to introspect again, traversing his body repeatedly, yet he discovered no distinct lack of any martial soul. He could not fathom why martial souls could only awaken after the age of 6, yet he remained resolute in his quest to uncover the existence of a martial soul within himself. Suddenly, As his spiritual energy coursed through the ninth iteration of the Ren and Du meridians, he collided with an unexpected flash of green light, which erupted into a dazzling brilliance and surged through his spiritual energy directly into his sea of consciousness. The moment the light entered his brain's sea of consciousness, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of disorientation, followed by an excruciating pain emanating from his soul, as an overwhelming darkness engulfed his mind, leading him to lose consciousness in the wooden tub. He narrowly avoided drowning in the bathwater. Fortunately, just as Ma Hongjun's life hung in the balance, the elderly village elder, Dima, appeared just in time to rescue him from the water. However, the rescued Ma Hongjun did not awaken immediately within his sea of consciousness. Profound and unprecedented changes were underway. After a week of unconsciousness, he finally stirred from his slumber. At dawn, upon seeing Ma Hongjun awaken, the elated village elder, Grandpa Dima, shared a celebratory meal with him before Ma Hongjun returned to his small room. He was about to voice his grievances to the heavens, questioning why fate had dealt him such an unfair hand, transforming him into the single and corpulent Ma Hongjun, devoid of a system or any remarkable martial soul. Well, the evil fire phoenix martial soul might indeed be impressive, but what use was that to him? Would it not be better to have a more ordinary life? As he pondered, he reflected that even if he could not be a figure as illustrious as Tang San's ancestors, being Dai Mubai would undeniably be superior to Ma Hongjun. Yet, just as Ma Hongjun stubbornly extended his hand towards the sky outside his window to proclaim his independence from fate, he suddenly noticed something amiss in the palm of his right hand, as if something were attempting to emerge from it, causing a tingling sensation. Abruptly, a unique warmth radiated from his palm, and a deep black tattoo, resembling a small grass pattern, began to manifest, revealing an energy akin to inner chi within his body. Is this soul power? Am I not only 3 years old? Is it not true that martial souls awaken at 6 years old along with innate soul power? Could this be my long-awaited golden finger? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise and delight as he gazed at the dark black tattoo in his palm. Cautiously, he concentrated his thoughts, directing them towards his palm, and the tattoo began to coalesce into the true form of his martial soul. Before him, the martial soul, resembling a small grass, appeared rather ordinary, its entire form of vibrant green radiating a luminous glow, consisting of 9 leaves, akin to a plant known as clover from his past life. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the martial soul's shape differed slightly from the tattoo in his palm. The 3 leaves of this clover were not fully spread open as depicted in the tattoo, but rather were curled together, and the number of leaves was fewer than the tattoo. Still, it was evident that this was the prototype of the tattoo. This 3-leaf grass was also known as clover, though it was typically the 4-leaf variant that was considered the true lucky clover. Clover is exceedingly rare, said to bring good fortune to those who encounter it, ensuring a lifetime of luck for anyone who lays eyes upon it. Yet, this one bore only 3 leaves, which did not classify it as particularly rare. Someone with a modicum of experience would have encountered this 3-leaf clover before. In his previous life, Ma Hongjun had even seen the more precious 9-leaf clover, leading him to believe that he was no ordinary person, destined for greatness, convinced that he would be blessed with unparalleled luck. Thus, he subsequently purchased numerous lottery tickets, yet it became evident that he remained an African black, unchanged in the slightest, having not even won a mere $5. While Ma Hongjun was intently examining the appearance of the grass martial soul in his hand, a sudden green light abruptly manifested within his consciousness. Upon the touch of his spiritual energy, he discovered that the current form of this green light bore a striking resemblance to the tattoo of his own martial soul. Curiosity piqued, Ma Hongjun allowed his spiritual energy to delve into the green light. To his astonishment, the green light began to disintegrate without warning within his consciousness, transforming into lines of clear Chinese characters. Initial panel: Martial Soul, 3-leaf clover growth type Martial Soul. Martial Soul host: Ma Hongjun. Function: 1 leaf, 1 level 10. 1 leaf, dual soul rings. 1 leaf, 1 ability. 1 leaf, 1 world. Note: each leaf represents a major level, with 1 leaf having a position for an additional hidden soul ring, and each leaf connecting to an unknown world. Hidden soul rings: none. First leaf, unopened. Second leaf, unopened. Third leaf, unopened. Fourth leaf, unawakened. Fifth leaf, unawakened. Ninth leaf, unawakened. Martial soul state: innately deficient, requiring the host to fortify the foundation on their own. Cultivation direction: recommended to pursue control type. Meditation method: little different from the common meditation methods in Douluo continent. This martial soul appears rather impressive. Wait, That's not right. I currently possess only 3 leaves. Even if each leaf grants 2 soul rings, that would only allow for 6 additional rings. What will I do about future soul rings? Ma Hongjun was initially elated, but upon regaining his composure, he recognized the discrepancies. He began to attempt various methods to communicate with the 3-leaf clover martial soul in his hand. However, no matter how he tried, he received no response, appearing rather foolish as he spoke softly and shouted at the martial soul. Once he calmed down, he mused quietly. Lacking intelligence is perhaps a blessing. It seems I must rely on my own exploration of the mysteries of the 3-leaf clover martial soul during my future cultivation. With such an intelligent panel, it possesses neither life, signs, nor vocal intelligence. What a letdown. Ma Hongjun remarked disinterestedly, tapping the leaves of the 3-leaf clover martial soul with his left hand. A peculiar feeling lingered in Ma Hongjun's heart. It seemed quite likely that the 3-leaf clover martial soul was connected to his rebirth in the Douluo continent. The panel suggested that the 3-leaf clover martial soul was certainly not a martial soul native to this continent, resembling a panel from a pirated Douluo continent game he had once played. The martial soul is another manifestation of a soul master's existence. Although the martial soul itself lacks life, it embodies the very essence of the soul master's life. 1-leaf dual soul rings. If it could evolve into a 9-leaf clover, that would mean 18 soul rings. My word, what a marvel! Could it be a weakened version of a 9-leaf swordgrass? Ma Hongjun stared blankly at the 3 leaves of his martial soul, suddenly struck by an idea, gazing at the 3-leaf clover martial soul in astonishment. Ma Hongjun felt he could not dwell on this thought any longer. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should awaken a top-tier mutated beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, after turning 6. How extraordinary! Even if the awakened martial soul appeared somewhat malnourished, Ma Hongjun remained confident that he could at least evolve the martial soul by 1 leaf. As for anything beyond that, even Ma Hongjun held little confidence, for the martial prowess in the Douluo world was relatively modest. He would simply take 1 step at a time. Feeling the surge of soul power within him, Ma Hongjun settled down and promptly sat cross-legged on his small bed, beginning to meditate and cultivate according to the methods outlined on the panel. In truth, Ma Hongjun, in a strict sense, bore little resemblance to the original character. His soul originated from a university student from Blue Star, who, in utero, accidentally absorbed the soul energy of Ma Hongjun, who had yet to develop a soul consciousness. Thus, he had effectively taken over. I wonder if the celestial herb can allow the 3-leaf clover martial soul to evolve into a 4-leaf clover, or even a 7-leaved or 9-leaf clover. If it ultimately evolves into a 9-leaf swordgrass, it could potentially overwhelm the entire Douluo world. Before fully entering a meditative state to cultivate his soul power, he could not help but recall, with a chuckle, that he had read countless novels during his previous life, and thus knew the plot of Douluo continent like the back of his hand. He naturally would not forget the significance of the Douluo celestial herb, which was one of the reasons he felt confident in transforming the 3-leaf clover martial soul into a 4-leaf clover martial soul. Chapter 2. Hidden Soul Rings. Having perused countless Douluo fan novels in his previous life, Ma Hongjun could not comprehend why a green light resembling a martial soul tattoo would manifest in his mind, providing such a detailed attribute panel introduction. There was no consciousness, no system, no quests, nor any formidable martial arts manuals, only a panel. What was its purpose? After pondering, he couldn't help but mutter. Could this be akin to a smartphone, a type of intelligent martial soul? Perhaps it requires some special condition to reveal its significance. In truth, the reality was not far from Ma Hongjun's speculation. His martial soul, the 3-leaf clover, stemmed from this green light, and it could currently only reflect the state of his martial soul in detail. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the essence. If he could not fathom it, he would simply not dwell on it. Ma Hongjun commenced the operation of his soul power along the meridians following the meditation method. Soon, 10 minutes elapsed. After completing a small circulation of his soul power, Ma Hongjun wished to continue his meditative cultivation, but he discovered a severe pain in his meridians, akin to the sensation of them swelling and threatening to burst. Ma Hongjun realized this was likely due to his young age, as his Bodhis meridians had yet to fully develop. He decided against forcing it and ceased his cultivation. Upon stopping, Ma Hongjun noticed that the soul power he had just cultivated seemed indistinguishable from his innate soul power, bearing no apparent differences. He began to speculate whether the soul power he cultivated before age 6 could indeed be considered innate soul power. This question, evidently, had no answers for him. With nothing to do, he suddenly found himself examining the green light in his consciousness, which had undergone new changes due to his meditative cultivation. At this moment, the information on the green panel, following Ma Hongjun's small cycle of soul power, appeared to have transformed, as if infused with his soul power. A subtle transformation has occurred, rendering the details more elaborate. Martial soul, lucky clover, 3-leaf clover, weapon martial soul, innate rank, level 3 function, 1 leaf, dual soul rings. 1 leaf, 1 ability, 1 leaf, 1 world. Martial soul status, innately deficient, yet to fully awaken. Martial soul overview. The lucky clover, the most common manifestation of luck, typically consists of 3 leaves, though rarer variants, such as the 4-leaf clover, 7-leaf clover, and 9-leaf clover also exist. The first leaf symbolizes faith. The second leaf symbolizes kindness. The third leaf symbolizes friendship. The fourth leaf symbolizes luck. The fifth leaf symbolizes wealth. The sixth leaf symbolizes status. The seventh leaf symbolizes true love. Note, each leaf possesses a hidden soul ring slot. To successfully apply the hidden soul ring, one must understand the significance represented by each leaf. Only upon lifting the conditions can the hidden soul ring be successfully applied. The hidden soul rings of each leaf do not conform to traditional definitions. Thus, the skills acquired are not conventional in nature. They are gifts from the lucky clover, randomly bestowing techniques or items connecting to the world associated with each leaf. These could include the Ghost Slayer breathing technique, 8 gates of Duanjia, sword manipulation through Qi, a weakened version of the 10 Fiend treasure technique, grass character sword technique, treasure meteor tears, etc. The further one progresses in obtaining leaves, the higher the likelihood of acquiring precious techniques. Upon perceiving this innate deficiency, Ma Hongjun felt immense regret for his curiosity regarding the awakening of martial souls at the age of 6. Was it not a fool's errand? Glancing again at the note, he felt as though he were living in a dream, yearning to cry out, "Is there anyone else who wishes to duel with me?" Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, even if he had not awakened the 3-leaf clover martial soul ahead of time, the innate soul power bestowed by his martial soul would not exceed level 3. The reason, of course, is intertwined with the providence of this world. The lucky clover embodies fortune and is a martial soul envied by the heavens. After its emergence in the Douluo continent, though its powerful essence remains, it is severely restricted, destined to possess only 3 leaves and level 3 soul power from the outset. Had Ma Hongjun possessed solely the 3-leaf clover as his martial soul, his future achievements would have culminated in becoming a unique 30-level soul master with 6 soul rings and skills. However, having consumed the soul energy of the original Ma Hongjun, who at that time lacked awareness and a true spiritual essence, he, following a perfect assimilation, can be considered as the original Ma Hongjun himself. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would naturally awaken the grass chicken phoenix martial soul at the age of 6. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun resolved to cultivate the 3-leaf clover martial soul first, as its 3 leaves would elevate him to the rank of soul master, and the hidden soul rings would not impede his acquisition of standard soul rings. The 3-leaf clover is a martial soul bestowed by the soul of his past life, and infused with the power of Ma Hongjun's soul. He would ultimately awaken the martial soul that is inherently his, though it may manifest as a rather unorthodox and mischievous beast martial soul. It would nonetheless rank among the most extraordinary and rare variants. In fact, this unconventionality is a coveted ability for many men. Alas, with only level 3 innate soul power, it truly feels inadequate for such a formidable capability. His body remains too frail and weak, unable to endure even a single circulation of energy. With a sigh, Ma Hongjun collapsed onto his bed, sprawling out in a broad shape. No, it should rather resemble a character subtly concealing a small, akin to the Tai Chi symbol. Ma Hongjun had just completed his cultivation of soul power and immediately endeavored to activate the function of 1 leaf, 1 world. However, upon channeling his soul power, it sank into the abyss like a needle in the vast ocean, causing not even the slightest ripple. Concerning the world passage connected to the 1 leaf, 1 world feature. As described in the introduction to the 3-leaf clover martial spirit, Ma Hongjun realized that it was utterly inaccessible at present. The amount of soul power required was exorbitantly high, rendering his meager reserves as insignificant as a small boat adrift in the boundless sea. Before Ma Hongjun could elevate his soul power to the esteemed level of a soul sage, He believed it unlikely that he would ever utilize this particular ability. Knock knock. Xiaohong, are you there? Your sister has come to see you. How is your health? A gentle and caring feminine voice floated in from outside Ma Hongjun's room. Is that you, Sister Xiaodai? I'm fine now, please come in. Ma Hongjun quickly adjusted his posture, sitting upright and adopting a demeanor of a well-behaved child. Over the years, to conceal his uniqueness, he had deliberately crafted an image of innocence to prevent others from discovering the innate knowledge he possessed, which might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. A child without a mother often matures quickly, displaying a certain cleverness. However, exhibiting too much intelligence could lead to unwanted scrutiny from various factions on the continent. This was one of the reasons Ma Hongjun's mastery of Douluo's language had progressed slowly. 3 months prior, fearful of outsiders uncovering his secret, Ma Hongjun had insisted on living separately from the village elder, Dama, taking residence next door. Nonetheless, they still shared meals together. As the door swung open, the sunlight poured in, illuminating the vibrant scenery outside. A graceful figure appeared, ethereal and delicate. She donned a form-fitting emerald green gown, complemented by a cream-colored short-sleeved dress beneath, creating an elegant silhouette. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, yet she possessed an extraordinary aura that belied her age. With delicate willow-like eyebrows, long lashes, and strikingly bright eyes that could captivate the heart, she exuded an unusual vivacity. Did you miss your sister, Xiaohong? I heard you nearly drowned in the bathwater. I took special leave just to visit you. The girl blinked playfully, scrutinizing Ma Hongjun closely before teasingly ruffling his hair. I've told you countless times not to call me Xiaohong. Just call me by my name. Even little brother is preferable. Ma Hongjun gazed at her with a hint of reproach, unsure if she was here to mock him or to genuinely visit. The girl's name was Ma Xiaodai, the granddaughter of the village chief and Ma Hongjun's sister. She had a penchant for teasing him since childhood and now studied at the Soto City Intermediate Academy, returning only occasionally. She was the village's sole talent with a combat spirit and a commendable innate soul power level. Of course, my dear brother, I will always grant your wishes. Ma Xiaodai scooped up the upright Ma Hongjun, cradling him in her arms. After ensuring he was unharmed with a thorough inspection, she sighed in relief and set him down. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Ma Hongjun's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Sister, please put me down. I'm having trouble breathing. In his previous life as a solitary individual, he had never encountered such a situation, and even with 3 years added to his age, he had experienced little. You even know to feel shy now. It seems our little Hong has grown up, but this won't help you find a girlfriend. Today's girls prefer bold and confident boys. Ma Xiaodai chuckled, affectionately patting her little brother's head. She had always regarded Ma Hongjun as her own brother, enjoying the simple act of ruffling his hair. Having grown up in her embrace, he would not have received adequate care from the elderly village chief, who required a cane to walk. Thankfully, Ma Hongjun had always been robust, able to tumble and run freely within just 3 months. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun refrained from uttering a word and struggled, for indeed, one cannot prevail against a powerful adversary. Although Ma Xiaodai was merely 13 or 14 years of age, she had already ascended to the esteemed rank of a level 21 soul master. Observing Ma Hongjun's demeanor of submission, it was evident that he appeared resigned to his fate. Ma Xiaodai also refrained from troubling Ma Hongjun any further, gently placing the little Ma Hongjun upon the bed. Ma Xiaodai and Ma Hongjun do not share a genuine blood relationship. While she may not be a true genius, she possesses considerable talent, primarily due to her martial soul, which has undergone a mutation to become the variant martial soul, the blazing bird. In the Douluo continent, martial souls are the foundation of cultivation. Ma Hongjun cannot agree with the Master's assertion that there are no useless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. He believes that no matter how intelligent a person is or how profound their understanding of martial souls, if the quality of their martial soul is poor and their innate soul power is low, their ultimate achievements will be limited. Conversely, if an individual possesses a powerful martial soul with full innate soul power, even with minimal knowledge, their prowess will far surpass that of less talented soul masters who toil diligently. This is the stark reality. Although effort can bridge some gaps, such differences are exceedingly limited. The saying that martial souls reign supreme in this world is by no means an exaggeration. Is Tang San's martial soul, the blue silver grass, a useless martial soul? Is the Haotian hammer a useless martial soul? They are not. These are among the finest martial souls on the continent. which is why Tang San's achievements are significantly influenced by the quality of his martial soul. Otherwise, even with the exceptional inner strength from the Xiantian treasure record in various Tang sect secrets, he might not have attained his future successes. However, Ma Hongjun's fortunate variant martial soul is an exception, with an innate soul power of level 3. One can easily deduce that the quality of his martial soul is undoubtedly poor, yet its functionality is remarkably powerful and unique. Had Ma Hongjun not encountered the special function of his martial soul in his mind and realized that he possessed another mutated martial soul within, he would likely have succumbed to despair and resigned himself to a fate akin to that of a lovelorn singleton, as depicted in the original narrative. All right, stop sulking. Quickly tell your sister why you nearly drowned in the bathwater, Ma Xiaodai coaxed with a hint of exasperation in her gentle tone. Although Ma Hongjun often presented a mature demeanor, she still instinctively regarded him as a child. Noticing his sullen expression, she felt compelled to cheer him up. Sister, rest assured. I am quite resilient. I wasn't drowning in the bathwater. I merely fainted. Do you understand? I just happened to collapse into the bathwater. Don't listen to others' nonsense. Upon realizing Ma Xiaodia's inquiry, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of despair wash over him. The mere thought of the incident caused him immense distress. A lifetime of reputation, tarnished in an instant. Since waking and having breakfast that morning, he had been subjected to the village elder, Grandpa Demas, retelling of how he almost drowned in the bathwater. Yet, no matter how he explained, he could not escape the reality of nearly drowning in a small tub. Well, I believe you. Just be careful in the future. I know you've always been independent and dislike having Grandpa or me fuss over you, but next time, if you feel tired, call for me. I can help you wash, Ma Xiaodai said, her voice gentle as she gazed at Ma Hongjun. Okay, sister, I understand. By the way, do you know about Shrek Academy? I want to know where it is. I plan to go there to cultivate and study once I awaken my martial soul. Ma Hongjun looked at Ma Xiaodai with confidence, asking earnestly. Now that's the little Hong I know, so confident. I like it. You've always been much more intelligent and mature than other children. And I am sure you will awaken your soul power by the age of 6. Ma Xiaodai said, her face glowing with pride as she gently patted Ma Hongjun's cheek. But sister, you haven't answered my question yet. Ma Hongjun blinked his large eyes, asking helplessly. Even at just 3 years old, he showed signs of being slightly chubby, his round face adorably plump. Perhaps it was due to the mischievous martial soul lurking within him, as even before awakening, he needed an abundance of food to sustain his energy. His physical development was notably quicker than that of his peers, particularly in certain areas. Ah, of course I know. Shrek Academy is located about 10 miles south of Soto City, in a small village. I almost entered Shrek Academy myself, but due to insufficient talent, I never truly made it in. Even though the Academy's dean is an old acquaintance of Grandpa's, I wasn't granted an exception. A hint of melancholy flickered in Ma Xiaodai's eyes as she sighed, expressing her disappointment. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to bring up such a painful memory. Ma Hongjun's gaze momentarily reflected understanding, confirming his identity as one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, but he hadn't anticipated this connection and felt a pang of remorse. Enough, you're just a little rascal. I'm not angry, merely a bit regretful. Aren't you curious why Grandpa Dima knows the Dean of Shrek Academy? Ma Xiaodai, not wanting to reveal her vulnerability, composed herself and changed the subject with a smile. Grandpa Dima? How could he possibly know the Dean of Shrek Academy? Ma Hongjun was indeed intrigued by Ma Xiaodia's words, questioning her with curiosity. This story goes back quite a while. If you wish to attend Shrek Academy, do you know the background of its dean, Flinder? Instead of answering directly, Ma Xiaodai posed a question. Flinder? Does he have a notable background? Ma Hongjun recalled the greedy dean of Shrek Academy, his future teacher, and thought of his four-eyed cat-eagle martial soul, feeling an odd suspicion but still inquiring. Not particularly special. But I'll let you in on a secret. You mustn't tell anyone. The Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, is the only soul sage from our village in nearly 100 years. Ma Xiaodai whispered proudly, leaning close to Ma Hongjun. Oh, why doesn't he return to live in the village? I don't think I've ever heard that he is from our village. Ma Hongjun was surprised to discover this connection to Flinder and looked at Ma Xiaodai with intrigue. Shoo. That's because his correspondence with Grandpa Dima has been strictly through letters, and you're too young to notice. It is said that Flinder was raised by Grandpa after being taken in. However, he has made quite a few enemies in his path as a soul master. And given that some of the former fierce figures in the soul master world are now at his school, they are not afraid of retaliation, but they fear retribution against the village. Thus, His relationship with Grandpa has remained a secret. You mustn't let this information slip. Otherwise, if his enemies find out, our village could be in danger. I only learned about this connection by chance when I overheard a conversation between the dean and Grandpa when I was little. Ma Xiaodai glanced around cautiously, her whispers appearing quite endearing to Ma Hongjun. Don't worry, sister. My lips are sealed. Not even a beautiful sister's tongue could pry it open. Ma Hongjun replied innocently, his round physique and cherubic face making him utterly adorable. Haha, little Hong, I didn't expect you to be so charming. It seems that after a few days apart, you've grown more confident. Ma Xiaodai was amused to the point of laughter by Ma Hongjun. And then she regarded him with a curious gaze. Is that so? Perhaps it is because I have matured. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly. He too felt a newfound confidence since awakening his extraordinary abilities. After Ma Xiaodai left the room, Ma Hongjun began to contemplate his future path, regardless of the circumstances. It is challenging to thrive without support. Given his humble origins, if he wishes to stand out and avoid the fate of an unfulfilled life, he must first seek a reliable ally. Taking on a mentor is the most prudent choice. However, going to Notting City to study under Tang San is out of the question. He is not one to be subservient. His past reliance on Tang San serves as a cautionary tale, and he holds little regard for the master's theoretical knowledge. Although his understanding of soul masters and soul beasts pales in comparison to that of the master, he is well aware that the master's theoretical insights offer minimal benefit to his cultivation, particularly given the master's comparatively weak prowess. Becoming a disciple of the poison Douluo is also futile, as he lacks knowledge of pharmacology and has no desire to master poison. Thus, it is unlikely that the poison Douluo would accept him as a student. The Spirit Hall is an even less viable option, while it offers reasonable treatment for commoners. Its intricate power dynamics pose significant risks for someone with secrets like him. Joining Shrek Academy guarantees at least the potential to become a rank 2 deity, while venturing into the doomed Spirit Hall would be akin to courting disaster. Therefore, following the original narrative and choosing to study under Flinder is the most advantageous decision. Flinder, a soul sage, stands out among high-ranking soul masters and can provide protection during his weaker days. The realm of Douluo continent is categorized into 100 levels, with each decile representing a different realm, progressing from weak to strong. Soul Apprentice, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Ancestor, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Douluo, and the most formidable title Douluo. Although the potential of his three-leaf clover martial soul is not yet evident, Ma Hongjun firmly believes that this martial soul, capable of connecting to other worlds, is far superior to the so-called top-tier martial souls such as the Haotian Hammer, 9 Treasure, Glazed Tile Pagoda, and 7 Killing Sword. He is confident that he can surpass his original achievements among the Shrek 7, and even exceed Tang San. The destined child is not beyond the realm of possibility. He has gained a modicum of self-assurance, although the ultimate outcome will hinge on the evolution of his three-leaf clover martial soul. P.S. If you have reached this point, please consider adding it to your bookshelf. Thank you immensely. Chapter 4. Flinder 3 years later. Shrek Academy. 2 years have elapsed since Ma Hongjun arrived at the Shrek Academy. 2 years ago, as his soul power gradually increased, it also catalyzed the enhancement of his latent phoenix martial soul, resulting in an insatiable appetite that became untenable for old Ma to sustain. Concurrently, he began to experience the emergence of sinister flames within him due to the premature awakening of his soul power, which necessitated resolution through 2 means, either by consuming copious amounts of food or by seeking the company of women. Thus, in a moment of embarrassment, Ma Hongjun confided in the village elder about the peculiar happenings within his body. He alluded, both intentionally and unintentionally, to the connection between this predicament and his martial soul, articulating his need for sustenance, such as the flesh of soul beasts. Although the village elder was relatively affluent compared to other villagers, he could not withstand the exorbitant consumption required by Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, the old elder could no longer contain his concern and wrote to Flinder regarding the matter. Upon reading the letter, Flinder surmised that it was undoubtedly related to Ma Hongjun's yet-to-be-awakened martial soul, speculating that it might be a variant martial soul undergoing some form of aberration. When Flinder arrived at Wutong village, he sought out Ma Hongjun directly, proclaiming his intent to take him to the Grand City and enroll him in Shrek Academy. He further expressed that should Ma Hongjun successfully awaken a formidable martial soul by the age of 6, he would accept him as his direct disciple. Ma Hongjun naturally could not bring himself to believe the ghostly tale spun by Xian Fulan. yet he refrained from exposing the falsehood. Instead, he found himself quietly pondering that perhaps their bond stemmed from the shared experience of being raised by the village elder. This unspoken connection made him feel inexplicably intertwined with Xian Fulan's fate. Furthermore, with the village elder no longer able to provide for himself, it seemed only natural that Ma Hongjun would be taken away as part of the inevitable change. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun settled in, coinciding with an unusually desolate period for the institution, as there were no students present, marking a gap following the graduation of the previous cohort. At the tender age of 4, Ma Hongjun found himself with a dormitory that truly belonged to him within the academy. During the day, he indulged in incessant feasting, while at night, he compelled himself to calm his mind for meditation and cultivation. The practice of cultivating at night is a time-honored tradition among soul masters in the Douluo continent. It is not that one cannot cultivate during the day, but rather that the efficacy of nighttime practice is significantly enhanced. More than eating, Ma Hongjun cherished sleep, for when he slumbered, hunger would not gnaw at him. However, he was troubled to finally comprehend why the character bearing his name in novels had shown such reluctance towards cultivation. Even before his martial soul had awakened, he was already beset by the affliction of sinister flames, rendering him incapable of focusing on meditation, let alone the challenges that would follow awakening. Such an endeavor would demand immense willpower to quiet his mind for cultivation. Alas, 3 years had passed, and aside from the initial year when he ascended 2 levels upon awakening the 3-leaf clover, the subsequent 2 years merely witnessed a modest increase of his innate soul power from level 5 to 7, a rate of progress nearly halved. With a round, cherubic face, he sighed in exasperation. Little fatty, come out quickly. Have you forgotten what day it is? You truly are a source of worry. Do you not realize how significant today is for you? A raspy yet magnetic voice of a middle-aged man echoed through the room as the door swung open. A robust man in his 50s stormed in, his jaw protruding slightly, cheekbones broad, and his face somewhat flat, resembling a hawk's beak. His expression was stern, adorned with a pair of black-framed spectacles that hinted at a cunning glint, creating an oddly disconcerting aura. Teacher, is there something important today? I don't recall any significant events. Did you not say that the most important thing for me is to sleep? Ma Hongjun inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. He understood that Flander merely wished for him to eat less and conserve his gold soul coins, which was why he encouraged him to sleep. 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 All you do is sleep. What else can you do? Do you not realize that today is the day you awaken your martial soul? If you fail to awaken a formidable martial soul today, you shall remain in the academy for the rest of your life, cleaning and repaying your debts. Flander exclaimed, exasperation evident in his tone as he gazed at Ma Hongjun's drowsy expression, unable to contain his frustration. All right, I understand. You need not remind me daily. Once I become a soul master, I shall repay you for your expenses, Ma Hongjun replied, a touch of resignation in his voice. He recognized Flander's frugality, likening him to a miser, a trait which he had observed keenly over the past 2 years. Nevertheless, he also understood the underlying care Flander held for him, which prompted him to rarely defy the man's words. Just know that, come along now, I shall escort you to the martial soul hall for your awakening, Flander responded, his eyes gleaming with a newfound brightness at the prospect of Ma Hongjun's promise to repay him, as if tiny stars had ignited within them. In the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun has expended at least 1,000 golden soul coins, a fact that weighs heavily on his heart. Furthermore, periodically, he must consume meat from ice tribute soul beasts, all of which he has personally captured, although these soul beasts are merely 10 years old and devoid of intelligence. The total cost amounts to over 1,000 golden soul coins. Ma Hongjun understood that Flander, despite his aloofness and principled nature, was not one to yield to the powerful even in times of financial hardship. However, he was also known for his cunning, treachery, and notorious grudges, being exceedingly miserly and avaricious. Naturally, Ma Hongjun wished to avoid incurring Flander's wrath. With a sudden leap, he sprang from his bed, albeit somewhat listlessly. In response to the call, the 6-year-old chubby boy displayed surprising agility, eliciting a flicker of admiration in Flander's eyes, who felt emboldened by the prospect of Ma Hongjun awakening a formidable martial spirit. Come now, little one, do not appear so lackluster. You are on the brink of awakening your martial spirit. Should there not be a glimmer of anticipation in your demeanor? If you manage to awaken with innate full soul power, I shall absolve you of your debts. How does that sound? Flander, observing Ma Hongjun's indifferent posture, mistakenly presumed a lack of interest in martial spirit cultivation and encouraged him, albeit with a twinge of regret. Deep down, he speculated that, given the rarity of innate full soul power across the continent, even if this chubby boy was unique and likely to awaken a beneficial variant martial spirit, the odds of achieving innate full soul power were slim. Is that so? Hee, just don't regret it later, teacher. Hongjun, already aware of the nature of his impending awakening, harbored little expectation. He mused that the troubles stemming from his evil fire might only intensify. Nevertheless, the thought of being freed from his debts ignited a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes as he regarded his scheming teacher with amusement. This lad is so confident. Could he truly awaken a powerful, variant martial spirit with innate full soul power? Flander pondered, feeling a twinge of insecurity as he observed Hongjun's self-assured demeanor. However, he maintained a facade of seriousness, clearing his throat and stating, "Ahem, I am not one to dodge my obligations to a child. Now let us be off." Without granting Hongjun a moment to respond, Flander seized him by the shoulder and swiftly departed the academy. As Flander revealed a pair of owl-like energy wings, they ascended into the air, soaring like an aircraft amidst the clouds. The landscape below shrank rapidly, yet fortunately, they did not ascend too high, allowing Hongjun to fully appreciate the natural beauty beneath them: farmland, farmers, quaint country paths, and the freshness of the air, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity. As the scenery shifted, the duo sped toward the Soul Hall branch in Soto City. The reason for choosing the Soul Hall for awakening rather than relying on the Academy's teachers was that the Soul Hall issued certificates for Soul Masters, akin to identification cards. Only truly significant powers would disregard the Soul Hall's awakening process, and Shrek Academy hardly qualified as a major force. Chapter 5. 6 years old. The Douluo continent is comprised of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, with its name deriving from the second characters of both empires, thus forming Douluo. The Heaven Do Empire encompasses numerous kingdoms, with the Balik Kingdom being a formidable territory under its jurisdiction. In Soto City, the architectural design leans towards a Western European style, with exquisite structures and main roads paved with diamonds, creating a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of industrialization. After 10 minutes, Flander brought Hongjun to a halt before the grand entrance of the Soul Hall branch in Soto City. "Why have we stopped, teacher?" Hongjun inquired, puzzled by Flander's sudden pause. "We've arrived. There is no need to linger. Little chubby, as long as your innate soul power reaches level 8 or above, I shall make an exception and accept you as my direct disciple. As for innate full soul power, do not harbor excessive hopes." Flander adjusted his glasses, casting a serious glance at the Soul Hall's entrance, his heart heavy with concern over the pressures that might weigh upon Hongjun. After all, the nature of martial spirit mutations was unpredictable. However, his worries seemed somewhat unwarranted. "Just don't forget your promise, teacher. As for whether I possess innate full soul power, we shall see," Hongjun replied confidently, yet he remained vigilant, reminding Flander of his earlier commitment, wary of any potential reneging, for such incidents had occurred before. "Are you questioning my integrity, young one? When have I ever reneged on my word? Ahem, I assure you that as long as you awaken with innate full soul power, my promise stands firm. Now, hurry inside and refrain from prolonging this," Flander stated earnestly, but the memory of having previously deceived Hongjun to bring him to Shrek Academy, promising to cover all his expenses, caused him to cough awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Hongjun is not so easily deceived. Although Flanders is cunning, he lacks the ability to trick him unless he wishes to be fooled. Following Flanders into the Spirit Hall, he discovered that numerous parents were already queuing with their children in front of a high platform. If this young man's spirit power could swiftly reach level 10, then after acquiring a spirit ring, he would be eligible to receive a gold spirit coin from the Spirit Hall, representing the Empire, every month. Upon reaching level 20, the amount would increase to 10 gold spirit coins, and after becoming a spirit master at level 30, it would escalate to 100 gold spirit coins. Observing the children awakening their spirit powers, Flanders could not help but feel a surge of excitement. "Teacher, what are you pondering? Surely you aren't contemplating women, are you? It's quite unhealthy to remain single at your age. You ought to find me a master wife soon." Unlike the character in the original narrative, this version of Hongjun, possibly due to the influence of the three-leaf clover spirit, had rosy lips, pearly teeth, and a cherubic round face that radiated charm. His curious expression further attracted the attention of those around him, marking him as an exceptionally adorable little chubby boy. "Be quiet. Ahem, what nonsense. What do children know? Do you think everyone your age is preoccupied with thoughts of women? Flanders, noticing the peculiar gazes from the crowd, awkwardly reprimanded Ma Hongjun. It's not as if I'm thinking about women. Why make such a fuss? Ma Hongjun mumbled, lowering his head in embarrassment. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had not yet awakened the evil fire phoenix martial soul, not because he was incapable, but rather because he wished to delay its awakening, fearing unforeseen consequences. After all, this martial soul was extraordinarily malevolent. He understood that awakening it could jeopardize his lifelong happiness, a gamble he was unwilling to take. Thus, although capable of introspection to locate the martial soul within his inner sea of consciousness, he refrained from touching it. Presently, he had prematurely awakened a portion of his innate soul power, which had more than doubled, all of which was innate energy. Given that the martial soul is a manifestation of a soul master's life form, as Ma Hongjun's innate soul power ascended, the evil fire phoenix martial soul naturally grew stronger as well. He had already begun to feel the effects of this evil fire, likely developing a desire fivefold that of the average person. He speculated that upon fully awakening the evil fire phoenix martial soul, his desires might amplify to 10 times that of an ordinary individual, an overwhelming prospect. However, delaying the awakening could potentially hinder his future cultivation speed, compelling him to accompany Flandre to awaken his martial soul. The reason for not awakening at Shrek Academy was simply that Flandre wanted to record Ma Hongjun's martial soul information at the Spirit Hall, facilitating a more direct and convenient acquisition of gold soul coins once he became a soul master. Enough of the murmuring, Flandre instructed seriously, gesturing towards the high platform where the martial soul awakenings were conducted. Relax and do not be anxious. Proceed now. I shall await your return. Your unique physique suggests that your martial soul will undoubtedly be exceptional, and you should be able to awaken considerable soul power. Ma Hongjun responded with a faint acknowledgement. The Clover soul, possessing a remarkable ability to conceal soul power, had gone unexamined by Flinder for the past 2 years, despite his frequent assessments of Ma Hongjun's physical condition. The fact that Flinder, a powerful soul sage, could not detect Ma Hongjun's awakening of soul power speaks volumes about the potency of this concealment. While soul power on the continent is inherently elusive and cannot be discerned without specialized tools, a significant disparity in levels may still be detected upon close inspection. Had any ordinary soul master been subjected to Flinder's scrutiny, their secret would have undoubtedly been revealed long ago. As he queued at the front, Ma Hongjun chose not to cut in line. Instead, he attentively observed the awakened children and their surroundings. He noted that the children were nervously bowing their heads, some even trembling with excitement. The ones gathered here to awaken their soul powers were predominantly from less influential backgrounds and had not yet encountered the wider world. Unlike Ma Hongjun, who exuded a calm and leisurely demeanor, what piqued Ma Hongjun's curiosity was the division of the awakened souls into 2 distinct groups. One group consisted of individuals dressed in notably opulent attire, while the other was evidently less lavishly adorned. Among the soul awakeners, the male practitioner, despite his handsome appearance, exhibited a rather harsh demeanor towards those with inferior soul powers. Conversely, the female soul awakener, primarily surrounded by less fortunate children in tattered clothing, displayed a much more amiable attitude. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, with a well-developed physique. Naturally, Ma Hongjun felt compelled to select the enchanting female soul awakener. The composed demeanor of Ma Hongjun quickly captured the attention of the female soul awakening master, Mayana. Hey, little chubby boy, what is your name? Tell your sister, and I shall allow you to awaken your soul first, Mayana called out with a gentle voice, directing her gaze towards Ma Hongjun. At that moment, a beautiful rose spirit floated gracefully in her palm, enhancing her elegant appearance and charm. Hey, I'm talking to you. Little chubby boy, why aren't you going over? Ma Hongjun urged the boy in front of him, who was shorter yet noticeably slimmer. Are you sure you're not referring to yourself, big brother? The boy, named Peng Hu, son of a blacksmith in Soto City, had seen a bit of the world and thus was not overly intimidated. Instead, he looked at Ma Hongjun with a mix of confusion and resignation. It must be you. I am muscular. Do you understand? You must differentiate between me and you. Muscular and chubby are not the same. Feel my muscles. Do you think I'm talking about myself? Ma Hongjun asserted, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his well-developed biceps. Indeed, you do seem quite muscular, Pang Hu observed enviously, admiring Ma Hongjun's stature and physique. Currently, Ma Hongjun was distinctly different from others in this world. He understood the principles of modern scientific fitness. Although his physique remained somewhat rotund due to his spirit, the muscles in his arms and legs were comparable to those of an average strongman. If there were any difference, it was that his arms were still somewhat smaller. Merely petite arms, yet they possessed a greater muscle ratio than that of typical strongmen. All right, enough quarreling. Both of you come here, Mayana said, her expression reflecting a hint of exasperation as she regarded the two. She found both boys rather amusing and felt a spark of interest in these lively characters. The soul awakening process was overseen by two Grand Masters, while the concurrent awakening on the other side continued unabated. Anna, I already have 5 future soul masters with level 4 soul power, and you have yet to awaken even one. No matter how much you let people cut in line, it is impossible for you to surpass my results with high-level innate soul power. It seems you are destined to lose our wager, and you must not refuse my pursuit. Remember, we have dinner together tonight, hehe. On the other side, a young man named Fei Dong, whose family wielded significant power in Soto City, spoke with a smirk, the shadow of a black tiger spirit looming behind him, lacking the intimidating aura typically associated with such spirits. Mind your own business. How I choose to awaken is my affair, May Anna retorted, aware of the necessity to tread carefully around this man. Thus, they established a wager, a contest to determine who could awaken more talented souls. Should he win, she would have to accept his pursuit. However, with his considerable influence and poor character, Fei Dong would not play fair, secretly gathering talents to bolster his numbers, resulting in May Anna's performance falling short. This was precisely why May Anna's interest was piqued upon seeing Ma Hongjun. Useless spirit, blue silver grass. No need to test for soul power. You cannot possess any. Truly a waste. Next, Fei Dong remarked impatiently to a girl. Wow. The little girl, taken aback by the awakening master's harsh demeanor, burst into tears and fled. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Fat Tiger arrived at the elevated platform. May Anna cast a disdainful glance at Fei Dong, suppressing her discomfort, and then turned her gentle gaze towards Ma Hongjun and Fat Tiger, saying, "Please tell me your names. I can facilitate an early awakening of your martial souls." "Hee. I am called Fat Tiger. You may refer to me as such," replied Fat Tiger with a somewhat foolish grin, scratching his head, unperturbed by the imposing figure of the great soul master before him. "I am Ma Hongjun," he stated calmly, fully aware of the lewd man's earlier words and noticing the disdainful glances directed at them from a short distance away. Although he had no desire to involve himself in the conflict between the two, he had no choice but to step forward since he was summoned ahead of time. With Flinder watching closely from below, he felt no fear. "Well, who among you shall go first?" May Anna inquired gently, gazing at the two chubby boys. "Let Fat Tiger go first. He was ahead of me." Ma Hongjun modestly gestured towards Fat Tiger. "Very well, then you shall go first." May Anna replied with a smile directed at Fat Tiger. "All right, thank you, Brother Strong." Fat Tiger responded eagerly, not forgetting to express his gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. Hearing Fat Tiger's words, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, "Your entire family is Brother Strong." Fat Tiger obediently stepped into the 6-pointed star formation designated for the martial soul awakening. As he entered the awakening array, he began to levitate in midair. "Extend your right hand and concentrate your thoughts upon it." May Anna's gentle voice resonated around, easing the tensions of many anxious children present. Variant martial soul. Diamond hammer. A variant martial soul, indeed. Splendid. "Now, Fat Tiger, let us test your spirit power," May Anna exclaimed excitedly as she observed Fat Tiger. Although the diamond hammer was a hammer-type martial soul, its quality was commendable, which naturally delighted her. Joy illuminated Fat Tiger's face as well. His father, a blacksmith with a spirit power of 30, wielded the iron hammer martial soul, and thus, he was certain that his diamond hammer would surpass his father's quality. Ma Hongjun was able to ascertain that his innate soul power would not be weak, given the correlation between the quality of his martial soul and innate soul power. A notion that May Anna also understood. In Chapter 6, even a grass nest can have a golden phoenix. Fat Tiger pressed his chubby hands onto the crystal ball held by May Anna. The crystal ball gradually emanated a white glow, soon illuminating more than half of its surface. As Fat Tiger infused his soul power, the brilliance reached approximately 70% before it ceased to intensify. Innate level 7 soul power. My heavens. You are a prodigious soul master with innate level 7 power. It is the first time I have encountered such a remarkably talented individual. Fat Tiger, would you be willing to join the spirit hall? With your martial soul and innate soul power, you would undoubtedly receive substantial training. And it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to become a soul saint in the future. Mei Anna gazed at Fat Tiger with astonishment, her tone softening as she marveled. Well, I wish to stay with my father at the blacksmith shop, and I need to consult him before I can give you an answer. Fat Tiger hesitated, then politely declined. Although he appeared rather simple-minded, he was quite astute. And he quickly diverted the conversation by pointing at Ma Hongjun, who remained expressionless. Big sister, the strong brother has yet to awaken his martial soul. Please awaken his martial soul first. Perhaps his martial soul and innate soul power will be even more formidable. Strong brother sounds dreadful. Call me little Ma, Ma Hongjun replied, unimpressed, casting a sidelong glance. All right, little Ma, I'll take my leave now. Do come visit me at the Pang blacksmith shop when you have time. Fat Tiger seized the opportunity to jump off the platform, although he appeared to conduct himself admirably. As a 6-year-old child who had just awakened a commendable martial soul and soul power, his heart brimmed with joy as he hurried home to boast to his parents. Understood. You may go. I will visit you when I have time. Ma Hongjun expressed a newfound fondness for the seemingly simple yet shrewd young boy, responding courteously. This fondness stemmed not only from Fat Tiger's amiable demeanor, but also from his impressive talent, making him a desirable candidate for Ma Hongjun's future aspirations of establishing a sect. Fat Tiger, your martial soul certificate has yet to be retrieved. Remember to come to the Spirit Hall tomorrow to collect it, Mei Anna called out to Fat Tiger, who was preparing to leave the high platform. Talents possess privileges. They have the freedom to depart at will. Unlike those in rural areas, prodigious soul masters awakened in large cities enjoy the protection of the empire as long as they do not choose to join the Spirit Hall. Thank you, beautiful sister. And little Ma, I'm off now. Fat Tiger exclaimed joyfully as he dashed out of the Spirit Hall, eager to share the good news with his waiting father. Despite her disappointment at not being able to invite Fat Tiger to join the Spirit Hall, Mei Anna recorded his information with satisfaction. As one Fat Tiger could nearly equal the achievements of several children with 4 or 5 levels of soul power who had just awakened. If another soul master of around level 4 were to join, she would be absolutely confident in winning the wager. Humph, that lad truly lacks discernment. He clearly does not wish to join our Spirit Hall and is merely fabricating excuses. Anna, you truly let that child go, squandering a tremendous opportunity. It is indeed a pity. Fei Dong, who had been observing the situation, snorted coldly after Fat Tiger departed, casting a regretful glance at Mei Anna. However, his intentions were far from benevolent. He secretly hoped Fat Tiger would reject her. His earlier inaction in preventing Fat Tiger's departure stemmed from the fact that if Fat Tiger were to be invited into the Spirit Hall, Mei Anna's status would undoubtedly rise, potentially surpassing his own, making it difficult for him to win her over. Although Mei Anna hailed from a merchant family, she held considerable influence in Soto City, and Fei Dong did not dare to act too brazenly. However, if she agreed to date him, he could resort to more forceful methods. Hence, while he spoke with apparent concern, he was secretly pleased with the outcome. That is their freedom. My affairs are of no concern to you. As long as I can awaken another talented soul master with commendable soul power, I will surely surpass you. I will not lose this wager, Mei Anna replied coolly, casting him a disdainful glance. After completing Fat Tiger's documentation, she spoke with a degree of relief. As expected, upon hearing Mei Anna's words, Fei Dong's expression darkened, his brows knitting together momentarily before relaxing. He lightly clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over several ordinary middle-aged individuals below the platform. Upon noticing, they all nodded in response and began offering copper soul coins to children who appeared extraordinary, enticing them to join Fei Dong's queue. You're cheating. Shameless. Mei Anna's fair face flushed with anger as she witnessed this scene, her exquisite features paling slightly. If she won the wager, Fei Dong would agree to cease pursuing her. However, if she lost, she would have to consider dating him, a prospect she fervently wished to avoid. You could do the same. Is there any rule against such tactics in the competition? Now, I shall continue awakening souls. After all, he is merely a level 7 genius. While my Fei family may not find such prodigies, we can certainly locate several with level 5 or 6 power. You are destined to lose, Fei Dong chuckled smugly, resuming his pretense of awakening martial souls for the children. Sister, will you awaken me too? Rest assured, even if you only awaken Fat Tiger and me today, it will suffice to win your wager. Ma Hongjun, having grasped the intricate relationship between the two, offered comforting words, as he relished the opportunity to assist the beautiful lady. Very well, your name is Ma Hongjun, correct? Do not rush, come forth, and I shall awaken your martial soul. I hope you can awaken a powerful martial soul. Just like Fat Tiger, Mei Anna revitalized her spirits, gazing at Ma Hongjun with anticipation, sensing that this adorable chubby boy might well be the key to her victory. In Soto City, even achieving a level 4 or 5 martial soul was considered a small miracle, exceedingly rare. Today, if she could have 2 geniuses above level 6, she would secure an absolute advantage in the competition. Ma Hongjun approached the martial soul awakening array, and his soul power surged within him as if drawn forth by an unseen force, racing through his meridians at a pace several times faster than during regular training. How warm. Yes, this is the sensation. A new wave of warmth coursed through him, his soul power beginning to swell. Haha. Ma Hongjun silently rejoiced in the rapid enhancement of his soul power, maintaining an outward composure. Unlike weapon martial souls, a brilliant red glow enveloped Ma Hongjun, radiating magnificently, far surpassing Fat Tiger's golden hammer in grandeur. Suddenly, the sound of a phoenix's cry echoed through the air. Behind Ma Hongjun appeared a robust illusion of a phoenix. The overwhelming aura caused many of the children present, including Mei Anna, to feel a slight breathlessness. Why describe it as robust? Because this phoenix seemed somewhat corpulent. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembled a fusion of a large rooster and a phoenix. However, the essence of the phoenix was still discernible, particularly in its wings, which bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to those of a true phoenix. Ma Hongjun turned his head, and to his surprise, the plump chicken spirit followed suit, creating an oddly amusing sight. This could not possibly resemble the original depiction of Ma Hongjun's chicken spirit, at the very least. It should bear a closer resemblance to a phoenix, appearing more aesthetically pleasing and less like a mere fowl. Ma Hongjun found some solace in this thought, reflecting inwardly. Is this a phoenix chicken? Mei Anna exclaimed, her eyes wide in astonishment as she gazed at the ethereal beast spirit behind Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun quickly concealed his martial soul. His cheeks flushed not out of embarrassment for its appearance, but rather due to the elevation of his desires. Indeed, once he retracted his martial soul, he felt considerably better. Turning to the charming Rosanna, he eagerly explained, Sister, this is my evil fire phoenix martial soul. Please help me test my soul power. He was impatient to ascertain his innate level, a critical factor that would determine whether he could inherit the divine position of the fire god or ascend to an even higher rank. All right then, she replied. Although she found Ma Hongjun's phoenix somewhat reminiscent of a chicken, the aura it exuded was undeniably formidable. Rosanna watched with anticipation as Ma Hongjun's hand approached the soul power testing crystal ball. Upon contact, the crystal ball emanated a powerful attraction, and Ma Hongjun felt his soul power flow into it. The crystal ball erupted in a dazzling light, illuminating entirely without leaving a single shadow. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun hastily severed the connection to his soul power, fearing that, had he not, the crystal would have shattered under the weight of his pure energy. Innate full soul power. How is that possible? It's truly innate full soul power. Fei Dong, standing 5 meters away, had long been captivated by Ma Hongjun's martial soul. And upon seeing the crystal ball's brilliance, he trembled and stammered in awe. Haha, innate full soul power, you are magnificent. I've won. Thank you, little Hongjun. Rosanna, now fully aware of the situation, burst into laughter, scooping up Ma Hongjun in her arms. Gone was her earlier noble demeanor, despite his weight. The elated Rosanna paid it no mind, showering his fair face with affectionate kisses. The children present were oblivious to the significance of innate full soul power, merely intrigued by the commotion. Meanwhile, the parents waited at the entrance of the grand hall, and apart from the astute Flinder, no one noticed the unfolding events, resulting in minimal disturbance. Otherwise, the emergence of an innate full soul power grassroots soul master would undoubtedly have incited a frenzy among the various factions. Ma Hongjun, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands, indicating that it was not his intention. It was all your fault for enticing him, for your charm was simply irresistible. Ignoring the increasingly grim expression of Fei Dong beside them, Mei Anna began to register Ma Hongjun's martial soul information. Naturally, there was an invitation involved, but it was met with an unhesitating refusal from Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun sensed that his innate soul power was undoubtedly above the maximum limit of innate full soul power. However, due to the restrictions imposed by the innate 10th level full soul power of the soul rings, any excess soul power was compressed, rendering his own soul power more refined. Otherwise, he might have possessed a soul power strength around the 15th level. Nevertheless, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he was quite elated, recognizing that his foundation was exceptionally strong, undeniably formidable. The combined soul power of his 2 martial spirits, while still at the innate full soul power level, was purer than that of any top martial spirit wielder, possibly even surpassing it. To illustrate, even Tang San, who practiced the unparalleled inner skill Xiantian Gong, had a soul power purity that was at most 2/3 of his own. Chapter 7. A soul master who fears trouble is not a good soul master. It was only after Mana completed the registration of Ma Hongjun's information and provided a certificate from the spirit hall that Fei Dong, who had been wearing a gloomy expression, finally reacted. He thought to himself that losing the bet to gain an innate full soul power soul master was not a bad trade. Approaching Ma Hongjun, he attempted to speak in a calm tone, saying, "You are Ma Hongjun, correct? If you agree to join the spirit hall, I will give you 1,000 gold soul coins. What do you think?" However, accustomed to the arrogance that came with his family and the backing of the spirit hall, Fei Dong's attempt at a peaceful demeanor only caused Ma Hongjun to furrow his brow. "Not interested. And I am not a kid. Mind your words." Ma Hongjun had no fondness for this man who had frightened a little girl, and being called a kid soured his mood. "Think carefully. This is not merely 1,000 silver soul coins, but 1,000 gold soul coins. I have encountered many talents like you. And if you do not enter the spirit hall, your future achievements will undoubtedly be limited. Since you are here to awaken your martial spirit, you are likely not from a prestigious family, right? Some food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words must be chosen carefully." Fei Dong took a deep breath, restraining his anger, and spoke with a tone bordering on intimidation, though the last statement was unmistakably laced with a threat. You are quite impressive. Claiming to have seen many with innate full soul power, yet your words reek of arrogance like a toad yawning," Mana interjected, pulling Ma Hongjun forward before he could respond. "Mana, do you understand what you are doing? You are jeopardizing my recruitment efforts for the spirit hall. Do you know what the consequences will be when I report to the elders?" Fei Dong, realizing he could not outmaneuver Mana, revealed his true nature, casting an angry glance at her. I've grown tired of this wretched place. If it comes to it, I'll resign. What can you do about it? Do you think the spirit hall can restrain me?" Mana retorted with a cold laugh, revealing her disdain for Fei Dong. As an external staff member of the spirit hall, her departure held little significance, and she was genuinely fed up with the pestering individual before her. "Anna, why are you pulling me? I wouldn't believe a single word from this worthless individual. Just look at him. He seems to be a pitiful wretch, yet he dares to call me a kid. It's infuriating. I feel he is even younger than I am," Ma Hongjun said, somewhat angrily, his tone oddly childish. "Bastard. What did you say? Repeat that. Don't think just because you have innate full soul power that I won't dare to deal with you. No matter how talented you are, you will only be of use when you grow up. No one cares for the dead." Fei Dong's face twisted in rage as he glared at Ma Hongjun, clearly struck by a sensitive nerve. "Who are you calling a bastard?" Ma Hongjun's expression darkened immediately. He despised being labeled as such, especially as someone who had grown up without parents. "I'm calling you a bastard," Fei Dong replied without hesitation. You petty fool, your intellect is severely lacking. I almost feel sorrow for you. You truly are a bastard, and if I say you are small, then you truly are small. Did I hit a nerve?" Ma Hongjun scoffed disdainfully, his gaze indifferent as if he were looking at a corpse. You little brat have thoroughly enraged me. You want to leave here today. Someone block the entrance. Black Tiger martial spirit, manifest. Fei Dong sneered, filled with fury as he glared at the detestable boy, the shadow of his Black Tiger martial spirit descending upon Ma Hongjun like an overwhelming force. At once, the other children waiting in line were terrified and fled, leaving only Fei Dong, Mana, and a few of Fei Dong's minions in the spirit hall. Fei Dong had long since prepared for every contingency, ready to forcibly abduct Mana if necessary. Now, the staff members of the spirit hall were his subordinates, and with the hall master conveniently absent from Soto City and the vice hall master being his uncle, he felt emboldened and unruly. As he shouted, the soul masters present at their posts stood up and approached, forming a blockade around Ma Hongjun. "I dare anyone to try," Mana exclaimed, her face pale as she glared at Fei Dong. "You must remember this is the spirit hall in Soto City, regardless of how powerful your family is. The city lord's mansion will not turn a blind eye to your reckless behavior." What can the city lord do? Does he dare to offend my Fei family? We have already declared our allegiance to the spirit hall. Under their protection, I believe he would not risk opposing the spirit hall for a mere future genius. Fei Dong sneered, his confidence swelling as he recalled his support. Besides, this kid's martial spirit is neither a chicken nor a phoenix. It probably isn't even a powerful martial spirit. As Fei Dong spoke, the surrounding soul masters unleashed their martial spirits, applying pressure towards Ma Hongjun and Mana. However, these were merely common martial spirits, and thus the pressure was not overwhelming. At least, Ma Hongjun felt no significant change. Second soul skill, heart-ripping Black Tiger. Fei Dong. Seeing that the small Ma Hongjun remained unfazed under the pressure of so many soul masters, was taken aback. He thought to himself that this boy must not be allowed to leave the spirit hall today. He then unleashed his second soul skill. Energy tiger claws rapidly sprouted from his hands, lunging at Ma Hongjun's heart with lightning speed, intent on ending the life of this insufferable brat. Second soul skill, Thorny Rose. Before Ma Hongjun could summon his martial spirit for defense, Mayana, holding him tightly, unleashed her martial spirit. The stem of her rose martial spirit sprouted countless backward-facing thorns, which quickly detached from the main body, forming a small wall of thorny energy to shield Ma Hongjun. Ah, you shameless woman, you dare to obstruct me! Fei Dong's claws, unable to retract in time, struck the thorny wall, causing him to scream in pain. I am not so shameless as to allow you to bully a child who has just awakened his martial spirit, Mayana said. Her expression grave as she watched the approaching minions of Fei Dong. Very well, I will show you what shamelessness looks like. No one is leaving here today. Fei Dong's emotions surged violently as he spoke menacingly. As he retracted his tiger claws, an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of a grand soul master, began to emanate from Fei Dong. To everyone's astonishment, a third soul ring, a 1,000-year purple one, gradually materialized around his body. Observing this, Fei Dong's subordinates found their own bodies adorned with white or yellow soul rings, varying from 1 to 2 in number. The convergence of these formidable energies created a terrifying pressure that bore down upon Ma Hongjun and Mayana from all directions. Even Ma Hongjun, endowed with innate powerful soul energy, felt his breath quicken involuntarily, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. However, upon sensing the reassuring fluctuations of soul power surrounding him, Ma Hongjun cast a grateful glance at the equally breathless Mayana. Yet, with a hint of frustration, he turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hall and shouted, Flinder, if you do not appear soon, I shall join the spirit hall, and you shall never take me as your disciple again. As Ma Hongjun observed the lack of response, a surge of frustration welled within him. Having awakened his soul power once more, his vision had sharpened, allowing him to discern Flander, who was lost in his own reverie. With renewed vigor, Ma Hongjun shouted, Dean, your golden soul coins have been stolen. Who dares to steal my golden soul coins? Truly, they are courting death. Flander, still ensnared in thoughts of how much wealth Ma Hongjun's talent could bring him, was abruptly roused. A formidable aura, characteristic of a soul sage, erupted from him as he bellowed and turned his gaze towards Ma Hongjun. There, he beheld Ma Hongjun and Mayana encircled by several burly men, igniting his fury. Who dares to rob my gold? No, who dares to bully my disciple? You, and you. With a swift leap, Flander landed before Ma Hongjun, his soul rings illuminating in succession, yellow, purple, black, black, black. The overwhelming pressure radiated throughout the spirit hall, causing the sturdy architectural embellishments to crumble like tofu, and the ground beneath him to bear the imprint of his feet. The soul masters, including Fei Dong, were rendered motionless, their presence dwarfed by Flander's might, akin to fireflies against the full moon or a nagging horse compared to a Qilin. They were utterly oppressed by the immense pressure of his soul power. Spare us, Great One. We were merely following orders and did not harm your disciple in the slightest. A terrified soul master fell to his knees, trembling as he addressed Flander with a stammer. Meanwhile, Fei Dong stood speechless, his complexion pale as he watched Flander and the others, his thoughts a mystery. You may leave, but that boy remains with me. Since someone has dared to injure my disciple, I shall demand an explanation, even from the city lord himself, declared Flander. A soul sage who could not truly be absorbed in fantasy to overlook Ma Hongjun's plight. He simply wished to gauge Ma Hongjun's state of mind. At Flander's command, Fei Dong's subordinates scrambled out of the hall, leaving behind 3 loyal soul masters who resolutely stood by Fei Dong's side. Little fatty, you performed admirably. You possess a spirit befitting my disciple. Remember, a soul master who does not dare to confront trouble is not a worthy soul master. When faced with such individuals, one must teach them a lesson. Show him the might of your martial spirit, Flander remarked, his voice tinged with a magnetic quality, adjusting his glasses with a nonchalant air. Understood. I now know how to proceed, Ma Hongjun replied, determination igniting within him. Ma Hongjun obediently responded, feeling for the first time that Flinder's figure was indeed quite imposing and formidable. In that moment, Flinder exhibited none of his usual playful demeanor. The idea that a soul master who shies away from confrontation is not a good soul master may seem unpalatable when considered in isolation. However, one must take into account the context. In a situation where others audaciously trample upon one's dignity, if one still refrains from taking action, That would indeed be the mark of a foolish soul master. Ma Hongjun mused that if he were to add a phrase following Flanders' words, "Fear not when there are matters at hand, nor seek trouble when there is none," it would enhance the sentiment. He regarded Fei Dong with utter disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a pampered scion who, emboldened by his connections, exhibited a flagrant disregard for the formidable. Unbeknownst to him, the absence of immediate punishment does not shield one from the eventual repercussions that stronger adversaries may deliver. Chapter 8. The Power of the Little Evil Fire. What do you intend to do? Do you comprehend where you are? This is the Spirit Hall. This is Soto City. Even if you have a soul sage behind you, he cannot wield his influence to oppress the weak. Otherwise, neither the Spirit Hall nor my Fei family would allow such affronts to go unchallenged. Fei Dong gazed in astonishment as Ma Hongjun, having just awakened his martial spirit, conjured a flame of considerable might, roughly the size of a fist, stumbling over his words in disbelief. Ma Hongjun, with a mischievous grin, approached Fei Dong and his three companions, who were torn between fleeing and standing their ground in defense of Fei Dong. He pitted them, saying, "This is none of your concern. You should leave. After all, a soul sage is not someone you can provoke. The powerful entity behind this useless fool will not blame you for this." At that moment, Ma Hongjun was still too inexperienced, lacking the wisdom that comes from experience. His good intentions blinded him to the fact that those who enable such tyrants can often be the most detestable of all. Flander furrowed his brows but chose to remain silent, understanding that Ma Hongjun was merely a child of 6, unable to navigate every situation with perfection. "You dare?" Fei Dong boasted, mistaking Flanders' inaction for fear of his connections. He grew even more arrogant upon noticing the hesitation etched on the faces of the three soul masters. Flanders' frown deepened, tinged with a barely perceptible aura of menace. "Young Master Fei, my apologies. I must take my leave," one middle-aged soul master blurted out, quickly excusing himself upon observing Flanders' grim expression, leaving without a backward glance. The other two, equally astute, hastily followed suit. They were adept at reading the room and understood that Flanders' frown signified his desire to eliminate threats rather than allow them to depart unscathed. They scrambled out of the hall, aware that they were mere external personnel of the Spirit Hall, with no substantial backing. Their lives held little value should they fall victim to a soul sage's wrath, and the Spirit Hall would not jeopardize its reputation for the likes of them. Fei Dong, however, was different. His uncle was the vice master of the Spirit Hall's branch, and the Fei family was closely tied to the Spirit Hall. Even Flander would think twice before harming him. Fei Dong cast a subtle glance at the three departing men, feigning fear, as if he were too intimidated to speak. This Fade did not escape Flanders' notice. After exiting the Spirit Hall, the three middle-aged men did not stray far but made their way toward the nearby Fei family. "Now that we are alone, oh wait, there's still this useless fool," Ma Hongjun remarked with a devilish smile, eyeing Fei Dong with malicious intent. "Let us see just how powerful my little evil fire is. How about we strike a deal? You and I can coexist peacefully, no need for hostility. Though you are a genius, having just awakened your martial soul, I am a soul master. You cannot harm me." Fei Dong retreated a step, his eyes darting as if struck by a sudden thought. He glanced at Flander and suddenly appeared quite astute. "Little fatty, stop wasting time with him. It may lead to trouble." Flander, ever cunning, understood Fei Dong's intentions. Although he had not anticipated this turn of events, he was now well aware of the situation. Yet he remained unconcerned. "Trouble? Oh, look at you. You've learned to be clever," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. He turned to Flander, who was surrounded by 7 floating soul rings, and cheekily said, "Teacher, I wish to conduct an experiment. You must protect me." Without warning, Ma Hongjun hurled his little evil fire at Fei Dong. As Fei Dong prepared to unleash his soul power in defense, Flanders' overwhelming aura pressed down upon him, causing the fiery projectile to land squarely on Fei Dong's ridiculous hairstyle. Sizzling sounds filled the air as Fei Dong's hair evaporated instantly, leaving behind grotesque burn marks on his scalp. "Ah, you little bastard. I will kill you. I will not let this go unpunished." Fei Dong writhed in agony, threatening Ma Hongjun even as flames continued to flicker atop his head. Flander flicked a bit of soul power at Fei Dong, extinguishing the flames. Yet the pain proved too much for him, and he fainted. "Quite powerful indeed. Let us make haste. Rest assured, I have some connections with the city lord, and I will relay the truth of this incident," Flander said to Ma Hongjun, his words seemingly directed at the stunned May Anna lingering in the background. "Yes, Sister Anna. Please come with us," Ma Hongjun chimed in, moving to grasp May Anna's hand, clearly touched by her earlier protective gesture, which had solidified their bond as friends. "Please wait a moment," esteemed soul sage Mei Anna replied, taking Ma Hongjun into her arms with a gentle smile. She then retrieved a martial soul certificate and proudly declared, "This is the proof of Fat Tiger's martial soul. I may not return here again, so it's best I personally deliver this to him." "Indeed, Sister Anna. You are quite diligent. I find myself increasingly admiring you," Ma Hongjun said, gazing at Mei Anna with an endearing awkwardness. "Enough of that. You're far too young to understand what admiration means," Mei Anna retorted, rolling her eyes, her lovely demeanor catching even Flanders' attention momentarily. Ma Hongjun needed no further introduction. His spirit inherently defined his identity as a lecher. He instinctively nestled closer to Mei Anna and said, "Sister, I'm not that small. All right, you little rascal. Stop bantering with your sister. Let us take our leave. Esteemed soul saint, might I have the honor of inviting you to our hotel for a gathering?" Mei Anna rolled her eyes, yet her affection for the precocious boy was palpable. "Ahem, are we having a treat? Then let us go. This lad speaks without a filter." "So do not take offense," sighed Flinder, glancing at Ma Hongjun with a hint of pity. "Poor boy, orphaned since childhood. From my observations, though his spirit is a rare mutated beast with innate full soul power, there seems to be an impurity to it. Hence, his desires may be rather intense." "Teacher, why mention this? It makes me quite embarrassed." "It's merely a desire tenfold of an ordinary person's," Ma Hongjun replied with a resigned smile, his youthful face betraying a sense of melancholy. "I apologize, Hongjun. I misjudged you. I shouldn't have called you a little lecher," Mei Anna said, her hand gently ruffling Ma Hongjun's hair in an apologetic gesture. "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. However, while my spirit may appear strange and unappealing, it is indeed a true phoenix. You may mock me, but please refrain from ridiculing my spirit in the future," Ma Hongjun said half jokingly, half seriously. Prideful and unwilling to be belittled, especially by such a stunning beauty as Mei Anna, whose allure surpassed even that of Ma Xiaoyao. As the trio chatted amiably, they departed from the spirit hall and soon arrived at the familiar entrance of the Rose Hotel. Shortly after their departure, a multitude of soul masters, including 2 formidable soul emperors, entered the spirit hall, among them the 3 middle-aged soul masters who had fled. Chapter 9. The Rose Hotel. Who dares to inflict such harm upon my son? Aside from the city lord and the master of the spirit hall, who else possesses the strength of a soul saint in Soto City? A fearsome-looking middle-aged man bellowed angrily, standing over the injured Fei Dong, a soul awakener from the spirit hall. Given Fei Dong's family status, he should not have been assigned such a task. However, he had taken it on to draw closer to Mei Anna. Yet it was not entirely a thankless job, as the Fei family had established ties with the spirit hall through the talent they provided, elevating their status to that of the foremost family in Soto City. "Please spare us, esteemed lord. We only know that the person who came to awaken his spirit was accompanied by a plump child, wearing vintage glasses and dressed in somewhat archaic yet neat clothing, with the best soul ring configuration," the 3 soul masters hastily pleaded, one boldly describing Flinder's appearance. They showed no regard for Ma Hongjun's mercy. Their earlier actions, coupled with their apparent loyalty, could have been seen as a provocation against the dignity of a soul saint. However, due to Ma Hongjun's words, they narrowly escaped calamity and now sought to summon reinforcements, revealing both Ma Hongjun's and Flinder's identities. "Humph. Your swift return to report demonstrates your loyalty. I shall spare your lives this time, but you must explain to me and my brother what transpired," Fei Long said, suppressing his emotions with a cold scoff, adept at managing his subordinates. The 3 immediately expressed their gratitude for the master's clemency and began recounting the events in detail. Once Fei Dong was taken away for treatment, the 3 middle-aged soul masters clarified the situation to the fearsome Fei Long, head of the Fei family, and Fei Hu, the vice master of the spirit hall. "What of the young lady from the Rose family? Did she flee as well?" Fei Long inquired, surveying the hall damaged by Flinder's imposing presence, not rushing to seek revenge, but rather maintaining a grim demeanor. "Elder brother, do you intend to seize the Rose family in this opportunity? Would that not incite animosity from the soul saint?" Fei Hu asked, concern evident in his respectful tone. "Huh? Animosity? Once we assimilate the Rose family and contribute a portion of their wealth to the spirit hall, what threat could a mere soul saint pose to the Fei family? If they dare to trouble us, we shall ensure they regret it," Fei Long replied with a cold smile, his expression darkening. After Fei Long finished speaking, the leader of the 3 middle-aged soul masters ingratiatingly suggested, "The young lady from the Rose family must have left with that plump boy. Should we capitalize on this? Enough. Let this matter rest for now. Once I ascend to the Soul Saint realm and solidify our position as the foremost family in Soto City, we shall settle accounts with her. You may withdraw, Fei Long interrupted with an impatient tone, his words laced with menace. Yes. Once the three exited, Fei Long turned to Fei Hu, sitting nearby, and instructed, you will investigate this matter and discover the identity of the Soul Saint. If he can be won over, we shall do so. If not, we will settle the score once I attain the Soul Saint level. Understood, elder brother. However, the master has recently expressed discontent towards our family. It would be prudent to exercise caution, Fei Hu replied, his demeanor cautious. Soto City. In front of the Rose Hotel, Flinder stared incredulously at Mei Anna, unable to believe his ears. Are you certain you want us to dine here? Indeed. This is the Rose family's finest establishment and the largest in Soto City, offering both food and lodging. To express my gratitude for your assistance, please feel free to visit any time. I assure you satisfaction without charge, Mei Anna stated generously, seemingly oblivious to Flinder's astonishment. That sounds delightful. Well done, little fatty. You should keep in touch with your sister, Flinder exclaimed, his mood instantly brightening. He cared little for the implications of a couple's hotel. Upon learning it was the Rose family's property, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The Rose family was the wealthiest merchant family in Soto City, and he strode confidently inside, disregarding the curious glances directed his way, which bore a hint of skepticism, especially given his age. However, upon seeing Mei Anna and Ma Hongjun follow behind, the expressions of onlookers grew even more perplexed. What was the nature of their relationship? Rosanna paid no mind to the gazes of onlookers as she led Ma Hongjun directly to the counter, saying, please bring me the finest dishes to the dining area. Miss, what brings you here? I shall instruct the kitchen at once. You may wait in the dining area, the counter attendant replied, momentarily distracted by a book titled My Little Yellow Book. He looked up in astonishment, but upon noticing Flander and Ma Hongjun behind Rosanna, he quickly regained his composure and offered to guide them to the dining area. There is no need for you to escort us. I can take them myself. Please hurry and give the kitchen your orders, Rosanna said kindly, clearly pleased with the attendant's demeanor. Ma Hongjun mused to himself about the perceptiveness of the staff at the Rose Hotel. Brother Hongjun, let us proceed. Just tell me what you would like to eat. It was my fault that you got involved in today's affairs. I truly feel sorry, Rosanna said as she led Flander and Ma Hongjun to a tranquil private room in the dining area. The room's window overlooked a small grove, lush and vibrant, where rabbits, squirrels, and birds frolicked. Dear Sister Anna, you are too kind. Even if it weren't for you, today's events would have unfolded in a similar manner. Ma Hongjun reassured her, displaying a remarkable understanding. Flander, standing nearby, waved dismissively. Hongjun speaks wisely. I have been keenly observing today's events. That fellow Fei wouldn't he let you go so easily if he had seen your innate soul power. Rosanna smiled sweetly, saying nothing further, and gently ruffled Ma Hongjun's hair. By the way, Sister Anna, what is the purpose of that grove outside the window? Ma Hongjun inquired curiously, his gaze fixed on the greenery. Ah, this is Soto City. Constructing an artificial grove incurs considerable expense, he noted, aware of the financial implications. That is the Rose Backwoods, home to some rare low-level soul beasts. It was created to source ingredients for our dishes and enhance our service to customers. It spans only about 2,000 square meters, so it's not particularly large. Rosanna explained with a slight smile. I see. What a pity, Ma Hongjun said, shaking his head earnestly. Chapter 10. Additional rules. Ultimately, I signed the contract, and the express delivery cost 21 yuan, while the printing fee was 15 yuan, totaling 36 yuan. Join our group chat at 720991401 for updates, discussions about the plot, or to motivate the author, who tends to become lazy after writing just 2 chapters. Chapter 11. The Soul Hunting Forest. What a pity? What is there to lament? I am curious to hear your thoughts. Do you perhaps have a better idea? Rosanna asked, her curiosity piqued. Oh, no, I just feel that constructing such a large artificial grove must have cost a significant amount of gold soul coins. I can't help but feel sorry for those coins. They could buy a lot of chicken. Ma Hongjun hastily concealed his more unsavory thoughts. The influence of the sinister flames on Ma Hongjun was substantial, often leading him to entertain peculiar notions. All you think about is food. If you grow up to be a big chubby boy, you won't be cute anymore. Rosanna chuckled softly. Sigh, I don't want that either, but the drawbacks of this martial spirit leave me with little choice. Besides women, eating is the only thing that can soothe me. Of course, if it were meat from an ice attribute soul beast, it would be even better. But that merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, Ma Hongjun sighed, feeling a mix of love and hate for his martial spirit. Fortunately, 2 years ago, realizing the balance between ice and fire, Ma Hongjun had Flander capture a 10-year ice silkworm crystal beast, which proved far more effective than other foods once cooked. At 6, Ma Hongjun had no knowledge of how women might affect him, but he assumed that the benefits of ice attribute soul beast meat were comparable, perhaps due to slight changes in the phoenix martial spirit in this world, or perhaps because the previous Ma Hongjun had failed to discover this method. He found that he now possessed an additional means to counteract the sinister flames of his phoenix spirit with the extreme cold of ice attributes. It is possible that the purity and quality of his martial spirit had improved, for Ma Hongjun's physical development surpassed that of his peers. In his previous life, many would have envied him. However, in a world that revered strength, such attributes held little significance. After all, those with great power, regardless of their abilities, would naturally see improvements alongside their strength, though the size and appearance of certain attributes would remain unchanged. This was one aspect that Ma Hongjun appreciated about his sinister flame martial spirit. Rather than calling my martial spirit a phoenix, it would be more apt to describe it as a sinister flame spirit. I know you may find it amusing, but presently, I have no effective means to remedy its drawbacks, Ma Hongjun lamented, aware that the rare medicinal herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which could purify martial spirits and suppress sinister flames, was beyond his reach. Listening to Ma Hongjun's account and observing the incongruous sadness in his youthful eyes, neither Flander nor Rosanna mocked him. Instead, they gazed upon the mature boy with empathy. Hongjun, I do not think there is anything wrong with your martial spirit. Rest assured, if you ever need assistance with your martial spirit in the future, come to me. I will take care of it, Rosanna said tenderly, affectionately stroking Ma Hongjun's head. Is that all right? Both Ma Hongjun and Flander exchanged incredulous looks with Rosanna. How silly. What are you thinking? I meant I would instruct the Rose family's mercenaries to capture more ice attribute soul beasts for you. Did you not say that the meat from ice attribute soul beasts could alleviate your condition? Rosanna clarified, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at their expressions. Oh, this rascal has tainted my thoughts after spending so much time with him. Please do not hold it against me, Miss Rose, Flander quickly explained, followed by a resigned sigh. Alas, I must confess that Shrek Academy is currently financially strained, and I have no spare funds to provide my disciple with soul beast meat. You need not worry about finances. Consider it a loan from me as an elder sister to Hongjun. He can repay me whenever he is able. How does that sound? Rosa, apprehensive of offending the dignity of the formidable Flander, cautiously ventured to speak. Little did she realize that even if she were to smother Flander with wealth, this old miser would remain utterly unfazed. Indeed, upon hearing that financial concerns would not trouble him, Flander's brow unfurled and his spirits lifted. However, when he learned that the money was a loan, his countenance momentarily stiffened. Yet, upon hearing that Ma Hongjun would be responsible for the repayment, Flander's face instantly brightened. As long as it was not his burden, he harbored no objections. He quickly donned a courteous demeanor, exclaiming, "You are far too kind, Miss Rosa. It is truly a hassle for you. Hongjun, do express your gratitude to Miss Rosa at once." Ma Hongjun attentively observed the subtle shifts in Flander's expression and couldn't help but mutter, "Indeed, a miserly fellow, unwilling to part with even a single coin." However, he was quite well-mannered, and though he recognized that May Anna was deliberately trying to cultivate a rapport with him, he felt no aversion. Upon hearing Flander's words, his demeanor instantly transformed into one of joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Anna. You are truly wonderful. If I ever find myself unable to restrain my impulses in the future, I will be sure to seek you out first." Neither of them discerned the underlying implications in Ma Hongjun's remarks, perhaps having grown accustomed to the occasional innuendos that accompanied the words of this unfortunate, lustful youth. Before long, an array of exquisite delicacies adorned the table, including some exceptionally rare dishes crafted from the flesh of soul beasts. There were 8 treasures: chicken, dragon, and phoenix platter, braised beef hooves, 10-year-old wild bull leg, as well as stinky mandarin fish, huang fei hong, and ants climbing a tree, among other common favorites. Was this the flame dragon snake soup, made from the century-old soul beast, the blazing flame snake? Goodness! Just the cost of this dish must amount to several dozen gold soul coins. The life of the affluent is indeed distinct. Even dining seems to require hundreds of gold soul coins. Flander gazed in astonishment at the large bowl of soup the waiter brought, his eyes glistening with desire as he surveyed the table filled with delicacies. utterly devoid of the dignity befitting a soul sage. In his words, what is dignity worth? Why not indulge in free food? This is not merely a meal, it's a feast worth gold soul coins. Teacher, could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? You are making me lose face, Ma Hongjun murmured in mild complaint, casting a glance at Flender. What do you understand? This is enthusiasm, do you grasp that? Don't be shy. Come, everyone, let us eat together. Flender unabashedly began to feast, all the while inviting Mei Anna and Ma Hongjun to join him. In the blink of an eye, a considerable amount of food had vanished. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun, unable to maintain his composure, immediately half-knelt on his seat and commenced a spirited contest for food with Flandra. Mei Anna smiled gently, her fondness for the genuine bond between the master and disciple growing significantly, particularly for Ma Hongjun, whose unique martial spirit evoked in her a trifecta of compassion, forbearance, and sympathy. 10 days later, in the soul-hunting forest, an elder and a youth found themselves spending the night at a campsite on the outskirts of this forest. After a sumptuous meal at the Rose Hotel 10 days prior, Ma Hongjun and Mei Anna had become increasingly familiar with one another. Mei Anna, the daughter of the richest merchant in Soto City, possessed the martial spirit of the Red Rose, a control-type spirit, and was a level 29 soul master at the age of 18. She had also learned about the backgrounds of Flandra and Ma Hongjun, which deepened her affection for him. Upon returning, Flandra summoned Ma Hongjun to his office, formally accepting him as a true disciple. However, Ma Hongjun refrained from disclosing his dual martial spirits to Flandra. His clover martial spirit remained his most significant secret. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather a desire to observe Flandra's character further. Should Flandra prove satisfactory, Ma Hongjun contemplated bestowing upon him a monumental surprise when acquiring the soul ring for the clover spirit. At present, the two found themselves in the soul-hunting forest, not far from Soto City. Is that the soul-hunting forest ahead? Teacher, with your strength, why did you bring me here instead of the Douluo forest? This seems unworthy of your status, Ma Hongjun remarked, somewhat reluctantly. You little rascal, what do you know? With your current strength, the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest are ample for you to choose from. The Douluo forest is not a place for you to enter at this stage. Going there would be tantamount to delivering yourself as a meal. I am considering your safety. Zhao Wujie needs to remain at the academy. Otherwise, we could venture there together. Flandra replied, perhaps influenced by Mei Anna, as his demeanor towards Ma Hongjun had noticeably softened. Very well, but teacher, I have a surprise for you when acquiring the soul ring, so do not be startled. Ma Hongjun responded, a wry smile crossing his face as he suddenly shifted his tone to one of mischief. Having experienced Flandra's protection during the awakening of his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun now felt a greater sense of closeness to him, genuinely regarding this avaricious, unprincipled teacher as family. What mischief are you plotting now? As long as you don't give me a scare, I shall be thoroughly satisfied, Flandra retorted, rolling his eyes at Ma Hongjun. Nevertheless, his curious gaze betrayed his true feelings, for over the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun had indeed concocted a plethora of oddities. For instance, due to the influence of his malevolent fire, Ma Hongjun sought assistance from Flinder in the dead of night, hoping to harness his soul power. However, upon awakening the following day, Flinder discovered his bed strewn with maps. In another instance, unable to rein in the sinister flames, Ma Hongjun ventured into his office in search of him, inadvertently incinerating a cherished collection of illustrations from the Jinping Mei that Flinder had treasured for years. The incident primarily stemmed from Flinder's absence, leading Ma Hongjun to stumble upon the book, and as you can imagine, the ensuing chaos was inevitable. Such peculiar occurrences abound, and I shall recount them in greater detail later. Chapter 12. The Underworld's Unique Horned Serpent. Ma Hongjun remained silent, instead choosing to recline on the ground and reflect on his own thoughts. Seeing this, Flinder smiled with satisfaction, slightly narrowing his eyes, although he appeared to be resting. A portion of his mental acuity remained alert to the surroundings. Rest assured, dear teacher, as your disciple, I shall undoubtedly become the most dashing figure on the continent in the future. Ma Hongjun glanced at the now closed eyes of Flinder, and memories of the hidden soul rings of the 3-leaf clover spirit flooded his mind, prompting reflections on the experiences of the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, Ma Hongjun has not been idle. Upon discovering the significance of the first leaf of the clover, which symbolizes faith, he dedicated himself to refining his will, treating himself as his own belief. Indeed, Ma Hongjun lived up to expectations. successfully unlocking the restrictions on the hidden soul ring associated with the first leaf of the clover martial spirit. The additional constraints of the hidden soul ring are neither excessively difficult nor particularly easy. For instance, since the first leaf represents faith, Ma Hongjun needed to comprehend and possess unwavering conviction in order to add the hidden soul ring when he reached the requisite level. What is faith? Generally, faith can be categorized into three types: religious belief, a particular ideology, and belief in a person or object. The Flower Garland Sutra states, all celestial beings exhibit exceptional conduct, and the humans and deities share the same faith. Thus, the arduous practice of asceticism is something that bodhisattvas can accomplish. This refers to religious faith. Yet Ma Hongjun had no intention of using this as a reference. What is faith? The pilgrimage to the west signifies Tang San's faith. What is faith? The restoration of the homeland and loyalty to the nation embodies Yu Fei's faith. What is faith? The pursuit of strength is Ma Hongjun's faith. It is not sufficient merely to understand. One must embody faith. All things originate from heaven, and humanity arises from ancestors. Heaven, earth, and ancestors are the foundation of all beings. Initially, faith was divided into the worship of heaven and earth and the veneration of ancestors. The emergence of these beliefs stemmed from humanity's early reverence for nature and their forebears. As civilization progressed, the meaning of faith expanded significantly. Faith is light. It is a dream and conviction, serving as a vessel for hope. To achieve success in cultivating martial spirits, steadfast belief is essential. Thus, Ma Hongjun surmised that the clover martial spirit sought to instill unwavering conviction in him from the outset of his training. I am the light. I am the deity within my own heart. This epitomizes Ma Hongjun's understanding, akin to a certain ideological type, yet not entirely so. Evidently, Ma Hongjun's conjecture was not misguided. He preemptively unlocked the limitations of the first leaf. It must be noted that Ma Hongjun's ability to maintain resolute faith is also partly attributable to his second martial spirit, the evil fire. Without the dual tempering of spirit and body that the evil fire provides, he would not have swiftly attained such steadfast conviction. Based on the information regarding the clover martial soul, coupled with his practical experience and previous knowledge of the lucky clover, Ma Hongjun has meticulously pieced together these insights. Although he had already attained a sense of illumination within himself 6 months prior, he had yet to break through the 10th level and thus could not acquire a soul ring. Furthermore, awakening his martial soul at an age younger than 6, if discovered by those with ulterior motives, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the powers across the continent. Each individual is a sovereign in this world, unique in their own right. It is also noteworthy that Ma Hongjun firmly believes in justice. Although it may arrive tardily, it shall never be absent. As Ma Hongjun pondered, he couldn't help but anticipate the extraordinary rewards that the first hidden spirit ring might bestow upon him. Perhaps an unparalleled martial art or a rare treasure, a divine weapon of remarkable prowess. The world passage concealed within the leaves of the three-leaf clover was beyond his current comprehension. However, the prospect of acquiring a precious artifact or technique from that interconnected realm was something he could eagerly await. This was one of the aspects he valued most about the three-leaf clover spirit. Though it was not a system in itself, it surpassed the capabilities of any ordinary system. Ma Hongjun was unaware that the clover spirit, having absorbed the essence of the Douluo world's grand principles, intertwined with the unique attributes of its own luck, connected the passages to the 9 great worlds. This passage led directly to the source of fortune in the connected realms, enabling the direct replication and appropriation of the source of luck without affecting the linked worlds in the slightest. This was the true, extraordinary aspect of the clover spirit. Suddenly, a series of soft, slithering sounds emanated from outside, reminiscent of a spirit beast gliding across the ground. Stay inside the tent and remain silent. I shall investigate, Flanders declared, abruptly opening his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from within the tent, leaving only his voice echoing in Ma Hongjun's ears. Ma Hongjun was certainly not one to be overly honest. Upon his first visit to the soul-hunting forest, it would be disingenuous to claim that he was devoid of curiosity. At merely 6 years of age, he towered over his peers. Yet he was still just a child standing at approximately 1.5 meters tall. Though an adult soul resided within his body, it was inevitable that he would exhibit certain childlike traits. A prime example is Tang San, who, having traversed to the Douluo world at the age of 29, appeared considerably more mature than his contemporaries, but that was the extent of it. Ma Hongjun peeked out from the entrance of the tent, revealing a cherubic face, rosy and delicate like an apple, as he curiously gazed at Flander in the distance. Flander, with all 7 of his spirit rings shimmering, fixed his gaze intently on the spirit beast before him, anxious that it might harm the young boy inside the tent. The spirit beast was a 10,000-year-old dark serpent, exuding a malevolent black aura, its entire form shrouded in darkness, adorned with a venomous horn atop its head. Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a cold sweat for Flander. The age of a spirit beast can be discerned by the color of its emitted spirit power. 10-year spirit beasts possess white energy, 100-year ones bear yellow. 1,000-year ones exhibit purple, while 10,000-year creatures are marked by black. Ma Hongjun initially believed that he was merely on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, where encountering a millennium soul beast was utterly improbable. This assumption led him to venture out for a closer inspection, reassured by the presence of Flander, whose expertise promised absolute safety. However, Ma Hongjun's confidence began to waver as he contemplated the possibility that his luckgrass martial spirit might be a counterfeit, having inadvertently drawn him into the presence of a millennium soul beast. Alas, dear serpent, I know you can comprehend my words. You must have developed a modicum of intelligence. I beseech you, do not trouble us. Once my disciples have acquired the necessary soul rings, we shall take our leave, Ma Hongjun implored, sensing the tension in the air. Flander remained fixated on the looming presence of the nether poison-horned serpent, noting its hesitation to attack. He spoke calmly, understanding that while some millennium soul beasts could awaken intelligence ahead of time, it was not as advanced as that of a 100,000-year beast. Yet it could still be likened to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Flander was not incapable of defeating the creature. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in combat, as it could endanger Ma Hongjun should a battle ensue. However, the nether poison-horned serpent paid no heed to Flander's overtures, its serpentine eyes darting nervously to the rear, betraying a hint of fear and impatience. The serpent, unable to articulate its thoughts, felt a profound frustration at being obstructed by the old man in front of it. It longed to strike him away with a swift motion and escape, but the fear of the woman pursuing it from behind kept it at bay. Upon spotting Ma Hongjun peeking out, the serpent exhibited no inclination to seize him, appearing surprisingly honorable. Teacher, step aside. You are blocking its path, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, observing the visible injury on the serpent's abdomen and its anxious demeanor. Flander, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words and noticing the serpent's wounds, quickly understood the situation and retreated to Ma Hongjun's side. With a grateful glance towards Ma Hongjun, the nether poison-horned serpent veered away from their tent and sped off into the distance. It seems it was merely passing by our tent, and we inadvertently obstructed its escape. There must be enemies pursuing it, Ma Hongjun speculated, thoughtfully pinching his delicate chin. Oh, cough. It does appear that way. I wondered how we could possibly encounter a millennium soul beast here. The nether poison-horned serpent is known for its gentle disposition and would not attack unless provoked. It seems the fault lies with me, Flander admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he recognized that his sudden appearance had indeed blocked the serpent's path. Nevertheless, under similar circumstances, anyone would have intervened, especially considering Ma Hongjun had only just awakened his martial spirit, warranting concern for his safety. Rather than retreating to rest, the two resolved to seek out a suitable soul ring and absorb it, eager to depart the forest as soon as possible. While the dangers within the soul-hunting forest were uncertain, it was clear that the presence of the nether poison-horned serpent indicated it had been relentlessly pursued. 10 minutes later, having just finished packing their tent, Flander and Ma Hongjun were caught off guard by an overwhelming surge of soul power. The oppressive force was nearly tangible, causing even Flander's visage to flush red. Quickly, he enveloped Ma Hongjun with protective soul power. As they turned, they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman of regal bearing standing not far behind them. Have you seen a millennium soul beast pass through here? She inquired, her voice devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon Flander. Bibi Dong. Flander gasped, recognizing the elegant figure before him, his astonishment evident. Ah, you are Flander. One of the golden iron triangle's flying horn, she remarked, her pressure on them dissipating slightly as a flicker of surprise crossed her features, though she maintained her lofty demeanor as she continued to question him. Ma Hongjun gasped for breath, his face pale and his heart heavy with frustration. Yet he feigned an expression of innocence. Even under the protective aura of Flander, he had narrowly escaped peril. The pressure he felt was overwhelmingly intense. Upon hearing Flander's surprised exclamation, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Ma Hongjun's eyes. In a rush of enthusiasm, he chirped, "Beautiful big sister, your aura is so powerful. Truly impressive. Stronger than my teacher. In fact, I could hardly breathe. I just witnessed a massive serpent, exuding black soul power, being chased away by my teacher. I wonder if it was the ancient soul beast you mentioned. Such a sweet-talking little fellow. Congratulations, Flander. You've acquired a fine disciple." Bibi Dong glanced at Ma Hongjun and silently marveled at his considerable talent, estimating his innate soul power to be at least level 7 or above. Upon seeing Flander, she couldn't help but think of the stubborn figure that lingered in her heart. She instinctively wished to inquire about his well-being but quickly suppressed her emotions. Her current status forbade such sentiments, compelling herself to focus on the matter at hand. She turned to Ma Hongjun and inquired coolly, "Little one, please tell your sister the direction in which it fled." Observing Ma Hongjun's still pale countenance, a flicker of guilt crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. But it was swiftly replaced by an air of indifference. Ma Hongjun blinked his large eyes and, seeing that Flinder remained silent, understood he was being given free rein to improvise. With an earnest expression, he deliberately pointed in the wrong direction and said, "The giant serpent was incredibly fast. It fled toward the left." Bibi Dong, without a trace of suspicion, immediately pursued in the erroneous direction. Who would doubt the words of a child who appeared no older than 7 or 8? Once certain she had truly departed. Flinder patted his chest in lingering fear and scolded, "You reckless brat. Do you even know who she is? She is the most powerful woman on the entire continent. If she discovers you deceived her, we'll both be doomed." Ma Hongjun shrugged nonchalantly. "I merely mentioned a serpent, not the nether unicorn serpent. Besides, even if she had chased the right direction, catching it was hardly guaranteed. How is this our concern?" His vindictive streak was a clear inheritance from Flinder. Even a beautiful woman wouldn't sway him. "Enough. Let's leave this place quickly," Flinder conceded. Knowing the vastness of the spirit-hunting forest connected to numerous mountain ranges, though he acknowledged Ma Hongjun's logic, he couldn't help but admire the boy's audacity. Today's events had left him thoroughly impressed. First, Ma Hongjun had noticed the netherunicorn serpent with keener observation than his own, then calmly deceived Bibi Dong without hesitation. Such composure was unheard of in a 6-year-old. A disciple like this was truly one in a million. Yet, Ma Hongjun found it peculiar. Why would a rare 10,000-year spirit beast appear in the spirit-hunting forest? And why had Bibi Dong herself pursued it? Was there something extraordinary about this creature? Deep within the spirit-hunting forest, an elder and a youth sat cross-legged in a clearing. Behind them lay the corpse of a plant-type spirit beast, a ghost vine, its deep yellow spirit ring hovering above. The two were none other than Ma Hongjun and Flinder. 2 days had passed since their near encounter with the Pope, Bibi Dong. To expedite their departure, Flinder had guided Ma Hongjun deeper into the forest to secure a suitable spirit ring. Though they encountered many fitting spirit beasts, Ma Hongjun rejected them all, some for their low age, others for their weakness. Only upon finding this roughly 420-year-old ghost vine did he finally approve. Initially, Flinder had vehemently opposed hunting a plant-type beast for a fire-attributed beast spirit master. "You're madder than my old friend, who proposed the 10 great spirit core competences," he had exclaimed. But when Ma Hongjun revealed his 3-leaf clover spirit, Flinder froze in stunned silence. "Twin spirits. By the heavens. Is this your surprise? My disciple possesses twin spirits, a beast spirit and a tool spirit. An unprecedented dual-type pairing in the entire continent." Flinder's voice trembled with disbelief, his face etched with shock, and beneath it, a flicker of deep concern. "Indeed. Is there an issue? Can one not possess both?" Ma Hongjun feigned innocence, though inwardly, he recognized the rarity. Flinder's expression darkened. "I cannot say for certain, but according to a theoretical master I know, only 2 twin spirit possessors have emerged in the past century. The first, lacking guidance, attempted to affix rings to both spirits simultaneously. Upon adding the 3rd ring to his 2nd spirit, the conflicting energies tore him apart. His tone lacked joy, though he would have celebrated such talent in another. This was his own disciple. The path of twin spirits, while formidable, was fraught with peril. He couldn't bear the thought of harm befalling this child. One of the few he cherished his family. Ma Hongjun had awakened his spirit power prematurely, his unstable flames causing no small distress. His early enrollment at Shrek Academy had bound him closer to Flinder, who, solitary by nature, had come to regard the boy as a son. And the 2nd twin spirit possessor? Ma Hongjun probed, though he already suspected the answer. The 2nd was that terrifying woman we encountered, Bibi Dong, Pope of the Spirit Hall, the youngest titled Douluo in history, and the first to overcome spirit ring backlash. She surpassed even the so-called youngest, but both were twin beast spirit possessors. Your case is unprecedented. I cannot predict its implications. Flinder sighed heavily. If only my old friend were here. Don't worry, master. I'm different. If necessary, I'll focus on one spirit until the path is clear. Ma Hongjun reassured, withholding the full truth of his spirits. Some secrets, even from those dearest, were best kept, not out of distrust, but for the safety of all involved. Transparency didn't always strengthen bonds. Sometimes, mystery preserved them. Very well. Absorb that spirit ring now. It will vanish within half an hour. A plant-type ghost vine's ability should suit your tool spirit well, Flender urged, knowing plant-type spirits typically excelled in control-based combat. Ma Hongjun grinned. The real surprise is yet to come. Prepare yourself, master. Ma Hongjun gracefully settled himself beside the lifeless body of a vine, cloaked in darkness and adorned with shimmering silver patterns. With a playful tone, he remarked upon the scene. This vine was the corpse of the ghost vine, which bore the charred remnants of flames that had scorched its surface, exuding a pungent odor of burnt flesh. The devastation was wrought by Ma Hongjun's sinister fire, culminating in a final strike delivered by him. It is only when a soul beast falls at the hands of Ma Hongjun that the resulting soul ring can be absorbed and refined by him. Sitting cross-legged, he began to channel his soul power, drawing in and absorbing the soul ring. Ma Hongjun did not allow the ghost vine spirit ring to be absorbed in the conventional manner upon the leaves of the soul weapon, the three-leaf clover. Instead, he meticulously guided the spirit ring to the stem of the three-leaf clover, where one would observe 9 enigmatic patterns ascending from the base to the top. Indeed, Ma Hongjun intended to absorb the concealed spirit ring first, eager to discern the transformations it might bestow upon him, and to ascertain whether its potential was as extraordinary as he had envisioned. As the energy from the spirit ring was drawn in by Ma Hongjun, it gradually flowed into his being and was subsequently channeled to the stem of the three-leaf clover, until, upon successful absorption, the spirit ring reappeared upon the first leaf. After more than half an hour, just as the spirit power of the ring began to wane, Ma Hongjun successfully and flawlessly absorbed the entirety of the ghost vine spirit ring's energy. Once a spirit beast perishes, its spirit ring can only remain for half an hour. Or rather, 1 hour. It must be a beast killed by one's own hand to ensure the successful absorption of its spirit ring. Once the absorption commences, it will not vanish, yet prolonged duration may lead to the loss of some spirit power. This rule truly embodies the essence of the survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail and the victor reigns supreme. Ma Hongjun did not contemplate altering the course of events. There was no clear right or wrong. Just as humanity encompasses both virtuous and nefarious soul masters, so too do soul beasts possess their own complexities. This understanding partly motivated Ma Hongjun to deceive Bibi Dong. He perceived no malice in the netherworld unicorn, while Bibi Dong approached with an overwhelming presence, prompting his choice to mislead her. Although his actions were somewhat impulsive, it is inevitable that Bibi Dong will eventually encounter irreconcilable conflicts with Shrek Academy. Moreover, she is unlikely to discover the deception. Any doubts she harbors will be fleeting. As the exalted Pope, she would not trouble herself over mere suspicions. Ma Hongjun can be said to have meticulously considered every aspect before making his decision. What appears to be reckless is, in fact, a result of profound contemplation. After rising to his feet, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of invigorating energy coursing through his body, accompanied by a profound sense of strength. With a mere thought, a circle of yellow soul rings manifested around him, signaling his ascension to the realm of an 11th level soul master. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a blinding silver light, imbued with the essence of heavenly laws, erupted from the mysterious world within the first leaf of a clover, rushing towards his mind. Ah! Ouch! Ma Hongjun instantly crumpled to the ground, clutching his head and emitting a pained cry. Hongjun! Hongjun! What is the matter? Do not frighten your teacher, Flender exclaimed, his concern palpable. Could it be a backlash from the martial spirit? How troublesome! Without a moment's hesitation, Flender dashed to Ma Hongjun's side, shaking him urgently. When there was no response, he prepared to channel his soul power to assess Ma Hongjun's condition. Please, stop shaking. If you continue, I might truly be incapacitated. I am fine, merely a bit weak. I shall recover shortly, Ma Hongjun managed to utter, still feeling the remnants of the overwhelming silver light that had nearly shattered his mental faculties, causing his sudden collapse. Fortunately, his state returned to normal almost immediately, though his mental acuity remained somewhat diminished. Flender, after a thorough examination that revealed no immediate issues, finally felt a sense of relief. He erected a tent for Ma Hongjun to rest in and stationed himself outside as a vigilant guardian. Inside the tent, Ma Hongjun examined the information regarding the soul ring that had unexpectedly appeared in his mind, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The skill bestowed upon him by this soul ring was parasitism, akin to Tang San's second soul ring. However, this was not the source of his true elation. Instead, it was the powerful technique that had manifested in his consciousness, the sun-breathing technique from the world of Demon Slayer, renowned as the most potent breathing method. This technique enhances pulmonary function, allowing the blood to acquire an abundance of oxygen in a brief period, significantly augmenting human physical capabilities to the point of rivaling those of demons. The original and most formidable breathing technique, sun breathing, has given rise to 5 fundamental derivatives: flame, water, wind, rock, and lightning. With sun breathing, Ma Hongjun could train tirelessly, day and night, unyielding and free from fatigue. Overwhelmed with joy at having received the enlightenment of the sun-breathing technique, Ma Hongjun realized that once he mastered this method, his physical attributes would experience tremendous enhancement, potentially granting him a physique approximately 8 times superior to that of an average soul master of the same level. At present, having just grasped the sun-breathing technique, Ma Hongjun already possessed double the physical prowess. Is this the power bestowed upon me by the Faith Soul Ring? Truly formidable. To have such an extraordinary ability from merely the first soul ring is remarkable. I must strive to evolve you into a 4-leaf, 7-leaf, or even 9-leaf form. Ma Hongjun mused excitedly, caressing his martial spirit. He also decided to bestow upon his first hidden soul ring a name imbued with the symbolism of clover, Faith Soul Ring. Chapter 15, Dual Soul Ring Soul Master. The following day, early in the morning, upon awakening, Ma Hongjun was surprised to find that Flinder, unusually industrious, had brought him a chicken. Upon awakening, Ma Hongjun discovered the figure of Flinder not far from the tent, busily preparing a pot of chicken soup. On the cherubic face of Ma Hongjun, a warm glow unexpectedly surfaced. In his perspective, his standing in Flander's heart remained quite elevated, surpassing even that of the original Ma Hongjun in the narrative. This, he considered a testament to his own abilities, which brought him a sense of joy and a hint of pride. At the very least, his social acumen was significantly superior to that of the original corpulent Ma Hongjun. He certainly wouldn't mind if others attributed this to his charm and formidable talent. Ah, little chubby one, you're awake. Here is a bowl of chicken soup I prepared. Do see if it pleases your palate. Given the scarcity of quality ingredients in this soul-hunting forest, you'll have to make do. It's important to nourish yourself, and as these ingredients were sourced locally, I shall not charge you any gold soul coins, Flander remarked, his previously furrowed brows easing as he watched Ma Hongjun emerge, serving him a bowl of soup while feigning indifference. Well, even if you were to request gold soul coins, I currently possess none, Ma Hongjun chuckled, accepting the chicken soup and drinking it down in one go. Contrary to his expectations, it was not scalding hot. Instead, it radiated a gentle warmth and was extraordinarily palatable, with a subtle coolness reminiscent of ice attributes intermingled within. Before Ma Hongjun could inquire further, Flander preempted him. I happened to stumble upon an ice attribute medicinal herb not far from here. I thought it might be beneficial for your sinister flames, so I included it in the soup. Ma Hongjun carefully sensed his condition, and indeed, as Flinder had mentioned, his malevolent fire had been temporarily suppressed. It would be impossible for him to experience uncontrollable episodes for at least half a month. Thank you, teacher, Ma Hongjun said, feeling a surge of emotion. Such a precious medicinal herb would undoubtedly fetch over 100 gold soul coins. Given Flinder's notoriously frugal nature, this was akin to plucking feathers from his own body. It's nothing. After all, I found it on my way. Flinder waved his hand nonchalantly, though his heart ached at the thought. Nevertheless, even if given the chance to choose again, he would make the same decision. Ma Hongjun refrained from speaking further, choosing instead to harbor his thoughts within. He understood that although Flander could be obstinate, greedy, and even cunning, he was also profoundly sentimental and protective of his students. After packing up the tent, Flander turned to Ma Hongjun and inquired, "You rascal, is everything all right? How is your recovery? If all is well, we should depart from the soul-hunting forest soon. It is perilous here. Should we happen to encounter Bibi Dong again, it would be quite challenging for us to evade her a second time. Teacher, I fear we cannot leave just yet, for I sense I might be on the verge of acquiring another soul ring," Ma Hongjun replied, neatly folding his blanket and winking at Flander. "What? Absolutely not. I cannot permit you to bestow a second soul ring upon your secondary beast martial soul at such an early juncture. Do you wish for your own demise?" Flander exclaimed, taken aback and vehemently rebuffing the suggestion. "It is not a beast martial soul, it is the clover martial soul," Ma Hongjun clarified, summoning forth his clover martial soul and gesturing towards its leaves. Are you already at level 20? Flander asked, momentarily stunned, casting a puzzled glance at Ma Hongjun. Not yet. Leave me be. How do you intend to acquire a second soul ring? Spare me your nonsense. Surely you understand the conditions for obtaining a soul ring? What have I taught you? Flander chided, lightly tapping Ma Hongjun on the head. Of course I know. When a soul master's soul power reaches multiples of 10, such as level 10, 20, or 30, a bottleneck is encountered, preventing further advancement until a soul beast is hunted for a soul ring. Without acquiring a soul ring, soul power can still increase, but it cannot be utilized until a soul ring is obtained. Moreover, the soul power from the soul ring can aid in enhancing one's own soul power level. Ma Hongjun expounded confidently, fully aware of this knowledge from his previous life. Knowing that, you still want my assistance to acquire a soul ring? Even if you were to hunt a soul beast now, you would not be able to absorb it, Flander remarked with a bemused expression, as if questioning Ma Hongjun's intentions. My martial soul appears to possess a unique quality that allows me to acquire 2 soul rings at once. Furthermore, after obtaining the first soul ring yesterday, my physical strength and various bodily functions seem to have doubled, Ma Hongjun explained, omitting any mention of the demon slayer breathing technique and attributing everything to the uniqueness of his martial soul. Is that truly the case? Flander expressed skepticism, for in his many years of life, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. As Ma Hongjun observed Flander's skepticism, he took a few steps back, then, with a swift and electrifying motion, propelled himself forward, swiftly plucking one of Flander's whiskers from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. After retreating another 2 or 3 meters, he triumphantly blew on the whisker in his hand and declared, "Now do you believe me?" Such remarkable speed was akin to that of a grand soul master. Flander, unable to evade, was genuinely astonished to find a whisker had indeed been removed. This left him in a state of contemplation. It was peculiar. The century-old plant-type soul beast, Ghostvine, could not possibly yield such effects. It appeared, as you suggested, that it was indeed related to the uniqueness of your martial soul. Are you certain that acquiring another soul ring will not adversely affect you? Flander stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before seemingly reaching a resolution. He gazed at Ma Hongjun with a grave expression and inquired. The enhancement effects of soul rings of the same level but differing types are vastly different for martial souls. For soul masters, the augmentation provided by soul rings is contingent not only on the strength of the soul beast, but also on the compatibility between the soul beast and the martial soul. While acquiring a soul ring invariably leads to a certain degree of improvement in one's physical capabilities, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary enhancement experienced by Ma Hongjun. This was merely the initial grasp of the breath of the sun technique, without having yet attained the profound mastery of it. The breath of the sun is the pinnacle of breathing techniques in Demon Slayer, not something an ordinary person can master, requiring immense fortune and patience. Ma Hongjun's preliminary mastery was primarily due to the forceful enlightenment bestowed by his clover martial soul. Moreover, Flander was unaware that Ma Hongjun's claim of a doubling effect referred to the enhancement beyond the realm of soul masters, with further mastery likely to amplify his capabilities. No. Ma Hongjun replied confidently, I sense that the soul ring will not cause any conflict between martial souls, and it may even alleviate certain tensions between them. After acquiring this hidden soul ring, I might even attempt to obtain the first soul ring for my second martial soul, the Evil Fire Phoenix. I believe I can reach the limit for the second soul ring, a soul ring from a soul beast approximately 764 years old. Ma Hongjun nodded affirmatively, carefully crafting his words. However, Ma Hongjun's words elicited an eye roll from Flander, who responded with a hint of annoyance. It's already a rare fortune to encounter a soul beast around 700 years old. Where do you expect to find one so close to the limit? Since you are so confident, I suppose I will trust you this time. He no longer doubted the veracity of Ma Hongjun's statements. In his heart, he recognized that while Ma Hongjun could be a bit mischievous, he was more mature than his peers and displayed considerable restraint. This was a point of satisfaction for Flander, who appreciated that Ma Hongjun, despite being only 6, showed great respect for him as a teacher. How could such an obedient child possibly be disliked? If Ma Hongjun could elevate his trifolium martial soul to the 9-leaf clover in the future, the benefits he would reap would be simply unimaginable. Not to mention the rewards of hidden soul rings. Just the additional 18 soul rings compared to an ordinary soul master would equate to 18 enhancements in physical prowess. Coupled with the 9 enhancements from the Phoenix martial soul, that would amount to 27 opportunities for physical enhancement, a rhythm that borders on the divine. However, All of this hinges on the successful evolution of the trifolium martial soul. In Chapter 16, titled Dual Soul Ring Soul Master, Part 2, Flinder once again assessed Ma Hongjun's physical condition. Once he confirmed there were no significant issues, he finally felt a sense of relief. Currently, Ma Hongjun's physical attributes were nearly on par with those of an average Great Soul Master. Aside from having less soul power than a Great Soul Master, his other physical functions were not inferior. Notably, the enhancements in agility and strength could play a crucial role in battles for lower-ranked Soul Masters. Sigh, if only they were in the Stardow Forest or the Sunset Forest, I would love to hunt a faceless spider and test my luck. The variety of soul beasts in the soul hunting forest is simply too sparse, with only a handful of rare species available, which is far from sufficient for me to choose from. Ma Hongjun sighed in resignation, contemplating that Flinder must be aware of the master's theories. Yet he presumed Flinder would not encourage him to experiment. Having spent the entire day without discovering a suitable soul ring, the two began to display signs of impatience. Sigh, if only Xiao Gang were here. His extensive knowledge of martial souls would surely enable him to find the most suitable soul ring for you in no time. Flinder sighed, realizing that much of the day had passed without locating an appropriate soul ring, and he unconsciously thought of Master Yu Xiaojing. However, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun could not help but scoff inwardly. The master's theories were only somewhat applicable to lower-ranked soul masters. As for his theory that weapon soul masters could absorb soul rings from different types of soul beasts, Ma Hongjun believed that prominent forces like the three great martial soul clans were undoubtedly aware of this, but simply kept it under wraps. Yu Xiaojing's knowledge stemmed from his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Thus, it could be said that the master's theories were only beneficial to grassroots soul masters, most of whom possessed relatively low soul power. Although Ma Hongjun also hailed from humble beginnings, he did not require such theoretical support. His understanding of soul beasts and their skill characteristics sufficed for him to cultivate to the rank of title Douluo. In comparison, Flinder held a special place in Ma Hongjun's heart, possessing both strength and a nurturing spirit akin to that of a father. Master, are you referring to the theoretical master Xiao Gang you often mention? What makes him so remarkable? I believe you are far superior to him, Ma Hongjun remarked casually. Yet his words revealed his true sentiments. Haha, the little chubby one knows how to flatter. Of course, I am far superior to him, whether in appearance or character. Flinder laughed heartily at Ma Hongjun's praise, though he quickly remembered not to lose his authority in front of his disciple. He stroked his mustache and humbly added, ahem. However, every field has its own expertise. When it comes to the research of martial souls, I must admit I am somewhat inferior to him. Indeed. Yet the best theories must be grounded in actual strength, or else the cost of earning the respect of the majority is simply too great, Ma Hongjun remarked. Hinting at his agreement, he acknowledged that while the master may lack in many areas, his contributions to martial soul research were indeed commendable. However, in a world where strength reigns supreme, lacking foundational power means that no one would genuinely respect him. Tang San was an exception, of course, as he had been raised within the confines of the Tang sect, where the feudal values of respecting teachers and valuing the path were instilled from a young age. Tang San held sincere emotions for his past life in the Tang sect, just as Ma Hongjun possessed unwavering determination in his choice to embrace the essence of Huaxia in this life. Ma Hongjun firmly believed that he would not lose face in front of modern individuals and was certain that he could surpass Tang San's achievements. His confidence stemmed from his martial soul, the three-leaf clover. These soul beasts, aged over 500 years, were becoming increasingly rare in the soul-hunting forest, leaving one to ponder whether there would come a day when these creatures would vanish entirely from the continent. Flinder, who had been struggling to find a suitable soul ring for Ma Hongjun, gazed at the setting sun gradually fading above the forest and remarked, I believe we can look for serpentine or arachnid soul beasts. I once encountered an ancient text that detailed the properties of herbaceous martial souls, suggesting that serpentine and arachnid soul beasts could be just as effective as their plant counterparts, each possessing unique advantages and disadvantages. Unwilling to waste several more days searching for an appropriate soul ring, Ma Hongjun, with a glint in his eye, earnestly addressed Flinder, where did you come across this ancient text that aligns with Xiao Gang's theories? Could it be possible for one to absorb soul rings from different categories? Flinder, taken aback, gazed at Ma Hongjun with astonishment. I found it in the collection of Grandpa Dima, the village chief of Wudong village. What is the matter? Is it unsuitable? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, relishing the surprise on Flinder's face. After a moment of contemplation, Flinder chose not to respond immediately. He pondered for a while before saying, no, let us first seek out suitable plant-type soul beasts. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture deeper into the core region. If we truly cannot find anything, we can then consider your suggestion regarding serpentine and arachnid soul beasts. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun felt no surprise whatsoever. Even if Flander were to hear of such matters while being aware of the Master's theories, he would not easily attempt to absorb soul rings from soul beasts outside the plant category. As the sky gradually darkened, the night in the soul-hunting forest revealed an exquisite beauty. Ma Hongjun inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant aroma of the lush grasses, and could not help but marvel at the pristine ecological forest, which far surpassed the world he had previously inhabited. He silently resolved that if he were to gain the ability in the future, he would never allow certain foolish humans to tarnish this beautiful ecological environment. As the night deepened, Flander, somewhat resigned, sought out a large tree. At its fork, there were two branches perfectly suited for lying down, and thus, he and Ma Hongjun rested there for the night. Ma Hongjun may indulge in a carefree slumber, yet his teacher bears the responsibility of maintaining vigilance in the surrounding area. In recent days, he has scarcely rested, merely dozing with half-closed eyes while remaining acutely aware of the slightest movements in his vicinity. If the necessary soul rings for Ma Hongjun are not acquired in one fell swoop, the time wasted upon returning could very well be measured in months. Even a fortnight is crucial for a low-ranking soul master. The rank of soul master is a pivotal threshold. The younger one attains the rank of soul master, the greater their future accomplishments are likely to be. Thus, to avoid impeding Ma Hongjun's cultivation time, Flander is prepared to endure a few days without feeling fatigued. After taking a short nap, Ma Hongjun awoke and noticed Flander, who was squinting slightly. He couldn't help but say, "Teacher, please take a moment to rest. I find myself unable to sleep. Allow me to keep watch over our surroundings. With your strength, as long as you remain slightly vigilant in the soul-hunting forest, you will encounter no danger." Flander pondered for a moment and agreed, realizing that as long as Ma Hongjun made a sound, he would be able to react swiftly given his prowess. With a reassuring nod, he soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Ma Hongjun gazed up at the stars twinkling in the sky, nostalgia washing over him as he recalled the azure planet of his past life. The moon in Douluo continent shone exceptionally bright, and the stars, too, bestowed an ethereal sensation upon the night. In contrast, the moon from his homeland evoked a deeper sense of intimacy within him. The moonlight flowed like fine wine, while the gentle breeze drifted quietly through the poetic hues of the night, revealing a scene teeming with vitality. Half an hour later, boredom set in, and Ma Hongjun began to observe the occasional small squirrels and rabbits scurrying beneath the trees. He couldn't help but ponder if Xiao was akin to one of these rabbits. How delightful it would be to transform such a cute creature into a spicy rabbit head dish. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, shattering Ma Hongjun's whimsical thoughts. A 7-meter-long black serpent materialized not far from the trees, exuding a deep yellow aura of soul power, and in one swift motion, it devoured the charming squirrel that had crossed its path. Frand, abruptly awakened, swiftly seized Ma Hongjun and brought him to the tree's base. Upon realizing that the intruder was merely a century-old soul beast, he remained unfazed, even in the presence of a highly venomous 700-year-old phosphorus serpent. For him, as long as it was not a 10,000-year soul beast, there was no cause for concern. Even a 10,000-year phosphorus serpent would pose little challenge for Frand if he were alone. As his martial spirit was the bane of serpentine souls, he was a 76th-level battle soul sage with a 4-eyed cat-eagle martial spirit. As Frand unleashed his soul power, excitement danced in his eyes at the sight of the phosphorus serpent. This creature was among the elite of serpent soul beasts, and Frand had already resolved to allow Ma Hongjun to absorb the spirit ring of a serpent soul beast. Was this not a fortuitous offering? Indeed, within moments, the phosphorus serpent, facing the true manifestation of Frand's martial spirit, stood no chance and quickly succumbed to its fate. Recognizing the serpent's formidable venom and mindful of Ma Hongjun's safety, Frand opted for the swiftest resolution, demonstrating his protective nature, albeit perhaps a tad overzealously. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun hesitated not for a moment. The 3-leaf clover martial soul entwined around the body of the phosphorescent serpent like a spectral vine. As he simultaneously summoned his second martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, unleashing the malevolent flames inherent to it. A cacophony of crackling flames erupted within the soul-hunting forest, rendering the phosphorescent serpent, bound like a helpless creature, utterly devoid of any means of resistance. Ma Hongjun raised the dagger in his hand, and with a swift motion, delivered a decisive strike. A radiant yellow halo, more resplendent than the soul rings of the spectral vine, manifested above the serpent's lifeless form. Consider this carefully. Absorbing the soul ring of a serpent may pose certain dangers. Should anything seem amiss, I will immediately find a way to rouse you. Remember, nothing is more important than your life, Flinder remarked, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, who was preparing to absorb the soul ring. Indeed, I have made up my mind. Rest assured, teacher, I will undoubtedly succeed in the absorption, Ma Hongjun replied, exhibiting not a trace of fear. If Tang San could achieve such feats, so could he. In this life, his foremost ambition was to surpass Tang San. Relying on others was no substitute for self-reliance. Despite the close bond between Ma Hongjun and Tang San, he could not fathom why Tang San did not assist him in bringing Bai Qinxiang to the divine realm. A level 1 deity could bring 2 individuals into the divine realm, and Ma Hongjun found it hard to believe that Tang San, as the law enforcement deity, was incapable of accommodating others. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment. He was no longer the same Ma Hongjun. Yet this incident alone illuminated the truth that self-reliance was far superior to reliance on others. Chapter 17. Seeking monthly votes. The status has been updated. Seeking monthly votes. It should also be available for reading on QQ. Seeking support for monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter 18. First soul skill. Phosphorescent flame poison. As the youthful, fair visage of Ma Hongjun absorbed the energy of the soul ring. It began to oscillate between shades of green and white, a manifestation of the venom from the phosphor snake acting upon his first soul ring. The martial soul represents an alternative form of existence for a soul master. Both Ma Hongjun and Master Flander regarded the phosphor snake as a pinnacle among serpentine soul beasts. Yet they overlooked the inherent toxicity of the creature itself. In cases of ordinary poisons, the toxic effects, when neutralized by the martial soul and subsequently entering the body, would be exceedingly minimal, posing no significant threat. However, when faced with the formidable venom of the phosphor snake, the outcome could prove to be far less predictable. As Ma Hongjun's consciousness within the sea of awareness perceived the changes within his body, he found himself unable to heed the anxious calls of Flinder from the outside. The breath of the sun commenced its rapid circulation, and with this swift mastery over the breath of the sun, Ma Hongjun gradually grasped its inherent characteristics. His soul power became increasingly refined, transforming into a dense and potent essence. If the soul power could previously be likened to a watery porridge, it now resembled a rich treasure kanji. Note, the breath of the sun, having entered the world of Douluo, undergoes corresponding alterations due to the differing rules of this realm. As Ma Hongjun gradually absorbed the essence of the biphosphor serpent's soul ring, his complexion began to soften considerably, yet it was merely a drop in the bucket, failing to address the fundamental issue at hand. Though the breath of the sun was formidable, it was exceedingly challenging to master. Even Ma Hongjun, endowed with the ability to comprehend the breath of the sun through the power of the clover martial soul, could not fully unravel the venomous effects of the serpent's poison. In this moment of contemplation, Ma Hongjun suddenly envisioned the breath of flames. Each of the 5 fundamental breathing techniques possesses its distinct emphasis, catering to individuals of varying temperaments. With a mere shift in his thoughts, the breath of the sun became significantly more accessible, and the soul power he utilized for cultivation radiated a newfound warmth. Influenced by the rules of the Douluo realm, the breathing technique within him began to undergo an uncanny transformation, evolving toward another breathing style with which Ma Hongjun was well acquainted. Ma Hongjun believed that only those with a passionate and exuberant disposition, whose hearts burn with fervor like flames, are most suited to cultivate the breath of flame. Does this not imply that he, too, is such a person? Apart from the breath of the moon, which serves as a diminished version of the breath of the sun, most other breathing techniques are fundamentally derived from the breath of the sun. Therefore, the transition to the breath of flame did not surprise Ma Hongjun in the least. As the breath of flame circulated within him, his soul power gradually began to intensify, becoming as fervent as the wicked fire, if not more so. He sensed that through the operation of the breath of flame, his soul power seemed to possess an essence of incinerating all things, though this was merely an illusion. Ma Hongjun harnessed the fervent essence of his soul power, igniting it to incinerate the toxins within his body that were absorbed from the soul ring of the emerald phosphor serpent. Remarkably, the venom of the emerald phosphor serpent was entirely assimilated into his soul power, allowing Ma Hongjun to flawlessly absorb the strength of the serpent's soul ring. Could it be that the breath of flame had undergone a transformation within the realm of Douluo, enabling it to combust and assimilate foreign energies, including toxins? Ma Hongjun pondered, astonished that the mightiest breath of the sun could not resolve such an issue. Yet the breath of flame effortlessly accomplished what would be deemed impossible in the world of Demon Slayer. However, the breath of flame had also forfeited the ability to enhance his physical attributes. Nevertheless, Hongjun, who possessed the breath of the sun, was indifferent to this. The techniques of the breath of the sun were certainly sufficient for him. As for the future of the Soul King, the enhancements offered by the breathing techniques would not hold as much significance. Yet, bolstered by the capabilities derived from the breath of the sun, Hongjun felt an unwavering confidence in his invincibility at the same rank, even capable of triumphing over opponents several levels above him. Two Soul Masters, both at the 41st level and trained in the breath of the sun, would undoubtedly yield a predictable outcome in battle, considering the immense difference in their physical prowess. Moreover, Hongjun was elated to find that, originally, his soul power had a reddish hue, albeit slightly tinged with pink due to the influence of the evil fire. Now, with the mastery of the breath of flame, his soul power had transformed into a blazing crimson, ensuring that all his techniques were imbued with fire, thereby significantly amplifying his offensive capabilities. Outside, Hongjun successfully absorbed the soul ring of the emerald phosphor serpent, yet he did not immediately awaken. Instead, he meticulously attuned himself to the breath of the sun within, discovering that the breath of flame and the breath of the sun seemed to form a cohesive whole. Inseparable yet distinctly different abilities, each fulfilling its unique role. Hongjun speculated that the Douluo world must possess its own celestial principles, subtly influencing the abilities and techniques of these foreign realms. Hongjun couldn't help but ponder whether the grass sword technique of the nine-leaf sword grass from the perfect world would be influenced by the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world. Of course, Hongjun merely entertained this thought. His current luck grass martial soul had yet to evolve even to the four-leaf clover, making it utterly impossible for him to come into contact with anything from the perfect world. He estimated that even upon inheriting the status of a level 1 deity, he might still be unable to access the techniques of the perfect world, let alone enter it. However, the appearance of his three-leaf clover had indeed undergone some changes. Now imbued with a significant amount of toxins, and notably, it was a variant toxin, Hongjun harbored profound doubts regarding the capability of the four-leaf clover, believing that its powers were obscured by the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world. Unless he possessed the ability to transcend the constraints of the heavenly Tao, he would, at best, be able to acquire a singular treasure or martial skill from the connected realms through his martial soul of the four-leaf clover. Through the mysterious green light manifesting as an attribute panel in his mind, Hongjun discerned that the three-leaf clover martial soul could evolve into the nine-leaf clover. The unique growth potential of the three-leaf clover martial soul was such that, upon meeting certain conditions, it could undergo a remarkable transformation, potentially awakening at least 7 times. In contrast, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had only achieved a second awakening. Yet, even this seemingly straightforward endeavor, contingent upon meeting specific criteria, left Hongjun uncertain of whether he could achieve such feats in his lifetime. Hongjun gradually opened his eyes, and Flinder hurriedly approached with a concerned expression, inquiring, "How is it? Did you succeed? What kind of soul skill did you acquire?" "Not bad, haha. With me, little Ma, success is assured. My soul power has increased by 1.5 levels, reaching 12.5, with some surplus remaining. This should allow me to save half the time needed to reach the 13th level of Soul Master." "Ha!" Hongjun proclaimed with pride, his chest puffed out, unable to contain his laughter as he envisioned the adoring gazes of young maidens looking up to him in admiration. Flinder, witnessing Hongjun's boastfulness, chuckled heartily. Yet he bore no anger. Instead, he looked at Hongjun with a hint of guilt and said indignantly, "Alas, what about your soul ring skill? Is the soul skill you obtained inadequate? It's all the teacher's fault for believing in that nonsense theory of Yu Xiaojing, allowing you to absorb the soul ring of a snake-type soul beast across different martial soul categories. However, do not be too disheartened. Even if your first soul skill is lacking, your martial soul possesses an additional hidden soul ring position for every 10 levels, ensuring your future accomplishments remain limitless." "Are you finished? Who told the teacher that my soul skill is insufficient? A man should never admit to inadequacy. Teacher, why are you so theatrical?" "I am genuinely happy today," Hongjun replied with a puzzled expression, unwilling to disclose to Flinder that his exhilaration stemmed from acquiring the formidable Demon Slayer breathing technique, which made him feel invincible among his peers. He recognized that his previous demeanor had not exhibited such confidence and joy, but Flinder's imagination seemed to have run wild, leading him into his own musings. If it's not because of the soul skill, Then what is the reason for your laughter that brings tears to your eyes? Flinder's expression shifted abruptly, a mix of confusion and irritation as he gave Ma Hongjun a light smack on the head. Ouch. That hurts. I'm just happy. Is it a crime to express joy? Be careful. When my soul power surpasses yours, I will give you a head smack every day, Ma Hongjun retorted, pouting in indignation while clutching his head. Well then, let us wait until you surpass me before discussing this. Enough chatter. Quickly tell me the effects of your first soul skill, Flinder said with a dismissive smile, the hint of disdain further inciting Ma Hongjun's frustration. My first soul skill is a control-type skill called Phosphorescent Flame Poison, which can create a fiery domain within a 5-meter radius. Within this domain, nothing unusual occurs aside from a bit of heat, but if one underestimates it, they will certainly suffer. Anyone who absorbs the fiery energy within this area will be afflicted by the phosphorescent flame poison at my discretion, if I do not wish for someone to be poisoned. They will only experience mild warmth without any adverse effects. It allows for distinction between friend and foe. Enemies would need to expend significant soul power to evade its effects. This domain will expand by 3 meters for every 10 levels of soul power I gain. Ma Hongjun explained with a hint of cunning as he examined the green light panel in his sea of consciousness. A domain-type soul skill. You truly possess remarkable talent. This skill is essential for ambushing others. Even soul masters of higher rank must tread carefully or risk falling into your trap, Flinder remarked in astonishment, gazing at the 3-leafed clover martial soul hovering above Ma Hongjun's right hand. It's just average, nothing extraordinary. The range could be a bit larger, otherwise. It would be exceptionally useful, Ma Hongjun responded, somewhat dissatisfied with his lucky clover martial soul. Come now, be content. For a century-old soul skill, what more do you desire? The effects of your first soul skill are undoubtedly exceptional, Flinder replied with a roll of his eyes, enviously. 3 days later, Flinder returned to Shrek Academy with Ma Hongjun. Since Ma Hongjun was reluctant to cultivate the evil fire phoenix martial soul at first, Flinder did not continue seeking soul beasts for him. The primary reason was that Ma Hongjun did not wish to lose control of the evil fire. Although cultivating the lucky clover martial soul would enhance the quality of the evil fire phoenix, the degree of improvement would not match the speed of direct training. If he did not resolve the issue with the minor evil fire, the strengthening of the evil fire phoenix would only exacerbate the problem, potentially leading to disastrous consequences if he remained single. Ma Hongjun preferred to wait until he matured and found a girlfriend before embarking on the cultivation of the evil fire phoenix martial soul. He was not one to indulge in fleeting romances, nor did he wish to remain a solitary observer of others' displays of affection. Upon his return to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun noticed Flinder conversing with a robust and stocky middle-aged man, discussing his circumstances. On his way back, Ma Hongjun had already explained the specifics of the 3-leaf clover spirit to Flinder, including the limitation that it could only be cultivated to the spirit elder level. Consequently, Flinder decided to venture out in search of his old comrade Yu Xiaojiang, hoping he might have a solution. After witnessing Ma Hongjun successfully absorb his first spirit ring, Flinder realized that the Grandmaster's theories held some validity. Though previously unverified, Ma Hongjun's experience had now confirmed them. Naturally, Flinder couldn't resist the urge to flaunt this revelation. Ma Hongjun was indifferent. After all, Master could never know. However, it would be advantageous if he could integrate with Tang San sooner. The presence of several like-minded soul masters for mutual cultivation would undoubtedly enhance their training speed. Moreover, the master's extensive knowledge of soul beasts was still somewhat useful to him at this moment. The stout man, whom Ma Hongjun was somewhat familiar with, was none other than Zhao Wujing, the vice president of Shrek Academy. After Flinder finished his instructions to Zhao Wujing, he returned to his room to gather his belongings, preparing to venture out in search of Yu Xiaojiang. This was why he had entrusted Ma Hongjun to Zhao Wujing's care. In the past, Flinder often relied on Zhao Wujing for supervision, especially since Ma Hongjun's little evil fire occasionally erupted. Thus, a soul sage or above was required to suppress it with soul power, gradually purging the impurities from the evil fire, while also relying on certain cold attribute foods for moderation and suppression. Ah, young man, quite remarkable. No wonder the principal, who is usually so frugal, has spent so much gold soul coins on you over the years. It is evident he intends to invest in you. A genius with innate full soul power is indeed a rarity across the continent. With Flinder and us teachers guiding you, your future achievements are bound to be limitless. Zhao Wujing joked as he patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Teacher Zhao, when will our academy start recruiting new students? Having only myself as a student is rather dull, Ma Hongjun, feeling a bit helpless, asked without addressing Zhao Wujing's previous remarks. Why do you inquire? I doubt we will recruit many students this year, probably in about 3 months. The only good news is that for the next couple of years, we need not worry about the Academy's funding, Zhao Wujing replied, albeit with some confusion. But he answered truthfully. Upon the mention of the Academy's issues, he inadvertently shared information that Ma Hongjun was unaware of. Has the funding problem of the Academy been resolved? Ma Hongjun asked, somewhat puzzled. Indeed. Just a few days ago, the wealthiest family in Soto City, the Mei family, suddenly approached me and donated a substantial sum to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujing declared, puffing out his chest with pride, for he, coming from humble beginnings, had never encountered such a vast amount of gold soul coins. Oh, I understand now. Teacher Zhao, you may continue with your duties. I shall not disturb you any longer. Ma Hongjun replied dismissively before leaving Zhao Wujing to return to his own quarters to wash up. The day spent in the soul-hunting forest had afforded him no opportunity for cleanliness, and his meager soul power could hardly keep him pristine. Naturally, Flander would not blindly search for Yu Xiaojiang. There were places in the underground trade markets that provided information on individuals. Although Ma Hongjun was aware of Yu Xiaojiang's presence in Nanning City, he chose not to disclose this information to Flander, as it would be utterly incomprehensible for a mere 6-year-old child to know the whereabouts of a figure considered a laughingstock in the spirit master world. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. As Zhao Wujie had predicted, there had been no new recruits to the academy whatsoever. During this period, Ma Hongjun's little evil fire had erupted 3 times, each instance requiring Zhao Wujie to personally carry him to the Rose Hotel to seek assistance from the beautiful sister. Mei-Anna harbored no prejudice against Ma Hongjun and accepted him as her younger brother, leading to frequent meetings between the two when time permitted. Moreover, shortly after their return from the soul-hunting forest, Flander had ventured out in search of Yu Xiaojiang and had yet to return. Over the past 3 months, Ma Hongjun's elder sister, Ma Xiaodai, who had already graduated, visited Shrek Academy from Wudong Village to see him. Due to the unique nature of Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix spirit, he could not be away from Soto City for extended periods. Thus, he was unable to frequently visit Grandpa Dima, the village chief. Only when a soul master of at least soul saint rank could temporarily suppress the evil fire could he leave, allowing him the opportunity to seek food with attributes of coldness. Ma Hongjun was unaware that a prolonged consumption of cold and damp foods would elevate the quality of his little evil fire, and once it erupted, that ferocity would be insurmountable without at least 3 days and nights of resolution. Given Ma Hongjun's capabilities as depicted in the original narrative, he was already beyond the endurance of ordinary women. With the enhancement of his qualities, even a regular female soul master would likely find it unbearable. Pinching his noticeably plump face, Ma Hongjun resolved to diligently train his body, vowing not to gain any more weight. Starting tomorrow, he would practice weighted sprints every morning, for he was determined to shed the excess flesh that stood as a considerable obstacle in his pursuit of romantic interests. He glared at his reflection in the mirror, resolutely declaring his intentions. Although Ma Hongjun appeared more presentable than his original portrayal, he could hardly be described as strikingly handsome. While he could catch a girl's attention, it was decidedly not due to his looks, but rather his girth. He had ballooned from approximately 100 pounds at the awakening of his martial soul to 160 pounds in less than 6 months. A thought that filled him with despair. Nonetheless, his soul power had significantly increased, now ranking him as a level 14 soul master. He had registered his identity as a soul master at the Martial Soul Hall 3 months prior, receiving a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin, which finally afforded him some spending money. Accompanied by Zhao Wujing, nothing untoward occurred during this registration. Zhao Wujing naturally exuded the pressure of a soul sage, rendering the deputy hall master of the Martial Soul branch, Fei Hu, utterly intimidated. Upon learning that Ma Hongjun's previous companion was not Zhao Wujing, the 3 middle-aged soul masters promptly came forward to apologize, as their cautious and suspicious nature led them to believe that Ma Hongjun might be the scion of a reclusive family. They conveyed this suspicion to his elder brother, Fei Long, the head of the Fei family. However, the proud Fei Long merely advised his family to refrain from provoking Ma Hongjun. While many nobles in the capital of Barak Kingdom were aware that the dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, was a powerful soul sage, few in Soto City had such knowledge. The Fei family, lacking a martial soul, could not discern Flinder's true identity, nor that of Zhao Wujing. The existence of Zhao Wujing was an open secret, known only to those within the academy, not to mention the food system soul sage, Xiaoxian. Should the world discover that Shrek Academy was home to 3 soul sages, Countless individuals would surely vie to enroll their children there. This was also the reason why Ning Rongrong would later attend Shrek Academy, however. She was privy to this information through the intelligence network of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which the average person did not possess. Thus, day by day, Ma Hongjun persevered in his training. On one particular day, while he was once again being escorted to the Rose Hotel by Zhao Wujin after the eruption of his little evil fire, an awkward incident transpired. After dropping off Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wujin returned to the academy, leaving Ma Hongjun to rest in the exclusive suite of Mayana at the hotel. Red Jun, are you feeling any better? Mayana inquired with concern, observing him sprawled motionlessly on the sofa. I was feeling much improved, but now that I see you, I find it hard to resist, Ma Hongjun confessed, turning his head away from her with a look of helplessness. How about you take a shower? Mayana suggested, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet still testing the waters. Knowing Ma Hongjun well, she understood he was not teasing her, but speaking the truth. All right, I'll go. Ma Hongjun sprang up with agility and dashed to the bathroom, shedding his pants in preparation for a cold shower. Ah, Mayana gasped, suddenly recalling the garments she had left in the bathroom from her own shower the previous night. Her face turned crimson, yet she attempted to reassure herself. It's fine. It's fine. Red Jun is only 7. He shouldn't be interested in me. But even as she uttered those words, she found it hard to believe. Being well aware of the flaws in Ma Hongjun's martial soul, more so than anyone else. Sure enough, half an hour later, after taking a shower, Ma Hongjun emerged somewhat hesitantly, gazing at May Anna. Sister Anna, I noticed your clothes were left in the bathroom and accidentally got wet. You wouldn't mind, would you? Oh, how could you do this? You, sigh. If you remain unmarried in the future, you must take responsibility for your sister when you grow up. May Anna's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Eh? Sister, what are you thinking? I merely got them wet while showering. If it's a problem, I can simply buy you a new set, right? Is that something to be responsible for? Ma Hongjun replied, his expression one of despair, inwardly protesting against the injustice. He was well aware that May Anna had misconstrued the situation. He was not the sort to be desperate. Just wet? Nothing else? May Anna inquired, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Nothing at all, Ma Hongjun affirmed emphatically. You nearly scared me to death. I thought my innocence was compromised by you. What am I even thinking? You're only 7. May Anna exhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed as she shyly covered her face. Chapter 20. The Peng blacksmith shop. The atmosphere between the two became somewhat awkward. May Anna, nearing 20, quickly regained her composure and, as if nothing had transpired, gently turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, when will you return to Shrek Academy? Oh, I almost forgot. Are they still accepting students this year? What is the matter? Sister? The requirements for Shrek Academy are quite stringent. Even I cannot persuade the teachers to change their minds. However, if it concerns a member of your family, they might have a chance to try, as the teachers are rather greedy. As long as the talent isn't too lacking, they certainly wouldn't outright refuse. Ma Hongjun articulated with insight, knowing well that while they wouldn't refuse directly, they would certainly demand a hefty price. Moreover, he had no desire for just anyone to enter Shrek Academy. After all, the future Shrek 7 would need to function as a cohesive unit. Who speaks of the teachers in such a manner? It isn't a family member, but rather that fat tiger who awakened alongside you months ago. Do you remember him? May Anna shot Ma Hongjun a disapproving glance, her voice softening. Fat tiger? Oh, him. His innate soul power is quite commendable, though I'm uncertain if he can meet the teacher's standards. However, the teacher is not at the academy right now. Once I return, I will consult Vice Dean Zhao Wujia for his opinion, Ma Hongjun acknowledged, aware that May Anna maintained a connection with Fat Tiger as well. However, Ma Hongjun remained unfazed, fully aware that individuals from merchant families like May Anna are often highly focused on profit and may invest in exceptionally talented grassroots geniuses. He, coincidentally, required the May family's investment assistance. Otherwise, the eruption of his inner turmoil could only be quelled by transforming himself into a man. Sister Anna, does that Fei Dong still dare to provoke you? Ma Hongjun, with no immediate intention of returning to Shrek Academy, pondered and inquired about Fei Dong, whom he had roasted earlier. No, since the last incident, Fei Dong has not pursued me again. He must be fearful of the retaliation from the Soul Saint behind you. However, the Fei family has been actively obstructing the Mei family's interests lately. Although it falls within the realm of legitimate business competition, it has nonetheless caused considerable losses for the Mei family. May Anna sighed with concern. Oh, sister, you need not worry excessively. As long as we refrain from using force and engage in normal business competition, The Mei family's financial strength should suffice to weather this storm. Once I mature, I shall certainly assist the Mei family in resolving this predicament. Ma Hongjun offered reassurance, showing no inclination to enlist Flanders' help. Though he maintained a cordial relationship with Mei Anna, it had not yet reached the point where he would request his teacher to dismantle a family for her sake. Were he to possess such power, he would not hesitate to aid the Mei family, given the support Mei Anna had provided him. All right, sister, I shall await your growth. At this juncture, Mei Anna's cheeks flushed again. She remained quite reserved. Recalling the moment Ma Hongjun had seen her intimate garments, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How about this, sister? Please take me to see Fat Tiger first. I wish to understand him better before deciding whether to bring him to Shrek Academy. After all, our academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary individuals. Ma Hongjun, having extinguished his inner turmoil and taken a refreshing shower, spoke earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Very well. Wait for me a moment. I shall take you there immediately. Mei Anna stood up, ready to lead Ma Hongjun to Fat Tiger, but hesitated for a brief instant before swiftly making her way toward the bathroom. After approximately 10 minutes, Mei Anna emerged, her fair face tinged with a hint of shyness. Let us go, she declared, feigning nonchalance. She recognized that she had indeed misjudged Ma Hongjun, and a sense of respect began to blossom within her heart. Everyone harbors desires. Yet controlling one's inner desires is a challenging endeavor. Given the unique nature of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, his ability to restrain himself only deepened her admiration. Mei Anna took Ma Hongjun's small hand as they departed from the Rose Hotel, heading toward the direction of the Pang family's blacksmith shop in Soto City. At this moment, although Ma Hongjun had already reached a height of over 1.5 meters, he still seemed like a younger brother compared to the tall and graceful Mei Anna, who stood at least 175 centimeters tall. Soto City, Pang family blacksmith shop. The Pang family blacksmith shop was not particularly small. It ranked among the top 10 blacksmith establishments in Soto City, only slightly inferior to Tang San's workshop, which specialized in crafting concealed weapon components. The scale of the shop was impressive. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun noticed a few attendants responsible for guiding guests, while a robust young man manned the central counter, handling transactions. The spacious reception area was adorned with an array of finished products, primarily everyday items, with a smaller selection devoted to weapons and armor. The layout was divided into 3 sections: the front hall, the central area for transactions and discussions, and finally, the forging area. As they entered the hall, a burly shop assistant approached them respectfully, saying, "Esteemed lady and young sir, how may I assist you?" Ma Hongjun cast a helpless glance at his abdomen, inwardly lamenting. Why must they add little before sir? I am certainly not small. We are not here to purchase goods. Rather, we seek to speak with the proprietor of the Pang's blacksmith shop. Could you kindly notify your boss? Please inform him that Mei Anna of the Mei family has matters to discuss with him. Mei Anna politely addressed the attendant. Oh, so it is Miss Mei. I shall notify Boss Pang immediately. Please wait for a moment in the reception room. The attendant, taken aback, responded with respect after glancing at Mei Anna. After leading the two to a private booth in the reception area, he proceeded directly towards the forging section. After a brief wait, the sound of the door creaking open announced the arrival of a robust middle-aged man, accompanied by a chubby boy, who was none other than Fat Tiger, whom Ma Hongjun had met previously. This imposing figure was Pang Tai, the owner of the Pang's blacksmith shop and Fat Tiger's father, a formidable soul master of considerable strength. Miss Anna, how are things progressing? I trust you are able to assist my son, Fat Tiger, in gaining early admission to Shrek Academy. The Pang's blacksmith shop will wholeheartedly provide weapons and armor for the Mei family. Pang Tai exclaimed urgently upon entering and spotting Mei Anna. This matter requires further discussion with Hongjun. He is a direct disciple of the dean of Shrek Academy. Mei Anna replied, gesturing towards Ma Hongjun, who was turned away from the door and perched on the table. Brother, what brings you here? Did Sister Anna bring you? Fat Tiger exclaimed joyfully, following Mei Anna's gaze towards Ma Hongjun. I came to assess your potential for admission to Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun replied with a sidelong glance at Mei Anna before addressing Fat Tiger. He understood that Pang Tai's desire for Fat Tiger to enter Shrek Academy stemmed from hearsay about its illustrious reputation. Indeed, Mei Anna aimed to cultivate a relationship with the resources of the Pang's blacksmith shop to counter the Fei family, and given Fat Tiger's considerable talent, she had readily spoken of Shrek Academy's prowess. However, even if Ma Hongjun aspired to establish his own sect, he would not easily allow anyone to enter his mentor's Shrek Academy. Talent is paramount, and character is a close second. Both are indispensable. Otherwise, even a young lady from a prestigious family would not be granted entry into Shrek Academy lightly. Greetings, young brother. I am Pang Tai, Fat Tiger's father. May I inquire about the prerequisites for admission to your esteemed academy? Pang Tai stepped forward, addressing Ma Hongjun courteously. One must reach a level of at least 20 as a soul master before the age of 12. For Sister Anna's sake, if Fat Tiger can obtain his first soul ring by the age of 7.5, I may petition the teacher to make an exception for his admission to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun stated without hesitation. He would not tolerate any mediocrity in a place that was so dear to Flinder. Although Ma Hongjun outwardly showed little deference to Flinder, he held him in the highest regard in his heart. Remembering that Flinder was still single, he could not help but think of Lu Erlong. Surely, having Lu Erlong as his teacher's wife would be quite fitting. Isn't that a bit too daunting? Merely acquiring a soul ring could take 2 months if luck is not on our side. Fat Tiger is nearing 7 years old. It would be quite the feat for him to level up twice in just 6 months, even for a genius. Pang Tai expressed his doubts, casting a troubled glance at Mei Anna. Indeed, Brother Hongjun, do you not think that is overly ambitious? Although leveling up before becoming a soul master is relatively easier. 6 months have passed and Fat Tiger has only advanced 1 level. Achieving level 10 and obtaining a soul ring in that time frame seems rather improbable, Mei Anna chimed in, her expression reflecting concern as she looked towards Ma Hongjun for support. Ma Hongjun remained silent, instead retrieving a palm-sized golden badge from a pouch at his waist and tossing it to the 2 individuals. This was none other than Ma Hongjun's Soul Master badge, crafted not from paper or cloth, but from a unique metal designed to prevent damage. It is said that this particular metal is exclusive to the Spirit Hall. The Soul Master badge is issued when a Soul Master first receives financial assistance from the Spirit Hall, and every badge bears identical inscriptions, symbolizing the identity of the Soul Master and recording some of their basic information. The inscriptions are meticulously engraved by specially trained personnel of the Spirit Hall, ensuring uniformity across all Spirit Halls. Additionally, the badge features a security code, allowing verification of its authenticity wherever the Spirit Hall is present. Mei Anna solemnly accepted the cold metal piece and placed it flat on the table, as Pang Tai leaned in closely to examine it. Upon inspection, they found a line of small text. Name, Ma Hongjun. Gender, male. Douluo calendar, year 2637, registered at the Soto City Spirit Branch. Variant Martial Spirit, Evil Fire Phoenix. At this revelation, Pang Tai was taken aback. A Phoenix Martial Spirit is renowned as one of the most formidable assault-type beast martial spirits. Mei Anna, however, was unperturbed, having personally awakened Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. Yet, as she continued reading, even she could not remain composed. Her delicate chin dropped in astonishment. 13th level Soul Master, registered in the Douluo calendar year 2637. What? How could this be? Pang Tai gasped in disbelief, turning to Ma Hongjun for confirmation. It cannot be. I've spent some time at the Spirit Hall, and this is undoubtedly an official Soul Master badge. But, Hongjun, did you truly advance 3 levels to achieve the 13th level within just half a year? Mei Anna was the first to respond, her expression now grave as she regarded Ma Hongjun. What? Could he possess innate full soul power? No, that doesn't seem right. Discounting the time spent acquiring soul rings, he has only been training for about 4 months, meaning he has elevated his soul master rank by 1 level every 2 months. Even with innate full soul power, such rapid advancement seems implausible. Pang Tai muttered, his towering figure trembling slightly, suddenly struck by a thought. Indeed, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Both of them gasped in astonishment, realizing the sheer talent before them. They had never encountered such a prodigy, even if someone possessed innate full soul power. It was their first experience witnessing such a phenomenon. Now you understand what it means to be a monster, don't you? The Shrek Academy only accepts individuals of my monstrous caliber. But do not be disheartened. You may allow Fat Tiger to learn alongside me for a time. If he diligently cultivates his soul power, advancing 2 levels in half a year should not be overly difficult, Ma Hongjun said, glancing at the starry-eyed Fat Tiger. Words cannot express my gratitude. In that case, any weapons or armor you require from my Pang's blacksmith shop will be provided to you at cost, Pang Tai remarked gratefully, looking at Ma Hongjun with appreciation. Not a problem. However, do keep an eye on Anna's matters, Ma Hongjun said casually, extending his hand for a handshake. It was only after witnessing Fat Tiger's 8th level Soul Master status that he agreed to let Fat Tiger train with him for a while. Whether he could truly become a part of Shrek would depend on his own efforts. Of course, heh. Pang Tai responded with great courtesy. Yay. This is wonderful. I can finally stop blacksmithing and attend school. At that moment, Fat Tiger exclaimed joyfully, embracing Ma Hongjun. Fat Tiger, mindful of the situation, gently released his embrace and looked at Ma Hongjun with gratitude, saying, "Little Ma, I will follow your every command. If you ask me to go east, I shall not stray west. If you ask me to tend to chickens, I shall not steal dogs." Slap. Ouch. You rascal. Is this how I taught you to speak? Stop with the stealing chickens and dogs, and quickly apologize to young Master Hongjun. Pang Tai scolded, smacking Fat Tiger on the head. Oh, I'm sorry, little Ma. I shouldn't have said that. Fat Tiger obediently turned to Ma Hongjun to apologize. Not at all. Little fatty, you have a bright future ahead. I like you. From now on, you can call me Little Ma, Ma Hongjun replied, his expression devoid of anger, genuinely pleased as he regarded Fat Tiger. Mei Anna and Pang Tai exchanged glances, realizing that this young man quite enjoyed being addressed as Little Ma. Ultimately, Mei Anna escorted Ma Hongjun and Fat Tiger back to Shrek Academy. After Mei Anna departed, Ma Hongjun located a clean room nearby and stated, "This will be your residence from now on. Whether you can stay here ultimately depends on your efforts." Little Ma. Isn't this place a bit too shabby? Is this truly the legendary Shrek Academy with its strong faculty? Fat Tiger hesitated before voicing his thoughts. The mountain need not be high. If it possesses a spirit, it shall be renowned. The water need not be deep. If it harbors a dragon, it shall be mystical. Do you not understand this simple truth? Ma Hongjun was not angered. Fat Tiger spoke the truth, but in order to uphold the image of Shrek, Ma Hongjun began to weave a fanciful narrative. I see. I thought the faculty at Shrek Academy was so formidable that they could not possibly lack the funds for construction. It turns out this is all to showcase the Academy's extraordinary nature. Fat Tiger pondered, clearly captivated by Ma Hongjun's profound words. Chapter 22. Zhao Wujie takes disciples. As night fell, Shrek Academy enveloped itself in tranquility, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight of the villagers. In the director's office, which was, in truth, a slightly more spacious building constructed from special timber, Ma Hongjun arrived at the temporary management of Shrek Academy, where Zhao Wujie presided. However, the current state of Shrek Academy hardly warranted any real management, for apart from Ma Hongjun, there were no other students present, though there were 6 or 7 teachers. When Ma Hongjun conveyed his decision to keep the 6-year-old child, Fat Tiger, at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie's reaction was entirely predictable. What? You dare to bring a 6-year-old child into the academy without permission? This is a middle-level academy, a place for monsters, not a children's shelter. Wait for the dean to return and discuss it with him. It is futile to speak to me, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, astonished at Ma Hongjun's unilateral decision, showing no regard for his feelings as he outright rejected his wish for Fat Tiger to remain at Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, he did not suggest that Ma Hongjun should expel the child. He merely advised him to wait for the dean's return to negotiate the matter. Ma Hongjun was not surprised. He merely aimed to take precautionary measures in advance. If Fat Tiger failed to complete the tasks assigned, he would still have to leave Shrek Academy. Naturally, I will clarify this with the teachers. Furthermore, I must inform you, Teacher Zhao, that Fat Tiger is currently the largest sponsor recommended to us by the Mei family. His innate soul power is not lacking. He has achieved the remarkable innate level of 7. Ma Hongjun, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained this to Zhao Wujie. The stringent admission standards are indeed the genuine reason Shrek Academy struggles to recruit students, only accepting prodigies and not ordinary individuals. Both Flander and the other instructors at Shrek have almost stringent requirements. Even Ma Hongjun, who grew up here, only officially became a student of Shrek after awakening his martial soul and obtaining his soul ring at the age of 6. Innate level 7. Quite impressive, with diligent training. He should meet the standards of Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie remarked, his eyes brightening upon hearing about Fat Tiger's innate level. His tone softened slightly as he stroked his chin. As for the recommendation from the Mei family, he was indifferent. No matter how wealthy the Mei family was, it did not concern him. With his abilities, acquiring gold soul coins would be a trivial matter. The reason for his current financial difficulties lay in the fact that Shrek Academy's funds have always been one way, expenditure without income. Moreover, they had grown weary of the brutalities of the Soul Master world and disdainful of bowing to nobility, which is why they chose to semi-retire at Shrek Academy to enjoy a peaceful life. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun could not help but let a faint smile grace his lips. He knew that Zhao Wujie would undoubtedly take an interest. For Zhao Wujie himself was a prodigious soul master of innate level 7 and would naturally feel a kinship towards another of the same caliber. So, Teacher Zhao, do you agree to let him remain at the academy? Ma Hongjun inquired tentatively, for he dared not provoke Zhao Wujie lightly, fearing the repercussions of incurring his wrath. This is not unfeasible, though it may pose some difficulties in explaining it to the dean, Zhao Wujie replied, his mind already swirling with alternative thoughts, albeit with a hint of hesitation. I shall speak to the teacher about it, but I hope you can ensure that Zhao Wujie puts in ample training for Fat Tiger. After all, our Shrek Academy is renowned for nurturing exceptional talents. While innate level 7 may be a rarity, it pales in comparison to the true monsters we seek. Therefore, if he cannot attain the rank of Soul Master within 6 months, he shall not be permitted to remain at Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun gradually articulated his intentions. Despite the fact that Zhao Wujie typically supervised his training, Ma Hongjun was constrained to merely half a day due to his unique affliction of sinister flames, devoting the remainder to mastering the ghostly breath technique. Excellent. Let us go. Lead me to that lad. I am keen to discern what sets him apart and whether he is truly worthy of the moniker monster that our Shrek Academy bears, Zhao Wujie exclaimed with palpable excitement, seizing Ma Hongjun's arm. While he had already acknowledged Fat Tiger's potential, he was eager to evaluate the lad's character. Moreover, there was nothing Zhao Wujie relished more than training students. The mere mention of training invigorated him immensely. The student dormitory was essentially a courtyard nestled within a village, comprising 5 living quarters, a bathroom, a toilet, and a kitchen, all distributed over 2 levels. Though it appeared modest in size, it exuded a charm that suggested it was a small yet fully equipped abode. Ma Hongjun's room is also located within this courtyard, though it is indeed on the ground floor. Typically, he resides here alone, with only Flander occasionally visiting to check on him. Currently, Fat Tiger has also taken up temporary residence here, becoming Ma Hongjun's neighbor. Fortunately, both have been quite independent since childhood. Fat Tiger, in particular, has matured beyond his years due to the absence of his mother from a young age. The true age of Ma Hongjun is, in fact, half a month younger than that of Fat Tiger. Yet, he still relishes being called Little Brother Ma by him. Both of their statures do not resemble that of children aged 6 or 7. Rather, they appear to be robust youngsters, akin to those in their early teens. Fat Tiger is somewhat acceptable, barely qualifying as sturdy at just over 100 pounds, whereas Ma Hongjun cannot be described as merely stout, standing below 5 feet 6. He weighs around 160 to 170 pounds, a figure that certainly defies the notion of being robust. Fortunately, even at the tender age of 7, Ma Hongjun's height approaches 5 feet 6, thus he cannot be deemed excessively plump, merely a little chubby. Nevertheless, he remains somewhat dissatisfied with his physique. As his round and pudgy appearance does little to convey an air of handsomeness, it is, at best, deemed somewhat endearing. Little brother Ma, have you summoned me for something? Surely you are not intending to prepare for an evening workout, Fat Tiger inquired with a frown, oblivious to Zhao Wujie's presence outside the door. Earlier in the day, Ma Hongjun had informed Fat Tiger that a sound physique is the foundation of a soul master. Only with a strong and healthy body can one advance their soul power without concern. Thus, he insisted that Fat Tiger rise each day at 5 o'clock to run at least 10 laps around Shrek Academy, and this must be done without utilizing soul power. Although Shrek Academy is not vast, running 10 laps equates to approximately 10,000 meters. For a child of merely 7, this presents an enormous challenge. No, it is teacher Zhao who wishes to see you to determine if you can remain at the academy for your studies. His approval is necessary, Ma Hongjun replied gently, then called out to Zhao Wujie outside. Teacher Zhao, please come in. At Shrek Academy, there exists a well-structured code of conduct among teachers and students. Teachers are not permitted to enter students' dormitories without authorization, nor may they accept bribes from students. Especially when it comes to bribes, should the frugal Flander catch wind of it, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's call, Zhao Wujie stepped into the room. Upon entering, Zhao Wujie first glanced at Fat Tiger standing before Ma Hongjun. The sight of Fat Tiger's physique struck him with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his own youth. Hey there, so you are Fat Tiger? Quite impressive indeed. Your build is already 2/3 of what I was at your age. No wonder Hongjun has taken a liking to you, Zhao Wujie remarked unexpectedly, admiring Fat Tiger's stature. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was not his physique that had drawn attention, but rather his potential. He made it clear that he only appreciated women's figures. As far as men were concerned, he would rather abstain. Hello, Teacher Zhao, I am called Fat Tiger. My martial spirit is the Diamond Hammer. I am merely 7 years old with an 8th level soul power, Fat Tiger said with a silly grin, bowing respectfully to Zhao Wujie. His father had informed him that the teachers at Shrek were prominent figures, and he needed to treat them with utmost respect. A lesson he took to heart without any hint of defiance. Having grown up lacking maternal affection, he was much like Tang San, obediently following his father's words. Ah, the diamond hammer. Quite impressive. Polite too, much more agreeable than some of the other boys. I like it. Show me your martial spirit, Zhao Wujie exclaimed. His interest piqued upon learning that Fat Tiger's martial spirit was the rare diamond hammer. Fat Tiger obediently summoned his martial spirit, which was nearly the size of his arm. With a small handle comprising only a third of the hammer's total size, resembling a cylindrical shape. Good. Quite remarkable. It seems your diamond hammer possesses excellent defensive capabilities as well. Surely, it can grow larger with an increase in soul power? Zhao Wujie scrutinized the hammer, nodding in satisfaction. His gaze towards Fat Tiger now imbued with an unspoken significance. Yes, this is its largest form currently, but it can shrink. However, as my soul power increases, its size will expand. My father said my diamond hammer is not only immensely powerful but can also be used as a shield, Fat Tiger replied quickly, nodding vigorously. Those familiar with Zhao Wujie knew him by the title Immovable King, attributed to his martial spirit, the powerful Diamond Bear. Although Fat Tiger's martial spirit was a tool type, its defensive and offensive capabilities were on par with the powerful Diamond Bear, making it a distinguished variant among martial spirits. Not to mention, Fat Tiger's physique and his endearing appearance perfectly aligned with Zhao Wujie's aesthetic preferences. Do you wish to inherit my legacy and become my disciple? Zhao Wujie pondered for a moment, then astonishingly asked Fat Tiger with a serious expression. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and kneel to become his disciple. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage and seldom takes on students. You are extremely fortunate, little fatty. Ma Hongjun urged, nudging the dazed Fat Tiger with a grin. Even Ma Hongjun had not anticipated Zhao Wujie would directly accept Fat Tiger as a disciple. He simply believed that Fat Tiger's martial spirit bore some resemblance to Zhao Wujie's. Hence the thought of training under him, never expecting Zhao Wujie would take him on as a disciple upon their very first meeting. Once Zhao Wujie accepted him, he would undoubtedly become a part of Shrek Academy. Chapter 23. 3 years, is this true? Am I dreaming? Fat Tiger questioned in disbelief, pinching his slightly sturdy little arm. False. Ma Hongjun cast a displeased glance at him and spoke. He had truly come to understand the nature of this little chubby fellow, astute at times yet remarkably foolish at others, appearing rather simple-minded. Hee, I greet you, master. Please allow your disciple to bow before you. Fat Tiger chuckled, yet he was far from foolish, as he promptly knelt before Zhao Wujie, bowing his head respectfully. Haha. Please rise quickly. There is no need for such grand gestures, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, swiftly pulling Fat Tiger up, his laughter echoing with joy. In the Douluo continent, the ceremony of apprenticeship did not carry such heavy formalities, although there were those few who, in deep regard for their mentors, would perform a grand kneeling ceremony. However, such instances were exceedingly rare. Thank you, master, Fat Tiger said, standing up with utmost respect. Why do you perform such a grand gesture? Do you not know that kneeling is reserved for heaven and one's parents? Zhao Wujie inquired, nodding with delight yet filled with a hint of curiosity, wondering how Fat Tiger, appearing so earnest, could understand these social customs. Hiki, it was my father who told me that if a teacher at Shrek Academy accepted me as a disciple, I should treat them with the same respect as I would my father. I never expected to bow to a teacher on my very first day, Fat Tiger explained, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. As Ma Hongjun and Zhao Wujie exchanged glances, they were taken aback by the astuteness of the seemingly simple-minded fellow's father, whose insight and demeanor rendered his behavior entirely justifiable. Do not rejoice too soon, young man. Should you fail to meet Hongjun's expectations, you shall not be granted the status of an official student at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie remarked, unable to suppress his urge to douse the exuberance of the delighted Fat Tiger. I had assumed that by becoming a disciple, I would be exempt from Brother Xiaoma's training. Fat Tiger's expression faltered upon hearing this, and he muttered in dismay. Perhaps you are overestimating your situation from now on. I shall take full charge of your training. Rising before 5 each dawn to run 10 laps around Shrek Academy is merely the initial phase. There will be subsequent stages of even greater intensity. As my disciple, you must not fall short of being competitive with the likes of Flender's students. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you from my tutelage. Do you understand? Zhao Wujie's words, devoid of much emotion, resonated in Fat Tiger's ears, jolting him from his earlier elation. Haha, little fatty, best of luck to you. I shall return to my slumber now. Ma Hongjun patted Fat Tiger's somewhat broad shoulders with a hint of sympathy, unhesitatingly affixing the nickname Little Fatty upon him. Do not let your happiness cloud your judgment. Tomorrow, you will begin training alongside Fat Tiger. Just look at how much weight you have gained during Flinder's absence if you do not start exercising. He will surely be displeased upon his return. Zhao Wujin's stern admonition echoed once more. Having delivered his message, he swiftly departed from the student dormitory. Ugh! Ma Hongjun felt a mix of despair and helplessness. He harbored intentions of training, yet he loathed the thought of rising so early. It was as if he had spent all day hunting geese only to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of heeding Zhao Wujin's words. After all, Zhao Wujin was a formidable soul sage and deserved the respect that his status commanded. Ma Hongjun secretly thought to himself, perhaps in the future, when Tang Hao teaches Xiao Xiong a lesson in the grove, he should smile a little less while watching discreetly. In the depths of his heart, Ma Hongjun thought shamelessly, entirely forgetting who had carried him to Soto City during the outburst of his small evil fire, and who had rowed the boat on Zhao Wuji's back. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun was merely a 6-year-old child, despite his body appearing more mature, resembling that of a 10-year-old. He could not escape the reality of being only 7. Zhao Wujia, filled with frustration and nowhere to vent it, could only endure. However, he found himself increasingly irritated with Ma Hongjun, harboring serious doubts about whether the boy had intentionally drenched him. To be fair, Ma Hongjun had no such intention. Yet whenever his small, evil fire erupted, he would sweat profusely, drenched as if in a rainstorm. When Flinder was present, it was manageable, as he could fly with his martial spirit, carrying Ma Hongjun through the air to Soto City, with sweat falling like raindrops from above. Zhao Wujia, however, had it far worse, his back soaked as if washed in water. Thankfully, Ma Hongjun's sweat, produced during these episodes, was relatively clean and devoid of any foul odor, even possessing an indescribable hint of fragrance. Thus, Ma Hongjun and Fat Tiger engaged in daily rigorous training, rising early and retiring late, and after 6 months, both had developed robust and powerful physiques. Due to the influence of the breath of the Demon Slayer, Ma Hongjun's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid, having ascended 2 levels in soul power within half a year. It is worth noting that the advancement of 2 levels within the Soul Master realm is incomparable to that of the Soul Warrior realm. The soul power gained from 2 levels in the Soul Warrior realm might not even equate to a single level in the Soul Master realm. Fat Tiger, under Zhao Wujia's guidance and with the aid of resources, had also narrowly fulfilled Ma Hongjun's demands. 3 years later, in the year 2641 of the Douluo calendar, at the tender age of 10, Ma Hongjun has less than 2 years until Tang San and Xiao Wu arrive at Shrek Academy. During these 3 years, no other students have joined the academy, including Oscar and Daimubai, leaving only Ma Hongjun and Fat Tiger as the sole pupils. This year, Ma Hongjun is entrusted with the responsibility of guiding the new recruits, while Zhao Wujin oversees the examinations. Flinder returned to Shrek Academy 3 years prior. Yet he did not acquire a solution for Ma Hongjun's martial soul from the master. The master stayed at Shrek Academy for a brief period, primarily concerned about Tang San's cultivation, but returned to Nodding City after just a month. Ma Hongjun had no intention of visiting Tang San ahead of time. While arriving early would certainly be advantageous, he did not feel compelled to do so. He believed that relying on oneself was far superior to depending on others. And at this juncture, nothing held greater significance for him than his cultivation. A year prior, Ma Hongjun had successfully ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master, and he had now attained a level of 24. This achievement was somewhat hindered by the influence of the Little Evil Fire, which had consumed a considerable amount of his training time, preventing him from fully dedicating himself to his cultivation. Nevertheless, he had not neglected the practice of the ghostly flame-breathing technique, which had endowed him with a physical constitution 4 times that of an ordinary Great Soul Master. In terms of physical prowess, Ma Hongjun's strength was indeed comparable to that of a Soul Master. However, in terms of soul power level, he still lagged significantly behind. Despite this, Ma Hongjun possessed the capability to contend with a Soul Master. While victory was uncertain, he was certainly capable of self-defense. Over the course of these 3 years, in terms of cultivation aside from the occasional vexation caused by the matters of his sinister fire, Ma Hongjun found himself perplexed by the second hidden soul ring of his 3-leaf clover martial spirit. The second leaf of the 3-leaf clover symbolizes benevolence. Yet Ma Hongjun remained uncertain about how to unravel the constraints of the soul ring. He had diligently attempted various methods, but none proved effective in liberating the hidden soul ring's limitations. This led him to ponder whether his lack of kindness was the reason he could not harness the soul ring's power. The concept of kindness eluded him. He assumed it merely entailed possessing a heart that refrains from harming even the smallest creatures and cherishes the delicate moths drawn to light. He felt it was quite normal that he could not achieve such ideals in a fleeting moment, thus he did not dwell on it excessively, adopting a somewhat laissez-faire attitude. However, despite his verbal indifference, his actions betrayed him. He would readily assist elderly women struggling with their carts, buy sweets for impoverished children, visit the elderly, and help them with household chores whenever he found the time. Ma Hongjun thus earned the reputation of being a good child, garnering much praise from the villagers. However, the hidden soul rings remained entirely still. The 8 remaining plant-like rings on the stem of the 3-leaf clover spirit still existed. Initially, there were 9 rings present on the stem, but after Ma Hongjun activated the first hidden soul ring, 1 ring transformed into a soul ring and vanished, merging with the hidden aspect that now lay upon the first leaf. The hidden soul ring possesses the unique ability to coexist with ordinary soul rings, while also having the capability to conceal itself entirely. This aspect pleased Ma Hongjun, as he understood the principle that the outstanding must inevitably face challenges. Chapter 24. Enrollment. It is noteworthy that, due to possessing an additional soul ring compared to a typical Great Soul Master, every time Ma Hongjun acquires a soul ring, his soul power undergoes refinement. This implies that his soul power is more refined than that of a standard Great Soul Master, exceeding the purity of his peers by a factor of 1. 5. Even when compared to Tang San, who practices the profound Xiantian skill at the same level, Ma Hongjun is not at all inferior, perhaps even surpassing him. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the enrollment office was manned by teacher Li Yusong, who wielded the dragon pattern staff. As in previous years, he sat at the entrance of the village, or rather, at the enrollment office of the academy, receiving and assessing students for their entrance examinations. Many came to participate in the assessments, yet over the past 3 years, none had been admitted to Shrek Academy. Those arriving to register could not help but doubt the institution's legitimacy upon witnessing the academy's remote and dilapidated appearance. Nevertheless, having braved the scorching sun to arrive, none chose to turn back. Ma Hongjun and Peng Hu were idly observing the prospective students lining up for registration, more precisely, the attractive female students. Perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy, the women of Douluo continent matured far more swiftly than in their previous lives. By the age of 12, they already possessed the figures of 18-year-olds. The universal law that alternate dimensions harbor no unattractive women seemed to hold particularly true here. Just then, their attention was drawn to a strikingly handsome young man who had abruptly cut into the line, sparking a commotion. Towering nearly a head taller than Ma Hongjun, the golden-haired youth stood close to 6 feet, his long, flowing locks cascading down to his waist. His eyes were an eerie shade of deep blue, each pupil split into 2, an otherworldly gaze brimming with an innate, bone-chilling frost. Even the faintest flicker of his half-lidded eyes exuded an untamed, domineering aura. Yet, what truly captured their notice was not merely his striking appearance, but the 3 dazzling soul rings shimmering around him, yellow, and purple. This one is extraordinary. Ma Hongjun thought instantly, his mind racing to deduce the youth's origins. That mane of golden hair narrowed the possibilities considerably. A soul elder. Impressive, remarked Li Yutong, eyeing the coldly aloof boy who had boldly displayed his soul rings. Though you've surpassed the enrollment age of 12, you can't be older than 14. A true prodigy indeed. What is your name? Daimubai, martial soul, white tiger, the youth replied, his tone laced with arrogance and a trace of disdain. As if the question itself were beneath him, Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that the one before him was none other than Daimubai, the oldest among the Shrek 7 monsters, which explained his arrogant demeanor. However, what Ma Hongjun despised the most were those who pretended to be superior and more handsome in his presence. He stepped forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3, each stride accompanied by a soul ring, revealing a dazzling display of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, including those concealed. Stopping in front of Daimubai, he adopted an even more haughty posture, looking down at Daimubai with a boastful tone, declaring, "So what if you possess the white tiger martial spirit? It's nothing to be proud of. I have the phoenix martial spirit, so bow down and pay your respects, big brother." While Ma Hongjun might not be conventionally handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. In fact, he possessed a charm that was far more appealing than Zhao Wujie's appearance. Observing the scene, the onlookers instinctively retreated with their children, wary of being caught in the crossfire of the 2 powerful soul masters. "Little brother Ma, Do you think we are being a bit too arrogant? We might scare off these new students, and the dean might hold us accountable, Fat Tiger said nervously, glancing at the children in line. The children and their parents, who were essentially the financial benefactors of Shrek Academy, naturally stepped back in fear at the prospect of a confrontation between two soul sovereigns. He was well aware of Flinder's obsession with wealth. Although most of these newcomers would ultimately not be admitted into Shrek Academy, they were still required to pay the registration fee, which was non-refundable. Silence. What do you know? Ma Hongjun retorted with feigned authority. A mere newcomer dares to display their soul rings before us, showing blatant disrespect. I am merely reclaiming our honor. Do you understand? He certainly would not disclose to Fat Tiger that he was doing this to uphold the status of their academy's leader. Ma Hongjun's second soul ring, derived from the fortuitous clover martial soul, is a unique 1,000-year-old soul beast known as the inked jade bamboo, categorized among the rarest treasures of the spirit world. Initially, Ma Hongjun aspired to absorb the soul of the human-faced demon spider, for he had long harbored envy upon witnessing Tang San acquire the 8 spider lances from it in his previous life. However, during his expedition to the Stardow Forest in search of a soul ring, he fortuitously encountered the inked jade bamboo and decisively chose it as his second soul ring. The inked jade bamboo is exceedingly rare, and its 1,000-year soul ring possesses effects comparable to those of extraordinary celestial treasures. Ma Hongjun came to this realization through his passion for ancient texts, which he explored in the Shrek Academy's library. Upon absorbing the inked jade bamboo soul ring, Ma Hongjun gained a soul skill akin to Tang San's blue-silver overlord spear, known as the inked jade staff, marking his first skill from a 1,000-year soul ring. The Clover Martial Soul's second soul skill transforms into an incredibly resilient inked jade staff, which, despite lacking additional functionalities beyond its hardness, brought Ma Hongjun immense satisfaction, as the advantageous effects of this soul ring significantly alleviated his hardships over the years. With the absorption of the inked jade bamboo soul ring, Ma Hongjun's spiritual power experienced a remarkable enhancement, distinguishing the inked jade bamboo soul beast from ordinary spirit creatures. This rarity is attributed to the inked jade bamboo's inherent ability to elevate one's spiritual prowess, promoting tranquility and transcendent calmness. Consequently, its intrinsic spiritual power far surpasses that of typical soul beasts. Following the absorption of this soul ring, Ma Hongjun's spiritual capability ascended to a level characteristic of a soul sovereign, even as a 24th level Great Soul Master. Ma Hongjun's spiritual power transcended the constraints of soul power levels, intricately linked with the essence of the soul itself. Coupled with Ma Hongjun's inherently formidable soul power, the breakthrough in his spiritual prowess appeared to be a natural progression. With the enhancement of his spiritual strength, Ma Hongjun was now better equipped to manage the malevolent fire within him. To his surprise, he discovered that Shrek Academy also had soul respect students of a similar age. Greetings, I am Daimubai, a 33rd level battle soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. However, Daimubai, seemingly unfazed by Ma Hongjun's provocation, offered a gentle self-introduction first. Then, adopting a friendly demeanor, he inquired, "You possess great strength, deserving of my earnest attention. May I know your name?" Upon witnessing the situation, Ma Hongjun chose to refrain from rudeness and replied in a tone of indifference, "I am Ma Hongjun. As for my martial spirit, you may learn of it after you defeat me. In the realm of Douluo continent, it is customary for soul masters to reveal their martial spirits to one another as a sign of respect." By merely stating his name, Ma Hongjun's behavior was evidently impolite. However, he had his own considerations. Although his twin martial spirits were not a significant secret, it was preferable to keep their names concealed in public. This could serve as a trump card in battle, allowing him to catch his opponents off guard, essentially, a tactic akin to playing the fool while hiding his true strength. Daimubai did not immediately react with anger. Instead, he glanced at Ma Hongjun and the portly figure behind him, speculating, "Are you both students of Shrek Academy?" It is no wonder that this academy, known for accepting only monsters and rejecting the ordinary, has produced such talents. Reaching the rank of Soul Elder at your age is indeed impressive. In truth, Daimobai's assertion was not unfounded, at not yet 14 years of age. He had already cultivated his soul power to level 34, undeniably a prodigy. However, he erred in directing this statement toward Ma Hongjun. "My apologies, but I believe you are mistaken. You are too old for me. I am merely 10 years old. Feel free to inquire with Teacher Li Yusong." Ma Hongjun replied in a voice audible only to the two of them. He refrained from disclosing that he was only a great soul master, as the secrets surrounding his martial spirit and soul rings were of utmost importance to him. After all, who had ever encountered a great soul master with 3 soul rings. While his martial spirit was not completely secretive, the abilities it possessed certainly warranted confidentiality. Such revelations would only be shared with those in extremely close relationships, let alone the hidden special skill of the sun-breathing technique. Aside from the teachers at Shrek Academy, only those who were exceptionally close to him would know the secrets of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. He would not disclose this information to Dai Mubai upon their first meeting, regardless of the potential for a strong partnership in the future. Observing Ma Hongjun's youthful visage, coupled with a height that belied his age, Dai Mubai chose not to press further, already convinced to some degree. I await your guidance. Dai Mubai's own pride compelled him to prove that he was not inferior to others, even without any intention of offending Ma Hongjun. How about we make a wager? Should I lose, you must address me as boss upon entering the academy, calling me Little Ma Gu. Conversely, if I lose, you may become a student of Shrek Academy immediately. Ma Hongjun replied with a subtle smile, clearly pleased that his objective had been achieved. That would be unfair for me. Given my talent, I could easily gain admission to any academy. Even at Shrek, renowned as the Academy for Monsters, I believe I meet the requirements. Therefore, I must add a condition. If I win and gain admission, you and the other students must call me Dai Lauda. I wonder if you have the authority to grant that, Dai Mubai remarked confidently, a smirk curving his lips. His assertion held merit. At 14 years of age, he had reached level 34, and 2 years prior, he was no less than level 25, thereby satisfying Shrek Academy's admission standards. That poses no issue. Ma Hongjun is the direct disciple of the principal. If you can defeat him, you shall be qualified for direct admission to Shrek Academy, Li Yusong interjected, his eyes lighting up. He had a fondness for confident students and enjoyed the spectacle of competition, firmly supporting such endeavors within Shrek Academy. The adage that a soul master who avoids trouble is not a true soul master originates from Shrek Academy, revealing that while the current teachers may appear complacent, they were not so in their youth. Indeed, my word is law within the academy. Isn't that right, Fat Tiger? Ma Hongjun scoffed, a hint of disdain in his laughter, then turned to Fat Tiger. At present, Ma Hongjun's standing within Shrek was incomparable to the original character. His strength had soared to unprecedented heights. The sun-breathing technique had granted him a tremendous boost in combat prowess prior to reaching the Soul Master level, endowing him with physical attributes double those of an ordinary Soul Master. Under the effects of the sun-breathing technique, it was akin to having an additional enhancement from a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda Soul Master, making it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Indeed, aside from my father, no one else is as obedient to Little Magu as I am, Fat Tiger replied earnestly, wearing a broad grin. In truth, there were no other students present aside from Fat Tiger, who, despite being somewhat astute, was still merely a child, entirely molded by Ma Hongjun's influence and unwaveringly loyal to him. Fat Tiger, go calm the crowd. I wish to have a proper discussion with this newcomer to establish who truly holds authority within Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun said, gesturing toward the surrounding throng with an expression of indifference. Of course, that would be the principal. Fat Tiger noted the grammatical error in Ma Hongjun's statement and muttered under his breath before obediently moving to appease the crowd. What? Fat Tiger, do you wish to test the power of my little evil fire again? You should know that the principal is the highest authority here, right? Ma Hongjun felt no inclination to contest authority with Flinder, yet he could not afford to lose his dignity in front of Fat Tiger. He behaved this way to appear more fitting for his age, though he was indifferent to the concept of being a leader. True respect must be earned through strength, as exemplified by Tang San, who, despite ranking 3rd among the Shrek 7 monsters, held an unparalleled status as the true leader. Seeing this, Fat Tiger quickly shook his head and rushed to disperse and calm the crowd. In the open square at the entrance of Shrek Academy, he cleared an area of approximately 20 meters, observing that neither of the two intended to take their frustrations out on anyone else. The children and parents who had come to register felt reassured. Inheritances from Ma Hongjun's past life instilled in them the tradition of gathering in a circle to watch the unfolding spectacle. Very well. I shall observe the prowess of the students from the Monster Academy, Dai Mubai declared with a charming smile, his tone exuding dominance. He held his own pride. Despite Ma Hongjun being younger, they were both soul elders, and while he admired him, he would not grovel for Ma Hongjun's favor after such a slight. Come forth. Ma Hongjun beckoned, his finger curling in a provocative gesture toward Dai Mubai. Very well. Do be cautious, Dai Mubai forewarned. his eyes gleaming with intensity as he summoned the spirit of the white tiger, its ethereal form manifesting behind him. His hands transformed into solid, energy-infused claws resembling those of a white tiger, and he charged forward with blinding speed, aiming directly for Ma Hongjun's chest. "Is that all you have?" Ma Hongjun let out a light chuckle, responding ambiguously. With a subtle push of his feet against the ground, his figure vanished like a wraith, leaving only a fleeting shadow in his wake, which was swiftly pierced by Dai Mubai's claw. Now at the age of 10, Ma Hongjun had not continued to gain weight. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters, he weighed just under 100 kilograms. His physique bore a resemblance to Zhao Wujia's, characterized by a more robust build, a result of his disciplined commitment to exercise over the past 3 years. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun remained discontent with his current appearance. His physique contributed to an abundance of facial flesh, which, in a world that often prioritizes aesthetics alongside strength, left him less appreciated by his contemporaries, particularly women. Certainly, not all women are enamored with the youthful, delicate types. There exists a segment of mature women who are indeed drawn to his more virile disposition. Although Ma Hongjun may not possess striking features, he exudes an inexplicable sense of security. How infuriating. His speed is astonishingly swift, allowing me only to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. It seems that engaging him in close combat is futile. I must rely on the advantage of my martial soul to achieve victory. The second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave Dai Mubai, angered by Ma Hongjun's contemptuous tone, is nonetheless astonished by his speed, quickly devising a countermeasure. A powerful white light wave emanates from his mouth, directed towards Ma Hongjun. With remarkable agility, Ma Hongjun summons his three-leaf clover martial soul, retreating in a blur. The three-leaf clover grows at an astonishing rate, expanding like ghostly vines, forming thick layers of protective walls before him. Dai Mubai's attack collides with Ma Hongjun's defense. The three-leaf clover martial soul shatters under the tremendous force. However, Ma Hongjun's defensive barrier proves remarkably resilient. Martial soul parasitism, Ma Hongjun exclaims, invoking the first hidden soul skill of the three-leaf clover, ghost vine parasitism. The roots and leaves that had broken off from the defensive wall regenerate, the growth rate perfectly counterbalancing the destruction. So weak, is this truly all you can muster? It appears your bravado is not matched by your skill. Though Ma Hongjun's words are laced with derision, his heart swells with exhilaration. He has long been unaware of the enhancement his ghostly breath technique grants him in power, and now, with Dai Mubai, a formidable offensive soul master, as a benchmark, his excitement is palpable. His physical prowess and speed has surpassed that of Dai Mubai, the assault-type soul master, and judging by their soul skills confrontation, their soul power purity appears comparable. Thus, it stands to reason that his speed has reached at least the level of an agile attack-type soul master. Oh, is that so? Heh, if you believe this is all I am capable of, you are gravely mistaken. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai smiles faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, unaffected by Ma Hongjun's overt disdain. He has discerned that Ma Hongjun harbors no true malice towards him, at least not with the intention of targeting him specifically. Though he remains uncertain as to why Ma Hongjun insists on provoking him, he is determined to unleash his full power to prove his strength. The battle has evolved into a friendly spar, and Dai Mubai no longer holds back. Instantly unleashing his complete might, the Millennium Soul Ring, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun's expression turned serious. He gravely gazed at the golden light emanating from Dai Mubai, which seemed to encapsulate a formidable power. His body began to swell as if inflated. The 1,000-year soul ring technique, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, enhanced his attack, defense, and strength by 100. Threat level, moderate, as Ma Hongjun gazed intently at the transformed Dai Mubai. He noticed an unusual change in the long quiet green light within his sea of consciousness. Beneath the information of his martial soul, a line of small text appeared. However, at that moment, Ma Hongjun merely sensed the subtle fluctuations in his sea of consciousness, too preoccupied to pay them any heed. Dai Mubai had evoked a sensation of danger within him for the very first time in his life. With the activation of his third soul skill, Dai Mubai's defensive power had likely surpassed Ma Hongjun's current capabilities. It seemed that he could only seek a breakthrough through offense and speed. Although Ma Hongjun outwardly appeared relaxed and at ease, his heart was heavy with gravity, and he dared not let down his guard. Suddenly, Dai Mubai leaped forward like a monkey, striking his chest twice with his fist before charging straight at Ma Hongjun, evidently intent on engaging in close combat. Yet, Ma Hongjun would not afford him that opportunity. He could have chosen to evade with speed, but he opted not to do so. With a single thought, the breath of the ghostly flame within him swiftly transformed into the breath of fire, his soul power surging explosively. Ma Hongjun gazed solemnly at Dai Mubai, whose physique had grown comparable to his own, even towering over him. Their fists clenched tightly, they collided head-on with a resounding thud. With a tremendous clash of their colossal fists, a surge of powerful soul energy erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. Both men staggered backward, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a notable difference. Ma Hongjun retreated 5 steps, while Dai Mubai hastily fell back 3 steps, revealing the disparity in their strengths. Dai Mubai, empowered by the white tiger transformation, clearly held the upper hand. Though Ma Hongjun possessed commendable strength, the essence of combat transcends mere physical prowess. With a defiant roar, he unleashed his third soul skill, the inked jade staff. In an instant, his 3-leafed spirit surged with brilliance, and as the radiance dissipated, a long staff materialized in his right hand. Li Yusong, observing from the sidelines, could not help but be captivated. This weapon bore a striking resemblance to his own dragon pattern staff. Although it appeared to be a verdant jade-green bamboo staff, the sheen it emitted bespoke its extraordinary nature. The hardness of this weapon was undoubtedly beyond that of an average spirit, and Ma Hongjun wore a confident smile, the very foundation of his audacity to provoke Dai Mubai. This staff was indeed perfectly suited for striking tigers. What sort of soul skill is this? It can actually transform the shape of a spirit. Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. You may perceive it as a special soul skill, Ma Hongjun replied with a chuckle. You have already activated your third 1,000-year soul ring technique, while I have merely begun to engage. Compared to me, you still fall short, concede defeat. He took delight in the astonished and envious gazes of those around him. Raising his voice toward Dai Mubai as if to ensure everyone recognized this as his third soul skill. Humph. Dream on. Do you think I can be so easily vanquished? Bring it on. Dai Mubai did not launch another attack. Instead, he adopted a defensive stance, prepared to counter Ma Hongjun's eventual lapse in composure. First style of the tiger staff technique. Strike the dog's head. Ma Hongjun bellowed, executing a seemingly chaotic series of staff maneuvers akin to a juggler's performance. Just as Dai Mubai was about to mock him, a brilliant light erupted from the staff, emanating a powerful aura as it barreled toward Dai Mubai's forehead. Although the movements were erratic, the speed was astonishingly swift. The inked jade staff, while incredibly sturdy, was surprisingly light, allowing Ma Hongjun to wield it with the grace of a feather, effortlessly maintaining his velocity. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai, initially dismissive of Ma Hongjun's chaotic techniques, was struck by the velocity of the incoming attack, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Without hesitation, he invoked the White Tiger Shield. With a resounding thud, the inked jade staff collided with the shield, the soul energy manifesting in a radiant clash that neutralized Ma Hongjun's forceful strike. However, although Dai Mubai successfully deflected the blow, he felt a painful bump form on his forehead. Ah, ouch. You little rascal, that was quite a dirty trick. You deliberately drew my attention to launch a sneak attack. That doesn't T-count. Let us start over. I wasn't prepared, though Dai Mubai was not gravely harmed. The pain in his forehead was excruciating, and he glared at Ma Hongjun in irritation. 36th style of the dog striking staff technique. No dogs in the world. Ma Hongjun, caught off guard by the effectiveness of his soul power against Dai Mubai's, reveled in his success, even mistakenly calling out the wrong name. Without the slightest hesitation, he flipped the staff in his hands, gripping it tightly as he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Dai Mubai's head. The remaining soul power surged within him, the inked jade staff glowing brilliantly as he prepared to deliver a formidable blow to the unsuspecting Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun showed no intention of holding back, as he understood that although his soul power was pure, it was at best comparable to Dai Mubai's. Continuing the fight could very well lead to his own downfall, given that his soul power level was significantly inferior to Dai Mubai's. White Tiger Shield, he exclaimed. Damn it. I won't back down. Dai Mubai once again employed his first soul skill to deflect the energy attack that enveloped the polearm. Yet he lacked the excess soul power to withstand the tangible impact of the staff. Once again, the same spot was struck, and the swelling grew even larger, causing Dai Mubai's handsome visage to twist into a grimace. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared for a close-quarters brawl with Ma Hongjun to vent his frustrations. Enough. Stand down. This match concludes in a draw. You both must be running low on soul power, right? Dai Mubai, congratulations on successfully joining Shrek Academy, Li Yusong interjected, preventing them from continuing, knowing that Ma Hongjun still had a more insidious move, the phosphor flame poison, yet to be unleashed. Otherwise, Dai Mubai might have already faced defeat. Ma Hongjun refrained from using it, recognizing that the toxin was difficult to remedy, more formidable than the phosphor-purple poison. Even he would expend considerable effort to detoxify himself. And since he bore no profound grudge against Dai Mubai, he naturally would not resort to such tactics. I am honored to be accepted by your esteemed academy. I shouldn't have underestimated Shrek Academy. I lost this match, but I am not one to shy away from defeat. I am older than you, and your current strength surpasses mine by a margin. By the time you reach my age, I may very well not be your match, Dai Mubai remarked. Surprisingly composed rather than disheartened. Haha, it's all a misunderstanding. From now on, we shall be classmates and should get along, as teacher Li Yusong suggested. Let this match end in a draw. Dai Mubai's magnanimity disarmed Ma Hongjun, who found it difficult to pursue the matter further. Furthermore, Dai Mubai's strength had earned his respect, prompting a much softer tone in his response. Of course, this was also because Ma Hongjun had gained a significant advantage had he suffered such a loss. He would have undoubtedly sought retribution without regard for status. In this regard, Ma Hongjun inherited the commendable traits of Flinder, exhibiting even greater protectiveness towards his own. If one of his own suffered, he would certainly strive to reclaim their honor. To outsiders, Ma Hongjun appeared to be kind-hearted, eager to help, and deeply loyal, possessing no significant flaws apart from a slight tendency to bear grudges. However, they remained unaware that Ma Hongjun's kindness was somewhat forced, given the choice. He would prefer to be a villain, but the Clover martial spirit evidently did not allow for such malevolence, denying him a wicked leaf to unlock his inheritance. As the parents accompanying their children for enrollment realized there was no spectacle left to witness, they dispersed to rejoin the registration line. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and the stout who accompanied Dai Mubai on a tour of the academy. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was the dilapidated Shrek entrance. Dai Mubai expressed no dissatisfaction regarding the academy's worn appearance, only surveying it with mild curiosity. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon two wooden plaques flanking the entrance. One bore the inscription, "A mountain need not be high. It is renowned for its spirits. Water need not be deep. It is blessed by a dragon. This humble abode holds only my virtue." The other plaque, adorned with a widely known phrase, proclaimed, "We accept only monsters, not ordinary people." Beneath it were additional inscriptions, "A soul master who dares not provoke trouble is not a good soul master. Seek not trouble when at peace, and do not fear it in times of strife." These were, of course, engraved after Ma Hongjun consulted Flinder, and when the teachers first laid eyes on them, they were moved to tears, praising Ma Hongjun for his thoughtfulness. Within their hearts, a sense of comfort emerged as their belonging and pride in Shrek Academy intensified. Those who graduated from Shrek were all prodigies, at the very least, viscounts, achieving greatness. Was it not true that they had dealings with no ordinary folk? Truly, it was an academy capable of nurturing such exceptional talents. Dai Mubai felt a surge of astonishment, his gaze towards Ma Hongjun infused with excitement. He envisioned the possibility of surpassing Ma Hongjun within the walls of this institution. Once Ma Hongjun sensed that Dai Mubai had taken in enough, he pretended to clear his throat and said, "I forgot to introduce you to my little brother, Fat Tiger. You may call him Fat Tiger. He's also a powerful assault-type soul master, just over 10 years old." "Oh, are you really all around 10 years old? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Dai Mubai inquired. Although he knew Ma Hongjun would not jest about such matters, he still couldn't help but express a hint of skepticism. "Absolutely true. Sigh. Sometimes one must not judge a book by its cover. My appearance is simply a result of my martial spirit, rendering me a youth who appears unloved and unappreciated." Ma Hongjun lamented, his face contorting in a comically exaggerated expression of despair. This expression, coupled with his robust physique, created an amusing contrast. One could only imagine who would treat a youthful, strong man like a mere child, even if he was just a tad over 10 years of age. Ma Hongjun's appearance is certainly more appealing than Zhao Wujie's, as his visage possesses a certain handsomeness, albeit marred by the peculiarities of his phoenix martial soul, which lends him a somewhat unconventional look due to the presence of some extra flesh. However, he remains unperturbed by this. After all, a little extra flesh is preferable to being overweight. He harbors the hope that once he resolves the issues with his martial soul, he will undoubtedly transform into a striking figure. "Huh. I never expected you to have such an adorable side, my brother." Dai Mubai could not help but laugh heartily. Although Ma Hongjun's face appeared quite mature, there lingered a childlike innocence that was simply irresistible, prompting laughter from those around. "Shoo, you ought to be cautious. Don't mock my little Ma. He is quite comparable to the dean," Fat Tiger interjected playfully, gesturing for silence with a hint of bewilderment. Fat Tiger. Is your skin itching again? Would you like me to help you loosen your muscles? Ma Hongjun inquired with a smile that belied his seriousness. Haha. No need, boss. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. Please handle the new student reception. Fat Tiger's expression stiffened instantly, and he hurriedly retreated while speaking. He had momentarily lost his composure, forgetting Ma Hongjun's amicable demeanor towards Dai Mubai, which led him to jest about Ma Hongjun. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's expression, he instinctively chose to flee. Over the past 3 years, Ma Hongjun did not devote all his energy solely to cultivating his soul power. Most of his time was spent acquiring knowledge about soul beasts and exploring the continent. His soul power is exceptionally pure. Yet he must also suppress the small evil fire within him, which naturally hinders his cultivation speed. Nevertheless, even so, Fat Tiger's soul power level has yet to surpass that of Ma Hongjun. Fat Tiger has only just obtained his soul ring, while Ma Hongjun reached level 21 a year ago and has now advanced to level 24, 3 levels higher than Fat Tiger, who awakened his martial soul concurrently. It is essential to note that Ma Hongjun is currently cultivating the 3-leaf clover martial soul, which is of innate level 3, making its cultivation considerably less challenging than the innate level 7 martial soul that Fat Tiger possesses. One must understand that this is the 3rd level of the Great Soul Master Realm, which is not comparable to the soul power of the innate Soul Master Realm. Once Ma Hongjun cultivates the Evil Fire Phoenix martial soul, his cultivation speed will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Note, the cultivation of dual martial souls is divided into primary and secondary cultivation. If one primarily cultivates the 3-leaf clover martial soul, the cultivation speed will certainly not rival that of the Evil Fire Phoenix martial soul, which possesses innate full soul power. The reason Ma Hongjun remains at level 10 after awakening the Phoenix martial soul is due to the constraints imposed by the rules of Douluo continent. Although the combined levels do not lead to an increase, the purity of Ma Hongjun's soul power exceeds that of ordinary soul masters of the same level by more than double. Fat Tiger's current progress is largely attributable to Zhao Wujie's vigorous training, coupled with his own diligent practice. Typically, his training time exceeds Ma Hongjun's by 3-fold. While Ma Hongjun cultivates for 1 hour, Fat Tiger dedicates 3 hours to his training, and even then, he barely manages to keep pace with Ma Hongjun's cultivation speed. Ma Hongjun believed that he would surely reach the 30th level before Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy in 2 years. Let us not forget that his Evil Fire Phoenix martial spirit had yet to be bestowed with any soul rings. At present, his physical development was fully matured, particularly in a certain aspect, enabling him to begin cultivating his martial spirit. As they followed the now invisible figure of Fat Tiger into the academy, Dai Mubai could not contain his curiosity and suddenly inquired, "Brother Hongjun, your status in our academy must be quite high. Yet I have not seen any other students along our way." Well, all the students in our academy have already graduated. The specifics will be introduced to us by the dean during tomorrow's class. Ma Hongjun hesitated, refraining from revealing too much about the academy. He suspected that Oscar might also enroll in Shrek Academy this year. In the original story, both Oscar and Dai Mubai appeared within Shrek Academy when Tang San was merely over 12 years old, which would be 2 years hence. I see. Dai Mubai replied, somewhat bewildered. They continued their journey through the academy, which was situated in a remote area, surrounded by dense trees, rendering its scenery rather unremarkable. The wooden gates, overrun with vines, opened onto a narrow country path about 3 or 4 meters wide, devoid of any embellishments save for the wild grass and common rural fences. The overall appearance conveyed a sense of decay, as if uninhabited for a long time. The stone-paved path, adorned with patches of moss, combined with the surrounding weeds, created a unique rustic beauty. Passing through a small square at the center, Ma Hongjun pointed to the ancient buildings resembling both ancient architecture from his past life and elements of Western design, stating, "There lies our teaching building at Shrek Academy. In the future, if any important announcements arise, the dean will declare them in this square. We gather here every morning." Indeed, these buildings exude a profound sense of age. They appear quite ancient and must have considerable history, right? Are our dormitories located nearby? Dai Mubai expressed his difficulty in complimenting Shrek Academy, feeling somewhat awkward. Well, it's decent. It cannot compare to those aristocratic soul master academies in large cities, but it possesses its own charm. Ma Hongjun responded nonchalantly. He found more appreciation in the simplicity of this rustic style than in opulent architecture. The wooden structures, though lacking the sturdiness of towering steel buildings, were imbued with a sense of historical depth and culture, qualities that could not be replicated by the buildings of a bustling metropolis. The architectural style of Shrek offered an aesthetic pleasure, embodying a tranquil pastoral beauty, undisturbed by the clamor of city life. Not far southwest from the square stood a prominent water wheel, reminiscent of a Ferris wheel, an irrigation tool once common but now rare, occupying an area larger than several houses. Its presence alongside the buildings of Shrek Academy indeed created a striking picturesque scene. Yes, it is indeed quite remarkable. After your description, I genuinely find Shrek Academy beautiful and am filled with anticipation for my future life here, Dai Mubai observed, truly recognizing the natural pastoral beauty of Shrek Academy. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think the teachers at the academy prefer to stay here in retirement? It's because it is relatively serene and possesses a touch of natural beauty. You must know that the teachers at Shrek Academy are all at least Soul Emperor-level experts, renowned figures in their youth across the continent, Ma Hongjun said with pride. His head held high. That's also why I chose to come to Shrek Academy. I heard our dean is none other than the legendary four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. One of the famous golden iron triangle of the continent, am I right? Dai Mubai asked, though his tone reflected certainty rather than inquiry. Why ask when you already know? How dull. All right, let me show you to your dormitory and help you settle in. You will be rooming with Fat Tiger from now on. Due to certain reasons related to my martial spirit, I cannot cohabit with boys, Ma Hongjun said somewhat irritably. He had initially intended to impress Dai Mubai, but was surprised that Dai Mubai was already familiar with the general situation of Shrek Academy. Upon reflection, it made sense. Although Dai Mubai was not highly regarded in the Douluo Empire, being the second prince, he certainly had access to such information. Reasons related to your martial spirit? Dai Mubai asked, perplexed. What does that mean? Are you implying that you can live with girls instead? Ignoring Dai Mubai's confusion, Ma Hongjun had no intention of explaining. Having decided to cultivate his second martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, he was unperturbed by potential ridicule. Nevertheless, he wished to leave a good impression on their first meeting. Upon reaching the dormitory area, which consisted of vacant village houses, a cheerful woman assisting with the academy's cleaning approached Ma Hongjun with delight, exclaiming, Hongjun, is this new student you brought along? Has he just enrolled? He must be hungry, right? My daughter Tsuewa has prepared your favorite braised pork. Once I finish my chores, come over for lunch. Ah, it's you, Aunt Zhang. Haha. No, that won't be necessary. I need to accompany the new student for a meal and help him familiarize himself with the academy. I promise to visit next time, Ma Hongjun said, his demeanor stiffening upon hearing Aunt Zhang's voice. He quickly shot a look at Dai Mubai to convey his feelings. Ah, yes. I just arrived and am still getting to know the academy. Dai Mubai quickly caught on and responded in agreement. Well, it seems Tsuehua will have to wait once again. Such a good child. I wonder if Tsuehua has the fortune to find a suitable match. Each generation has its own blessings. I shan't trouble you further, Aunt Zhang sighed, somewhat disappointed, and wandered off. What was that about? Tsuehua? What is going on, brother? Dai Mubai could no longer contain his laughter once Aunt Zhang had moved away. What is there to explain? It's simply that my charm is undeniable. The ladies of the village frequently invite me to their homes for meals, hoping to introduce me to their daughters. Alas, I must thank you for your help this time. Ma Hongjun exhaled, feeling relieved. He also felt a newfound fondness for Dai Mubai's cooperation, which added a touch of warmth to his tone. Sometimes, the bond between men is forged through the simplest of gestures, with even trivial matters serving to draw them closer together. Ma Hongjun's words were indeed insightful. His reputation for kindness and helpfulness made him a well-regarded figure in Shrek Village, undoubtedly a model student. As for Tsuehua, if memory serves, she is the very girlfriend from the original story who, unable to withstand Ma Hongjun's mischievous advances, insisted on a breakup. Therefore, whenever she encountered him or Aunt Zhang, she would instinctively avoid them. Ma Hongjun even harbored some doubts that Tsuehua might be an ancestor of Ma Xiaodao, from Douluo No. 2. In Chapter 28, The Gathering of the Three Oddities, end. There's no need to thank me. We shall be classmates from now on, and it is only natural to assist one another. Dai Mubai remarked casually, waving his hand dismissively. Well, our Shrek Academy has no particularly stringent rules. To put it simply, we do not condone pillaging or debauchery. Yet we encourage combat and gambling. Engaging in battle is the most effective way to hone one's martial spirit and gain valuable practical experience. While gambling serves as a psychological game that significantly enhances mental fortitude, observational skills, and judgment, Ma Hongjun succinctly introduced the Academy's regulations, a task assigned to him by the dean in advance. Isn't that a bit unique? Dai Mubai hesitated, clearly apprehensive that voicing any criticism of Shrek Academy might rekindle Ma Hongjun's antagonism. Provided there are no extremes, everything should remain within reasonable limits. Fighting should not result in death, and as long as one does not gamble away their trousers, there should be no problem, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, and at that moment, they arrived at the boys' dormitory, thereby fulfilling his assigned task. After Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had found a suitable room, Ma Hongjun glanced enviously at Dai Mubai as he retrieved a beautifully arranged item from his spatial soul guide, which was adorned with silk. Ma Hongjun currently possesses not a single spatial soul guide, while Flanders retains only one for his own use. As the role of the dean necessitates frequent reliance on such devices, naturally, he would not bestow upon the seemingly inconsequential Ma Hongjun. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun could not help but entertain thoughts of acquiring a high-quality, spacious soul guide at an auction, should the opportunity arise. Soul guides are specialized devices powered by soul energy, with spatial soul guides being among the most precious, serving as storage tools. Brother Ma, where do we dine at the academy? I have arrived and find myself rather famished. Allow me to treat you. Let us head to the cafeteria, said Dai Mubai, having tidied his bed and noticing Ma Hongjun waiting nearby. Oh, never mind. The academy does not charge for meals. If you wish to treat me, perhaps another day you could take me to the snack street in Sotoa City, Ma Hongjun replied with a hint of resignation, waving his hand. He had always been untroubled by food. The more he consumed, the easier it was to suppress the small, evil fire within him, although it might lead to weight gain. He felt there was little choice for now. The cafeteria, not far from their location, was essentially a modest residential building where meals were prepared by villagers hired by the academy. While the food was not particularly delectable, it was sufficient to satiate hunger. Upon arriving, they discovered two individuals awaiting them outside. One was the rotund Hu, while the other was an unfamiliar face to Ma Hongjun. Fatty, is this person also a new student in our academy? Ma Hongjun inquired, surprised. Little Ma, we have been waiting for your arrival to dine. I wouldn't allow anyone else to enter without you. This silver-haired lad is brought by teacher Xiao Xian. He is not yet a student of our academy but should be shortly. He will likely become our classmate, Fat Hu replied, beaming with an endearing yet odd expression. Very well, let us proceed inside. There is no need to wait specifically for me in the future, as the academy welcomes more students. We cannot adhere to the previous customs, Ma Hongjun nodded appreciatively. Over the past 3 years, he had developed a favorable opinion of Fat Hu, who, despite occasionally appearing sycophantic, had a good heart. All right then, let us enter and eat. I am quite hungry, Fat Hu said, rubbing his belly with a sheepish grin, not intending to cozy up to Dai Mubai or Oscar. In his mind, aside from the respect he held for Ma Hongjun, his primary concern was food, which was evident in his similar physique to Ma Hongjun. Hello everyone. I am Oscar, a disciple of teacher Xiao Xian, and I will be your classmate, Oscar chimed in. Having overheard their conversation, he was notably handsome, clad in simple gray attire, with neat short hair and distinctive peach blossom eyes. Greetings. I am Ma Hongjun. You may call me Little Ma. Should anyone bully you in the academy, feel free to seek me out. I have some standing here, Ma Hongjun said, with a playful glint in his eye, as if to imply that there were others aside from their small group. Oscar appeared quite tidy and spirited. Lacking the disheveled hair he would sport 2 years later. Little Ma, you seem quite mature. You must be a senior student at our academy, Oscar remarked without a hint of doubt or hesitation, addressing Ma Hongjun with ease. Dai Mubai and Fat, who could not help but chuckle at the exchange, noting that although Oscar looked young, he was likely around 12 or 13, while Ma Hongjun appeared more mature yet was undoubtedly younger than he seemed. They understood that Shrek Academy did not categorize students by grade level. Ah, a promising youth indeed. Excellent. Let us dine, Ma Hongjun said with satisfaction, choosing not to disclose the reality to Oscar. After sharing their first meal at the academy, the group expressed their grievances about the meager portions, with Ma Hongjun voicing the strongest discontent, especially since it was the newcomer's first day, and the lack of meat was rather unreasonable. The image of Dean Flanders had already become synonymous with stinginess in the eyes of Dai Mubai and Oscar. The following morning, the academy's bell rang, rousing Ma Hongjun from his reluctant slumber. After a brief wash, he sluggishly made his way to the small square in front of the teaching building. Upon his arrival, he noticed that all eyes were fixed upon him, clearly awaiting his presence. He was the last to arrive. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for my tardiness, Ma Hongjun said without a hint of sincerity as he took his place beside Fat Hu, preparing for the dean's address. Arriving so late. What were you up to last night? Did your martial soul misbehave again? Flanders inquired with a tone of mock reproach, seemingly providing an excuse for Ma Hongjun's lateness. Oh, the daughter of the dream lord wouldn't let me leave. I plan to visit Suotawa City after today's training. I am accustomed to it, Ma Hongjun stated candidly, though he refrained from elaborating further. Yet, some could not help but misinterpret his words, like the one with the peach blossom eyes. Is your martial soul misbehaving? Could it be something akin to mine, or perhaps even more scandalous? Oscar mused inwardly, his gaze toward Ma Hongjun now tinged with a sense of camaraderie. Having dined the previous night, he was granted special admission to Shrek Academy by Dean Flanders, being the only innate full soul power food system soul master in recent years. His talent was exceptional, and in Flanders' eyes, he believed only Ma Hongjun could rival him, as he considered Ma Hongjun to possess potential for a titled position. All right, everyone stand straight. Ahem. Today marks the first day of the 2641st year of the Douluo calendar for Shrek Academy. I shall not waste words. I believe Hongjun has already briefed you on the Academy's rules. Compared to the rigid regulations of other academies, ours is far more straightforward. As long as you maintain unity among students and refrain from violence, no one will interfere with your activities. Flanders spoke with a grave demeanor, his slightly magnetic, husky voice compelling one to listen intently. What courses should we study, then? They must differ from those at the Junior Soul Master Academy, Oscar inquired. Clearly having attended such an institution, the specific curriculum has yet to be finalized, Flanders replied. However, practical combat classes are of utmost importance at our academy. So you will be required to dedicate half of your daily time to this. Now, aside from Ma Hongjun, all of you should proceed to the academic office to pay the tuition for this semester, which amounts to 100 gold soul coins. Flanders' gaze seemed to casually sweep over everyone, yet in just 2 sentences, he revealed his avaricious nature. Ma Hongjun gazed enviously at his 3 companions and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Ahem, there's no need for you to look at me with envy. This is my privilege. One you cannot attain. Initially, one might have expected Ma Hongjun to offer some comforting words or explain the reasons behind his situation. To their surprise, his words came across as rather irritating. Alas, there was little they could do. The esteemed dean was exceedingly fond of little Ma, and they truly couldn't feel that envy. It seemed best not to compare themselves to him, and instead focus on paying their tuition fees. Fat Tiger was somewhat accustomed to this. Having entered the academy 4 years prior, he had grown familiar with such dynamics. He led the way to the administrative office to settle the fees, after which the group returned to the playground. It was then that Flanders finally spoke again. His tone noticeably softened from its earlier severity. From now on, your daily routine will consist of running 10 laps back and forth from Shrek Academy to Soto City. You are not permitted to use your spirit power, and failure to complete this task will result in deprivation of meals, Flanders stated slowly in his characteristic gravelly voice. Upon hearing the requirement of merely 10 laps, Oscar and Dai Mubai initially appeared unconcerned. However, upon learning that they could not utilize their spirit power, their expressions turned grave. Particularly Oscar, who suddenly felt overwhelmed. Dai Mubai, being a strong assault-type spirit master, was relatively unfazed, while Oscar, as a support-type spirit master, faced a much graver challenge. As his physical prowess was the weakest among all spirit masters, utilizing spirit power to summon their martial spirits might pose some difficulty, yet it remained feasible. However, being prohibited from using spirit power was akin to a death sentence for him. Ahem. Considering that you have just paid your tuition and are still unaccustomed to the environment of the academy, I will reduce the 10 laps to 5. Flanders said nonchalantly before departing, heading directly towards the administrative office. Is the dean really leaving just like that? Isn't he concerned that we might resort to using spirit power or slack off and fail to complete the 5 laps? Daimubai asked Ma Hongjun incredulously, finding the situation rather too lenient. That's a question for Fat Tiger. He has the experience, right, Fat Tiger? Ma Hongjun recalled the time Fat Tiger had been caught slacking and received a thrashing from Zhao Wujie. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the thought of the seemingly simple-minded Fat Tiger being quite the crafty one. Hey boss, please don't tease me. I was too young back then. I wouldn't dare to be lazy now, Fat Tiger replied, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. I believe it's not that you cannot, but rather that you dare not. Cultivation is our own responsibility. Even when teacher Zhao Wujie is no longer supervising us, we must persist in completing our training tasks. Never underestimate running. It is an essential skill for evading spirit masters with higher spirit rings, Ma Hongjun remarked. casting a serious glance at Fat Tiger. Understood, boss. Fat Tiger straightened up, his demeanor turning earnest. Whenever Ma Hongjun lectured, he became exceedingly obedient. Oh, but there is still a teacher supervising us. I thought I could secretly use spirit power and take it easy, Oscar said, his thoughts of slacking off dissipating upon hearing Ma Hongjun's admonitions. Well, you must have heard the saying, with more rings, more bones, with fewer rings, fewer bones. Run for your life. Thus, running training is of utmost importance for spirit masters. Let us hasten our pace, Ma Hongjun concluded, leading the charge towards Soto City. The three exchanged glances and fell into step alongside Ma Hongjun, their youthful exuberance compelling them not to yield easily. Even though Fat Tiger held deep respect for Ma Hongjun, he always viewed him as a target to chase. After one lap, Ma Hongjun turned to Oscar, whose complexion had paled, and said, Oscar, run behind me. It should make things a bit easier for you. Huh? Why? Oscar asked, bewildered. The wind creates resistance. When the wind acts upon you, you expend more energy to counter that resistance. However, if you are behind me, that resistance will diminish significantly. Do you understand? Ma Hongjun explained, glancing back at Oscar. I don't get it. Oscar still failed to comprehend. Despite his intelligence, it was challenging for him to grasp such scientifically validated concepts immediately. Daimubai wore a similar expression of confusion, while Fat Tiger appeared delighted to trail behind Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, Oscar decided to heed Ma Hongjun's advice, following him closely and managing to complete the task assigned by Flanders with considerable difficulty. In Soto City, at the Rose Hotel, seated at the opulent dining table within a lavish private room, Ma Hongjun commenced his voracious feast, swiftly consuming a portion of meat from an ice attribute soul beast, roughly the size of a tiger. Beside him sat Mei Anna, her face aglow with happiness as she attentively served him dishes and offered water, quietly observing his ravenous consumption. Why do you always like watching me eat? I admit I look quite dashing while doing so, but your gaze makes me shy, Ma Hongjun remarked, letting out a satisfied burp as he turned to Mei Anna with a puzzled expression. Oh, you vain creature. I do not always watch you. It's merely occasional. Well, I have grown accustomed to observing you eat, and why should that be a problem? Watching you stirs my appetite when I dine. Mei Anna initially attempted to defend herself, but upon reflection, realized the truth of her words. For the past 4 years, she had tended to him during meals, akin to a devoted wife serving her husband. The thought caused her cheeks to flush, rendering her exceptionally beautiful, yet Ma Hongjun remained oblivious, his attention fixated on the delectable dishes before him. Well, if you enjoy watching, then do so. After all, I am eating your food, Ma Hongjun said, unaware of the subtle shift in Mei Anna's expression. He mused that one cannot refuse the hand that feeds them. Noticing his indifference, Mei Anna felt a twinge of frustration, but then remembered that despite Ma Hongjun's insatiable desires, he lacked emotional awareness, realizing perhaps her expectations were somewhat excessive. In the future, I likely want to require as much ice attribute soul beast meat to temper my little evil fire, so you need not prepare so much, lest it goes to waste. Ma Hongjun said, casting a reluctant glance at the last piece of ice attribute soul beast meat he had devoured, his words tinged with insincerity. The truth weighed heavily on him. Over the past 4 years, he had consumed soul beast meat worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins, not counting interest. Mei Anna's expression dimmed momentarily before a thought struck her, prompting a shy inquiry. I heard from the dean that your martial spirit can be sustained in other ways. Will you be using such methods in the future? No, Ma Hongjun replied, fully aware of what Mei Anna implied and unwilling to elaborate further. Such discussions were not suitable for young ladies, even if Mei Anna was nearing 20 and still unmarried, a striking young woman in her prime. That's a relief. Remember, you must never harm innocent girls, nor frequent those establishments. Do you understand? Mei Anna admonished him, her demeanor serious. Rest assured, sister. Although we live in an age that tolerates various vices, I, Ma Hongjun, am not one to indulge in such behaviors. You may rest easy, he replied, adopting a playful demeanor as he playfully massaged her back, eager to appease her. After all, Mei Anna was his benefactor, and he sought to maintain her goodwill, treating her far better than he would anyone else. Indeed, the allure of wealthy women was undeniable. In youth, one may overlook the charms of an affluent partner, mistakenly valuing youthful innocence over financial security, only to later seek the company of a wealthy woman, realizing too late that opportunities had slipped away. Wealthy women shine as beacons amid darkness. Had one turned back in time, future generations would be free from worry, securing a prosperous partnership, with all riches at their disposal. Bah, you silver-tongued flatterer! Where would I find 120 hearts? With your way with words, who knows how many hearts you'll capture? Mei Anna teased, her tone lightening considerably, her melodious voice resonating beautifully in Ma Hongjun's ears. Chapter 30, Stardew Forest, Part 1. Ma Hongjun had begun to contemplate the ice and fire duality but before pursuing this ambition, he needed to prepare adequately. After acquiring the phosphorescent flame poison and mastering the breath of fire, as he consumed the phosphorescent snake poison, a bold idea had taken root in his mind. Through extensive training and practice with the breath of fire over the years, Ma Hongjun had become adept at utilizing its capabilities. The breath of fire allows one to incinerate and absorb toxins, transforming them into soul power. While the quantity of soul power generated may not be substantial, it suffices for several days of cultivation and serves as an antidote, particularly effective against the phosphorescent snake poison, an area where Ma Hongjun had gained considerable experience. Thus, it is only natural for any sensible individual to be tempted by the ice and fire duality and Ma Hongjun was no exception. Although Ma Hongjun's martial spirit may appear frivolous, he himself is rather upright and virtuous, remaining chaste and unsullied to this day. However, this is merely an exaggeration. Do not take it too seriously. Throughout my life, I have not even touched a girl's hand, let alone captured a maiden's heart. With his eyes wide open, Ma Hongjun spoke nonsense while massaging the shoulders of a beautiful woman, boldly claiming he had never held a girl's hand, showcasing an audacious demeanor. Oh, really? Am I not a girl? Complained Mei Anna, grumbling softly, as if to suggest that someone has had a boyfriend before, when in truth, apart from Ma Hongjun, she had not interacted with any other man. Ma Hongjun, at least, has his sister Ma Xiaodai, whereas she only finds solace in the company of Ma Hongjun. In the past, she could treat him as a child, but now even Flinder no longer regards Ma Hongjun as an innocent youth. After all, Ma Hongjun possesses an abundance of knowledge. Although he may be somewhat oblivious in matters of the heart, his ardor for women is indeed something that any man would aspire to. With desires tenfold that of an ordinary person, one cannot ascertain whether he would have succumbed to the strain of his own body had it not been for the cultivation of the Demon Slayer breathing technique, which grants him the physical prowess of a soul master at double the normal capacity. It can be said that the Demon Slayer breathing technique has had an immense impact on Ma Hongjun. The enhancement of physical attributes from the sun breathing, the increased offensive capabilities of his soul power from the flame breathing, and the ability to detoxify. In the future, should fortune smile upon him, he may even unlock other forms of breathing techniques. Ma Hongjun could not help but feel an overwhelming anticipation for the second hidden soul ring. Was it a treasure of unparalleled power, a miraculous cultivation technique, or perhaps a unique ability? All these possibilities danced in his mind. Hey, Sister Anna, what do you think of me? I'm tired of striving. Would you consider supporting me? Ma Hongjun gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, his words tinged with a hint of infatuation. Get lost. How old are you? Everything you consume is from my resources. What more do you desire? Mei Anna shot him a shy yet reproachful glance. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously regarded Ma Hongjun and half-jokingly remarked, however, if you wish for me to be your woman, it is not entirely impossible. Age is not a concern for me, but if you choose me, you must forsake all other women. So, do you still wish to be my man? Although Mei Anna spoke in a teasing tone, a flicker of expectation lay hidden within her heart, awaiting Ma Hongjun's response. Alas, that is not feasible. I cannot forsake an entire forest for a single tree. I, Ma Hongjun, am destined to become a man of divine stature. How could I hang my fate upon one solitary tree? He lamented, oblivious to the true feelings of the young lady. Over the years, Mei Anna had treated every man with indifference except for Ma Hongjun, whom she regarded with special attention. In her childhood, it was his talent and a sense of compassion that drew her to him, but as he matured, her feelings began to evolve in ways she herself failed to recognize. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Mei Anna felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She stood abruptly, not sparing him a glance, and retreated to her bedroom. What was happening? Women truly are a mystery. Ma Hongjun found himself somewhat bewildered by Mei Anna's reaction. It was merely a jest. Could it be that she perceived his words as a reflection of his lack of charm, prompting her irritation? Yet, that seemed unlikely. Sister Anna was not one to be so petty. Ma Hongjun's thoughts raced, yet he still failed to grasp the crux of the matter. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the age-old truth. Women are indeed enigmatic. As the ancients aptly stated, a woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean. And even when found, it still pricks. 3 days later, at Shrek Academy, early in the morning, in the small square before the teaching building, Flanders adjusted his glasses and addressed the crowd with a calm demeanor. I have an announcement to make. For the next month, there will be no classes. So you need not engage in running exercises during this period. Hooray! This is splendid news. Finally, no more running. Dean, I cannot express how much I adore you. Oscar couldn't contain his excitement, jumping up and down joyfully, embracing Fat Tiger as they celebrated together. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Oscar, reluctant to undermine his spirits. He had already informed the dean the previous day of his intention to journey to the Douluo forest in search of his second martial soul's spirit ring. He understood well the reason behind Flandra's words and sensed that there was more to come, prompting him to look towards Flandra. Dai Mubai, too, refrained from unnecessary remarks. Although their training regimen would soon escalate to 10 round trips daily between Shrek Academy and Soto City, he could still perceive a marked improvement in his physical prowess. His ability to barely meet the demands of the tasks did not imply that Oscar could do the same. Oscar often found himself utterly exhausted, requiring assistance from Ma Hongjun and others to complete his objectives. Thus, upon hearing the dean's words, he was filled with uncontainable joy, oblivious to Flandra's underlying intentions. This intense training, which prohibited the use of soul power, disallowed breaks, and offered no saline solution for energy replenishment, posed challenges even for a beast martial soul battle master like Ma Hongjun, let alone for Oscar, who was a support-type soul master. During a mid-journey assessment, Ma Hongjun calculated the distance, estimating that a round trip would be approximately 10 kilometers, culminating in a total of 100 kilometers for 10 trips, equivalent to 200 li. However, for these ordinary great soul masters, traversing such distances without utilizing soul power proved to be quite challenging. One should not rejoice too soon. In the forthcoming month, we are likely to spend our time in the Douluo forest, as our objective is to acquire soul rings, not merely one, but multiple. The perils of the Douluo forest need no elaboration. Even with the protection of our teachers, it is imperative that you remain vigilant at all times. Now, I would like to introduce two esteemed sisters to you. Flandre, seemingly oblivious to Oscar's excitement, spoke with unrelenting candor. Yet, upon hearing that Flandre intended to introduce the sisters, the four male students, aside from Ma Hongjun, could hardly contain their anticipation, eagerly awaiting Flandre's next words. Ahem. You may come out. There is no need to hide. We shall eventually head to the Douluo forest together. Flandre lightly cleared his throat and called out to the teaching building behind him with a hint of exasperation. Sure enough, as Flandre's words echoed, two enchanting young women emerged from behind one of the buildings. One was clad in green, exuding a subtle air of heroism, embodying the charm of a refined lady. The other wore a rose-colored qipao, radiating an aura of noble elegance, her flawless complexion marking her as a captivating mature beauty. Chapter 31, The Douluo Forest, Part 2. Instantly, the four single men of Shrek Academy, with the exception of Ma Hongjun, displayed expressions akin to that of a lovesick fool. Sisters, how come it's you two? Why didn't you inform me of your arrival at the academy? I would have been delighted to welcome you sooner, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, followed by a hint of grievance. Humph. Rosanna turned her head away, clearly still incensed by the events of 3 days prior. Xiaohong, you've changed so much. In just a year, you've grown taller than your elder sister. The woman in green remarked, not as demure as others might have anticipated. She approached Ma Hongjun with a hearty demeanor, playfully touching him here and there, and then reminiscing with fondness. This playful gesture was quite impactful. Ma Hongjun could feel the envious and jealous gazes of his three companions, who looked as if they wished to crush him in jealousy. Ma Hongjun, feeling slightly embarrassed and oblivious to his surroundings, said with a chuckle, Hee, you've grown so fast. Sister Xiaodai, have you reached the spirit sovereign level in your cultivation? Ma Hongjun scrutinized Ma Xiaodai and then inquired with a hint of certainty, recalling that the last time he saw her, she was already a level 28 soul master. Indeed, I recently advanced to level 30, prompting my grandfather to request Dean Flandre's assistance in acquiring my third soul ring, which is why I found myself at Shrek Academy, Ma Xiaodai elucidated, subsequently engaging amiably with Mayana. Has grandfather not come? Ma Hongjun, reflecting on the year that had passed since he last saw the village chief of Debong, inquired with a tinge of nostalgia. No, grandfather is quite elderly and finds long journeys inconvenient. Besides, the affairs of the village require his attention, Ma Xiaodai replied, affectionately ruffling Ma Hongjun's hair. She was notably tall, not much shorter than him. Oh. Ma Hongjun contemplated the situation, recognizing that they were all adults, and refrained from uttering any melodramatic remarks. Ultimately, he introduced his companions from Shrek Academy to the two women, as female soul masters held a certain allure in the Douluo continent. Oscar and the others displayed great enthusiasm, for young men of their age often sought to impress beautiful women. A few days later, during their journey to the Stardow forest, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna forged an unbreakable sisterhood, the speed at which women's friendships blossomed surpassing that of men's camaraderie by leaps and bounds. However, anyone who overheard the two women's conversation would undoubtedly envy our protagonist, Ma Hongjun, as most of their discussions revolved around him. To alleviate their boredom along the way, Ma Hongjun regaled the group, including the two women, with tales from the mythological epic journey to the west. Currently, he had reached the episode where Tang San traversed the Kingdom of Daughters. The listeners, especially the two women, were utterly captivated, as if they had glimpsed a broader world, igniting their curiosity, even drawing the attention of Flander, who could not resist eavesdropping. The Queen of the Kingdom of Daughters gazed longingly at Tang San, who was preparing to depart on his white dragon steed, her voice tinged with sorrow as she implored him, "Will you marry me or not? If you insist on leaving, I will not stop you." Ma Hongjun, teasingly, posed the question of how Tang San would respond. "I would wager that Tang San would choose to continue his journey to the Western Paradise," Mei Anna speculated with a touch of sympathy. "After all, he is a monk, a man of virtue, and cannot take a wife. His marriage to the queen must have been out of sheer obligation, leaving her heartbroken." "Not quite. Or perhaps only partially correct," Ma Hongjun replied playfully, directing his attention toward the inquisitive Ma Xiaodai instead of the eager Oscar. "What do you think, Sister Xiaodai?" "I believe Tang San must have been moved by the queen's affections and ultimately chose to remain in the Kingdom of Daughters, sending his disciples to the Western Paradise to seek the sacred texts," Ma Xiaodai suggested, embodying an idealistic outlook. "Ever the optimist." "Sister Xiaodai, you are beautiful. Yet your thoughts are even more enchanting," Ma Hongjun teased. "Did I not mention that the journey to retrieve the sacred texts involves enduring 81 trials? If it were so simple, wouldn't he, the Monkey King, just need to perform a few somersaults to obtain them?" His words were infuriatingly provocative, and had it not been for their fear of his strength, the group might have been tempted to give Ma Hongjun a good thrashing. Even Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna, who were closest to him, felt similarly exasperated by his incessant teasing. Noticing the murderous glares directed at him, Ma Hongjun quickly continued, "In truth, Tang San's answer was, 'I will marry you.' But ultimately, the queen allowed him to depart, leaving her to live out her days in solitude, forever waiting for the monk to return to the Kingdom of Daughters for just one more glance." Ma Hongjun did not finish his statement in one go. Instead, he spoke halfway, tantalizing the audience, completely unaware of how infuriating his behavior was. Why, one might wonder, would Tang San wish to marry the king of the Kingdom of Daughters while simultaneously allowing him to embark on a pilgrimage to the west? Beside him, the ever-perceptive Oscar, perplexed by this conundrum, leaned in with curiosity and inquired. The remarks made by Ma Hongjun appear to be somewhat contradictory. If one is willing to marry, it stands to reason that Tang San would no longer embark on the journey to the west, such as the conventional narrative. Ahem. While he spoke of marriage, the white dragon steed he rode misheard it as drive, and swiftly whisked Tang San away, leaving no trace. Tang San could only glance back at the weeping queen of the Daughter Kingdom, unaware that this farewell would indeed be eternal. Ma Hongjun sighed, weaving a fanciful tale inspired by a reimagined journey to the west that he had stumbled upon on some obscure website. The carefree and light-hearted fat tiger could not contain his laughter, yet the expressions of the two women soured. No, this ending is unsatisfactory. I dislike it. You must present an alternative, or I shall disregard you henceforth," Ma Xiaodai pouted, her face contorting in playful reproach as she looked at Ma Hongjun. "Well, the story is as it is. How can I alter it? Its imperfections render it all the more poignant. I recount this tale to illustrate that one cannot always pursue both fish and bear's paw. Just as in the story of Tang San. How can one achieve a perfect resolution in this world without disappointing either the Buddha or one's beloved?" Ma Hongjun responded, a hint of resignation in his voice. Surprised by the depth of their immersion in the narrative, he turned to Mei Anna, who also bore an expression that implored him to modify the tale. "We understand your intent. However, we are currently discussing the story of Journey to the West. My friend, you must revise it, for otherwise, the two sisters will not easily let you off," Dai Mubai advised, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder with a look of concern. Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai in confusion, wondering why this big man seemed so effeminate. Surely, he also felt uncomfortable, which prompted him to suggest a change. "No, I want to change. I want to say anything more. If you want to listen, fine." With that, Ma Hongjun decided to abandon his storytelling duties, resolute in his refusal to alter his approach. In his previous life, he had been similarly stubborn, whether telling tales or writing novels. He found little support for his stories and was unwilling to revise his convictions, opting only for embellishment, ignoring the discontented glances of those around him. He approached Flinder and inquired, "Teacher, how much longer until we reach the Douluo forest?" 3 days, I reckon. You really are a pain. If you're going to tell a story, just tell it without dragging it out. If you weren't my disciple, I would make you understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Do share the continuation with me later. Flinder replied casually, then turned to Ma Hongjun and whispered, all right. Ma Hongjun felt rather astonished, not realizing that the allure of Journey to the West could resonate so profoundly in the Douluo continent. In the spirit of promoting traditional culture, he concluded that he indeed needed to recount more tales of martial spirits, the three kingdoms, and the rise of heroes in the future. Chapter 32, The Douluo Forest, Part 3, Mandarin Ducks Pair, Butterflies Fly Together, Spring's full bloom enchants the senses. Quietly I asked the holy monk, "Is the daughter beautiful? What of royal power and wealth? Fear not the strictures of the law, love endures." Ma Hongjun led the way, singing a song of affection while summoning a clover to emit melodious sounds with his soul power. The two young women gazed at their brother with admiration, no longer mentioning the desire for him to alter an ending. In that moment, the group regarded Ma Hongjun as a rare talent, with even Flinder acknowledging his remarkable artistic gift. Not only could he weave stories, but he could also compose songs to accompany them. Listening to his enchanting melodies, his raspy yet magnetic voice compelled everyone to join in singing that captivating tune. In his youth, Tang San had escaped calamity, but grown-up Ma Hongjun realized he had missed a lifetime of experiences. As he poured his emotions into the song, Ma Hongjun's voice grew increasingly heartfelt. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected change within himself as the rhythm of the sun breathing transformed. The soul power flowed in harmony with his melodious voice, manifesting a wondrous resonance akin to a beautiful thunder. However, externally, nothing appeared different. Only Flinder noticed the subtle fluctuations in Ma Hongjun's soul power, but chose not to inquire further. He had always sensed that Ma Hongjun harbored secrets, but had no intention of prying. Is this the breath of sound? Ma Hongjun mused, speculating that the abilities derived from the breath of sound would not mirror those from the world of Demon Slayer. Yet, he remained uncertain about the implications of this newfound ability. Perhaps it was merely a delightful gift, akin to a tasty morsel that ultimately proved insubstantial. Surely, this ability cannot be limited to simply singing beautifully? Well, even if it is, that is still something worthwhile. After all, the transformation of sun breathing into other forms seems effortless. I shall take the time to explore this further, Ma Hongjun pondered, convinced that the breath of sound likely held other potential applications, though he could not discern their nature at that moment. In the sea of consciousness, a new skill named Breath of Sound appeared in the panel of martial soul abilities, alongside Breath of Flame, yet neither provided specific details about their capabilities, suggesting a need for personal exploration. Martial Soul, Lucky Clover, 3-leaf clover, innate level, level 3 function, traversal, not activated, hidden soul rings, activated, special ability, skill Demon Slayer breathing techniques, Breath of the Sun, Breath of Flame, Breath of Sound. Second Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, innate level, innate full soul power function, amplifies desire tenfold. What good is this tenfold desire if it hinders the cultivation of soul power? Ma Hongjun cast a disdainful glance at the function of his martial soul. Can desire lead to divinity? Perhaps he suddenly recalled the god of desire. However, before he could ponder further, he was interrupted by the complaints of the two women behind him. Why did you suddenly stop singing when you were doing so well? Can't you make it longer? The melodious voice of Mei Anna rang in his ears, snapping Ma Hongjun back to reality, causing his lips to twitch slightly. My throat hurts. I don't feel like singing anymore. If you like it, I'll teach you when I have time, he replied, refusing to indulge her just because she was wealthy, embodying his straightforward nature. All right, but you can't forget. By the way, how come I've known you for so long and never heard you sing? Mei Anna's eyes lit up, and she ceased to press the issue, agreeing with Ma Hongjun. She had long grown accustomed to his demeanor, neither too close nor too distant, maintaining an air of mystery. I want to learn too. Ma Shout, I said, looking at Ma Hongjun with hopeful eyes. Sure. I'll teach you all when we return to Shrek Academy, he replied, glancing at Daimubai and the others, who also appeared eager yet hesitant to speak up. While others might wish to learn for the sake of beauty, Ma Hongjun instinctively understood their motives. They sought to learn for the purpose of charming women. Little did they realize, Ma Hongjun had ulterior motives behind his sudden kindness. Music is a peculiar art. The same melody can be enchanting when sung by some, yet sound like a cacophony when sung by others. He intended to use these three gentlemen to enhance his own singing, for with the mastery of the breath of sound, his skills would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Comparison breeds envy, and envy incites admiration. He envisioned the day when Zhu Shuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu would join them, and the four men would sing daughter-s affection, their melodious voices drawing adoration from their beautiful companions, leaving him exhilarated at the thought. Meanwhile, Oscar and the others remained blissfully unaware of Ma Hongjun's true intentions, gazing at him with heartfelt admiration. It is entirely understandable that Ma Hongjun harbors such fantasies, for in his previous life, he was merely an inconsequential figure. He indeed admires the personas of Zhu Zhuqing and others among the Shrek 7 monsters. Yet it is merely from the perspective of an observer. Ma Hongjun understood that his feelings were not rooted in affection, but rather in admiration, akin to the sensation of idol worship. There was one similarity he shared with Xiao Yeye. While one may admire their idols, it does not lead to irrationality or the foolishness of sycophancy. Nonetheless, this admiration did not hinder his daydreaming about the Star Do Great Forest, one of the most renowned gathering places for soul beasts in the Douluo continent. This vast expanse spans the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, with 3/5 of its area situated within the Star Luo Empire and the remaining 2/5 in the Heaven Do Empire. It is a colossal primeval forest characterized by its intricate terrain, encompassing sandy areas, marshes, and wetlands. As one approaches the center, the soul beasts grow increasingly formidable, with numerous beings existing that have lived for over 100,000 years. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the existence of several formidable beasts in the most central region, among which the beast god Emperor Tian stood as one of the mightiest entities beneath the divine realm, though fraught with peril. This place was the ultimate destination for soul masters, for entering the Star Do Forest signified their impending ascension. The Star Do Forest is divided into 5 sections. We currently find ourselves at the fringes of this enigmatic expanse. Venturing further leads us to the outer circle of our goal, while the remaining 3 areas encompass the even more treacherous mixed circle, the core circle, and the legendary land of great calamities. Noticing the curiosity etched upon the faces of his companions, Flander began to elucidate. The land of great calamities? Isn't the core circle the heart of the Star Do Forest? Dai Mubai questioned, perplexed. I am uncertain, Flander replied. I glimpsed this notion within ancient texts. While it is true that most soul masters regard the core circle as the epicenter, you are still too inexperienced to concern yourselves with these matters. Let us proceed swiftly. As they traversed the outer circle, the terrain became increasingly intricate, teeming with soul beasts. Flander, with a serious demeanor, cautioned the students. Should you encounter a soul beast beyond your capabilities, I shall intervene, but you must learn to operate as a cohesive unit moving forward. Do you understand? On their journey, the purpose of their expedition into the Star Do Forest became apparent. After all present vowed to maintain the secrecy of Ma Hongjun's martial soul, Flander finally divulged the nature of Ma Hongjun's second martial soul. He informed them that Ma Hongjun possessed a twin martial soul and was now in pursuit of a soul ring for his second martial soul. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, his first martial soul could only bear an additional soul ring. However, he refrained from discussing the hidden soul ring, as even he had only a cursory understanding of it. At times, it is prudent to harbor one's own secrets. As the saying goes, clear waters have no fish. Excessive scrutiny can alienate allies. Ma Hongjun believed that, until he had matured, even his comrades must remain unaware of certain truths. The soul skill utilized during his battle with Dai Mubai was merely attributed to his martial soul's inherent abilities. The group, initially oblivious to the complexities, accepted Flander's narrative without question, especially under the strict condition of confidentiality. A martial soul capable of accommodating only 3 soul rings was indeed an anomaly, and this uniqueness did not attract undue attention. Should he acquire additional soul rings in the future, they could be framed as a secondary awakening of his martial soul. Despite the apparent trust issues, the hidden soul ring represented his most significant secret, while the exposure of his soul skills might be misconstrued as ordinary techniques. Revealing the methods derived from the hidden soul ring, such as the breath of Demon Slayer or any future treasures, could incite chaos across the Douluo continent. Although he lacked close family ties, aside from his grandfather Damar and sister Xiao Dai, as well as a few important mentors, he knew that should malevolent individuals threaten them, He might be compelled to capitulate. His compassion did not equate to weakness. Rather, he was deeply sentimental, unable to resort to extreme measures against those he held dear. The lives of 100 strangers paled in comparison to a single finger of his loved ones. In summary, he would not betray his kin unless they were grievously sinful. Yet, he understood the necessity of eliminating threats should they arise, knowing when to show mercy and when to be resolute. Ma Hongjun's urgency in acquiring the soul ring for his second martial soul stemmed from the slow cultivation of his clover martial soul. Despite possessing the breath of the sun technique, his progress could not rival that of prodigies like Tang San or Qianrenxua. Hence, he judiciously opted to cultivate his second martial soul, as the clover martial soul could only support a soul ring of the soul ancestor level at present. As they scoured the area for suitable soul beasts, Flander, noticing the waning daylight, suggested, "It seems we shall not find an appropriate soul beast today. You must all be weary. Let us seek a suitable location to set up camp. Hongjun and the fatty remain vigilant, while the rest of you prepare the campsite." Upon hearing this, the group promptly halted, finding a clear space to erect a large tent. Oscar sighed with relief, remarking, "Finally, a moment to rest. If it weren't for Brother Ma's stories, this journey would have been more exhausting than my morning runs. Enough of your complaints. Get up and help with the camp. Do you wish to put the two ladies to work?" Dai Mubai chided, as he retrieved the prepared tent from his soul guide. The two women quickly joined in the effort, and soon the spacious tent was ready, accommodating several individuals with ease. As Oscar was a support-type soul master, Flander proposed to keep watch during the night, allowing everyone to rest within the large tent for greater safety. He glanced at the two women, seeking their consent, as it was courteous to consider their opinions. "No objections. Safety is paramount in the Stardoe forest. Let Brother Hongjun sleep in the middle to create a separation," Ma Xiaodai suggested, regarding Ma Hongjun with a fondness that transcended mere kinship. Beside her, Mayana nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, seemingly lost in thought. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun hurriedly waved his hand, reassuring, "Sisters, rest assured, my little evil fire will not erupt in the coming days, especially with so many people around. There will be no issues." "Humph, little lecher. You better behave yourself while sleeping tonight," Mayana retorted lightly, attempting to mask her concern. She would never admit to Ma Hongjun that it was precisely his little evil fire that troubled her, ever since an incident a year prior. When his little evil fire nearly overwhelmed her, she had developed a lingering shadow of anxiety. It was the first time she felt an unusual stir towards a man. Or rather, towards Ma Hongjun. While it couldn't be termed love, there were inexplicable thoughts that had begun to arise. She could no longer treat him merely as a younger brother. "Well, I'm perfectly fine. I am the demon among lechers. Be wary, for I might just devour you both tonight," Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, quickly donning a look of exasperation. He felt quite helpless. However, it was somewhat comforting to know that Mayana did not doubt his character, but rather his phoenix martial spirit. After all, who wouldn't thrive if they found themselves reborn into the body of the portly Ma Hongjun, unless they were excessively reckless? Develop prudently and avoid recklessness was Ma Hongjun's guiding principle. As long as he refrained from indulgence, given his current aptitude, diligent training could easily earn him a position as a level 1 fire god. Should he let himself go, he risked dire consequences, potentially falling short even of the original Ma Hongjun's achievements, which would be utterly humiliating. The two women shot him a disapproving glance and fell silent. As everyone entered the tent, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Mayana looked at Ma Hongjun with disdain and warned, "If you dare harbor any wicked thoughts, sister will deal with you." She punctuated her words with a fierce gesture, imitating a menacing bite. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun felt a chill in his lower body and quickly shook his head, indicating his refusal. In his heart, he silently thought that Sister Xiaodai was truly the best, gentle as water, never angry with him. Upon entering the tent, Oscar looked at Ma Hongjun with envy and said in a rather lewd manner, "How about we swap beds, Brother Ma? I believe my self-control is far superior to yours." "Sure, but you should first inquire about their opinions. Otherwise, if you wake up missing a few body parts, don't blame me for not warning you," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Following Ma Hongjun's gaze, Oscar indeed saw the fierce expression on Mayana's face, her eyes scanning back and forth between the two. "Ahem, no, brother. I trust that you can control yourself. I think I will stick with the fatty. I fear the cold at night, and it's warmer beside him." Oscar quickly chuckled and returned to his own bed, evidently a typical case of having the intent but lacking the courage. Humph. Only then did Mayana settle back onto her bed. The beds were merely half a meter apart, a relatively safe distance, with 6 beds lined up, perfectly filling the tent. The space in front of the beds was occupied by a raised campfire for illumination. Thanks to the tent's cover, there was little fear of attracting soul beasts. However, nothing in life is absolute. Should a soul beast happen to pass by, one could only consider themselves unfortunate. Yet, with the luck of possessing the 4-leaf clover, Ma Hongjun likely was not the same unfortunate child from the original story and should not meet such misfortune. As night fell, the Douluo forest became eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of small animals foraging. After a light meal, everyone in the tent succumbed to sleep. Glancing at the already slumbering Ma Xiaodai and Mayana beside him, Ma Hongjun felt no wicked thoughts arise in his mind. Instead, he pondered how to obtain the divine herbs from Douluo's medicinal garden ahead of time. He believed there was no need to rely on Tang San's benevolence, and his martial soul urged him onward. The divine herbs were unclaimed, and he naturally wished to seize them for himself. Chapter 34, King of the Earth Part 2, Roar. Bang! A terrifying roar suddenly erupted, and before Ma Hongjun could react, the sounds of battle ensued. Ma Hongjun promptly rose and stepped outside the tent, awakening the others who followed suit. Upon exiting, he discovered Flinder engaged in a fierce battle with an enormous scorpion. This scorpion, entirely snow-white, emanated a palpable aura of menace. Its tail, formed of 9 segmented bones, arched high, culminating in a fiery red stinger. Rather than an equal contest, it seemed more a one-sided suppression. Flinder, without even employing his martial soul's true form, managed to dominate this seemingly lethal creature, which had no means of retaliation. What kind of soul beast is this, exuding such intense killing intent? Daimubai questioned, stepping forward with a furrowed brow. The Earth King, an ideal candidate for my first soul ring. It seems to have wandered into our vicinity, attempting a surprise ambush, only to be thwarted by our teacher. Do not be deceived by its current predicament. Just the fact that it bears the title of king signifies its formidable strength. We are likely far from its match, which is why the teacher has taken matters into his own hands, Ma Hongjun explained, shaking his head slowly as he regarded his slowly emerging companions. He mused that their level of vigilance paled in comparison to his own. Had they ventured into the Douluo forest alone without Flinder's protection, it would have been tantamount to courting death. Perhaps their sense of security stemmed from their belief in Flinder's safeguarding capabilities. The scorpion's soul power shimmered a deep purple, indicating it was a formidable Earth King of around 1,000 years. It was said that the Earth King's companion, the Pink Lady, was equally powerful and possessed uniquely formidable abilities that even soul sage-level experts must treat with utmost seriousness. This is an exquisite fire attribute soul beast, Hongjun. Are you confident in absorbing it? Mayana, who had been in a drowsy state, now appeared fully alert, as if recalling tales of the Earth King. Meanwhile, amidst their conversation, Flinder successfully subdued the Earth King with his martial soul's true form, entirely expected. All right, it's done. Hongjun, come take a look at this soul beast. Do you feel confident about absorbing it? It appears to be a top-tier Earth King of around 4,000 years, an exceptional fire attribute soul beast. With your Grass Phoenix martial soul, it should be a fitting match, Flinder remarked calmly, brushing off non-existent dust and glancing at the awestruck students. Understanding Flinder's temperament, Ma Hongjun realized the necessity of cooperation to gain his approval. Otherwise, future opportunities for obtaining soul rings might require more effort on his part. Ah, teacher, you are truly remarkable. To think such a powerful Earth King could not withstand even a few of your moves is astounding. The might of a soul sage is indeed terrifying, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, adopting an exaggerated expression of admiration, dismissing any concern for decorum. Cough, cough. Humility is essential. One must remain modest, do you understand? Enough chatter. If you can absorb it, proceed swiftly. The sooner we absorb it, the sooner we can leave the Douluo forest. Flinder feigned annoyance, yet his heart brimmed with delight. This was one reason for his goodwill towards Ma Hongjun. The latter's knack for flattery endeared him, prompting Flinder to fulfill his requests as if he were a beloved son. Of course, as long as Ma Hongjun did not covet his spatial soul guide, he would readily accommodate him, for it contained the fruits of Flinder's lifelong endeavors. All right, teacher. It seems there should be no significant issues. This is an Earth King of approximately 4,500 years. Earth Kings are categorized into 3 colors. Those of a millennium ago are red, while those of a millennium later exhibit the snow-white hue. Upon reaching 10,000 years, they turn deep blue. and their tailbone extends by one segment every 500 years, Ma Hongjun explained, taking his time to share this knowledge with the group rather than rushing to absorb the soul ring. His understanding of soul beasts was derived partly from the original text and partly from years of study. His knowledge rivaled that of Tang San. Is that so? I had no idea, brother. You're not only skilled in combat, but also possess an impressive understanding of soul beasts. Truly, as a disciple of Dean Flinder, your knowledge surpasses ours. From now on, we need not worry when encountering unfamiliar soul beasts. You are our encyclopedia, Daimubai remarked with an enlightened expression. Unable to suppress a laugh. Look, its tail has precisely 9 segments, indicating its cultivation level is between 4,500 and 5,000 years. While it may be somewhat challenging to serve as my second martial soul's first soul ring, it should not pose a significant obstacle, Ma Hongjun continued, gesturing towards the Earth King's tail. He speculated that this Earth King might be the same one encountered by the original Ma Hongjun, though that one was in the Sunset Forest, whether it was fate or mere coincidence. The transformation from a fourth soul ring to a first soul ring would signify a new destiny, one that belonged to him, an entirely new Ma Hongjun. The group followed his gaze, confirming that, indeed, the Earth King possessed a tail with 9 segments. After Ma Hongjun concluded his introduction, he unsheathed his dagger and unhesitatingly dispatched the Earth King. Had it been another benevolent soul beast, he might have shown mercy. However, the Earth King was evidently no ordinary foe. In its final moments, the creature cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, filled with intense resentment, perhaps exacerbated by the fact that Ma Hongjun, in a bid for certainty, had delivered several additional stabs to ensure its demise. Ma Hongjun executed the action with an utter lack of psychological burden, as his dagger plunged into the skull of the Earth King. A resplendent deep purple halo ascended majestically from the lifeless body of the Earth King. Ma Hongjun hesitated no longer. He immediately sat cross-legged and activated the sun-breathing technique from the Demon Slayer breathing style, rapidly circulating his soul power while simultaneously summoning his second martial soul, the Evil Fire Phoenix. As the technique flowed through him, his soul power guided the energy of the soul ring into his body, channeling it toward the Evil Fire Phoenix martial soul surrounding him. At first, the absorption felt gentle, like a warm current passing through his heart. However, as the soul ring's energy continued to pour in, the sensation transformed into excruciating pain. Ma Hongjun's face paled to a ghostly white, drained of all color. This won't do, he thought with a pang of frustration. I may have overestimated my physical resilience. While absorbing hidden soul rings has significantly enhanced the purity of my soul power, the improvement in bodily strength isn't as substantial as that of a normal soul ring. I suppose I have no choice but to activate the sun breathing's unique trait. With a surge of determination, he ceased testing the limits of his base physical endurance and immediately triggered the sun breathing's ability, doubling his physical attributes in an instant. Indeed, until now, Ma Hongjun had refrained from utilizing this enhancement, as he grew more familiar with the mutated Demon Slayer breathing style. He had learned to toggle its effects at will. When inactive, the Demon Slayer breathing style functions similarly to Tang San's mysterious heaven technique, a foundational cultivation method for internal energy. Yet once activated, it granted an immediate amplification of physical prowess. Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim how wonderful it would be to possess a technique for cultivating the physical body. Just imagine the enhancement of one's physical attributes. If the baseline physical quality were 100, doubling it would yield 200, which is undeniably impressive. However, if one were to practice a physical cultivation technique from the outset, their inherent physical quality could reach 500, and with further enhancement, it could even quadruple. How could he not yearn for the mastery of such a physical cultivation method? With a robust physique, as long as he could resolve the issue of soul fluctuations, the potential for his soul rings would be boundless. Ma Hongjun exemplifies the notion that a satiated man is oblivious to the hunger of another. Despite possessing a remarkable enhancement in physical prowess, he yearns for further cultivation of his corporeal techniques, aspiring for even greater ascendance. With the dual enhancement from the characteristics of the Demon Slayer breathing technique, the pallor of Ma Hongjun's visage gradually began to regain its color. As he absorbed the final remnants of soul ring energy, a resplendent purple soul ring materialized around him. Yet, a quarter of an hour passed, then an hour, and subsequently 2 hours elapsed. Ma Hongjun remained seated in a meditative posture, yet he had not regained consciousness. The crowd, including Flinder, surrounded him with expressions of deep concern. Notably, Flinder's aged visage bore traces of tears, clearly indicative of having wept in solitude. Chapter 35. The External Soul Bone. Earth Whip, Part 1. Around Ma Hongjun, strands of blood mist energy gradually began to coalesce, and his complexion once again turned ashen. Despite successfully absorbing the energy of the spirit ring, he remained unconscious. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was fervently absorbing the peculiar energy that had suddenly appeared alongside the spirit ring energy. This unique energy emanated from the Earth King beside him, infused with an undeniable aura of pure resentment. It was this resentment that primarily contributed to the pallor of Ma Hongjun's face. However, as he practiced the breath of demon destruction and the characteristics of the breath of the sun, the resentment was gradually worn down and absorbed by his technique. Eventually, when approximately 1/3 of the resentment remained, Ma Hongjun made the decision to cease the gradual absorption process, with a determined bite of his teeth. The flow of the breath of the sun within him altered instantaneously, transforming into the route of the breath of fire. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his nerves, and the doubled physical prowess characteristic of the breath of the sun dissipated, leading to an exponential increase in the pain he had to endure. Yet, as Ma Hongjun anticipated, the breath of fire possessed the ability to purify and consume. Thus, with the activation of the breath of fire, the lingering resentment was gradually incinerated by the scorching soul power enhanced by the breath of fire. Ultimately, it was swiftly devoured and transformed into energy, becoming sustenance for Ma Hongjun's soul power. After the passage of the 3rd hour, Ma Hongjun's complexion gradually returned to normal, and those around him began to relax. At this moment, he regained consciousness. Why does everyone look at me with such odd expressions? Sister Anna, Sister Xiaodai, is there something on my face? Ma Hongjun inquired. Rising to his feet with a puzzled expression directed at the crowd, particularly focusing on Mei Anna and Ma Xiaodai with a look of confusion. Brother, do you feel that the wind is a bit strong today? Is it cold? Haha, this might not be good, Dai Mubai remarked. His expression strange as he observed Ma Hongjun, his eyes blinking as he offered a subtle reminder. As Ma Hongjun cast another glance at the two women, he noticed they had covered their eyes. In that instant, he felt a cool breeze sweep over him, reminiscent of a gentle wind caressing his backside. Looking down, he was startled to realize that his garments had mysteriously vanished, leaving him utterly exposed, even devoid of a modesty cloth, obliterated by the fluctuations of soul power. His fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, and he yearned to bury himself amidst the wild grasses, swiftly turning and darting into the nearby thicket. Crouching down to reveal only his head, he then glanced at Fat Tiger, sheepishly imploring, "Fat Tiger, could you kindly lend me a piece of clothing? I have no spare attire." With a hearty chuckle, Fat Tiger, whether genuinely oblivious or playfully teasing, responded, "Haha, the boss is indeed the boss, and truly grand." After which, he retrieved an unused garment from his spatial soul guide and tossed it to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the mischievous nature of Fat Tiger, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. Among the group, only Fat Tiger's clothing could be deemed somewhat fitting for him, standing at approximately 1.7 meters. Fat Tiger was considered exceptionally tall for someone of his age. However, Ma Hongjun towered over him at around 1.78 meters. Although Dai Mubai was taller, his slender physique was clearly ill-suited to wear Fat Tiger's garments. It is not to say that Dai Mubai was frail, but when compared to Ma Hongjun, he appeared lean. In comparison to an average individual, Dai Mubai's physique remained robust, as he was a formidable assault-type soul master, and his strong constitution was merely foundational. Yet, it was evident that Ma Hongjun was far from ordinary. As Ma Hongjun donned his attire, he noticed that both Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna were, whether intentionally or inadvertently, stealing glances at him. At times, when women become enamored, they exhibit a lack of regard for men, particularly in the case of a man like Ma Hongjun, whose physique is exceptionally striking, drawing the attention of women effortlessly. Although Ma Hongjun's appearance may not be as handsome as Oscar's, given the pronounced musculature of his face, he does not evoke any sense of unattractiveness. Rather, he possesses a certain charm that becomes more appealing with time. It is primarily due to his inherently good looks. If the muscles on his face were to vanish, he would undoubtedly emerge as an unequivocal heartthrob. Ahem, well then, as dawn approaches, let us continue our quest for the next soul ring, Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, feigning indifference. If one were to ascertain who among this group is most in need of gold soul coins, it would undoubtedly be Ma Hongjun. Despite having received a monthly stipend of 10 gold soul coins for over a year, this paltry sum pales in comparison to his frequent expenditures, where a single meal can easily cost over 100 gold soul coins. While everyone else possesses their own spatial soul guides, he is left without one, a rather sorrowful tale. It seems that upon acquiring the soul ring, I must begin to earn gold soul coins. With the advanced knowledge I possess, it would be quite embarrassing for a traveler like me to be short on funds, Ma Hongjun mused privately. He could ask Mayana for assistance, but he preferred to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Although Fran has a reputation for being stingy, he did inquire whether Ma Hongjun needed a spatial soul guide. However, Ma Hongjun expressed disdain for ordinary guides, which is why he remains without one. Moreover, spatial soul guides are not trivial items. Even a basic one represents a significant fortune for Fran. Ah, my dear boy, thank goodness you're well. You had me quite worried. If you had just vanished, I would have had no explanation for village chief Debon. Now, do tell your teacher what kind of soul abilities you have acquired and why you remained unconscious for so long. Is it perhaps due to the dual martial souls? Fran exclaimed, approaching Ma Hongjun and playfully patting him on the shoulder, relieved that all was well. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Flander and noticed that his eyes were noticeably reddened. Feeling a surge of emotion, he softly remarked, "Let me take a look. It seems that in addition to my soul skills, I have also acquired something far more precious." Ma Hongjun glanced at his soul skill information and felt a tingling sensation at his tail, an expression of anticipation blossoming on his face. His first soul skill, the Phoenix Crying Sky Strike, possessed immense explosive power, serving as a formidable skill for critical situations, although it could not lock onto an opponent. Any adversary within a 5-meter radius would be rendered dizzy and scorched by the erupting magma. A smile of uncontainable joy graced Ma Hongjun's countenance. For his first spirit ring was a precious 500-year-old one, approaching the maximum lifespan for a typical soul master's 4th spirit ring, while the skill itself was not extraordinary. Its explosive capacity was exceptionally potent. When combined with the breath of flames, its power could potentially multiply, and this was merely the first soul skill. With it, Ma Hongjun felt confident in countering the 4th soul skills of ordinary soul sects, albeit only in defense. He realized that, with his current soul power, he could only execute the first soul skill once, as the quality of his soul power was akin to that of a soul sovereign and would be entirely consumed. Well done. Your first spirit ring, a 500-year-old supreme spirit ring, means that if you form a battle team in the future, you could serve as a sharp blade within it. Flandra nodded with satisfaction, his expression one of encouragement. Chapter 36. The Earth Whip, Part 2. The others looked on with envious gazes directed at Ma Hongjun, but they refrained from voicing their thoughts. The mere fact that he could articulate the effects of his soul skill in front of them fostered a sense of trust, thereby discouraging further inquiries. Alas, the consumption of soul power may be rather substantial. Based on my estimation, with my current soul master level of 26, I can only utilize this soul skill once, after which I cannot employ any other skills. Ma Hongjun expressed his dissatisfaction. Be content. While there may be some limitations in the early stages, once you advance to the soul sect, these constraints will dissipate, leading to a multiple increase in your combat prowess, Flandra retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun, who seemed insatiable. Others were still grappling with the limitations of white and yellow spirit rings, whilst he had effortlessly bypassed the restrictions of the first 3 rings. Furthermore, his spirit was exceedingly unique, being a dual-type beast martial spirit, which left his companions in utter envy. Brother, you are being a bit excessive. What do you mean by regrettable? Even if you were to exchange all your soul skills for this power-consuming yet explosively potent skill, I would have no objections, Oscar interjected, unable to conceal his admiration. He glanced at the others, who mirrored his envious expressions, as if they wished to devour him. Sensing the overwhelming envy directed at him, Ma Hongjun resolved to demonstrate even more. Channeling his soul power to the location of his tailbone, he took a deep breath and concentrated his thoughts. Suddenly, a tail, pure white and as lustrous as jade, sprouted rapidly from his tailbone. The tip of the tail bore a fiery red hook, appearing extremely sharp and radiating an icy glimmer. In an instant, his newly donned trousers were marred by a small tear. Struggling to control the tail that had just emerged, Ma Hongjun sheepishly addressed the onlookers. Ahem. My apologies. I seem to have lost control momentarily. It is quite itchy. In truth, this is the greatest reward I gained from my recent hunt for spirit rings. Ma Hongjun admitted, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he barely managed to rein in the newly acquired power of the external soul bone. What stood out was that Ma Hongjun's external soul bone resembled Tang San's, both composed of a hard, bony structure. However, his tailbone appeared akin to that of a cat, arching gracefully upward. Due to his formidable physique, Ma Hongjun found it relatively easier to master the control of the external soul bone compared to Tang San, whose 8 tentacles presented a more complex challenge. Nonetheless, even with Ma Hongjun's status as a great soul master, managing it proved somewhat strenuous, allowing him only to maintain a precarious stance, ensuring he did not inadvertently harm anyone. What? This is the external soul bone of the Earth King. Quickly, put it away. You fool! Flinder exclaimed, his vigilance heightened as he surveyed their surroundings, directing a sharp reprimand at Ma Hongjun. There is no one else around. What is the rush? I merely wish to familiarize myself with this artifact, which seems rather difficult to retract, Ma Hongjun murmured in mild complaint. He understood Flinder's concern was born out of care. Yet he had not intended to expose himself. The sensation of itchiness at his back had compelled him to release the soul bone. The individuals present were those he trusted implicitly, and Flinder was well aware of this. His apprehension stemmed from the possibility of a powerful passerby, whose jealousy could lead to Ma Hongjun being abducted for research, or worse, a lethal acquisition of his bone. The rarity of external soul bones rivaled that of a 100,000-year soul ring, as evidenced by the lengths the martial soul hall would go to for a mere 100,000-year soul ring, disregarding the reputation of the esteemed Hongjun sect. This illustrates the exceptional value of external soul bones. While it is not impossible for external soul bones to be lost, especially immediately after their acquisition and without proper integration, there exist certain methods capable of seizing them through lethal means. However, once fully integrated with the body, the risk of loss diminishes and concerns regarding theft dissipate. The visage of Ma Hongjun evidently remains imperfectly grasped, let alone fully comprehended. The onlookers gazed at the master and apprentice with bewilderment, expressing their inability to decipher the peculiar antics of the two, unfamiliar with the mysterious entity that had suddenly appeared behind Ma Hongjun. Only Dai Mubai, with a contemplative expression, stroked his chin and inquired, Dean, given your evident anxiety, could it be that the object emerging behind Hongjun is the soul bone of the Earth King? Soul bone. The crowd gasped in astonishment, subsequently casting envious glances at Ma Hongjun, who was diligently attempting to control the external soul bone. Indeed, it was a soul bone, yet not an ordinary one. As you may know, soul bones originate from soul beasts and differ distinctly from soul rings. The probability of encountering a soul bone is exceedingly low, less than 1 in 1,000, rendering them exceedingly rare and invaluable. The soul bone acquired by Hongjun is even more precious, surpassing the 6 major soul bones in rarity, with its value stemming from its potential for growth, as its quality can enhance alongside the soul masteress level. Flander, after meticulously sensing the vicinity within a kilometer, found no presence of outsiders or soul beasts, allowing him to finally relax. He slowly conveyed his thoughts to the group, inciting a wave of astonished murmurs. Ma Hongjun, surreptitiously activating the characteristics of the breath of the sun, instantly doubled his physical attributes, feeling capable of effortlessly managing the entrance and exit of the external soul bone. After retracting the external soul bone, he eagerly turned to the others, approaching Dai Mubai with a teasing tone. Brother Dai, are you not envious of my fortune? No worries. You shall never acquire it, so there is no need for jealousy. Dai Mubai's expression darkened further at Ma Hongjun's words, surprised by this irritating facet of his character. Had he been more assured of victory, he would undoubtedly have sought to challenge Ma Hongjun. Well, who can predict the future? Little Ao, what do you think? Dai Mubai replied with a forced smile, pulling in the equally envious Oscar for support. Indeed, who knows, perhaps in the future, I, Little Ao, shall also obtain my own external soul bone. After all, anything is possible. Oscar remarked, his tone dripping with envy. Do you think external soul bones are as common as cabbages? Even ordinary soul bones are not so easily acquired, let alone external ones. Diligent cultivation is of utmost importance. Flander interjected, unable to contain his disapproval. All right, enough jesting. Who among you possesses the talent for naming? Come forth and bestow an impressive name upon my external soul bone. Ma Hongjun suggested, well aware that his companions would likely never obtain an external soul bone, yet refraining from further discouragement. A light-hearted jest can indeed strengthen bonds, though excessive teasing may incite jealousy. Fortunately, none among them harbored ill will, which facilitated Ma Hongjun's swift integration into their circle, particularly due to Dai Mubai's strong sense of loyalty. What about Tale of the Earth? Doesn't it aptly reflect your external soul bone? Oscar proposed enthusiastically. That sounds dreadful. What tale? It would be far better named Imperial Whip for straightforwardness, Dai Mubai countered with his own suggestion. The name Imperial Whip seems a tad ostentatious, Hongjun is no emperor and lacks such domineering traits. I perceive that Hongjun's external soul bone resembles the tail of the Earth King, yet more akin to a long whip. How about we combine elements and call it Earth Whip? Suggested Ma Anna from the side, proving to be far more reliable than the previous two. Agreed, let it be Earth Whip, Ma Hongjun concurred, suppressing his urge to critique, fearing the emergence of a ludicrous name from their mouths. Indeed, when it comes to naming, men seem to lack any innate talent. The term Imperial Whip sounds absurd and carries an odd connotation, while Tail of the Earth is even more foolish. I am no monkey. In contrast, Earth Whip is significantly better, at least sounding like a weapon's name, devoid of any negative associations. Chapter 37, Tiendo City. Well then, with the name settled, let us continue our journey in search of the next soul ring. Flinder clapped his hands, retracted the tent, and gazed at the crowd with a calm demeanor. Despite having spent the night without rest, he remained invigorated. Although a soul sage cannot forego sleep for extended periods, abstaining for just a day or two poses no significant challenge. Flinder's understanding of external soul bones was limited, primarily derived from the knowledge imparted by the master. 3 years prior, Flinder personally journeyed to Notting City to seek the master, who had visited Shrek Academy once, agreeing to return as an instructor after Tang San reached the age of 32. Ma Hongjun had no objections to this arrangement, though Yu Xiaojing's character was rather questionable. He possessed unique insights into martial soul knowledge that could be beneficial for lower-ranked soul masters, making him a fitting instructor for the students. However, what truly attracted attention was his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. To put it bluntly, like many others, the emphasis was on his background. If Yu Xiaojing were to teach at Shrek Academy, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the establishment of one's own influence. In his previous life, the protagonist harbored a disdain for Yu Xiaojing, while he found a certain affinity for the financially minded Flinder, thus he was not inclined to overly exalt Yu Xiaojing, viewing him more as a means to an end. With Tang San's prodigious talent, as long as he was not taught by a complete fool, his future achievements would surely be remarkable. Whether he ascended to godhood was of no consequence, despite the master's martial soul being that of a rather unremarkable pig. Ma Hongjun held little regard for Yu Xiaojing's treatment of his father or his romantic pursuits, looking down on him from the depths of his heart. Nevertheless, to succeed from a position of nothingness, one must learn to speak the language of both men and spirits, avoiding nonsensical chatter. 10 days later, through the collaboration of the team and with Flinder's assistance, they successfully acquired the soul rings for Mei Anna and Ma Xiaodai. Both young women obtained their third 1,000-year soul rings. While their talents could not be deemed extraordinary, they were certainly above average, achieving the rank of soul master at around 20 years of age. Although Ma Hongjun could not guarantee they would attain godhood with the aid of celestial herbs in the future, he was certain they could become titled Douluos. Of course, the matter of celestial herbs required meticulous planning. Ma Hongjun needed to strategize step by step. If he could obtain the celestial herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye before Tang San, they would belong to him, and he could distribute them as he wished. Others would be indebted to him, though he harbored a tinge of selfishness, contemplating whether he would share the celestial herbs with his future companions if he were the one to acquire them. The answer was clear. He would not share what he could utilize himself, but he might use the surplus to enhance the strength of his allies, thus fostering a bond of gratitude. He suspected that the Tang San from the original narrative was not as selfless as he appeared and likely entertained similar thoughts. After all, in the original story, characters like Dai Mubai, Zhu Xing, and Ning Rongrong were backed by formidable forces. Even Ma Hongjun, who came from humble beginnings, had Oscar as a mentor within the academy. This would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the establishment of his Tang sect, particularly as Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai played crucial roles in its early development. However, while both Ma Hongjun and Tang San valued relationships, Ma Hongjun did not share Tang San's naivety or indifference towards human nature. The fortunes of the Shrek team seemed remarkably favorable as just 3 days later, the soul rings of the three were finally complete. At this moment, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed his second soul ring, an 8,000-year-old fire attribute soul beast known as the Blazing Phoenix, which was remarkably close to the upper limit of his body's soul ring age. His second soul skill, the Sunfire Thrust, enables him to unleash a formidable fire cone that possesses an automatic targeting capability, ensuring a guaranteed hit on his enemies. The adversaries are left with no choice but to withstand the attack using their own soul skills, rendering it an exceedingly domineering single-target assault. The consumption of soul power for this skill can be adjusted significantly, entirely within Ma Hongjun's control, which greatly pleases him. Unlike his first soul skill, which could only be executed once and was geared towards group attacks, this new ability substantially enhances Ma Hongjun's endurance. The group returned to Shrek Academy safely, experiencing a serene and tranquil journey. Even Flander had to admire the fortune of these individuals, as their path was devoid of any peril. Unbeknownst to them, this good fortune was closely tied to Ma Hongjun's lucky clover martial soul. As long as Ma Hongjun did not encounter anyone bearing a villainous aura, he would essentially remain unscathed. Fortunately, none among them possessed such abilities, alleviating concerns of being drawn into danger, though Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to these dynamics. The notion of luck is inherently unpredictable. It is equally plausible that fortune may accompany crises, as opportunities and dangers have always been intertwined. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun had already mastered the manipulation of his external soul bone, yet achieving a profound integration would still require considerable time and serendipity. Ma Hongjun, unable to resolve the second hidden spirit ring of his three-leaf clover spirit in a short span of time, turned his attention to the divine herb. One day, after the training session at Shrek Academy, he did not return to cultivate his spirit power with the others, but instead sought out Master Flinder directly. Master, I have discovered a solution to the shortcomings of my phoenix spirit. Accompany me to Heaven-Do City, where I believe I can rectify the flaws in my spirit. Ma Hongjun stated, getting straight to the point as he addressed Flinder, who was counting gold soul coins at his desk. Oh, what method requires a trip to Heaven-Do City? If it's too costly, you might as well find a girlfriend in Soto City. After all, although you are merely 11 years old, your physique is quite robust, not inferior to Zhao Wujia's. I think Mayana would be a fine choice. You should seriously consider it. Flinder replied nonchalantly, quickly stashing the gold soul coins into his spatial soul guide. Master, I'm not jesting. I have genuinely found a way to address the shortcomings of my spirit. It entails seeking a favor from the Dean of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong. Her assistance is crucial for this matter, Ma Hongjun said, carefully organizing his words to entice Flinder. Erlong, you clever boy, you've even investigated your teacher's connections. Speak. How may I assist you? I, too, wish to meet Erlong, Flinder responded with an amused tone. As Ma Hongjun had previously alluded to Lu Erlong's position as the Dean of Lamba Academy. I need the recommendation from my teacher's wife to meet you Tianhing of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan. This matter requires his support. But I cannot divulge further details at this moment. You will understand in due course. Ma Hongjun emphasized the term teacher's wife, gazing earnestly at Flinder. Cough cough. Do not speak nonsense. She is not your teacher's wife. Alas, I intended to direct my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon only illuminates the gutter. Flinder sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. However, the slight smirk on his lips prompted Ma Hongjun to roll his eyes. Flinder was appropriating his words, feigning indifference while clearly relishing the sentiment. Flinder rarely refused Ma Hongjun's requests, especially when it pertained to matters of the spirit. Thus, after delegating the Academy's affairs to Zhao Wujia, he promptly set off with Ma Hongjun towards Heaven-Do City. In the depths of his heart, Ma Hongjun secretly scoffed, realizing that his urgency to resolve his martial soul shortcomings was not the true motive behind his impatience. Rather, it was an eagerness to reunite with Lu Erlong. It is worth noting that due to Ma Hongjun's proposal, Ma Xiaodai and Mayana were permitted by Flander to join Shrek Academy as instructors, a role conceived by Ma Hongjun that exists between that of a teacher and a student. This arrangement was naturally intended to provide the two women with an opportunity to study at Shrek Academy, yet it was not solely for the benefit of the institution. It was also for the sake of his two elder sisters. 10 days later, Flander finally escorted Ma Hongjun to the capital city of Tiando. Chapter 38, Lamba Academy. Tiando City. Tiando City serves as the capital of the Tiando Empire, characterized by its towering and formidable walls, particularly the Tiando Imperial Palace, which stands as the tallest edifice across the entire Douluo continent. The military prowess of Tiando City does not rival that of the Xinglua Empire, however. Its enduring existence can be attributed to several factors. The Soul Hall maintains a balance of power between the two great empires. The support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the city's robust fortifications that render it difficult to assault. The city's landmark is the Tiando Imperial Palace, where legends speak of white mist swirling continuously above. It is said that this phenomenon is the gateway to divine miracles, and those who behold it will inherit the legacy of the gods. The residents of Tiando City take immense pride in their capital. However, to Ma Hongjun, These tales seemed nothing more than the manipulative tactics of the elite, possessing a credibility of less than 0.0001. Ma Hongjun gazed upon a city far grander than any he had ever encountered, and in that moment, he profoundly felt the insignificance of his own strength. Only by attaining the power of a limit Douluo could one roam freely across the continent. Otherwise, to challenge a formidable force with mere personal strength would be tantamount to courting death. Had Tang San not had his companions and the support of other sects, he would have been utterly incapable of vanquishing the mighty Spirit Hall. The soldiers atop the city walls, fully armed, vigilantly surveyed the slightest movement beyond the gates, imparting an atmosphere of grim foreboding. Flinder guided Ma Hongjun through the towering city gates, entering the majestic Tiando city. Ma Hongjun experienced a sensation akin to time travel to ancient times, as the imposing architecture imparted a sense of solemn grandeur reminiscent of his past encounters with the Forbidden City. They entered through a side gate, for the main entrance remained resolutely closed, rarely to be opened. After taking but a few steps, they noticed a large notice affixed to the adjacent city wall. The Blue Tyrant Academy of Soul Masters was earnestly seeking 10 Soul Masters of level 40 or above, with preference given to those possessing superior soul power. Those accepted would receive exceptional benefits. Upon reading this announcement, both paused, and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but reflect on the Academy's long-standing need for instructors. Flinder, too, was filled with emotion, his spirits lifted, as he recognized the Academy's close ties to Lu Erlong. After all, only Lu Erlong, the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, could find herself residing in the bustling Heaven Do City, given that the family's territory lay within the Star Luo Empire, where the Academy would logically be established. This institution seemed far more magnificent than Shrek Academy. Transforming it into a branch of Shrek in Heaven Do City would be quite advantageous. The splendor of Heaven Do City rivaled some of the first-tier cities Ma Hongjun had visited in his previous life, bustling with shops, clean and bright streets, and grandiose structures. The two first sought out a clothing store, where Ma Hongjun meticulously selected a formal suit for Flinder, seizing the opportunity to acquire a finely crafted new outfit for himself as well. Soon, the duo, having upgraded their attire, arrived before the grand gates of Blue Tyrant Academy. The academy appeared to be nestled within a forest, sprawling over a vast expanse, at least 10 times larger than Shrek Academy, surrounded by lush trees. To possess such an institution in the precious land of Heaven Do City was undoubtedly a financial feat beyond Shrek Academy's imagination. Is this truly Lu Erlong's academy? It dwarfs our Shrek Academy. Flinder felt a twinge of inferiority, his tone tinged with awkwardness, hinting at a desire to retreat. Teacher, we've come this far. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? I've heard all about your past. Although Aunt Erlong has feelings for the master, they are, after all, siblings, destined not to be together. For the sake of Aunt Erlong's happiness in her later years, you must not falter. Ma Hongjun had encouraged Flinder throughout their journey, knowing that otherwise, Flinder's nature might lead him to silently wish well for the one he cherished from the shadows. All right, let us enter. Flinder exhaled deeply, silently vowing to Xiao Gang. I am sorry, my brother. I shall make it up to you in other ways. I will take care of Erlong. Ma Hongjun did not intentionally seek to sow discord between Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang. Rather, he merely expressed his disdain for the affection shared among close kin. Such matters often go unnoticed when no one voices their aversion, as they are deemed irrelevant to one's own life. However, when someone does openly express their dislike, it often incites a wave of others to follow suit, engaging in disdainful judgment. To phrase it elegantly, one might claim to disregard societal scrutiny. Conversely, in a more unflattering light, it could be seen as a manifestation of base desires, devoid of shame. Nonetheless, it is evident that in Ma Hongjun's eyes, Lu Erlong was not such a person. She was merely a young woman ensnared in the tumult of love. His intention was to rescue the wayward maiden. And with Flinder's connection, he became even more invested. In his mind, he had already devised countless plans for wooing the young lady, or rather, for saving the lost girl. Halt. Who are you? What business do you have at our Blue Tyrant Academy? No idle folk are permitted entry, the guard stated sternly as he intercepted the approaching duo. Good sir, we seek the esteemed director Lu Erlong. This gentleman is none other than the illustrious flying horn of the renowned Golden Iron Triangle, an acquaintance of your director. Ma Hongjun interjected courteously, having already conferred with Flinder on their strategy during their journey. Once Lu Erlong was secured, Ma Hongjun would leverage her to locate Yu Tianheng and establish contact with Dugu Yin. Once he healed both Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin, with Dugu Bo's propensity for gratitude, Acquiring the coveted celestial herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well would be but a mere formality. Flying horn? Are you referring to the same flying horn that is part of the director's ensemble? What evidence do you possess to substantiate this claim? I am merely carrying out my duties and sincerely apologize, but without proof, I cannot allow you entry. The guard's demeanor softened considerably, yet he remained resolute in his refusal. This, teacher, let us manifest our martial souls. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the guard's obstinacy, yet he recognized the validity of the guard's reasoning. With no alternative, he turned to Flinder for guidance. Very well. Flinder solemnly nodded, responding with a calm demeanor. The first piece of advice Ma Hongjun imparted to him was to exude authority, much like Yu Shaojiang, adopting a stance of unyielding firmness, devoid of any servile demeanor. A towering owl's spirit manifested behind Flanders, its soul rings illuminating sequentially as it approached the gatekeeper with an imposing presence, declaring, "Does this affirm my identity?" The spirit serves as the most compelling testament to a soul master's identity, particularly for a variant spirit such as this, which lacks familial lineage. Rendering its distinction even more pronounced, while a spirit might be feigned, the soul rings cannot be. Soul Sage, Your Excellency, please enter. I shall inform the esteemed dean immediately. The gatekeeper, visibly shaken, spoke with a hint of trepidation. Upon sensing no reproach from Flanders, he respectfully bowed and paid his respects. Ahem, yes. Please lead the way. Flanders coughed lightly, clearly unaccustomed to such deference. Despite being a formidable soul sage, he seldom found himself in the presence of others, rarely receiving such respectful addresses. Ma Hongjun emitted a peculiar sound, casting a glance at Flanders to remind him to maintain his authority. Flanders promptly straightened his posture, adopting an air of leadership as they proceeded into the Blue Tyrant Academy. Under the guidance of the gatekeeper, the duo arrived at the academy's rear mountains, where the scenery starkly contrasted with the opulent architecture at the front, reminiscent of a pastoral landscape akin to Shrek Academy in Soto City. It appears that Aunt Erlong also favors this serene lifestyle. You share some common ground. Remember, do not be servile. Maintain your seriousness, understood? Ma Hongjun whispered encouragingly in Flanders' ear. He certainly had no intention of dampening Flanders' enthusiasm by suggesting that the latter was compelled to establish Shrek Academy in the countryside due to financial constraints, lest he offend Lu Erlong and jeopardize his cherished herb plan. Yes, I understand. Keep your voice down. We must not be overheard. Should this endeavor fail, you shall repay me those gold soul coins in full, though I shall waive the interest. Flanders cautioned in hushed tones. Relieved that the gatekeeper ahead remained oblivious to their conversation, Ma Hongjun was utterly speechless. Flinder had repeatedly stated that he did not wish for repayment, yet whenever matters arose, he would invariably resort to discussing his golden spirit coins. Although Ma Hongjun understood Flinder's excessive fixation on money, he was astounded that even in such moments, Flinder's thoughts would drift to those coins. It was truly disheartening. For a moment, Ma Hongjun began to question the wisdom of assisting him. Would there be no issues in following someone so miserly as Lu Erlong? The gatekeeper halted outside a courtyard, calling out towards the interior. Dean, esteemed Dean, a soul saint who claims to be the flying corner of the Golden Iron Triangle has come to see you. Do you wish to meet? After a brief pause, a voice filled with delight finally resonated from within the room. Flinder, how did you know I was here? Did you come to the Blue Tyrant Academy specifically to find me? A woman clad in a simple azure dress emerged from the wooden house in the courtyard, her face lighting up with surprise as she gazed at Flinder. She gathered a strand of damp hair atop her head with a cloth, revealing a hint of moisture. On her slightly flushed visage, her features were remarkably exquisite, with a beauty that could be likened to a painting. Her large, dark eyes held a glimmer of nostalgia and warmth, devoid of romantic sentiment. Beneath her robe lay a figure of unmatched allure, one that surpassed the ordinary beauty of a young maiden. Ma Hongjun was nearly entranced, silently pondering. This must be Lu Erlong, fresh from her bath. How fortuitous. Old Flander. It has been quite some time since we last met. Your attire today is quite spirited and dashing, the beautiful woman remarked, her tone relaxed as she addressed Flander. Chapter 39. Lu Erlong's secret to youthfulness. Ahem. It's passable. I have come to seek your assistance for a matter of some importance, Flander replied, his smile fading as he noticed Ma Hongjun's cough, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, what business could compel old Flander to seek my help? Rest assured, I will not refuse anything within my capacity. Let us retire indoors to discuss the matter at length, Lu Erlong said, smoothing her slightly damp hair. Her her gaze inquisitive. Flander muttered softly. Principal, I shall take my leave. The guard interjected, realizing his presence was the reason for their conversation and hastily excusing himself. Lu Erlong acknowledged him with a casual acknowledgement, showing no sign of reproach for his uninvited guests. This guard, an exceptional soul master dispatched by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, was indeed astute and dedicated, making him a commendable sentinel. Ma Hongjun mused as he watched the guard depart, contemplating that when he eventually established his own faction, he would seek out guards of similar caliber. One must admit, the more one dwells in elevated circles, the finer the character of the individuals one encounters. Those who attain wealth often possess various admirable qualities. Of course, this is a relative observation. The wealthy are not devoid of unscrupulous individuals. While it is often said that poverty breeds cunning, the lack of character is not inherently linked to one's moral compass, but rather to the education one receives. Within the wooden cabin, Flander outlined their purpose to Lu Erlong. You are aware of my standing within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Although I am Tianheng's aunt, we are not particularly close. I cannot guarantee that Tianheng will introduce you, but fret not. If necessary, I will appeal to that old fellow on your behalf. Lu Erlong cast a surprised glance at Ma Hongjun before responding with resolute conviction. Thank you, Sister Erlong. You are truly stunning. Which explains why the teacher speaks of you so often at the academy. Ma Hongjun, grateful for Lu Erlong's willingness to assist, expressed his appreciation. His words dripping with flattery and even mentioning Flander's constant longing for her. Flander was momentarily taken aback, questioning when he had ever displayed such sentiments in front of these juniors. This lad truly knows how to spin tales, he mused, yet he refrained from reacting, opting to feign ignorance as he contemplated his plan to rescue the wayward maiden. Your words are so sweet. Calling me sister brings me great joy. Yet, you ought to refer to me as aunt. I can scarcely believe you are already a rank 27 soul master. You hardly seem 11. Even if you claim to be 15, I would believe you, Lu Erlong said, her face alight with a smile, seemingly sidestepping Flander's inquiry. This was merely a woman's subconscious at play. One could not claim that Flander was entirely without hope. After all, Lu Erlong's only love was her cousin, a bond forged by blood. Does Aunt Erlong desire a child with talents akin to mine? The teacher has long wished for children. Yet he always claims that his heart is set on a woman, which is why he refrains from marriage. Ma Hongjun continued, unabashedly stirring Lu Erlong's emotions, emboldened by his status as a junior. Ahem, enough of that. Erlong, it has been several years since we last met. Let us take a stroll outside and share a meal. It's on me, Flander interjected, deliberately changing the subject, intent on demonstrating his newfound generosity as per Ma Hongjun's earlier suggestion. Indeed, being stingy is a significant faux pas in the presence of women. And Ma Hongjun suspected that Lu Erlong's disfavor towards Flander might partially stem from this trait. After all, it was peculiar that the trio, forming a golden triangle of camaraderie, found Lu Erlong's favor resting upon the weaker, albeit knowledgeable, master. It is worth noting that Flander's knowledge was not lacking in the Douluo continent. Strength remains a man's greatest asset. Flander's innate talent was not inferior to that of master. Of course, Ma Hongjun's desire to extort Flander also played a part in the situation. As he put it, why not seize the opportunity to achieve two objectives with one action? Had it been anyone else, perhaps Flander would not have been so easily swayed. However, the fact remained that it was Ma Hongjun who willingly embraced the role of the fool, moved by the persuasive rhetoric of Ma Hongjun's theories on female psychology, which left him bewildered yet convinced. Yet Flander remained oblivious to the fact that Ma Hongjun's insights were mere surface-level observations. As an outsider, he lacked the depth of understanding to navigate such complexities. Ah, old Flander, have you struck it rich? I have never seen you so generous. Let us head to the Drunken Spring Tower. I intend to extort a fine sum from you today, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her interest piqued at the prospect of Flander's invitation, a smile gracing her lips once more. Ahem. I have indeed struck it rich, but I assure you that I will not be stingy with you. Erlong, Flander replied, feigning a cough to mask his embarrassment, while internally grappling with the notion that Lu Erlong rarely smiled at him. Such expressions were reserved for her interactions with Master. Enough chatter, let us be on our way. Lu Erlong, though affluent, made no claims of treating them, understanding Flander's intentions. In his presence, she often felt self-conscious, unable to bear the thought of rejecting his goodwill. Aside from Yu Xiaojiang, Flander was undoubtedly her closest friend. Deep down, she harbored a sense of guilt towards Flander, for in her heart, he had always held a place. Yet she had chosen Master over him. While she acknowledged Flanders' feelings, she had never anticipated his boldness in expressing them. Though her exterior remained composed, her heart raced uncontrollably. His words were rather overt, lacking subtlety, and she could only feign ignorance, hoping to evade any implications of choosing between them. After all, regardless of age, a woman untouched by certain experiences would react similarly to an ordinary girl. Even someone as formidable as Lu Erlong was not immune to such sentiments. Why are all these cucumbers sliced? Could it be? Ma Hongjun mused, eyeing a pile of cucumber slices on the table, before turning to Lu Erlong, who was preparing to lead the way, and inquired, "And Erlong, is your flawless skin due to these cucumbers?" "What? You also use cucumbers? No wonder you, with your robust figure, have such fair skin," Lu Erlong retorted, glancing back at Ma Hongjun. Heh, I don't require cucumbers. My skin is likely a result of my martial soul. It's natural, Ma Hongjun replied. Ma Hongjun found the question somewhat peculiar, yet he answered candidly. Indeed, cucumbers possess beautifying properties. But this is not an ordinary cucumber. It is one that I have cultivated with utmost care. It is imbued with a captivating essence, capable of preventing skin aging and shielding against the harsh rays of the sun. However, I suppose you have little need for such knowledge. Why bother knowing so much? Lu Erlong cast an envious glance at Ma Hongjun's fair and rosy complexion, feeling a pang of jealousy as he introduced his own cucumbers. In that moment, he felt that all the toil he had invested in nurturing his cucumbers had lost its appeal. After hearing this, Ma Hongjun silently mused, no wonder in his previous life. When watching anime, Lu Erlong appeared so exquisitely beautiful. It turns out she maintained herself well. Compared to the similarly aged Flender, she was like a youthful maiden standing beside an elder. Fortunately, before arriving, Ma Hongjun had taken the liberty of helping Flender tidy up his attire and ensured his face was freshly shaven. While he could hardly be deemed handsome, he certainly looked far more presentable. Chapter 40. Effortless gains. Never mind. I merely wish to inquire on behalf of my teacher. It would do him well to take care of his skin. Even a fraction of Aunt Erlong's beauty would surely enhance his appearance, Ma Hongjun chuckled, displaying his filial piety. His devotion was genuine. He sincerely believed that Yu Xiaojiang was unworthy of a beauty like Lu Erlong. Although Flender might seem a bit of a stretch, he was, after all, his teacher. One should not let their precious resources flow to outsiders, especially since Flender was indeed the most suitable candidate. Lu Erlong chuckled lightly. While Flender was not entirely unrefined, his taste left much to be desired. His attire in youth had been almost akin to that of an old man. And Erlong, you may not be aware, but the teacher has changed significantly. He has become much more generous and his taste has improved immensely, Ma Hongjun insinuated. All right, you rascal, stop speaking in riddles. If you have something to say, just say it plainly, or else Andy will teach you how to speak properly. Lu Erlong's face flushed momentarily, her thoughts wandering, but as a formidable woman, she would not be easily intimidated. She quickly shifted her demeanor, glancing at Ma Hongjun with a mock-threatening gaze. And Erlong, do not bicker with the child. Hongjun speaks the truth. I have indeed changed. Some opportunities, once missed, can never be reclaimed. Thus, we must cherish those around us. Now, let us not dwell on this. Let's make haste to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. It is my treat, Flender declared with a serious tone. Though he swiftly altered his demeanor to jovial upon noticing Lu Erlong's sudden melancholic expression. All right, I did not expect you, Flender, to possess such enlightenment. Tonight, I will accompany you until we are all drunk. Lu Erlong reflected on her past with a certain scoundrel. Hadn't their story been similar? Once missed, it could never return. She wished fervently that she and he were not bound by blood. The greatest sorrow in life is not loving someone who loves another, but realizing two lovers are siblings when they finally come together. What could be more painful than lovers ending up as siblings? The Drunken Spring Pavilion was not the typical Western-style restaurant one would find in the city. Rather, it was a rare old-style Chinese establishment. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun was enveloped by a sense of nostalgia, as if he had traversed back to a bygone era. Though not ostentatiously luxurious, it emanated an air of noble elegance. Lu Erlong reserved a private room numbered 888. On their way out of the academy, she instructed the gatekeeper, Lan Jiao, to seek out Yu Tianheng at the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy and relay a message for him to join them at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Erlong was a formidable soul sage and Yu Tianheng's aunt. Even if he was reluctant to introduce Dong Huiyan, she would still afford him the chance to meet Thus, Lu Erlong saw this dinner gathering as an opportunity to summon Yu Tianheng, leaving the decision of whether to introduce Dong Huiyan to fate. After all, Ma Hongjun had refrained from disclosing the true reason for wanting to meet Dong Huiyan, considering that anyone would be hesitant to recommend their girlfriend. If he were to brazenly reveal that he could cure her martial soul's poison, he would surely be regarded as either a schemer or a fool. If questioned on how he knew of Dong Huiyan's plight without ever having met her, and why he traveled such a distance to assist her, it would certainly raise eyebrows, as this was a secret of the Donghua family. However, if they met and he recognized her, the situation would be entirely different, allowing for ample room to maneuver, especially with Yu Tianheng's involvement, which would mitigate any awkwardness. Dining at this establishment would cost a considerable sum, easily exceeding 100 gold soul coins. So, Flinder, shall I take care of the bill? Lu Erlong, having ordered a plethora of dishes, resumed her previous carefree demeanor, teasing Flinder. Erlong, you underestimate me. I assure you, even if the meal costs thousands of gold soul coins, I would not bat an eyelash, Flinder replied, his expression tinged with displeasure. Ah, teacher. In that case, since Aunt Erlong has invited you Tianheng, let us order even more dishes. Ma Hongjun had been eagerly awaiting Flinder's remark and promptly seized the menu from Lu Erlong's hands, insisting they continue ordering. Flinder's heart sank. He felt aggrieved, yet maintained a facade of calmness. Ma Hongjun had privately promised to refrain from excessive ordering, yet here they were, in a predicament. Bodhi Jade Restaurant. Is this the legendary colorless egg fried rice? 10 gold soul coins a serving. How outrageous. Why don't they just rob a bank? Fine. Aunt Erlong and I will each have a portion. Teacher, you don't like rice, do you? Ma Hongjun inquired of Flinder. Oh, yes, that's right. I don't need any. Please. Feel free to order without concern for me, Flinder replied, his heart racing at the thought that the rice itself cost gold soul coins. He quickly insisted he would pass, resigned to saving what he could. Indeed, the Bodhi Jade Restaurant is exceptional. The flavor is exquisite. I have heard it is meticulously prepared using 4 tiers of steamers, each layer containing different ingredients, starting with scallions and garlic, followed by 7 precious spices and vegetables, culminating with white rice. The cost of ingredients alone amounts to no less than 9 gold soul coins, making the fried rice particularly delectable. It's the restaurant's signature dish, Lu Erlong explained to Ma Hongjun, illustrating the adage that one gets what one pays for. It was leagues better than the unscrupulous merchants of his previous life. Pepper chicken, tofu fish, flying dragon soup, lucky shrimp, supreme tofu, quite an array. Let us have one of each, and also, let us add a 10-year-old cow leg for roasting, Ma Hongjun, unreserved. Ordered several dishes that collectively amounted to dozens of gold soul coins, the roasted cow leg alone costing over 100. Following this, Lu Erlong and Flinder reminisced about amusing stories from their youth, as the waiter served fine wine and appetizers. As the dishes began to arrive, Lu Erlong, already feeling the effects of the alcohol, began to slur her words. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside their private room. Duong, Dong, Longjio. Is that you? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the academy gate? Care to join us for a drink? Oh, by the way, didn't I ask you to find Tianheng? Did he not accompany you here? Lu Erlong, slightly tipsy, inquired, lacking her earlier exuberance. Ah, no, Principal, young Master Tianheng has already arrived. I shall take my leave now. Longjio replied, his face glistening with sweat. After relaying his message to Yu Tianheng, he promptly exited, understanding that Lu Erlong had matters on her mind. Flinder and the others chose not to deter her from drinking, choosing instead to indulge alongside her, though they did not drink to her extent. All right, you may take your leave now. A young man, strikingly handsome and possessing a tall, slender physique that surpasses even the height of the illustrious Ma Hongjun, nodded gently at Longjio and spoke. He then respectfully bowed to Lu Erlong and said, Tianheng pays his respects to you, second aunt. The individuals accompanying me are my companions. We happen to be here for a gathering, and thus have come together to pay our respects to you as well. As Ma Hongjun turned to look at the approaching figures, his eyes brightened. Behind him stood 6 young men and women, all of similar age, prompting him to speculate whether they might be members of the Royal Tiando battle team. If that were indeed the case, it would be an effortless stroke of fortune, sparing him the trouble of making introductions. Chapter 41. The Royal Tiando battle team. Hello, Auntie Erlong. Hello, Uncle. The companions behind Yu Tianheng followed suit, greeting respectfully. Oh, greetings to you all. Tianheng, you have arrived. Are these your companions? They are indeed impressive, said Lu Erlong, her demeanor shifting as she recognized the group. This one here is also my younger relative, possessing great talent, albeit slightly younger than you. You may take this opportunity to get acquainted. Lu Erlong's swift change in attitude caught Ma Hongjun off guard. He quickly rose to his feet and approached Yu Tianheng, extending his hand in a familiar manner, saying, "Hello. I am Ma Hongjun, a level 27 soul master. I look forward to your guidance. Greetings. I am Yu Tianheng, a level 37 battle soul sovereign. Since you are Annie Erlong's younger relative, you shall be my friend. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out," Yu Tianheng replied with a smile. Shaking Ma Hongjun's hand, equally courteous in his demeanor. Although Ma Hongjun appeared mature, he was, at most, only around 14 or 15 years old. Thus, Yu Tianheng instinctively categorized Ma Hongjun among the younger ones. However, Ma Hongjun was not offended. Rather, he warmly gestured for Yu Tianheng to take a seat in the vacant spot, exclaiming, "Come, come, sit down. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Today, my teacher is treating. Aren't you all planning to dine together? If it's not too much trouble, there is no need to seek out another private room. This space is ample, and Auntie Erlong had intended to invite you all for a meal. Please do not decline. Let us share a simple meal together." The words of Ma Hongjun effectively severed Yu Tianheng's escape route. Refusing to sit down would imply a lack of respect towards their elders. Yu Tianheng's expression stiffened, bewildered by this individual's unexpected politeness upon their first encounter, raising suspicions about his peculiar tendencies. A melodious laugh resonated through the air as a purple-haired, emerald-eyed girl stood where she had just been, amusedly observing both Ma Hongjun and Yu Tianheng. "Dear sister, please don't stand on ceremony. Take a seat. The dishes have just been served, and Aunt Erlong and the teachers are quite amiable. There is no need for formality," she encouraged. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up at her words, and he responded with equal enthusiasm, rising to assist them. Why not take advantage of goodwill? The group exchanged glances, hastily situating themselves around the large round table, eager to avoid being overly drawn in by Ma Hongjun's warmth. As they gazed upon the array of delectable dishes, their reluctance faded, and they cast appreciative looks at Ma Hongjun. Yet, apart from the purple-haired girl, the others remained somewhat reserved. "You are correct. There is no need for formality. Treat us as friends," Flanders gently echoed, having absorbed a bit of Ma Hongjun's modern outlook over time. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had heard from Longio during their journey about this seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man and Yu Tianheng's aunt, Lu Erlong, both of whom were formidable Soul Sage-level warriors. "Come, everyone, let us begin to savor the culinary delights of this establishment. The flavors are exquisite. Perhaps we should each have a portion of the signature dish." Ma Hongjun exclaimed after tasting the booty jai before him, his taste buds exploding with delight. "I must have a portion as well." "The booty jai is renowned in Tiando City for its delectable taste," the purple-haired girl declared unabashedly. "Very well, let each of us have a serving. And bring 8 more portions, please." Ma Hongjun called out to the waiter after exchanging a glance with Flanders, displaying an air of generosity. Flanders felt a pang of regret for his frugality. However, Ma Hongjun's intent was not to exploit, but to transform Flanders' stingy disposition. The waiter, beaming with joy, promptly noted down the order of 8 servings of booty jai, a dish worth 80 gold soul coins, which would yield him a commission of 8 silver soul coins. Duguyin found herself particularly drawn to the robust young man before her, who seemed to be of a similar age. "Thank you. I am Duguyin, Tianheng's girlfriend. This is my close friend, Yi Lingling. She is a well-known ice queen in our academy, and she is still single," Duguyin introduced, smiling as she gestured to a cold, stunning woman seated beside her. Duguyin was aware of her friend's insecurities, and she found Ma Hongjun to be a comforting presence, exuding both warmth and generosity. A thought crossed her mind about matchmaking. In her view, as a junior of Lu Erlong, Ma Hongjun undoubtedly hailed from a respectable background. Although his exact age was uncertain, his youthful, smooth visage suggested he could not be older than 16, possessing a soul power of level 27 at such an age. His talent was not to be underestimated. "Having met 2 beautiful sisters, I must say, you both are stunning. I am Ma Hongjun, a battle soul master specializing in offense. And I am nearly 11 years old," he introduced himself. Ma Hongjun, by deliberately altering his voice to sound more juvenile, evoked no feelings of aversion among those present. The crowd, including Yu Tianheng, was left in a state of astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief, as if to say, "Are you jesting with us?" There was no cause for confusion. Hongjun was not deceiving them. He was, after all, a prodigious talent with innate full soul power. And his youthful appearance was attributed to the peculiar nature of his martial spirit. Flender elucidated this to the group, understanding that without such an explanation, these gifted individuals might find it hard to believe Hongjun's claims. Oh, so that is the case. I had no idea, Brother Hongjun, that your talents were so exceptional. I was initially inclined to introduce Lingling to you. However, considering your tender age, perhaps it is best to hold off, Du Guyan remarked, her face reflecting a newfound understanding. In a world where martial spirits are diverse and extraordinary, it was not unreasonable for them to believe that a soul sage would not stoop to deceiving them out of mere boredom. Even though their family possessed considerable power, it was unlikely to compel a soul sage to forfeit their dignity for a ruse. They were not naive newcomers. Having experienced the harsh realities of a world governed by the survival of the fittest, and thus held an inherent respect for the mighty. Unlike certain haughty young ladies who rarely ventured beyond their sects and relied solely on their familial influence, exhibiting arrogance without regard for the formidable. These young women came from distinguished backgrounds and had seen enough of the world to maintain composure in the presence of a soul sage, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Wait, I'm capable. Look at me. Where do I appear small? Feel free to introduce me. My age is no hindrance. Ha 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 ha. Ma Hongjun jested, casting a playful glance at the strikingly silent and aloof woman who had not spoken a word throughout their exchange. Ma Hongjun sensed that others might be somewhat restrained. Yet this woman seemed inherently aloof. The coldly enchanting woman, Yi Lingling, cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, and upon closer inspection, one could observe 2 faint blushes blossoming on her fair skin. Chapter 42. 9-Heart Begonia Martial Soul. That wouldn't be impossible. If you wish to court our Lingling, simply invite us to the Drunken Spring Pavilion for a meal a few times, suggested Du Guyan, noticing the restraint among her companions. As she sought to enliven the atmosphere, her fearless nature set her apart from the daughters of large sects, who often displayed trepidation before powerful individuals. Yet she could maintain composure in their presence. Indeed, Yin is quite right, chimed in Shimo and Shimo, 2 robust members of the Tiendo royal team seated to Ma Hongjun's right, their hearty laughter echoing in agreement. Despite their imposing stature, their features were more ferocious compared to Ma Hongjun, who boasted fair skin and well-defined muscles, rendering him rather charming. If one were to critique Ma Hongjun's appearance, it would be the overly developed muscles in his face, which somewhat detracted from his overall allure. Nonetheless, he remained quite appealing, neither overly simple nor intimidating. He elicited a sense of fondness in others. Certainly, once I settle down, I shall treat you, but for now, let us refrain. The dishes here are exceedingly expensive. I can treat you, but you must cover the costs, Ma Hongjun readily agreed, subtly hinting at his financial constraints while playfully jesting. A soft laugh escaped Yi Lingling's lips, amused by Ma Hongjun's antics. She and Du Guyan sat to his left. Brother Hongjun, you are truly entertaining. It's been days since we've seen Lingling smile, and you've managed to bring forth her laughter in such a short time, Du Guyan remarked with keen interest. Meanwhile, across the table, Flender and Lu Erlong engaged in conversation with Yu Tianheng. Fortunately, the spacious private room accommodated them comfortably. Even with a dozen individuals present, it felt far from crowded, with each person enjoying a half-meter of personal space. However, Ma Hongjun's mind was preoccupied with how to cultivate a good relationship with Du Guyan to prevent her from suspecting his ulterior motives. His original plan was to connect with Yu Tianheng through Lu Erlong, then establish a rapport with Du Guyan, ultimately gaining her trust. Once he revealed that he could discern and alleviate her martial soul's toxicity, he would justify entering the Eye of Ice and Fire for medicinal herbs. This would grant him access to the coveted immortal herbs. However, the key lay in knowing how to harvest them. As of now, he had not discovered any pertinent information regarding the immortal herbs. If he remained unsuccessful, he would have to wait for Tang San's arrival at Shrek Academy to obtain the harvesting method. Yet, before that, he could first claim the immortal herbs for himself, as they were not exclusive to Tang San. Currently, the herbs belonged to the poison Douluo. As long as he could secure ownership of these herbs from Du Gubo, they would be his, rendering Tang San's aspirations of casually plucking them mere folly. Beautiful appearances are commonplace, yet captivating souls are exceedingly rare. A person of my caliber can not only amuse you but also protect you, Ma Hongjun quipped, a spark of inspiration igniting a subtle smile on his lips. Beautiful appearances are indeed commonplace, while captivating souls are rare. How intriguing. Yi Lingling's melodious voice rang in Ma Hongjun's ears, leaving him utterly enchanted. Simultaneously, A surge of soul power enveloped her, and in a state of relaxation, she unexpectedly advanced a small level ahead of schedule. The radiance of her soul power illuminated her entire being, complemented by a genuine smile that even caught the attention of Du Guyen, a fellow woman. Ma Hongjun found himself utterly entranced, his gaze fixated on the ethereal beauty before him. As he watched the icy demeanor of Yilingling gradually thaw, her delicate lips curved into a charming smile and her slender brows framed a face as smooth as jade, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. The whispers of Yufeng, Osro, and the Shimo brothers, who were relishing their meal, turned inquisitive as they observed this unexpected transformation in Yilingling. Renowned for her frosty disposition, they were perplexed by her sudden outpouring of words and laughter, unable to comprehend the shift in her demeanor. Unlike her previous laughter, the smile adorning Yilingling's face now radiated genuine warmth, enhanced by a faint glow of soul power that rendered her extraordinarily enchanting. Even Yu Tianheng, who had been engrossed in conversation with Lu Erlong, turned his attention to Yilingling. Noticing the children's fascination, Lu Erlong regarded Yilingling with a quiet admiration. Marveling at the exquisite beauty of the ice-cold maiden, only Flandra remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, his thoughts solely occupied by Lu Erlong. "Is this your teammate?" Lu Erlong inquired, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Her aura is quite remarkable. Such innate talent must surely be extraordinary." "Indeed, Annie Lu, this is Yilingling, a level 33 healing support soul master from the Tiando Royal team. She possesses the 9-heart begonia, one of the 2 rarest healing spirit souls on the continent." Yu Tianheng responded earnestly as he gestured toward Du Guyen. "The 9-heart begonia is renowned as the most potent healing spirit soul in existence." The 9-heart begonia. It truly is her, Ma Hongjun thought, a flicker of realization crossing his mind, though it had only appeared sparingly in the original narrative. The image of this ice princess was indelibly etched in his memory. His gaze toward Yilingling subtly shifted, now tinged with a measure of sympathy. The 9-heart begonia was indeed the strongest healing spirit soul, and even Ning Rongrong had acknowledged its superiority, if not for its rarity. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect might have faced a challenge to its supremacy. Ma Hongjun speculated that the quality of the 9-heart begonia could rival that of Ning Rongrong after her ascension to the 9-treasure glazed tile sect, highlighting Yilingling's extraordinary talent. However, while fate bestowed upon the 9-heart begonia unparalleled healing capabilities, it also cursed its lineage with endless torment. The birth of a 9-heart begonia soul master inevitably claimed the life of a family member. Thus, Yilingling's existence meant that one of her ancestors had perished, which naturally shaped her icy persona. In a moment of simplicity, Ma Hongjun's words managed to pierce through Yilingling's aloofness, allowing her to unshackle a burden from her heart and even advance her soul power, which would have otherwise required days to break through. Chapter 43, Serendipity. Greetings, Andy Lu. I am Yilingling, a level 33 healing support soul master, she said, rising respectfully to acknowledge Lu Erlong, her gaze momentarily drifting from Ma Hongjun. "Ah, no need for such formality. What do you think of my Hongjun? I have heard that the 9-heart begonia clan usually begins seeking a gifted husband at your age to break the curse of their spirit soul," Lu Erlong remarked, her tone laced with significance. Yilingling was taken aback by Lu Erlong's directness, momentarily frozen in place. Yet, having grown up in solitude, her character was one of icy exterior and gentle interior. She instinctively replied, "I have not considered such matters. I am merely intrigued by him, devoid of any deeper feelings." She cast a furtive glance at Ma Hongjun. "Ah, it seems our young friend is destined for romantic fortune," Flandra mused as he observed Yilingling's interest in Ma Hongjun. He reflected on how love often begins with mere curiosity, gradually evolving into something deeper. Flandra, recalling his own youthful experiences, felt a twinge of nostalgia. Turning his gaze towards Lu Erlong, he had initially intended to keep his affections hidden, but the encouragement from Ma Hongjun propelled him toward pursuing his feelings. After all, love requires effort. One must seize the moment, lest they find themselves alone in their later years, regretting missed opportunities. "What is with all these stares?" Yilingling's voice returned to its usual calm, yet a hint of blush lingered on her cheeks. It was evident that she had not anticipated her words would lead to such misunderstandings. Though her demeanor was tranquil, she could not help but feel a twinge of shyness under the scrutiny of so many. "You have a bit of color on your cheeks," Ma Hongjun interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. "Let us continue our meal and avoid such serious inquiries. While I admit my handsomeness, rest assured that Lingling is not a superficial girl. Let us not tease her so." At his self-assured proclamation, the others turned their gazes away, wearing expressions of disdain. Although Ma Hongjun was not unappealing, he hardly qualified as handsome. Rather, he was simply ruggedly attractive, with a physique that exuded strength and grace, setting him apart from the more haphazardly muscled Shimo brothers. Undoubtedly, Ma Hongjun's physique was the result of advanced fitness methods and self-made equipment, giving him a harmonious proportion that was visually appealing. How old are you to be so vain? Perhaps if you ate a bit less, you might become handsome in the future, Douluo Yin remarked, her tone a gentle ribbing. Douluo Yin did not intend to belittle Ma Hongjun. Rather, she spoke the sentiments of the group, expressing the unvarnished truth. In the face of their gazes, Ma Hongjun held his head high, unabashedly responding, Sister Yin, you speak only the truth. I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. You truly possess an eye for talent. When I reach your age, I shall undoubtedly be a striking figure. Douluo Yin was not offended by Ma Hongjun's overtures. Instead, she found joy in his words. Hongjun, you are simply delightful. If you ever find yourself in trouble in Tiando City, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall gladly accept you as my little brother, she laughed, feeling a sense of happiness in their banter. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, pondering whether the humor threshold was set rather low. Moreover, the sudden onset of happiness felt almost overwhelming. It seemed as though the plan, which was merely in its nascent stages, had already achieved half its fruition. This unexpected turn of events could be attributed to the fact that Ma Hongjun was not alone. He was flanked by two formidable soul saints, Lu Erlong and Flander. Lu Erlong, being of the same lineage as Yu Tianheng, inherently possessed the qualifications to forge a friendship, as they belonged to the same social circle. Had Ma Hongjun been an individual devoid of connections or influence, no matter how amusing he might be, such intimacy would have been unlikely. Unbeknownst to everyone, there existed a subtle yet profound connection between this camaraderie and the concealed effects of Ma Hongjun's lucky clover martial spirit. In essence, Ma Hongjun, endowed with the lucky clover martial spirit, was a favored recipient of Lady Luck's grace. However, this divine favor did not guarantee a life devoid of obstacles or challenges. Rather, it occasionally manifested as serendipity, allowing dreams to materialize and opportunities to arise. Following the acquisition of the external soul bone, the earth whip, Ma Hongjun harbored vague speculations, though he had not linked them to this particular matter. All right, dear sister, I shall take your words to heart, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, his face alight with joy. Yu Tianheng, observing this, cast a penetrating glance at Ma Hongjun, devoid of jealousy, yet tinged with a hint of perplexity. Although the romantic relationship between him and Douluo Yin remained unspoken, the trust they shared was not easily shaken by trifles. He merely sensed that Ma Hongjun seemed to be intentionally drawing closer to Douluo Yin, as if seeking something of significance. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as he found himself inexplicably fond of this affable and enthusiastic youth, who also happened to be a younger relative of his aunt. Given their significant age difference, he regarded Ma Hongjun as a younger brother. As long as the conditions set forth were not excessively unreasonable, he would not take offense. Ma Hongjun was unaware that his method would yield such remarkable results. Although there was a hint of a suggestive undertone, he felt it was worthwhile. For the sake of the celestial herb, he believed it was worth the effort to flirt with a beautiful woman. In a rare display of generosity, Flinder reserved a small private room, inviting Lu Erlong to join him for drinks and reminiscence, while leaving the spacious main room for Ma Hongjun and the students of the Tiando Royal Academy. The two felt somewhat out of place in this setting, and before the youthful audience, both parties experienced a sense of awkwardness, unable to broach any embarrassing topics. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun took the initiative to enliven the atmosphere, gradually forging camaraderie with the students, and their relationships blossomed swiftly. Initially, Yi Lingling and Douluo Yin had insisted they had never consumed alcohol, claiming their tolerance was minimal. Yet by the end of the evening, everyone was inebriated, while the two women only felt slightly tipsy. Prior to the gathering, it had been agreed that no soul power would be used to sober up, allowing everyone to indulge freely. By the conclusion of the banquet, Ma Hongjun refrained from revealing his true intentions, merely suggesting that they should gather again when time permitted. In truth, Ma Hongjun was merely slightly inebriated. However, upon witnessing the drinking prowess of the two ladies, he opted to retreat from the spotlight and feign intoxication. The other members of the Tiando royal team, even the bulliest among them, Shimo, succumbed to the effects of Douluo Yan's drinking prowess. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling sat beside Ma Hongjun. The majority of the alcohol consumed by him was poured by her. Yilingling herself partook in a quantity of wine that was hardly less than that of Ma Hongjun. In fact, this was the first occasion on which she allowed herself to relax so completely, a rarity for her. As the curse of her family's martial soul had confined her to a life of repression since childhood. Gradually, these burdens began to dissipate with the passage of the wine, embodying the sentiment that a drink can dissolve 1,000 sorrows. Ultimately, Yilingling took the initiative to lift the seemingly drunken Ma Hongjun, secured a room, and laid him upon the bed before departing. As for Flandre, he had long since vanished with Lu Erlong, engrossed in nostalgic reminiscence, entirely oblivious to the whereabouts of his treasured disciple. Chapter 44. Sincere Conversations. Lying upon the plush mattress of his hotel, Ma Hongjun inhaled the lingering subtle fragrance that clung to him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Have I stumbled upon a stroke of fortune? He mused, relishing the unexpected smoothness of the day's events. An unusual sentiment stirred within him regarding Yilingling, though it scarcely approached the realm of affection, at most. It was merely an appreciation a man holds for beauty. Yes, that was it, appreciation. It appeared that the gold soul coins borrowed from Sister Anna would soon be of great use. Once he procured the celestial herbs and established his own influence, he would repay her kindness. Before arriving in Heavendoe City, Anna had bestowed upon him a substantial sum of 5,000 gold soul coins, ample enough to cultivate favorable relations with the members of the Heavendoe royal team. The matter of the celestial herbs demanded his utmost precision. It was not solely pivotal for the ascension of his primary martial spirit, but also the sole remedy for the shortcomings of his secondary martial spirit. On the following morning, as Ma Hongjun retrieved the gold soul coins from a makeshift spatial soul guide at his waist to settle his accommodation bill, he was informed by the receptionist that a silver-haired girl clad in a blue and white dress had already settled the account on his behalf. Leaving behind a letter addressed to him, Ma Hongjun took the letter, opening it to reveal a script that was exquisitely delicate and petite, still imbued with a faint fragrance reminiscent of a young girl. Thank you for your hospitality. You are quite an intriguing little man. Should you require assistance, you may seek Sister Yan at the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy, as I will frequently be in her company. I have not felt such joy as I did today in a long time. Thank you. Each line subtly conveyed the young lady's affection for Ma Hongjun. In a moment of bewilderment, Ma Hongjun found himself standing there with a silly grin, pondering whether this was what they called love, love that arrived with such swiftness, akin to a fleeting whisper. However, it was evident that Ma Hongjun was overthinking. At that moment, Yilingling had already returned to the Tianduo Royal Academy with Dugu Yan. Within a classroom at the Tianduo Royal Academy, Dugu Yan and Yilingling were engaged in hushed discussions. Lingling, what are your thoughts on Ma Hongjun from yesterday? Does he meet the standards set by your Yi family for a son-in-law? At not even 11 years of age, he has already reached a soul power level of 27. Surpassing my own level at that age by 4, Dugu Yan inquired earnestly, leaning close to Yilingling's ear. Yilingling's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she replied softly, well, his talent is indeed commendable, and he possesses a delightful personality. But his age is somewhat concerning. It seems we are not quite suited for one another. Sighing, Dugu Yan concurred, I, too, find him rather young. If he were a few years older, he might just meet your family's requirements for a son-in-law. You've only just acknowledged him as your younger brother. And now you wish to play matchmaker? Aren't you afraid Captain Tianheng might feel jealous? Yilingling shot Dugu Yan a disapproving glance, her tone laced with annoyance. Although she typically presented a frosty demeanor to outsiders, her interactions with Dugu Yan were markedly different. It was only in her company that she felt free to express herself, as she seldom shared such sentiments with other team members. In truth, only Dugu Yan understood that beneath Yilingling's icy exterior lay a gentle soul, characterized by a tender disposition. Do not worry. He is unlikely to become jealous over such trivial matters. You should focus on yourself instead. Aunt Yi has issued a firm directive. You must find a son-in-law within 3 years whose talent is not inferior to yours. Otherwise, you will be compelled to marry that detestable man as per the family's wishes, Dugu Yan said with a confident smile, though a shadow of concern crossed her face. Yilingling's expression turned somber, her smile fading away. Indeed, the Yi family's decisions were not solely in their hands. She could not allow her mother's efforts to secure 3 years of time to go to waste. This was also a significant reason behind Dugu Yan's enthusiasm upon hearing of Ma Hongjun's potential. Ma Hongjun was completely unaware that he was merely being used as a shield. Yilingling had left the letter solely due to the fervent insistence of Dugu Yan. hoping to ascertain whether Ma Hongjun could potentially elevate his soul power to match theirs within 3 years, thereby assisting Yi Lingling in overcoming her challenges. After all, Ma Hongjun was an exceptionally rare prodigy with innate full soul power. Donggu Yin had thoroughly investigated Ma Hongjun through Yu Tianheng, even uncovering that he hailed from Wudong village. What should have remained a secret to him was rendered astonishingly transparent under the scrutiny of these powerful factions. However, the secret of Ma Hongjun's martial soul had not been divulged. During his solitary battle with Dai Mubai, no one knew his true identity. The only information available was recorded by the Spirit Hall, which astonished Yu Tianheng, another genius. In the subsequent days, Ma Hongjun and his master lingered at Lamba Academy. Flander, after a certain night spent conversing with Lu Erlong, found their relationship becoming rather ambiguous. Lu Erlong neither accepted nor rejected Flander's affections. Although there had been no significant progress in their relationship, some subtle gains were made. Flander, having privately listened to Ma Hongjun's romance strategies, began to incessantly explain the principles of morality to Lu Erlong. Initially resistant, Lu Erlong even resorted to physical confrontation with Flander. Yet, Flander maintained a demeanor of non-retaliation, persistently engaging with her. Over time, Lu Erlong began to ponder the validity of her actions and even sought Ma Hongjun's perspective. However, Ma Hongjun, being cunning, did not express himself as directly as Flander. While ostensibly comforting Lu Erlong, he subtly conveyed that fate can be capricious and that one should not hang their hopes on a single tree. Gradually, Lu Erlong ceased her physical assaults on Flander and, at times, even found him rather agreeable. Had it not been for someone else, she might have genuinely developed feelings for Flander. Unlike other sycophants, Flander did not blindly follow Lu Erlong's whims. While he spoke assertively, he did not retaliate when struck. On Ma Hongjun's end, he frequently ventured to the Yi residence in Tiando City and the nearby Tiando Royal Advanced Academy. As a result, his relationship with Yi Lingling and Donggu Yin blossomed. Finally, 3 months later, when Donggu Yin informed Ma Hongjun that their Tiando Royal team would soon embark on a journey to various soul arenas for training, he could no longer restrain himself from initiating the Immortal Herb plan. He broached the subject of her purple hair and azure eyes being symptomatic of a poisoning hazard from the martial soul, the biphosphor serpent, and explained that he had a remedy. Initially skeptical, Donggu Yin was compelled to believe him after consulting her grandfather, Donggu Bo, considering Ma Hongjun's safety. She refrained from immediately disclosing how she had acquired this knowledge to the poison Douluo. Instead, she approached Lamba Academy alone, seeking Ma Hongjun's aid in detoxification. Your grandfather, the poison Douluo, likely suffers from the same toxin as the biphosphor serpent, possibly even more severely than I do. Although he can barely suppress it due to his immense soul power, during rainy days, he experiences excruciating pain in his sides. Over time, this could become life-threatening. The toxin of the biphosphor serpent is formidable, yet easily rebounds upon its wielder. Without some rare herbs, I can only manage to suppress it. Ma Hongjun explained in meticulous detail. Please treat me first. While I trust you, I cannot directly take you to see my grandfather. Though he cares for me, he is exceedingly proud and eccentric. If he hears what you just said, he might react violently, and I fear I won't be able to stop him. If you can alleviate the toxin within me, I will promise to bring you to see him, and you may request anything you desire, Donggu Yin conceded, beginning to believe in Ma Hongjun's sincerity. By now, she had discerned that Ma Hongjun sought something from her grandfather, which explained his initial warmth towards her. Yet, she harbored no resentment, as she too had intended to approach Ma Hongjun for her own reasons. Both had their agendas, and some truths are better left unsaid. Moreover, if Ma Hongjun could remedy the flaws in both her and her grandfather's martial souls, she would willingly accept being used. Especially since Donggu Bo had privately revealed that her parents perished due to the backlash of the biphosphor serpent's martial soul upon her birth. She wished to avoid a similar fate with her beloved and was determined to protect her grandfather from any misfortune. Dear Yin Yin, you need not be so formal. I shall speak plainly. I possess the means to counteract the biphosphor serpent's toxin, albeit it does require some rare medicinal herbs. My primary aim is merely to obtain these herbs from the poison Douluo. Allow me to treat you first, Ma Hongjun said earnestly. Those unaware of his true motives would undoubtedly scoff at his apparent sincerity, thinking, how can one describe a transcendent elixir with mere rare herbs? What happened to being straightforward? Was that swallowed by a dog? What must I do? Donggu Yin inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Fear not, you need not disrobe. Otherwise, Brother Tianheng would surely seek vengeance upon me, Ma Hongjun jested. Humph. He dares. I am not his girlfriend yet. And do not misinterpret. I harbor no feelings for you. You are far too young. 3 years my junior, even younger than Lingling, Donggu Yin retorted, her pride manifesting, though she quickly clarified upon noticing Ma Hongjun's peculiar gaze. Yi Lingling was the youngest member of the Tiando royal team, at merely 14, while Donggu Yin was already 16. Ma Hongjun felt somewhat speechless. He had grown accustomed to being called small by others. The issue was that in every regard, he was anything but insignificant. If one were to consider the time from his previous life, he was already in his 30s. Chapter 45. Devouring the poison of the emerald phosphor serpent. I am not mistaken, Sister Yin Yin. What thoughts are occupying your mind? Let us hasten indoors. Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of amusement, before leading Donggu Yin to his independent dormitory nestled in the back mountains of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Ma Hongjun greatly appreciates the environment here. Apart from Lu Erlong's residence, there are several other vacant rooms on the back mountain of Blue Tyrant Academy. Thus, the master and disciple shamelessly chose a room each to settle in. Although Lu Erlong is known for his volatile temperament, he would not dismiss them without consideration. Moreover, Lu Erlong has managed to maintain his composure in front of Flander. After entering the room, Ma Hongjun began to undress, revealing his strong and athletic physique. More robust than even the champions of his previous life. Though his build was comparable to that of Zhao Wuji, the aesthetic appeal was significantly enhanced, especially when observed after shedding his garments. What do you intend to do? Did you not say you wouldn't undress? Du Guian exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her beautiful eyes could not resist stealing glances at Ma Hongjun's form. I merely suggested you need not undress. However, the visual impact would certainly be improved. Yet, to avoid any misunderstandings, perhaps it is best if you remain clothed. It is no trouble for me to exert a little extra effort, and if you wish to observe, you should do so openly rather than covertly, Ma Hongjun remarked with a roll of his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Bah, I was not looking. But since the effect would be better, perhaps I should remove my outer garment. And you? Well, you must not tell anyone about today's events. Du Guian hesitated, contemplating whether to prevent Ma Hongjun from looking, yet realizing it might be unfeasible. She then feigned a fierce demeanor. Typically, the free-spirited Du Guian found herself transformed into a bashful maiden. She was aware from the tales circulating in the continent that sometimes, to detoxify, it was indeed necessary to remove one's clothing for optimal results. Thus, she refrained from calling Ma Hongjun a rogue, suppressing her shyness as she slowly peeled away her fitted attire, leaving only a white garment that modestly concealed her most vital areas. Her bashful appearance and mature form evoked a peculiar sensation in Ma Hongjun, one that any man in his situation would find difficult to disregard. However, he knew he must remain composed for the sake of the celestial herb and his ambitions of establishing power. He could not afford any slip-ups, maintaining his focus on Du Guian without a glance astray. If he could alleviate a portion of the toxins within Du Guian, he would gain her trust and the opportunity to obtain the coveted ice and fire yin-yang herb. He was utterly confident in this outcome. What Tang San achieved, he too could accomplish, albeit with careful planning. This was his leverage over Tang San. He would not permit the future Tang San to surpass him. In truth, he harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Tang San, having once admired him and Xiao Wu during his past life while watching the first part of Douluo. However, after barely finishing the second part, Shunjian Tang Men, he found himself unable to maintain that admiration for Tang San. The phrase 10 years of 3 dances, white moonlight. Pure and pristine Tang San gradually became a regret nestled in his heart. While he could not replicate Tang San's infatuation with Xiao Wu, he was far from being a frivolous person. In his previous life, he found Tang San's various partnerships distasteful, wishing to chastise him for his actions. He would not partake in such conduct, no matter how it was romanticized. In his thoughts, Ma Hongjun reflected on the fact that he was merely 10.5 years old. Yet he had already reached the soul power level he had when he encountered Tang San, on the verge of breaking through to the 28th level Great Soul Master. Tang San had been around the same age, perhaps just shy of 12, which meant that in a little over a year, their paths would cross again. Although he held confidence in his ability to ascend to soul ancestor status within this time frame and surpass Tang San's soul power level, he could not dismiss the extraordinary pace at which Tang San progressed later on. Without the aid of divine herbs and relying solely on the ghostly breathing technique to compete with Tang San, he felt somewhat inadequate. Hey, were you even listening to what I just said? You must not disclose anything about today's detoxification and healing. Dong Guiyin, noticing Ma Hongjun's indifference, puffed her adorable cheeks in frustration and reiterated her statement. Although Yu Tianheng had been pursuing her, and she held feelings for him as well, they had yet to breach the final barrier of their relationship, and thus, even Yu Tianheng had never seen her in such revealing attire. Oh, my apologies. What did you say? I was lost in thought and didn't catch your words. Ma Hongjun quickly snapped back to reality, expressing a hint of regret. Dong Guiyin, feeling exasperated, couldn't help but feel her self-esteem take a hit due to Ma Hongjun's disregard, even though her heart was already inclined towards Yu Tianheng. Am I truly so unappealing? I am, after all, a striking beauty. What kind of man are you? This sentiment encapsulated Dong Guiyin's inner turmoil, a reflection of the struggles many women face. When she felt overlooked, it bruised her pride, leading her to question the masculinity of the one who ignored her. Humph. Let us get started quickly. Just tell me how I should assist you, she huffed, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Recognizing that with Ma Hongjun's current state, he likely wouldn't take it to heart, rendering her words inconsequential. In truth, while Ma Hongjun found Dong Guiyin's attire somewhat revealing, he also found it alluring, yet that was the extent of his feelings. In his previous life, he had encountered many women dressed provocatively on the streets, though none possessed her striking beauty. Let us head to the bed. We can discuss other matters later, he said. Turning toward the edge of the bed, removing his shoes with a casual demeanor, maintaining his gaze straight ahead without wondering. Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dong Guiyin felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, inwardly cursing him for his lack of decorum, as he constantly led her thoughts astray. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ma Hongjun extended his remarkably muscled arms, gesturing for her to reach out her hands. The two sat facing each other, palms aligned. As Ma Hongjun's soul power began to intensify and radiate warmth, the sun-breathing technique transforming into the flame-breathing technique. Ma Hongjun's approach involves utilizing the unique properties of the breath of fire to consume the venom of the azure phosphor serpent that has infiltrated Du Guiyan's body. This method, while not damaging to Du Guiyan's martial soul abilities, merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. It is not that Ma Hongjun is unwilling to provide direct treatment. Rather, he is currently unable to do so. To completely resolve the issue, he must impart the breath of fire to Du Guiyan, a technique that represents his fundamental source of strength. It is unlikely he would relinquish such knowledge easily. He is resolved to establish his own power after successfully negotiating with Douluo. Once mutual trust is sufficiently cultivated between the three of them, he may consider sharing the breath of fire with both Douluo and Du Guiyan. Otherwise, he would only be able to temporarily alleviate their toxins in exchange for celestial herbs, addressing the venom only when it accumulates to a critical level once more. Lacking Tang San's mastery in toxin crafting and the art of healing, he recognizes the inherent risks in employing the methods depicted in the original narrative. Without medicinal assistance and the soul bone to absorb the toxins, the outcomes remain uncertain. However, Ma Hongjun possesses his own strategies, which he believes to be superior to Tang San's. With Du Guiyan's support, he is confident that Douluo will not dismiss his requests. He briefly explained his method to Du Guiyan but did not intend to reveal the breath of fire just yet, describing it instead as a result of the combined effects of the azure phosphor serpent's soul ring and a mutated martial soul. Are you ready? I am about to begin. It may feel a bit warm at first, but just hold on, Ma Hongjun cautioned Du Guiyan earnestly. After all, soul power. Yes, I am ready. Please proceed, Du Guiyan replied, her cheeks flushed. After all, allowing a man's soul power to enter her body was a rather intimate experience, leaving her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Upon witnessing the situation, Ma Hongjun hesitated no longer. His scorching soul power began coursing through the meridians in his hands, flowing into Du Guiyan's body. 10 minutes later. Oh, it's so hot. Are you done yet? How much longer? I feel unbearably warm. Du Guiyan gasped softly, her voice tinged with impatience. As Ma Hongjun's soul power surged within her, she gradually felt an overwhelming heat spreading through her body. Her thin undergarments were already drenched in sweat. Almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Ma Hongjun's face flushed crimson as well. He hadn't anticipated that the reality would differ so drastically from his expectations. The demand on his soul power was far greater than he had imagined. At this moment, he had no leisure to admire the sight of the beauty before him, glistening with perspiration. Instead, he focused intently on sensing the pathways of Du Guiyan's meridians, meticulously absorbing the toxins within her body. However, Ma Hongjun deliberately avoided certain sensitive areas. Though their relationship was amicable, caution was still necessary. After all, trust must be tempered with prudence. For the sake of the celestial herbs, he had to keep some cards close to his chest. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Ma Hongjun withdrew his soul power, reclaiming not only his own energy but also the remnants of Dugu Yan's jade phosphorus snake venom, now transformed into a pigment-like substance within him. He could have left the soul power within Dugu Yan without consequence. She would have naturally replenished it within a couple of days of cultivation. However, since she lacked mastery over the flame-breathing technique, it would have been of no use to her. By reclaiming it, he instead bolstered his own reserves, gaining several days' worth of cultivated soul power. As his energy returned, Ma Hongjun immediately began circulating his soul power along the pathways of his meditation technique, paying no heed to Dugu Yan, who had already rushed to the bathing chamber the moment she rose. After completing a minor cycle of cultivation using the flame-breathing technique's unique properties, a thin barrier within him shattered abruptly, accompanied by a surge of blazing soul power. Ma Hongjun's rank ascended unmistakably. He had broken through to the 28th level as a great soul master. In just over 3 months, he had advanced an entire rank within the great soul master realm. The cultivation speed of the evil fire phoenix spirit was indeed incomparable to that of the three-leaf grass. Yet, the three-leaf grass spirit remained his foundation for survival and miracles in the Douluo world. Ma Hongjun silently marveled at the noticeably strengthened soul power within him. Even without the nourishment from the toxins absorbed from Dugu Yan, he would have naturally broken through in the coming days. How could he not rejoice at such rapid progress? Chapter 46. The Poisoned Law, Dugu Bo. As Ma Hongjun reveled in the significant enhancement of his cultivation speed, a striking beauty emerged from the adjacent bathing area. With lustrous black hair and captivating azure eyes, she appeared even more enchanting, despite her hair being hastily dried using her soul power, exuding the freshness and smoothness reminiscent of a recent bath. Her delicate willow-like brows framed a slightly flushed visage, and her long, silky hair cascaded gracefully over her impressive figure, radiating the essence of youthful vitality. "Am I beautiful?" she teased, her joy evident. "Thank you. My violet hair has vanished, transforming into this lovely cascade of black." Dugu Yan gazed at the now upright Ma Hongjun, her excitement barely containable. Had he not been bare-chested at that moment, she might have leaped into his arms to express her gratitude. "Indeed, it is far more attractive than the violet," Ma Hongjun candidly replied, his straightforward taste revealing a preference for the allure of long, sleek black hair. To him, violet hair and azure eyes seemed avant-garde, regardless of their beauty. They failed to ignite his interest. Yet, the instinct of desire lingered, for passion and interest are not synonymous. "Yes, I share your sentiment. Come, quickly put on your shirt. We must seek out grandfather, who is still at home," Dugu Yan exclaimed, her exuberance palpable as she eagerly anticipated Ma Hongjun's assistance in alleviating her grandfather's affliction. With that, Ma Hongjun retrieved a pristine black shirt from the temporary spatial soul guide bestowed upon him by Mayana, donning it with remarkable ease. After exchanging a few words with Lu Erlong and Flinder, who lingered nearby, he accompanied Dugu Yan away from the back mountain of Lamba Academy, heading towards the Dugu residence in Tiando City. The Dugu residence, while not grand, possessed an air of historical charm, embodying a retro architectural style. Dugu Bo, a renowned solitary cultivator of the continent, was celebrated for his formidable reputation as the most challenging title Douluo and the foremost poison soul master. However, his family's strength was modest, comprising merely himself, his beloved granddaughter, and a handful of servants, essentially a grassroots lineage that had risen from humble beginnings. This aspect of Dugu Bo was precisely what resonated with Ma Hongjun. Nonetheless, Dugu Bo's character was a blend of righteousness and mischief, often guided by personal whims, which deterred Ma Hongjun from approaching him directly. However, with the cherished Dugu Yan as his intermediary, his apprehensions began to dissipate. Upon entering, Dugu Yan chose not to have a servant guide them, but instead led Ma Hongjun directly to her grandfather's study. They paused before an exquisitely antiquated door, where Dugu Yan energetically approached, knocking twice without waiting for a response before pushing open the wooden door. With a creaking sound, she entered the room. Ma Hongjun did not enter but remained outside the door, waiting. Inside the room, a voice of resignation echoed. "Yin Yin, why are you in such a flurry again? If you have something to discuss with your grandfather, just speak plainly." "Humph. Does that mean I cannot seek you out unless you have matters to address? I have come to share delightful news with you. Look at the color of my hair." Dugu Yan huffed in mild dissatisfaction before stepping closer and proudly twirling in front of the figure. This figure, with hair and beard of deep green, was tall and slender, resembling a spear. "Ah, your hair. Yin Yin, how has it turned black? Could it be? Douluo lifted his head in astonishment and stood up upon seeing Du Guyan's silky black hair cascading to her shoulders. What do you think, grandfather? Am I not much more beautiful now? Du Guyan beamed sweetly, not responding directly to her grandfather, the title Douluo du Gubo. Indeed, my dear Yin Yin, you are beautiful at all times. In my heart, you shall forever be the most lovely and endearing little princess. Now, do not keep your grandfather in suspense. Tell me what has transpired. Du Gubo approached Du Guyan, affectionately ruffling her pristine little head, his curiosity piqued. However, given his prowess, he had long since surreptitiously sensed that the backlash toxin within his granddaughter had diminished significantly. Hee, grandfather, did you not inform me yesterday about the fatal flaw of our family's martial soul, the Emerald Serpent? I have resolved most of it already. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce the guest. Hongjun, do come in quickly. Let him explain the specifics. For he has helped me eliminate most of the Emerald Serpent's toxin within me. Du Guyan relayed to her grandfather Du Gubo, then remembered that Ma Hongjun was still waiting outside and turned to call for him. As Ma Hongjun finally stepped into the room, he understood the requisite respect due to a title Douluo, knowing he could not afford to be disrespectful to the poisoned Douluo as Du Guyan had been. Upon entering, rather than surveying his surroundings, he paused respectfully behind Du Guyan and addressed the poisoned Douluo with deference, saying, I am Ma Hongjun, the younger brother recognized by Sister Guyan. I have come to discuss a matter with your excellency, the poisoned Douluo. What matter is it? Speak freely. Considering my regard for Guyan, I shall oblige you. Provided your request is not excessively unreasonable, the poisoned Douluo replied, his eyes glimmering like emeralds, his expression devoid of warmth. The amiable demeanor he had shown towards Du Guyan had vanished entirely, replaced by an imposing coldness that left Ma Hongjun feeling suffocated merely by his presence. He silently acknowledged the immense power of a title Douluo, relieved he had not recklessly sought out the poisoned Douluo as Tang San, the fortunate child of destiny, might have. He mused that even with the luck of a four-leaf clover, he could not hope to possess Tang San's fortune. Grandpa, this is my brother, the one who helped me remove the toxins from my body. Why must you maintain such a stern expression? You'll frighten brother Hongjun. Before Ma Hongjun could formulate his thoughts, Du Guyan, dissatisfied, turned to the poisoned Douluo with a playful pout. Very well, I shall not scowl. Young man, what is it that you seek from me? I, Du Gubo, believe in repaying kindness. Since you've alleviated some of the toxins from my granddaughter, I shall grant you one request, provided it does not contravene my principles. Speak freely. The poisoned Douluo's tones softened considerably, the previous oppressive aura dissipating. I have not come to seek favors in return for my assistance. Rather, I am here to offer my healing services to your excellency, the poisoned Douluo, Ma Hongjun. Emboldened by the change in atmosphere, stated earnestly. As Ma Hongjun's words lingered in the air, a formidable aura of soul power erupted within the study. The poisoned Douluo's dark green hair swirled without any breeze, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Ma Hongjun, with his keen senses, unmistakably detected the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in the poisoned Douluo's gaze. Chapter 47. The plan succeeds. Do not panic, Senior Dugu. I harbor no ulterior motives. My deductions are based on Yin's martial soul, Ma Hongjun stammered, his legs trembling, nearly losing his balance. He swiftly employed the properties of the breathing of the sun, doubling his physical prowess, and instantly felt a surge of ease, although he maintained an outward facade of struggle. Fortunately, Du Gubo only released the oppressive aura of a soul sovereign, clearly not intending to take his life. Indeed, at such a tender age, you possess remarkable strength, which undoubtedly speaks to your exceptional gifts. No wonder you were able to assist Yin Yin in purging the toxins from her body. Your name is Ma Hongjun, correct? Speak your terms. My previous words still stand, Du Gubo noted appreciatively, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun and gradually easing the pressure of his soul power. Beside them, Du Guyan exhaled in relief. Had her grandfather intended to harm Ma Hongjun, she would have intervened without hesitation, a reflection of the values instilled in her since childhood. A precious child should not be taught treachery. A talented person should not forget a benefactor. The poisoned Douluo had taught her from an early age about the importance of gratitude. I have stated that my treatment for Sister Yin Yin requires no recompense. I have come solely to assist you in expelling the toxins. Ma Hongjun's mischievous temper flared as he boldly reiterated, unafraid. Interesting. Do you realize that the toxins within me are magnitudes more severe than those within Yin Yin? Do you truly believe that your ability to help her will extend to aiding me? Such naive delusions, the poisoned Douluo replied, not with anger, but with a patient explanation. He held a particular admiration for those who valued relationships deeply. He could see that Ma Hongjun had a request, and his willingness to risk his life without asking for anything in return, while still seeking to remedy his martial soul's affliction, greatly impressed him. Though Ma Hongjun sought to heal himself through the conditions he proposed, Douluo could not help but develop a fondness for this promising young man before him. Ma Hongjun had uncovered his secret. Although he had contemplated murder, he ultimately chose to rid Douluo of the majority of the toxins within her body, sparing his granddaughter from such torment, thus preventing the heart-wrenching sorrow of a parent burying their child. Douluo was not a man ungrateful. He valued promises above all else and would never commit such despicable acts of betrayal. Do you experience an itch in your sides whenever it rains or when the sky is overcast, a sensation that intensifies and lingers for over an hour, striking twice, once at noon and again at midnight, and during the late hours of the night, around the third watch? Do you not feel a prickling pain at the crown of your head and the soles of your feet, accompanied by full-body spasms lasting at least half an hour? Drawing upon the memories of his past life, Ma Hongjun adopted Tang San's mannerisms to appease Douluo, confidently asserting, "You, how do you know this? Could it be that you possess the legendary Qihuang technique?" The poisoned Douluo gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. "I possess a modicum of understanding," Ma Hongjun replied, not feigning humility, albeit only grasping the surface of the knowledge. Yet to Douluo and Yin, this was interpreted as modesty. Yin, step outside and wait for us. Guard our conversation, as I have matters to discuss with this young brother. Douluo instructed his granddaughter with a serious tone. "Very well, grandfather, but you must not harm brother Hongjun. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again," Yin replied, her gaze fixed intently on Douluo, her tone exceedingly earnest. "Rest assured, my dear. I promise you, I shall not harm him," Douluo responded, a sense of reluctance stirring within him. Acknowledging the reality that his granddaughter was growing up. "Please, speak candidly, esteemed elder. There are no outsiders present now," Ma Hongjun said. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he spoke calmly, Douluo suddenly posed an unexpected question. "Did you deliberately approach Yin knowing about the toxin in her martial soul, or did you only realize it after encountering her?" Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. Then without hesitation, he fabricated a response. "I am not a deity, nor do I possess any formidable backing. How could I possibly know such things? If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate later to ascertain the truth." "No backing? How old are you, boy? Your spirit power should be around the spirit ancestor level, correct?" Douluo questioned, a hint of puzzlement crossing his face. "Indeed, I have no backing. I am nearly 11 years old, and my spirit power is at the level of a great soul master, reaching level 28. By the time I am 11, I should be able to advance to the 30th level spirit ancestor," Ma Hongjun replied candidly, recognizing this as a bargaining chip. For a soul master's talent signifies their future achievements. 11 years old. Remarkable. I did not anticipate your talent to be so extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, the quality of your martial soul must be exceptionally powerful, with innate spirit power likely above level 9, Douluo gasped, his tone both astonished and assured. "Indeed. My martial soul is a top-tier beast martial soul, the phoenix, and my innate spirit power is fully realized," Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, though internally he was elated. To astonish someone of Douluo's stature, a title Douluo filled him with immense pride, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. "Little monster, what do you think of my yin? "I have intentions," Douluo began, but was swiftly interrupted by Ma Hongjun. "I have no such intentions. I merely regard Sister Yin as an elder sister. She is over 5 years my senior, and besides, she already has someone she cares for," Ma Hongjun firmly declined. "Ah, in that case, let us set that aside for now. Can you truly cure the toxins within me? State your demands. As long as you can resolve the issues with my martial soul, I can agree to 3 conditions," Douluo sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. Before inquiring nervously, "I have a 50% certainty. However, if I have rare spiritual herbs at my disposal, I can elevate that certainty to over 90%. Ma Hongjun finally revealed his ulterior motives, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. "Rare spiritual herbs? I possess an abundance of those, while other matters may be challenging. When it comes to spiritual herbs, I dare say I am unparalleled on this continent. Come, I shall take you to a splendid place," Douluo expressed, devoid of any doubt, as he grasped Ma Hongjun, whose heart was tumultuous, and departed the study. After a brief explanation to Du Gongyan, he hurriedly escorted Ma Hongjun out of Tiando City, heading towards the Sunset Forest, located 10 kilometers outside the city. With Du Gongbo leading the way, they flew swiftly, reaching the heart of the Sunset Forest just before noon. The Sunset Forest is a primordial wilderness even more formidable than the hunting soul forest, where 1,000-year-old soul beasts are not uncommon, posing significant dangers. Yet, for Du Gongbo, these powerful soul beasts were inconsequential, and he swiftly guided Ma Hongjun to the center of the Sunset Forest. As Ma Hongjun gazed at the ever-shifting scenery and the resonant roars of formidable soul beasts, an unprecedented and inexplicable sensation surged within him. He yearned to become a titled Douluo, a pinnacle existence that could traverse the continent with impunity. In the chapter entitled The Ice and Fire Duality, Dugabo led Ma Hongjun to a precipice steeped in abundant spiritual energy. Pausing momentarily to express a hint of pride, have you felt the potency of the toxic mist outside? It is a meticulously arranged formation that I have devised. Even a titled Douluo would hesitate to venture here. Prior to their arrival, Dugabo had administered a specialized detoxification pill to Ma Hongjun, while he himself required none, enveloping his being in soul power. This was a testament to his pride as the world's foremost poison master. Ma Hongjun surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he and his companion stood atop a small hill approximately 500 meters high. Before them loomed a sheer cliff. Startled by the triumphant words of Dugabo, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, the prowess of the one renowned as the world's foremost poison master was undeniable. In the realm of toxicology, he felt a profound sense of inferiority. Yet, given the meticulous protection afforded by Senior Dugu in this secluded area, it was evident that a remarkable secret lay hidden within. Ma Hongjun echoed Dugubo's sentiments, expressing his candid thoughts. When it came to the study of poison, Dugubo undoubtedly surpassed Tang San. However, Tang San's understanding of toxins primarily stemmed from the legacy of the Tang sect in his previous life, a culmination of its wisdom, whereas Dugubo's knowledge was derived from his own research. This distinction allowed Tang San to discern the concealed ailment afflicting Dugubo through careful observation and inquiry. Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether Dugubo possessed a method to procure the heavenly herbs. However, it seemed that even if he were aware, his knowledge would only be superficial, certainly not as profound as Tang San, who hailed from the Tang sect, though it was not impossible to forcibly obtain them with Dugubo's assistance. It would undoubtedly result in a loss of potency, making it rather unwise. Just call me Old Poison, he remarked. I have little affection for empty formalities. Young monster, your thoughts are meticulous. You must have already surmised the purpose of my bringing you here. Dugubo's tone towards Ma Hongjun had shifted to one of greater familiarity. Indeed, that lad has been rather rude. Old Poison's domain is rife with spiritual energy, making it an exceptionally suitable environment for the growth of spiritual entities. There must be numerous rare medicinal materials flourishing here, Ma Hongjun ventured with feigned ignorance. Indeed, there exists a plethora of rare herbs here, a true sanctuary for me. The reason an ordinary rogue like myself could ascend to the rank of titled Douluo is inextricably linked to this place. You should understand that a soul master with a phosphorescent serpent martial spirit, while endowed with formidable poisonous capabilities, is also exceedingly vulnerable to the backlash of poison. I have personally endured the agony of hair turning white before its time. Hence, I am immensely grateful that you can alleviate the toxins within Yenner. This is why I have brought you here, the poisoned Douluo explained with a serious demeanor. Despite his eccentric nature, he was profoundly loyal and believed in repaying kindness. Standing there, Ma Hongjun already felt a comforting warmth, a gentle heat rising slowly from beneath the cliff. Hiki, I must express my gratitude for your trust, Old Poison. Rest assured, with the aid of the herbs, I am at least 90% confident in remedying the backlash of toxins within you. Ma Hongjun gradually relaxed in the presence of the poisoned Douluo. He was not one to concern himself with mere formalities. And since Dugubo had invited him to call him Old Poison, he felt no need to maintain any pretense. Well, I find myself beginning to trust you. Dugubo replied before unexpectedly leaping down the cliff. Ma Hongjun found himself momentarily stunned. Was this not the method he had employed in the original narrative to gauge Tang San's strength and courage? Had he not disclosed that he possessed the Phoenix martial soul? As he blinked, he noticed that Dugubo had vanished from sight. Dismissing any further unfounded thoughts, he summoned the Phoenix martial soul without hesitation and, still harboring a hint of concern, unleashed the dual physical attributes of the breath of the sun. In an instant, a pair of fiery red energy wings unfurled from his back, and the breath of the sun activated within him, propelling him toward the precipice below. Well, It seems I had forgotten that you are a formidable aerial assault type with the ultimate beast martial soul, the Phoenix. Your prowess is commendable. How are you faring in this environment? Douluo remarked in astonishment as Ma Hongjun effortlessly landed beside him. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but roll his eyes, silently concluding that they were indeed eager to gauge his strength. Although they professed trust in him, deep down they harbored doubts about his abilities and sought to assess his prowess. It was evident that none of these ancient beings were benevolent. Fortunately, he possessed an array of skills. Even without relying on the Phoenix martial soul, he could safely descend the cliff using his external soul bone. However, he had no intention of revealing this, as he had yet to fully integrate with the earth whip of his external soul bone. All things considered, although he felt somewhat uncomfortable in his breathing, he was still able to exist in this place. Ma Hongjun nonchalantly remarked. Though inwardly he was grateful for having activated the dual-enhanced physical attributes of the breath of the sun in advance, otherwise, he would truly struggle to acclimate to this harsh environment. Typically, he refrained from utilizing the attributes of the breath of the sun. While he could maintain a doubled physical prowess, it was not his innate strength, and he preferred not to lose himself in overwhelming power during his weaker moments. Wasn't it more delightful to feign weakness while outsmarting the strong? Indeed, the harsh conditions here would cause ordinary individuals and creatures to perish from the inability to adapt. Even common soul emperors would find it uncomfortable. Given that he appeared unfazed, his physical strength must have reached the soul emperor level, remarked Douluo, casting a deep gaze at Ma Hongjun, his tone affirming. I have placed great emphasis on physical training since my youth. Thus I am considerably stronger than other soul masters of the same rank, Ma Hongjun casually retorted, his eyes already scanning the surroundings of the valley. The first thing to catch his eye was a peculiar hot spring at the center. Though small, it was divided into two sections, forming a pattern reminiscent of the Taiji symbol, albeit missing two dots, one red and one blue, representing fire and ice. The two streams were clearly defined, not encroaching upon one another, and the billowing steam rising above the valley originated from this very spot. As excitement surged within Ma Hongjun, he pondered whether this was truly the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire. Remarkably, he had arrived here before Tang San, and there was a significant possibility that he could possess the celestial herbs found in this place. After all, Douluo was unfamiliar with these precious herbs and their value. The Eye of Ice and Fire, a remarkable phenomenon born of the duality of opposing forces, was a rare treasure that might not manifest even after millennia. This represented Tang San's greatest fortune, and now that Ma Hongjun understood the method of harvesting, all of it could rightfully belong to him. How could he not be exhilarated? Chapter 49, The Eye of Ice and Fire, Part 2. What's this? Little monster, do you perhaps recognize that mysterious hot spring ahead? You seem overly agitated. Do not dare to approach that peculiar spring, for the overwhelming energy of ice and fire could very well lead to your demise. Douluo cautioned as he noticed Ma Hongjun fixated on the spring, his eyes wide and unblinking. Yes, I am indeed aware. Rest assured, I will not recklessly touch it. I possess a deeper understanding of this place than you might think. This hot spring is known as the Eye of Ice and Fire, reputed to be one of the three great treasures, exceptionally conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs. It is a paradise for plant-type soul beasts. With the herbs found here, I am confident I can cure the toxins that have taken root within you, Ma Hongjun replied, choosing not to divulge the true reason for his knowledge. Although Douluo's demeanor towards him was far more favorable than that of the original narrative towards Tang San, some truths must remain concealed. Who could guarantee that Douluo would resist the temptation of unparalleled celestial treasures and not act impulsively? I have cultivated all my medicinal plants here, encompassing various poisons and restorative herbs. You may take from them as you wish. What further assistance do you require from me? Douluo inquired with palpable eagerness, his tone tinged with excitement. It was evident that if Ma Hongjun could heal him, he could also save his granddaughter, alleviating the agonizing pain that was only growing more unbearable with each passing day. Patience. Allow me to first examine the available herbs. Do you think I am a deity? Besides, the toxins within your body cannot be resolved in an instant, Ma Hongjun retorted with newfound confidence, feeling empowered by the leverage he had gained. You actually possess knowledge of divine entities? Have you perhaps received a legacy from some god? Douluo questioned, his gaze turning inquisitive as he scrutinized Ma Hongjun. Initially, Douluo had overlooked the implications of Ma Hongjun's words, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Ma Hongjun truly acknowledged the existence of deities. Knowledge of divine legacies was scarce, even among the most powerful factions. Douluo had stumbled upon this revelation within ancient texts in a relic, learning that beyond tidal Douluo, there existed the realm of deities. As Ma Hongjun's thoughts raced, he pondered the intentions of Douluo. However, reflecting upon his own ambitions, he resolved to take a bold step, considering the possibility of seizing this moment to establish his own influence. What of it? Whether it succeeded or not? Would the old poison master truly take action against him? Ma Hongjun cautiously inquired of the poison Douluo. Surely you underestimate me, Douluo replied. Even if you were to inherit divine power, I could not seize it from you. I still rely on you to help clear the toxins that are plaguing both my granddaughter and myself. Besides, a divine inheritor is not so easily dispatched. If you truly possess such a legacy, I would be more inclined to curry favor with you than to harm you. Douluo spoke from the heart, for he bore no grievance against Ma Hongjun. Only a fool would recklessly offend a divine heir. I have attained the position of the fire god, and your martial spirit does not align with it. Even if you press me for the location, you cannot inherit the fire god's power, as you are not a fire-attributed soul master. Moreover, the details of a divine inheritance must not be disclosed to outsiders. Ma Hongjun began to weave his persuasive narrative, ensnaring Douluo in his words. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you managed to dispel the martial spirit backlash that even I struggled against. You truly are a remarkable little monster. Should you ascend to divinity, do not forget about me, Douluo jested, his tone growing more amiable. This was the reality of their situation. Regardless of any debt of gratitude Ma Hongjun might owe him, Douluo would not entertain overly presumptuous demands. Yet, upon recognizing Ma Hongjun's talent, his attitude had undeniably shifted. Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to inherit the fire god's position. But have you never considered the prospect of divinity for yourself? Ma Hongjun's words radiated a strong sense of confidence as he revealed his ulterior motives. Gazing enticingly at Douluo, who would not wish for such a fate? Yet, for this lifetime, reaching the pinnacle of title Douluo is already a fulfillment of my aspirations. Ascending to godhood seems rather far-fetched, Douluo candidly acknowledged. Indeed, even for a title Douluo, the notion of becoming a deity was somewhat unrealistic. What if I told you I possess a method that could enable you to attain divine inheritance as well? Ma Hongjun spoke without deceit, for the thought had genuinely crossed his mind, though it would be contingent upon his own ascension. What? You little monster truly have a means to facilitate my ascent to godhood? By heavens, I nearly fell into your trap. Speak. What are your conditions? If they are too excessive, I shall refuse, and you must prove that you have genuinely acquired divine inheritance before I can truly believe you. Douluo instinctively reacted with excitement, but quickly regained his composure, exhaling deeply as he regarded Ma Hongjun with a calm demeanor. There existed no blood ties between them. Their relationship, though warmer, had not reached such depths. Moreover, as a renowned title Douluo, Douluo was not easily deceived. Without concrete evidence from Ma Hongjun, he would not yield. Very well, let us set this matter aside for the moment. I shall first assist you in dispelling the poison, as you have promised to meet 3 of my conditions in return. Ma Hongjun refrained from further discussing the topic, intending instead to plant a seed in Douluo's mind. Anticipating the right moment to cultivate his own power. I now believe in your ability to cure me. You may as well present your conditions. But should they be too unreasonable, I would rather forego your treatment than acquiesce. Douluo reflected, his tone grave and earnest. Given that Ma Hongjun had successfully treated much of the backlash toxin afflicting his granddaughter, it was only natural that Douluo's demeanor toward this exceptionally gifted youth had improved. Ma Hongjun was evidently taken aback by Douluo's unexpected declaration, and he could not help but secretly admire the character of the poisoned Douluo. Rest assured, it is certainly not an excessive demand. Since you wish to understand my intentions, I shall be forthright. My first condition is that I require some restorative medicine to cultivate my soul power. Thus, I must possess the right to freely gather any spiritual herbs from this apothecary at any time. Ma Hongjun, wary of complicating matters further, initially presented a condition that Douluo might not consider significant. In truth, this was a clever ruse on Ma Hongjun's part, for this condition was, in fact, his true objective. Very well, that poses no issue. I have already stated that you may use them freely, provided you do not destroy this place. You are welcome to enter whenever you wish. Here are 10 detoxification pills. Simply place one in your mouth. And you need not worry about the poisonous mists of the surrounding forest. They can be used repeatedly, the poison Douluo said, tossing Ma Hongjun a jade vial with remarkable ease, displaying no concern that Ma Hongjun would neglect his treatment. Ma Hongjun did not hesitate to accept the item, placing it within his rather rudimentary spatial soul tool. As for the second condition, well, it involves your assistance, old monster, in establishing a faction for me. You need not worry about finances. I have my own means. Once it is founded, you will serve as a guest elder for 5 years. After that, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. Should you decide to remain, upon my ascension to divinity, I will aid you in becoming a deity as well. Ma Hongjun chuckled, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Ah, young lad. So you have been waiting for me here. Very well, I accept your terms. However, I have always cherished my freedom. If there is something I do not wish to do, even you cannot compel me, the poisoned Douluo remarked, a hint of annoyance in his gaze. As for the third condition, should I encounter any troubles in the future, you must not refuse to assist me. Ma Hongjun articulated his conditions in one breath, each intertwined with the next. Although these demands may seem trivial, in truth, each bore its own weighty implications. Once Douluo invested his emotions into the establishment of this faction, would he truly abandon it 5 years hence for the pursuit of divinity? It would be akin to a lifetime of servitude to Ma Hongjun. The matter of the celestial herbs within the eye of ice and fire was even more pronounced. Douluo would be left at a loss, akin to a child deprived of their inheritance. The final condition, while slightly more palatable, remained fraught with uncertainty, potentially drawing the ire of the colossal spirit hall. Very well. Even if you do not bring it up, I shall not stand idly by when you face difficulties. Your spatial soul tool appears to lack quality. I happen to possess a superior one known as the Rui Baobao bag, which offers ample space. Since you require herbs, I will gift it to you. It can store various medicinal plants while preserving their freshness and even accommodate living beings, the poisoned Douluo remarked. He regarded Ma Hongjun's 3 conditions, finding the second one somewhat troublesome, yet the others seemed straightforward. Feeling a twinge of remorse, he produced a delicate blue leather pouch from his robe and handed it to Ma Hongjun. It was a mere palm's width, designed to hang from a belt. Though significantly larger than a typical fragrance pouch, it could barely accommodate a single hand. Ah, well, I shall not be polite. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to heal both you and Sister Yin Yin, Ma Hongjun replied, somewhat sheepishly. Yet, with his audacity, he would not refuse Douluo's offering. Accepting the Rui Baobao bag, with unwavering conviction, he assured, having accepted your gift and some of the conditions, I shall strive to fulfill my obligations. I am not one to breach my word. Do not feel overly burdened. Even if I remain unhealed, I shall not hold you accountable. As long as you can restore my granddaughter to health, Douluo expressed, his tone growing unexpectedly sentimental. Yet, inwardly, he mused, if only this lad were a few years older. Perhaps I could orchestrate a union between him and my granddaughter. Ma Hongjun was, of course, unaware of the inner turmoil within Douluo, moved by the moment. He refrained from hastily inspecting the surrounding celestial herbs and spirit objects. Instead, he removed his outer garment and solemnly declared, I am certain I can heal you. For now, let me focus on your treatment. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for having accepted so much from you. Ah, must I also remove my clothing? Douluo inquired, his face flushing with surprise. What are you afraid of? It is merely a matter of shedding one's shirt. There is no need for such embarrassment, Ma Hongjun remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Thus, Douluo, albeit with some hesitation, took off his outer garment, revealing his frail physique. In stark contrast to Ma Hongjun's robust form, he appeared almost diminutive. Yet, despite this disparity, Ma Hongjun felt he might struggle against even a mere finger of Douluo's strength. However, this did not imply that Ma Hongjun was merely a faade. When compared to soul masters of equivalent rank, he was confident that no one could rival him. Do not let appearances deceive you. While my physique may not seem as formidable as yours, both my physical strength and overall constitution are far superior, Douluo muttered, a hint of defiance in his tone. Indeed. I require my soul power to enter your body to investigate the toxins and gradually absorb them. The poison within you has penetrated deeply, and given the disparity in our soul powers, I cannot expect to resolve this in just 1 or 2 attempts. Ma Hongjun succinctly explained his methodology. Douluo nodded in agreement, recognizing that if even he was powerless against the backlash toxin, it would be unreasonable to expect a child of less than 11 years to resolve it effortlessly. However, even if your treatment succeeds, will the toxins from my martial soul not continue to corrode me? He queried, demonstrating his expertise as a titled Douluo well-versed in the art of poison. That is not a concern. By that point, you will merely need a soul bone within you to absorb the toxins that your martial soul has just retaliated. Ma Hongjun calmly assured him, having already devised a countermeasure. Ah, how could I have overlooked this? Had I known that a soul bone could absorb the toxins of the green phosphor snake, I would not have suffered the pain of martial soul backlash, Douluo lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. You seem to have wandered into a misconception. Given your extensive knowledge of poison, how could you not conceive of such a straightforward solution? Ma Hongjun consoled him, somewhat dismissively. He understood the narrative and knew that Douluo had not initially thought of this. It was only after Tang San's reminder that he grasped the concept. In the original tale, it was through the medicinal effects of the two celestial herbs, along with various other potions, that he was finally liberated from the backlash toxin, thus realizing the potential of using a soul bone to absorb toxins. Moreover, his focus had been solely on eliminating the backlash toxin afflicting him, leaving no room for consideration of absorbing new toxins with a soul bone. Additionally, soul bones were exceedingly rare. Even Douluo had acquired a highly prized wisdom soul bone purely by chance. Before obtaining this soul bone, he had already been afflicted by the martial soul's backlash toxin, which further precluded him from contemplating this approach. If he did not expel the toxins from his body, they would gradually worsen, infiltrating his marrow. However, once the toxins were eliminated, he could use the soul bone without fear of further martial soul retaliation. Douluo sat cross-legged before Ma Hongjun, and although their positions were somewhat awkward, Ma Hongjun utilized the experience from their previous encounter, allowing his soul power to infiltrate Douluo's body, gradually consuming the backlash toxins within him. Ma Hongjun possessed a formidable resistance to the green phosphor snake's poison, as his first soul ring was derived from it. Otherwise, even with the absorbing properties of his flames of breath, he would have struggled against the backlash toxins in Douluo's body. In just 5 minutes, Ma Hongjun was drenched in sweat, his soul power nearly depleted. Nonetheless, he persevered until the last vestiges of his energy were exhausted, at which point he retracted the toxins he had absorbed from Douluo and commenced meditative practice. Douluo, on the other hand, did not exhibit the same level of distress as Ma Hongjun. Instead, he felt rejuvenated, rising to his feet with a newfound vigor. His back no longer aching and his legs no longer weary. He donned his clothing, a satisfied smile gracing his face, clearing his throat. Douluo assessed the backlash toxins within him, noting a reduction of nearly 1/10 compared to before. As he circulated his soul power, the sense of stagnation he had previously experienced due to repressing the backlash toxins had considerably diminished. If he could completely eliminate the toxins within him, he might finally break through the stagnation that had hindered his progress. His mastery of poison was largely reliant on his martial soul and the toxic core within him. The remnants of the backlash toxins were merely residual and served no significant purpose. Instead, their prolonged accumulation had begun to encroach upon his marrow, leaving him at a loss for a solution. He was astonished that Ma Hongjun could merely use his scorching soul power to traverse those areas and consume the green phosphor snake's poison within him, leading him to firmly believe in Ma Hongjun's identity as the inheritor of the fire god. As 3 hours passed, dusk began to descend, and Ma Hongjun finally emerged from his meditative state, an expression of excitement illuminating his face. Having absorbed less than 1/10 of the toxins from Douluo, he sensed a noticeable enhancement in his soul power. While he had not yet reached the threshold of a level 29 Great Soul Master, he was tantalizingly close, with the prospect of breakthrough within a few more attempts. How do you fare? Does everything seem all right? I believe your method is viable. If there are no objections, shall we continue tomorrow? It is getting late, and we should depart to ease Yin Yan's concerns. How about we return here tomorrow to continue with the detoxification? Douluo remarked, discerning that Ma Hongjun was in good shape, and his eyes sparkled with the evident benefits he had gained. However, he refrained from voicing this, instead seeking confirmation from Ma Hongjun. Yes, let us return another day. The vitality of this place is rich, making it ideal for the recovery of soul power. And we need not fear disturbances from outsiders. We shall come back tomorrow, Ma Hongjun replied, suppressing his immediate urge to harvest the celestial herbs, in agreement. After all, even if he encountered an exquisite celestial treasure, he could only gaze upon it without the ability to collect it. The harvest of celestial herbs necessitated methods and techniques. Even if Douluo lacked knowledge on harvesting and preserving methods, he risked losing the potency of the herbs or, worse, facing life-threatening dangers, leading to a situation where the cost outweighed the benefits. Ma Hongjun surmised that Douluo must have recklessly ingested a celestial product in the past, and perhaps he was fortunate enough to have acquired it. However, the efficacy of the elixir was evidently not fully realized, which is why he merely broke through to the rank of title Douluo, yet remained stalled at the threshold of the 91st level. In the subsequent fortnight, The two of them visited the Eye of Ice and Fire almost daily. 3 days prior, Ma Hongjun successfully advanced to the rank of a 29th level Great Soul Master after absorbing the backlash poison from Douluo's body. During this period, Douluo also made a visit to the Eye of Ice and Fire, and Ma Hongjun was truly gratified as he thoroughly eliminated the toxins within Douluo. However, since Douluo lacked a soul bone, it was quite likely that in due time, she would again seek Ma Hongjun to consume the toxins within her. As for Douluo, that old enigma, he seemed to have lost his sense of propriety, not pursuing the royal family of Tiando for a soul bone as in the original narrative, but rather asking Ma Hongjun to take responsibility for detoxifying Douluo in the future. Ma Hongjun nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Although he prided himself on his exceptional self-discipline, he could not deny that frequent temptations of this nature were likely to lead to unforeseen consequences. He resolved to diligently cultivate his abilities for self-preservation, eager to win back the allegiance of the poisoned Douluo and to incorporate Douluo into his ranks, imparting to her the art of flame breathing. Though the practice of flame breathing was notoriously difficult to master, Ma Hongjun felt confident in his capacity to teach Douluo. For the essence of flame breathing was indelibly etched in his mind like a brand, rendering him the progenitor of this mutated form of the technique. Thus, he possessed the conviction to make such claims. In the apothecary, Ma Hongjun discovered several plants resembling celestial herbs, of which he could confidently identify only 5. One of these was the 8-pointed frosty grass, which instilled a chilling sensation, freezing the central nervous system and emanating an oppressive cold within a 10-meter radius. Surprisingly, Ma Hongjun felt quite comfortable in the presence of this herb, even experiencing a significant alleviation of the evil energy within him. This herb was among the celestial treasures he coveted most, second only to the coxcomb phoenix flower. He believed that if consumed alongside the nearby highly toxic celestial herb, the fiery apricot blossom, the drawbacks of his evil fire phoenix martial spirit could be entirely resolved, potentially even leading to his second awakening of his martial soul. In the original text, these 2 celestial treasures were considered the most precious after the divine treasure, heartbreaking red. Having fallen into his hands, they were now beyond the reach of Tang San, and their effects were undoubtedly comparable to that of the singular celestial herb, coxcomb phoenix flower. In addition to these 4 celestial treasures, Ma Hongjun recognized the rare fungus heavenly chrysanthemum. These 5 celestial herbs possessed distinct characteristics that Ma Hongjun could discern, while the others remained mere conjectures, uncertain in his identification. The heartbreaking red resembled a peony, adorned with delicate red veins, and Ma Hongjun was certain it was the legendary heartbreaking red, famed for its widely circulated tale. The rare fungus heavenly chrysanthemum was even more unmistakable, akin to a chrysanthemum, a neutral celestial herb that invigorated the body, facilitating the flow of blood and enhancing physical resilience. It had aided Dai Mubai in breaking through the 40th level bottleneck. In truth, Ma Hongjun was not entirely clear about the properties of the coxcomb phoenix flower. It not only replenished yang energy, but also significantly enhanced the quality of the phoenix flames, purifying the evil fire and mitigating its burdens. Furthermore, it possessed the potential to amplify certain abilities. If he were to realize this, he would be torn between joy and sorrow, as even with his current capabilities, he was formidable enough to surpass ordinary female soul masters. How much stronger would he become after absorbing the coxcomb phoenix flower? However, for now, he could only observe these treasures, unable to touch them, as he was completely ignorant of the method for harvesting. Little monster, I feel that all the toxins within me have been completely purged by you today. Do you think we won't need to come here tomorrow? Douluo, having spent countless days and nights in close proximity to Ma Hongjun, now shared a camaraderie akin to that of brothers. He spoke to Ma Hongjun, who had just finished his training, with a hint of lingering excitement. Among the titled Douluo, only Douluo possessed the carefree nature to act solely based on preference, disregarding status, which allowed Ma Hongjun to interact with him so casually. Well, I have something to announce. My faction is officially established today, tentatively named the Heavenly Net. In the future, I intend to build a city akin to Spirit City, called the City of Heavenly Net, along with a palace similar to the Hall of the Pope. Ma Hongjun spoke earnestly to Douluo, his expression serious. Ah, youth is indeed a wonderful thing, filled with ambition. I admire your spirit. I shall serve as the honorary elder of the Heavenly Net, as per our agreement. Douluo did not mock Ma Hongjun. After all, everyone has experienced youth, and ambition is commendable. He had faith in Ma Hongjun's potential. Chapter 51. Note on the chapter. The second chapter will be updated later today. I was up all night yesterday and took half a day off work this morning to assist my cat in giving birth to 4 adorable kittens. Honestly, I can't tell whether they're British Shorthairs or American Shorthairs, as the father is an American Shorthair Tabby and the mother is a British Shorthair Highland Blue. They are still too small to discern. In any case, the update for the second chapter will come after I finish work this afternoon and have dinner. I hope everyone can offer their support with monthly votes, recommendations, or donations, allowing this struggling author to earn a bit for cat food. Writing novels barely covers my cat's daily expenses, and the birth of these 4 kittens has only added to my financial strain. A collective effort of 100 starting coins will spread love, leading to a brighter tomorrow for us all. Let's keep pushing forward. Chapter 52, Heavenly Net, 1. Thank you, Old Poison, for your assistance today. I will never forget your help once I ascend to divinity. Ma Hongjun expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing respectfully to Douluo. Douluo quickly dodged, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he adjusted his now darkened beard, which had changed due to Ma Hongjun's devouring abilities. In the future, it should be I who pays my respects to you, haha. Although our organization consists of only the 2 of us at present, with a title Douluo like myself overseeing it, we need not worry about attracting members. Indeed, soon others will join our organization. And it will no longer be just a 2-person faction, Ma Hongjun asserted confidently. He believed he could recruit his sister, Ma Xiaodai, and his sister Anna into the organization. To be precise, they will join my faction. Ma Xiaodai has gradually begun to wield power within the entire Rose family, recognizing Ma Hongjun's talents. With her on board, we need not worry about the initial expenses, as the Rose family, being the wealthiest in Soto City, possesses enough resources to support our fledgling organization. With Douluo, a title Douluo, personally overseeing it, I am certain the Rose family will not decline my invitation. After all, their circumstances have not been optimistic in recent years. Struggling against the Fei family, without the repeated assistance of Flinder and Zhao Wujin, they may have been entirely eradicated by the Fei family. I will oversee matters. But do not expect me to handle everything just because I find you agreeable. I will not relinquish my freedom to cater to your whims. Unless you agree to become a couple with Yinner. Haha, then you would have to call me Grandpa. I would much prefer that over being called Old Poison. Douluo persisted, still clinging to the hope of a match between his granddaughter and Ma Hongjun. That's not going to happen. Your granddaughter is a full 7 years older than me. I only see her as an older sister. Besides, she already has a boyfriend. The heir apparent of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, who is far superior to me. Why do you insist on pursuing me? Ma Hongjun lamented, feeling exasperated by Douluo's relentless matchmaking. How shallow. I am not a person swayed by vanity. I simply have taken a liking to you. Whether you are capable or not matters not to me. When I find the time, I shall concoct some medicine for you. And then it will be too late for her to object. You may not fear toxins, but this medicine is not strictly a poison. I refuse to believe you won't fall for it, Douluo exclaimed, feeling irritated by Ma Hongjun's repeated rejections. Old Poison, please spare me. To be honest, ordinary women cannot withstand my little evil fire. Do you understand? You are pushing your granddaughter into a pit of fire. In recent days, Ma Hongjun has found himself engaging in conversations with Douluo, reminiscing about certain past events that, while not exactly secrets, have become less frequently discussed since arriving in the Douluo continent. Over the course of the past half-month, their daily interactions have not only revolved around the treatment of toxins, but also involved the sharing of some painful memories. Apart from the secret of his 3-leaf clover martial soul, Ma Hongjun's experiences are well known to Douluo. Conversely, Ma Hongjun has also learned a considerable amount about the past of the poisoned Douluo, including details not mentioned in the original novel of his previous life, which left him astonished as if he had stumbled upon a new world. For instance, he discovered the romantic history of the poisoned Douluo, the circumstances surrounding the death of Douluo's parents, and the encounters the poisoned Douluo had with certain reclusive figures during his training. Most surprising to Ma Hongjun was the revelation that the poisoned Douluo was acquainted with old Jack from the Holy Spirit village, who, despite his seemingly simple demeanor, was far more complex than he appeared. However, the specifics of this relationship were not divulged by the poisoned Douluo. Although Ma Hongjun was curious at the time, he refrained from pressing for further details, silently acknowledging that this person truly deserved to be the one who dared to insult the Hongjun Douluo. What does it matter? In a few days, I shall request a noble title for you from the Snow Knight Emperor. It is quite normal for nobles to have multiple wives and concubines, Douluo remarked, waving his hand dismissively. He then regarded Ma Hongjun with a peculiar expression and continued, in my opinion, You need not trouble yourself over the matter of your evil fire. You are a classic case of being unaware of your own fortune, which is truly a pity. Wasting such a splendid talent. Enough of this talk. Let us return early. I plan to purchase a residence in the Tiando city as a base for our Douluo network. After all, a newly established power should possess its own stronghold. Ma Hongjun shook his head helplessly, choosing not to respond, and instead said earnestly, "Yes. Let us depart from here. I have a courtyard in Tiando city that has yet to be inhabited, a generous gift from Prince Xueshing some time ago. Since you are in need, I shall bestow it upon you. Let it serve as the Douluo network space for now." The poisoned Douluo deftly sidestepped the topic. Aware that although the sturdy youth respected him greatly, he would not easily bend to his wishes. Secretly plotting, he was determined to ensure that his granddaughter would be tied to Ma Hongjun, for only then could he feel assured about their union. Old poison. Do you know what I am thinking right now? Ma Hongjun suddenly brightened, walking towards the ice and fire Tuyin eye. Though his expression turned somewhat strange as he turned back to ask, "You must be touched by my generosity, but it is merely a residence. Not worth much in gold soul coins. For someone of my status as a titled Douluo, it is akin to worthless refuse," Douluo replied with a smile, following Ma Hongjun outside. Indeed, titled Douluos are fearsome. The poisoned Douluo is truly magnanimous. Henceforth, this ice and fire Tuyin I shall be regarded as our Douluo network's garden. Would you have any objections, Senior Douluo? Ma Hongjun did not deny it, flattering the poisoned Douluo, who felt a sense of elation. Though Douluo was not one to seek flattery, he delighted in Ma Hongjun's praise. In his heart, he had already recognized Ma Hongjun as the heir to the divine throne, the future god of fire. Having a future divine heir compliment him was an experience unlike any other, truly a double delight. Humph. I have long stated that you may freely use the herbs here. What difference does it make if this is the Douluo network's garden? Since I have made a promise, I shall not go back on my word, the poisoned Douluo huffed. Not out of concern for his herbs, but in frustration that Ma Hongjun would question his integrity. I do not doubt you. It's just that in establishing a force, these herbs may see considerable use. One must be clear with dear brothers about accounts. Besides, did you not grant me the ice and fire Tuyin eye? If you were to give me these herbs outright instead of allowing casual use, I would have no objections whatsoever. Ma Hongjun paused, explaining as they exited the valley, gazing at the dense forest surrounding them, punctuated by the occasional roar of beasts. Ma Hongjun felt that establishing the ice and fire Tuyin eye as the headquarters of the Douluo network would be quite fitting. Humph, you have grand aspirations. But it is not impossible. Just look at how beautiful my granddaughter is, Douluo snorted, then shifted the topic back to Douluo Yin. Stop. I do not wish to hear any more about Yin Yin. She is nearly half my age. And I do not wish to antagonize the future young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Matters of love should be left to others. Ma Hongjun's expression stiffened as he spoke, clearly exasperated. He was not afraid of offending Yu Tianheng. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would not stir trouble over such youthful rivalries, especially with his connection to Lu Erlong. He simply found the idea of vying for someone else's affection to be exceedingly unreasonable. He understood that although Douluo Yin had yet to define her relationship with Yu Tianheng, their feelings had already transcended those of mere acquaintances. He had no desire to play the villain. Humph. What is wrong with my granddaughter? Do you believe she is unworthy of you? The poisoned Douluo remained undeterred, feigning indifference. Having argued with Ma Hongjun on this matter countless times, he still sought to unite his granddaughter with him. I am not swayed by your words. Seek whomever you wish. I am leaving, Ma Hongjun declared, summoning his beast spirit and dashing towards Tiando city. Although Ma Hongjun's beast spirit does not permit him to sustain prolonged high-altitude flight, it does allow for brief low-altitude journeys with minimal exertion. This capability is somewhat akin to that of the tidal Douluo, Douluo. The power dynamics within the Douluo continent, when not considering the divine realm, are relatively modest. Without a flight-type spirit, even formidable soul Douluo cannot achieve the low-altitude flight of Ma Hongjun. Douluo, with a glint of determination in his eyes, hastily followed Ma Hongjun out of the depths of the sunset forest, mentally chiding himself for exhibiting undue impatience and reminding himself that patience is a virtue in this endeavor. In Tiando city, before a grand estate, stood two figures, one elderly and one youthful. This is truly magnificent. You are exceedingly generous, old poison. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. If it weren't for Sister Yin Yin already having a boyfriend, I would willingly offer myself to become your kin, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, gazing appreciatively at the expansive estate before him. The estate size is such that it could serve not only as a temporary base for the heavenly network, but could also function as a permanent station within Tiando City without any issue. Douluo remained silent, his expression stoic. Though he had sacrificed his own dignity for the happiness of his granddaughter, he understood the principle of moderation. His deliberate indifference appeared to be an attempt to provoke Ma Hongjun. Come now, do not be disheartened. Once I achieve divinity, I shall never forget you. What difference does it make whether you are my grandfather-in-law? Ma Hongjun, aware of his repeated rejection of Douluo's goodwill, sought to offer some consolation, recognizing the affront to Douluo's dignity as a title de law. I hope your words hold true. Here is the key. From now on, this place shall belong to you. I must return to my residence to check on Yin Yin. Douluo huffed, tossing a key to Ma Hongjun before departing. Ma Hongjun shook his head in resignation, took out his key, and opened the door to step inside. The architecture within, unlike the richly Western European style of the buildings in Heavendo City, leaned more towards a vintage aesthetic, reminiscent of the residence of Douluo. Ma Hongjun was unaware that the architecture surrounding him had been meticulously crafted at great expense by Prince Xuexing, who had recently sought to win over the poisoned Douluo. He had commissioned the blacksmiths of the Yu family to design these structures in a style favored by Douluo. As the saying goes, every cabbage has its preferred carrot. Although this retro architectural style may not be widely appreciated, Ma Hongjun was overjoyed to find it to his liking, akin to Douluo's admiration. Especially in this alternate realm, such edifices imbued him with a sense of familiarity. The courtyard, though expansive, was devoid of servants, as those sent by Prince Xuexing had been promptly dismissed by Douluo, who, true to his nature, despised being under surveillance. After a brief inspection, Ma Hongjun did not linger, but returned to the residence of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The relationship between Flander and Lu Erlong had advanced by leaps and bounds. Although Lu Erlong had not acquiesced to Flander's affections, she no longer resisted, as if she had already embraced his sentiments. The principles of morality are the foundation of humanity. If one disregards ethics, what distinguishes a human from a beast? Of course, Flander, who articulated such human sentiments, had often been on the receiving end of Lu Erlong's vigorous reprimands, yet he remained steadfast in his beliefs. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention Ma Hongjun's exceptional ability to persuade. Not engaging in multi-level marketing would be a tragic waste of his talents. On the following morning, Flander introduced the black and white game invented by Ma Hongjun and sought Lu Erlong's company to foster their bond. Upon closer examination, one would realize that this so-called black and white game was merely the game of Gamoku from Ma Hongjun's previous life, ingeniously crafted to pass the time. Remarkably, Lu Erlong was quite fond of it, and Flander frequently approached her to play. Consequently, their relationship flourished. Flander, having learned the game first and possessing a shrewd and mature disposition, naturally excelled over Lu Erlong. He would intentionally allow her to win. After initially securing several victories to pique her competitive spirit, he ultimately conceded defeat. Of course, even in defeat, the games were played at a high level, with both engaged in intense, closely contested matches. Whenever one was on the brink of victory, they would deliberately yield, allowing Lu Erlong to emerge triumphant. Initially, she remained unaware of this subtlety, but over time, she inevitably began to discern it. As this pattern persisted, she could not help but develop a peculiar sentiment towards Flander. Faced with a man who was so accommodating and indulging, how could she bring herself to outright reject him? Moreover, Flander's care for her extended far beyond these gestures, evoking feelings she had never experienced with her master. Due to some leisure time, Ma Hongjun found himself at Lu Erlong's residence, acting as a third wheel while observing the two engaged in a game of chess. Chapter 54. Untitled. Feeling a bit unwell today. Possibly due to a cold and lack of sleep, I shall write just one chapter for now and continue with 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 55. The Heavenly Net, Part 3. After Flander deliberately lost to Lu Erlong once more, she could no longer continue playing, haughtily declaring, "You're intentionally letting me win again. I refuse to play with you any longer. Hongjun, come and play a few rounds with me." The game they played was not the usual Connect 5 format, but rather a variation where they captured pieces, and the winner was determined by counting the pieces left in hand once no more could be played. This was reminiscent of the rules of Go. However, merely playing chess seemed rather dull. Why not add a wager to spice things up? Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up at this idea, as he contemplated how to invite his teacher, Lu Erlong, and other Shrek Academy instructors to join the Heavenly Net, thereby expanding his influence. While he was confident that his teacher Flander would agree, he was less certain about Lu Erlong's response. It was a perfect opportunity, akin to a pillow being offered when one felt drowsy. However, the more powerful one's mental acuity, the more adept one became at discerning traps. Yet, those who had played Connect 5 knew that some games held intricate layers. Falling into a trap would lead to a gradual descent into defeat, especially with strategies woven into the game, making it difficult to guard against. Though Lu Erlong possessed formidable mental strength, her understanding of Connect 5 was evidently quite rudimentary. In his past life, Ma Hongjun was renowned among his peers as a chess prodigy, excelling in both Go and Connect 5, and was familiar with many renowned matches. All right, what do you wish to wager? But if you lose to me, what might I desire in return? Lu Erlong readily agreed, but then hesitated, pondering aloud. Clearly, she had no pressing matters requiring Ma Hongjun's assistance, which was understandable. If I lose, I will be at your beck and call from now on. How does that sound? Even if you ask me to help you rid yourself of the teacher, I will find a way to accomplish it, Ma Hongjun proposed, showcasing his most appealing trait, his talent, and catering to her interests. Fine, it's settled then. However, as for being at your beck and call, let us not go that far. While your potential is indeed remarkable, until you mature, I won't need any antidotes. Moreover, should Auntie truly fall victim to poison, I trust you wouldn't remain indifferent. So there is no way I would require your servitude. However, getting rid of your teacher might be feasible. Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled, realizing this young man had plenty of clever ideas, and Flander was quite receptive to his suggestions. In recent days, even the poisoned Douluo had been thoroughly swayed by him, to the point of nearly becoming bosom buddies. You little rascal, it seems you've grown quite self-assured these past few days, daring to meddle in my affairs. It appears when we return, I shall have to let Zhao Wujie train you. I want to rest until you understand why flowers bloom so brightly, Flander interjected, unable to suppress his irritation. Though he couldn't bear to strike Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wujie certainly would, as he relished conducting practical lessons with students. Over the years, Ma Hongjun had been on the receiving end of Zhao Wujie's discipline, harboring deep resentment towards him, a sentiment he was well aware of. Is that so? Then I suppose I shall visit Shrek Academy tomorrow, as you no longer require my presence here, right, teacher? Ma Hongjun said, his tone slightly menacing. Ah, cough, cough. No need to rush. Let us not hurry. You both continue, and I shall act as the referee. Flander understood that the underlying implication of Ma Hongjun's words was that he would no longer provide guidance in matters of romance. After conducting experiments over the past few days, he held Ma Hongjun's dating strategies in high regard and had no intention of letting him leave. Any Erlong, you may take the first turn. Should you lose, you must agree to one condition, and you cannot go back on your word. Ma Hongjun intentionally played a clever trick by withholding the details of the condition. Lu Erlong, confident in her mental prowess, did not inquire further. Humph. You, a mere junior, dare to be so brazen. I want to allow some scoundrel to back out of the agreement later, claiming age superiority. You go first. Lu Erlong scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Flander in derision. The implication was clear. She was subtly accusing Flander of being shameless. Flander quickly turned away, pretending not to hear Lu Erlong's insinuation. An hour later, as Lu Erlong approached defeat, she lamented despondently, "What strange tactics are these? It's truly infuriating. One simply cannot guard against them. This formation, the long snake formation, the swallow formation, and the 8 trigrams formation are all tactics that incorporate the principles of battle formations into Connect 5. In this game, the world is like a chessboard, and the wise must think thrice. You have lost." Ma Hongjun explained, placing his final piece on the board, capturing another of Lu Erlong's pieces. To think that such a simple game could encompass so much strategy. I accept my defeat. Speak, what do you require of me? Lu Erlong, no fool, recognized that Ma Hongjun had ulterior motives. Even if he lost, she would not refuse him unless his demands were unreasonable. I, along with the poisoned Douluo, have founded a faction named the Heavenly Net. I wish to invite Annie Erlong to serve as the chief elder of the Earth Net and my teacher to be the chief elder of the Heavenly Net. Is this agreeable? Rest assured, you need to concern yourselves with the sect's affairs in the near future. It's merely a nominal position, as currently. The only members are myself and the poisoned Douluo, Ma Hongjun said with a slight smile, revealing his true intentions. The poisoned Douluo. Could it be that he is the sect leader? Are we to engage in the power struggles of the continent? Flander exclaimed in surprise, his mind racing with worry as he thought, surely the poisoned Douluo isn't merely drawn to Hongjun's talent, seeking to recruit him into his faction? He knew that Ma Hongjun had been spending time with the poisoned Douluo, and while he initially feared potential mishaps, He had relaxed once Ma Hongjun explained that his martial spirit could heal the poisoned Douluo's hidden ailment. However, he hadn't expected that they would now be forming a faction together. Lu Erlong, too, looked at Ma Hongjun with concern, fearing he might be deceived by the cunning poisoned Douluo. What are you two thinking? It is my faction, and I am the one who invited the poisoned Douluo to join the heavenly net. You need not worry, I am indeed the sect leader. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in exasperation, his patience wearing thin. Huh? You mean you are the sect leader and have already invited a titled Douluo to join? And now you wish for US to join your faction? Lu Erlong was the first to process the information, gazing at Ma Hongjun in disbelief. Is this truly just an 11-year-old child? She has made every effort to regard Ma Hongjun as an adult. Yet she was unprepared for the fact that his actions rival those of some formidable leaders. It is noteworthy that even the Qibao Glaze sect, one of the top 3 sects, has only 2 titled Douluo, while Ma Hongjun, having just established his power, already has 1 titled Douluo stationed at his side. Indeed, this is one of the rewards for curing the poison of the poisoned Douluo elder. Alas, it is somewhat regrettable that he will no longer heed my commands. He will only remain at his sect to fend off external threats. Should I require his assistance, it will depend entirely on his mood. Ma Hongjun shook his head in dissatisfaction and sighed. The two of them exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a desire to give Ma Hongjun a good thrashing. Questioning how he could be so shameless, taking advantage while pretending to be modest. Just as Lu Erlong was contemplating whether to join, a loud clap startled Ma Hongjun. Flinder had suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing Ma to jump, fearing he was about to be reprimanded. Instead, Flinder proudly declared, "Look, Erlong, this is my disciple. At such a young age, he has already achieved this, and his future surely shines bright. He undoubtedly possesses the potential for a title. Hongjun, I agree to your request to join the heavenly net. What about you, Erlong?" Indeed, Flinder proved to be a worthy mentor, and Ma Hongjun looked at him with gratitude, surprised by his willingness to support him. Although I belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, I am different from the others and considered an external member. Joining is not out of the question, but you must first introduce the nature of your faction. What path do you intend to take? Lu Erlong asked, not even glancing at Flinder. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke somewhat helplessly. We will not follow the path of the Haotian sect, nor the organizational structure of the Spirit Hall. Our aim is to pursue commerce and intelligence, establishing a commercial empire and extending the intelligence network of the heavenly net across the entire Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun understood the significance of intelligence and recognized the adage that money makes the world go round. Thus, he had arrived at this decision. However, all of this hinged on one crucial aspect: strength. Are you specifically delving into the intelligence business? While having the poisoned Douluo at the helm alleviates some concerns, isn't it a bit hasty to focus solely on commerce? The business realm encompasses myriad industries with vast complexities. Mere strength alone cannot ensure success. Lu Erlong pondered quietly before expressing her worries, ultimately believing Ma Hongjun to be too young and inexperienced. I fully comprehend that to develop the faction's business, professional talents are essential. At present, there are no suitable candidates. Although Sister Mei is commendable, she can only serve as a deputy at best. For now, I must personally take charge and devise strategies, Ma Hongjun said, a confident smile gracing his lips. You, kid, are you telling me you possess more than a 4-digit sum in gold soul coins? Flinder looked at Ma Hongjun incredulously. Well, actions speak louder than words. You will see for yourselves, Ma Hongjun replied sheepishly. Though he was well-versed in numerous business models and profitable strategies, he realized that he had never had savings exceeding 4 digits in either his past or present life. Chapter 56, The Heavenly Net, Part 4, Since you are so confident. I will choose to trust you this once and agree to become your, net elder, Lu Erlong remarked. Initially, she merely sought to ascertain whether Ma Hongjun was a child indulging in whimsical fantasies or genuinely intent on establishing a faction. Though she was a woman, her word was her bond. Having conceded to Ma Hongjun, she would not renege. Moreover, joining a faction devoid of constraints posed no challenge for her. And with Ma Hongjun being Flinder's prized disciple, she had no reason to refuse his newly formed faction, undoubtedly providing her support. I intend for the heavenly net to be divided into 2 parts, one internal and one external. The internal network will primarily manage intelligence, while the external network will focus on commerce, Ma Hongjun added. That sounds rather daunting. Once the faction develops, being the chief elder may not be so easy. I am accustomed to a life of freedom. If you expect me to manage, I would prefer to remain an ordinary elder Lu Erlong said, her brows furrowing slightly in reluctance. Erlong, you misunderstand. How could I possibly trouble you? As chief elder, you would only need to temporarily oversee your domain. Once we grow, I will promptly find suitable leaders for the Heavenly Hall and the City of the Net. You both will only need to manage the broader picture behind the scenes. Ma Hongjun quickly reassured her. As long as Lu Erlong accepted a significant position within his faction, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would at least refrain from opposing him. Furthermore, Lu Erlong was a formidable soul sage, a force not easily found on this continent. Those stronger than her were rare, and even fewer possessed her innate talent. She would undoubtedly become a vital pillar for the Heavenly Net in the future. You're leaving everything to us? You don't intend to be a hands-off manager, do you? Flender scrutinized Ma Hongjun, a hint of concern in his gaze. He feared that Ma Hongjun might adopt a similar approach to how he had often delegated responsibilities to Zhao Wujin regarding Shrek Academy. Rest assured, I would not do such a thing. Did I not just state that I would devise strategies? For now, I will oversee all commercial matters. Only with sufficient funding can our faction thrive. Enter along. Teacher, you wouldn't want to burden me with all this alone, would you? Besides, the poisoned Douluo elder has already agreed to serve as the chief honorary elder of the Heavenly Net. If he were to be let down, who knows what kind of chaos he might unleash. Ma Hongjun feigned a pitiful expression as he looked at the two. Very well, that is more acceptable. But we have an agreement. When the faction is small, I can assist you with some tasks. Once it grows busy, I will not have the leisure to manage everything. I am even considering whether to leave Blue Tyrant Academy under Flinder's management. Lu Erlong relented, her demeanor softening. Though she appeared domineering and tough, her heart was tender, embodying the classic dichotomy of strength and softness. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but follow Lu Erlong's words, saying, all right, and Erlong, you are truly wonderful. Thank you. If you no longer wish to manage the Lamba Academy, why not merge it with Shrek Academy under the guidance of our teacher? We have many talents here. Like myself, I believe our teacher would never refuse this, as his dream is to elevate Shrek Academy to new heights. We can discuss this further when you become the teacher's wife. There's no rush. Ahem. Just a joke. Just a joke. Erlong, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. There's a child present. Spare me some face. Flander, who had been by Ma Hongjun's side for a long time, had developed a thick skin that could rival a wall, yet upon witnessing Lu Erlong's hand swirling as she prepared to strike, cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. Trembling, he quickly amended his words. Humph. If you dare to speak recklessly again, don't blame me for being rude. Even though I have completely forgotten about Xiao Gang, that does not mean you can easily win my heart. Uncharacteristically, Lu Erlong refrained from delivering her usual scathing remarks to Flander. Yes, Erlong. You remain as beautiful as in your youth. Even your anger looks adorable. I truly miss the times we spent training together. Flander reminisced wistfully. This time, Lu Erlong chose not to say much more. In an instant, her martial spirit manifested, and a fire dragon coiled around Flander's body, constricting tightly, nearly reducing him to half his size. As Ma Hongjun perceived an impending danger, he swiftly retreated. At that moment, the three were situated within the courtyard of Lu Erlong's residence, where the overwhelming pressure of martial spirits was far beyond what Ma Hongjun could withstand. Fortunately, his keen instincts allowed him to sense the impending threat, prompting him to withdraw 10 meters before Lu Erlong unleashed her martial spirit. Even so, the ferocious pressure remained insurmountable for him. Observing Flinder being tossed about in midair by the ferocious dragon, Ma Hongjun broke into a cold sweat, silently lamenting, ah. In the end, the teacher has become a mere sycophant. This was, after all, expected. Flinder, who harbored deep affections for Lu Erlong, was destined to become a love-stricken fool. Yet, I never anticipated it would transpire so swiftly. However, Ma Hongjun soon realized that Lu Erlong's show of force was more bluster than substance, as she had not expended much soul power in her attacks, leaving him somewhat relieved. He shook his head in resignation, reflecting that his recent training within the ice and fire yin-yang, particularly around the eightfold profound ice grass, had considerably suppressed his malevolent flames. For the time being, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely not experience an outbreak. Thus, thoughts of a girlfriend were momentarily pushed aside, had he seen the two together otherwise. He would undoubtedly have yearned for a romantic partner, which would have inevitably stirred the uncontrollable flames within him. Of course, he remained true to himself, without a girlfriend. And such notions were merely fleeting fantasies. The pure and pristine Ma Hongjun was unlike the version depicted in the original narrative, who sought solace in disreputable establishments to quell his inner turmoil. Even if it meant facing death, he would rather perish than surrender. A week later, the progress of talent recruitment for their faction had been somewhat lackluster. The management of the organization was not particularly prosperous, with only a handful of scattered rogue soul masters joining the ranks of the Heavenly Net. Hongjun had no choice but to invite the poisoned Douluo to accompany him to Soto City, deciding to commence their development from there. After much contemplation over the past few days, Hongjun resolved that the establishment of the Heavenly Network would take its initial steps in Soto City. The intricate power dynamics of Heaven Do City, predominantly composed of noble families, presented significant challenges. Even with the poisoned Douluo's presence, progress was stagnated, as few were willing to join their cause. Thus, Hongjun decided to postpone relocating the core strength of the Heavenly Network to Heaven Do City until after the merger of Shrek Academy and Bluna Academy. In the meantime, the affairs of the Heavenly Network within Heaven Do City would be entrusted to Lu Erlong, given that the membership only numbered a handful. Therefore, Lu Erlong did not refuse the responsibility. Chapter 57, The Mei Family Crisis Outside Heaven Do City. Atop a carriage, the conversation unfolded. Little monster, what is it about Soto City that makes it so special? Why begin our influence there? Surely there are more developed cities than Soto City. Despite the challenges we face in Heaven Do City where the nobility is abundant, Douluo Bo's face betrayed his unease. Yet he could not suppress the curiosity ignited by Hongjun's evident enthusiasm. Senior Douluo, I can elucidate this matter. Soto City is one of the two most significant cities in the Barak Kingdom, situated in the heart of the fertile Lima Plain. Often referred to as the Granary of Barak. The wealthiest family within the city, the Mei family, is renowned across the continent for their commercial prowess. However, in recent years, they have experienced a decline. The current head, Mei Jin, has no male heirs, only a daughter, who happens to be recognized as Hongjun's sister. It stands to reason that Hongjun intends to invite the Mei family to join the Heavenly Network, Flandre interjected cautiously. Surprised that Hongjun had indeed invited the poisoned Douluo to Soto City. This return to Soto City filled him with a sense of optimism. Despite not succeeding in courting Lu Erlong, he had managed to shift her perspective. Furthermore, Lu Erlong had not exhibited overt disdain for his pursuits. In fact, she sometimes initiated games of chess with him. He had also adopted Hongjun's second strategy in wooing women, maintaining a balance of proximity and distance. By creating a habit in the woman of his presence and then withdrawing, the absence would inevitably lead her to reminisce about their time together. The likelihood of success in future encounters would be significantly enhanced, contingent upon Lu Erlong's environment and character. However, if others attempted the same, they might find themselves in a rather precarious situation. I knew you looked down on my yin-yen. So, you've set your sights on a wealthy lady. Little monster, should you not provide me with an explanation? Douluo Bo's brow furrowed at Flandre's words, his gaze towards Hongjun laden with sarcasm. What is there to explain? This seems to be a private matter, does it not? Do you intend to meddle in my friendships? Hongjun responded sheepishly, anticipating Douluo Bo's inquiry. As far as I know, that young lady from the Mei family is a couple of years older than Yin-Yen. Did you not claim to prefer women younger than yourself? What gives? Do you think I am inferior to her merely because she hails from the Mei family? Douluo Bo's eyes narrowed, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from him. When did I ever express interest in the Mei young lady? Old Poison, do not forget our agreement. I am the sect leader, and your disrespect towards me and my master will not be overlooked. When I ascend to godhood, do not expect me to extend a hand to you, Hongjun declared, fully aware of Douluo Bo's temperament. He first reassured that he held no affection for Mei Anna, alleviating some of Douluo Bo's irritation, before firmly emphasizing his position with a pointed threat. Although Hongjun usually presents a jovial demeanor, he possesses quite a temper. He seldom allows it to surface, but when it does, even the formidable title Douluo would not deter him. Prior to this visit, I had firmly instructed Yin-Yen to sever all ties with the scion of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If my granddaughter remains unmarried, you shall bear the consequences. The poisoned Douluo remarked with a hint of defiance. Hongjun rolled his eyes, filled with skepticism about whether the poisoned Douluo had somehow enchanted him, compelling him to cling so tightly. However, upon further reflection, he truly could not recall having acted in such a manner. Calm yourself, Your Excellency poisoned Douluo, Flandre interjected. I shall privately counsel Hongjun and encourage him to consider your esteemed granddaughter more thoughtfully. After all, he is still young, and one should not hold his youthful indiscretions against him. Flandre had just been drenched in cold sweat, fearing an impulsive action from the poisoned Douluo, for he lacked the ability to counter such a formidable presence. Yet, Upon witnessing the poisoned Douluo retract his imposing aura, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Realizing that the legendary figure was not as dauntingly unapproachable as he had been led to believe. Observing Flanders' timely intervention, Douluo nodded in approval. His heart swelling with gratitude, he affectionately patted Flanders' shoulder and said, "My dear brother Flander, your kindness is greatly appreciated. I shall entrust you with this matter moving forward. Should your Shrek Academy require any assistance with soul rings for your advancing teachers, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall never refuse your request." "Ah, I am immensely grateful to you, Brother Douluo. I shall certainly encourage this child," Flander responded, quickly forging a camaraderie with Douluo, referring to him as a brother in no time. Hongjun could not help but roll his eyes. He settled cross-legged in the carriage, commencing his meditative training. For the time being, he need not worry about the issue of evil fire. Within the ice and fire duality lay celestial treasures. Although he currently lacked a method for harvesting or storing them and could not consume them, there remained a considerable number of top-tier ice attribute spirit herbs. Thus, his wishful treasure bag was well stocked. A single top-grade ice attribute spirit herb was sufficient for him to suppress the evil fire for a month. Although the effects would diminish with each subsequent consumption of high-grade medicinal herbs, this remained the most effective means to counter the evil fire at present. The wishful treasure bag possessed an immense capacity, approximately several hundred cubic meters, allowing it to preserve the medicinal properties of herbs and even store living creatures. This feature greatly pleased Hongjun, who had even captured a few rare 10-year ice attribute soul beasts in the Sunset Forest to place within. Alongside the 25 top-grade ice attribute spirit herbs harvested from the ice and fire duality, he anticipated that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would not need to concern himself with the evil fire issue before the commencement of the high-level Soul Master competition across the continent. In Soto City, within the estate of the Mei family, a multitude of Soul Masters had gathered. Surrounding the estate were even more Soul Masters, including those clad in the insignia of the Spirit Hall. "Mei Jin, if you agree to marry your daughter to my son, Fei Dong, this matter will end here. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship and reducing your Mei family to ruins." A fierce-looking middle-aged man bellowed at a well-fed man at the forefront within the gates. The intimidating middle-aged man was accompanied by a handsome yet pallid young man, who was none other than Fei Dong, whom Hongjun had encountered during his soul spirit awakening. The fierce-looking man was his father, Fei Long, who had recently ascended to the rank of Soul Sage after a month of intense training and the favorable resources from the Spirit Hall. No longer intimidated by Flander, he had initiated a more ruthless campaign against the Mei family, employing every means imaginable, assassination, framing, and smear tactics, yet had still found no success against them. In a fit of rage, Fei Long had invited a powerful cardinal from the Spirit Hall, and to his surprise, the cardinal had indeed come. Thus, upon arriving in Soto City, the Fei family disregarded the city's regulations and sent all their personnel to compel the Mei family into a marriage arrangement, threatening to obliterate them otherwise. Dream on. The Mei family would rather shatter into pieces than live in dishonor. You think you can eliminate us without a trace? You are sorely mistaken. The well-fed man's eyes sparkled with wisdom, displaying a determination to stand with the Mei family in life or death. At this moment, Mayana fortuitously found herself at home, not studying at Shrek Academy, indicating that something significant had occurred. "Father, I have discreetly notified Vice Dean Zhao Wujie to come. You must find a way to stall for time. I will never marry that silver-haired fool unless I am dead." Mayana whispered urgently in her father's ear. "Rest assured, for the sake of your late mother, I would never push you into the flames of hell. Do you truly believe the Fei family merely desires your hand in marriage? That would be a grave misjudgment. Their ultimate aim has always been to annex our Mei family, and your marriage is merely a means to achieve that end without much effort. Esteemed elders, reinforcements are on their way. If we can hold the gates until they arrive, the Fei family's attack will collapse of its own accord," Mei Jin declared, raising his voice intentionally to address the surrounding elders. "The head of the family speaks wisely. Although the Mei family has fallen on hard times, we are not a family to be bullied. If they wish to take us down, they must first step over my corpse." An elderly elder stepped forward, 6 soul rings glowing simultaneously around him. The 4 elders behind him only had 2 who displayed 5 soul rings, standing resolutely at the front gate. The other 2 elders, however, appeared anxious and suddenly stepped forward, kneeling before Fei Long and proclaiming, "We are willing to surrender and assist the Fei family in managing the Mei family's assets. We hope the head of the Fei family will overlook past grievances and accept us." Mei Jin observed this scene without interference. his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded the two defecting elders, not particularly surprised. Though they shared the surname Mei, they were not direct descendants but rather collateral relatives. Haha. Excellent. It appears that elders Mei Lian and Mei Pai are wise to the times. Remember, those who recognize the situation are the true talents. You need not risk your lives for the Mei family. I assure you that I will not harm a hair on your heads if you surrender now, Fei Long exclaimed, quickly assisting the two elders to their feet and laughing heartily. Enough chatter. If you wish to seize the wealth accumulated by the Mei family over generations, you must first step over my body. Fourth soul skill, Tulip Mist. The leading elder cast a glance at the two surrendering elders. Uttering no further words as resolve filled the air. As he activated his fourth soul ring, a tulip-like spirit emerged, blooming and releasing a wave of toxic mist that enveloped the courtyard before the Mei family gate. Humph. Seeking death. Toxic mist? You wish to impede me? Fifth soul skill. Black Tiger Hurricane Blade. Fei Long scoffed, his Black Tiger spirit manifesting. It bore a resemblance to Dai Mu Bai's White Tiger spirit, roaring as it unleashed a barrage of wind blades toward the Mei family. Chapter 58. Today, even a titled Douluo cannot save the Mei family. To enter the gates of my Mei family is no simple feat. Sixth soul skill, Tulip Net Formation. The leading elder, Mei Eugene, the uncle of the current Mei family head, demonstrated his prowess as the strongest soul master of the Mei family. His tulip spirit, upon activating the sixth soul skill, formed a wall of plants, a unique technique he had created, successfully blocking Fei Long's fifth soul skill despite its not being particularly strong. However, while the Mei family's defenses were impressive, they could not withstand the might of high-ranking soul masters. Haha, Mei old man, you truly are the strongest of the Mei family. But have you grown too complacent? For me, it makes no difference whether I enter through the gates or not. All those of soul sect rank and above. Scale the walls. Beware of the defensive weapons above, and once inside the Mei family, leave no survivors. Fei Long did not wish to waste soul power on this endeavor. While they had the Spirit Hall backing them, the elder from the Spirit Hall was situated at the City Lord's residence. Soon, more than 30 powerful soul masters of soul sect rank and above scaled the walls, rendering the Mei family's defenses utterly ineffective against their might. A guard of the Mei family, armed with a bow and arrow, was struck down by Fei Hu, who had first scaled the city wall, landing within the courtyard. The outer wall of the Mei residence stood impressively tall, roughly 7 to 8 meters, fortified with archers and crossbowmen. Yet, these defenses proved somewhat effective only against low-ranking soul masters. They were utterly inadequate against those of higher ranks, such as soul sect and beyond. In an instant, the Mei family suffered severe casualties, cries of anguish resonating throughout the estate. Despite the efforts of the Mei family patriarch, Mei Jin, the eldest elder, Mei Eugene, and several other elders to resist, they were ultimately powerless against their adversaries, some hailing from the Spirit Hall and others from the Fei family, who were merciless in their assault, intent on annihilating the Mei family. Unbeknownst to outsiders, the Fei family had expended considerable resources to enlist the Spirit Hall's intervention in this conflict. This situation reflected the Mei family's inadequacy and strength despite their immense wealth, having long engaged in commercial rivalry with the Fei family, which had also incurred significant losses. When an individual or faction's might does not align with their wealth, reality tends to crush them. However, with the aid of benefactors, one might transform peril into opportunity. Emerging from their cocoon anew, within just a short span of time, the Mei family found themselves in retreat. Mei Anna, having depleted her soul power, was cornered by Fei Dong, while the others were too preoccupied with their own survival to attend to her safety. As Fei Dong's lecherous grin approached her, Mei Anna forced a bitter smile, her thoughts drifting to a certain boy. She resolved not to evade. Instead, she contemplated utilizing her martial soul's unique ability to self-destruct, intending to take this vile man down with her. Yet, the fear of death loomed over her, and like many women facing their demise, she envisioned a gallant prince arriving on a rainbow to rescue her. Mei Anna was no exception, but curiously, her mind conjured not an outsider but a boy, 9 years her junior, Hongjun. How was he faring? It had been half a year since their last meeting, and she wondered if he would return to avenge her. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, yet it was merely a fleeting thought. Although Mei Anna's martial soul appeared dim, it concealed a formidable destructive energy. The rose, while beautiful, bore thorns. At the heart of the petals lay a golden stamen, coated in pollen, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Suddenly, a look of resolute determination flashed in Mei Anna's eyes as she summoned the last vestiges of her soul power, gripping Fei Dong's hands tightly. Wretch, if you wish to die, do so alone, do not drag me with you. Fei Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to extricate himself from Mei Anna's grasp. But it was too late. The rose martial soul emanated a blinding light and began to swell violently, akin to an inflating balloon, poised to explode and obliterate them both. In that critical moment, a robust figure descended from the sky behind her, infusing pure soul power into her body and then channeling it into her rose martial soul, temporarily suppressing the overwhelming energy within. The dark silhouette was none other than Hongjun, whose phoenix flame struck directly at Fei Dong's heart, subsequently sweeping Mei Anna to safety with remarkable speed. The familiar, searing soul power prompted Mei Anna's tightly shut eyes to flutter open, and upon seeing the familiar figure, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Resting against Hongjun's chest, Mei Anna experienced an unprecedented sense of security. "Sister Anna, it's all right. It's me. I've come," he reassured her, patting her shoulder. Mei Anna gazed at the suddenly reappeared Hongjun, momentarily entranced, completely disregarding her wounds as she lay peacefully in his embrace, lost in the rugged charm of his face. No superfluous words were exchanged, merely the simple declaration, "I've come," accompanied by a casual strike that caused all present to pause in their combat, turning their attention toward him. Meanwhile, Mei Jin, witnessing the scene, promptly repelled his opponent with a swift strike, having been vigilantly observing Mei Anna's plight. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, he felt his confidence restored upon seeing the two figures standing behind Hongjun, shedding the earlier bravado of certain death. "Brother Zhao, you've arrived. This is wonderful. Quickly, use your soul power to help Anna stabilize her martial soul, or the consequences could be dire. If delayed, her martial soul may shatter, and worse, she could perish." Mei Jin rushed to Hongjun's side, respectfully addressing the stout figure behind him. Zhao Wuji could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wary of responding, instead glancing at the proud figure of Douluo standing nearby. "No worries. I'm just here to observe. Little monster, why not hand over your sister to me? Do you wish for her to perish?" Douluo replied coolly, casting an irritated glance at Hongjun. "I leave it to you." Hongjun, with an air of utmost solemnity, supported his beloved in front of Douluo. He was acutely aware of the volatile energy coursing through her body and silently rejoiced at his timely arrival. Otherwise, the consequences would have been utterly catastrophic. The Rose family's martial spirit, the Rose, was notorious for its overwhelming power. Once the forbidden technique was unleashed, there would be no turning back unless a soul sage or stronger intervened to stabilize the martial spirit. Although the Rose family's martial spirit was not of the highest caliber, it contained immense destructive energy. Even soul masters of a higher rank than the two women could meet their demise if they were caught off guard. How infuriating that they would so blatantly disregard the Fei family. What could a soul sage do? "Today, I shall ensure that you face a fate of no return." Upon noticing Zhao Wuji's arrival, Fei Long's expression soured, and he spoke menacingly, producing a signal flare resembling fireworks from his spatial soul guide and launching it into the sky. He had meticulously prepared for this day, fully anticipating the arrival of Shrek Academy's soul sage to aid the Rose family. The strength of Shrek's teachers was no secret. With a bit of investigation, one could uncover some details. After all, the truth is difficult to conceal. Fei Long's heart seethed with resentment, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he prepared a contingency plan. He had not expected that just as he was on the verge of triumph over the Rose family and ready to seize their vast fortune, a formidable opponent would emerge. Nevertheless, he had his own backup plan, albeit at a considerable cost. Without hesitation, he activated it, knowing full well that while he was also a soul sage, he was no match for Zhao Wuji. Perhaps his martial spirit was not significantly weaker than Zhao Wuji's, but he was aware of Zhao Wuji's notorious reputation as the formidable immovable king during his youth, now elevated to a high-level soul sage, at least 5 ranks above him. He sincerely doubted his chances of victory. "Huh, you think you can ensure my demise? I am eager to see whom you can summon today to secure your fate," Zhao Wuji remarked, casting a glance at Douluo, who was tending to the injured Rose Anna, and made no attempt to thwart Fei Long's signal. The reasons were twofold. He was not swift enough, and he could not care less about Fei Long summoning help. With the poisoned Douluo beside him, he had no fear of reinforcements. In fact, he welcomed the poisoned Douluo's direct intervention to eliminate the audacious Fei family. He was not unfamiliar with the Fei family, having had previous encounters that, while not outright deadly, had led to occasional friction. He was aware of the powerful figure behind the Fei family, a soul master of the Douluo level. This was why he hesitated to eradicate the Fei family outright. After all, the empire had its own rules. Although he was formidable, he had yet to attain the strength to disregard such regulations. The poisoned Douluo, however, was a different matter. Not even the powerful Spirit Hall would dare to offend a title-level powerhouse like him. Moreover, the Fei family had instigated the conflict, presenting an opportune moment to extinguish them. Zhao Wujie, do not be too complacent. The force behind me is not something you can provoke. He is a powerful cardinal, ranked just below the elders, an 84th level Douluo. Even if a titled Douluo were to arrive today, they could not save the Rose family, Fei Long declared, emboldened by the sight of a rapidly approaching crimson light. In an instant, the red light stood before him. Fei Long, do not forget your promise. If I intervene, half of the Rose family's wealth shall belong to me. Even if I must later submit most of it to His Holiness the Pope, it will be in my name, and you shall have no claim to it. The speaker, a shadowy figure with a hooked nose, spoke with an air of superiority. Rest assured, Cardinal Long Lada, the Rose family's wealth shall be untouched by the Fei family. Half shall go to you, and half to Elder Long Dao, Fei Long said, his earlier bravado evaporating as he looked at the enigmatic middle-aged man with an ingratiating demeanor. Since Elder Long Dao has sent me to assist you, I shall ensure that matters are handled appropriately, Long Lada replied with satisfaction. Then turned to Zhao Wujie and the others, arrogantly declaring, So you are the teachers of Shrek Academy? How foolish to oppose the Spirit Hall. You may as well end your own lives, for I do not wish to engage in unnecessary slaughter. At that moment, 8 soul rings illuminated around him, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, exuding a powerful aura that pressed down upon the gathered individuals. Zhao Wujie, however, merely chuckled coldly, then respectfully addressed Douluo, who was aiding Ma Hongjun in calming Rose Anna's martial spirit. Senior Douluo, how shall we deal with the Fei family and this Spirit Hall individual? Should we eradicate them completely? You are the poisoned Douluo, Douluo. Long Lada gasped, startled. Few in the Soul Master community were honored with the title of senior by Zhao Wujie, especially someone with the surname Douluo. Initially, he had not recognized Douluo, who, having been healed by Ma Hongjun, now appeared significantly younger, his signature green hair and jade-like eyes replaced by lustrous black locks. Long Lada, it has been a while. I believe I heard someone suggest we should take our own lives. What do you think I should do with that individual? Douluo inquired, stepping forward after neutralizing the explosive energy within Rose Anna's martial spirit. Please, spare me, Your Excellency the Poison Crown. I did not know that Shrek Academy was under your influence. For the sake of Elder Ju, I implore you to let me go. I shall take my leave at once. The Fei family coerced me into this, and I was merely acting on their behalf. I will never provoke Shrek Academy again. Long Lada, realizing his predicament, immediately knelt, shedding all semblance of arrogance. Begone, and remember to convey this message back. Let that chrysanthemum in the Spirit Hall await my return. Do not forget our agreement from a year hence. I shall settle the score with him then, Douluo declared, having no intention of directly harming the Cardinal. Not out of fear of the Spirit Hall, but to avoid causing trouble for Shrek Academy. Yes, I shall depart at once. The Fei family is yours to handle. Elder Ju will not object, Long Lada hastily replied, disregarding Fei Long's increasingly dark expression and waving his hand as he made his exit. The other Spirit Hall members followed suit, leaving what had become a battlefield behind. Ma Hongjun did not obstruct the retreat of the Spirit Hall members. The Spirit Hall wielded formidable power, and although his faction was anchored by the presence of Douluo, he dared not offend the Spirit Hall lightly before his own strength had fully developed. However, the Fei family was not comprised of Spirit Hall members, nor were they insiders. They were merely one of the many families covertly subdued for a particular plan. The highest soul power within the Fei family barely reached level 71, and since they were the first to attack other families within the city, violating the rules, the Spirit Hall would not risk incurring the wrath of a titled Douluo for their sake. Fei Long was also taken aback by the unreliability of the Spirit Hall's cardinal. Yet he failed to grasp the significance of the term Your Excellency as mentioned by Long Lado. Nevertheless, he understood that his long-conceived plans for the day were destined to fail. He had indeed worried about whether he could escape, but given the current situation, the notion of exiting this turmoil unscathed was clearly a delusion. This esteemed elder, I am Fei Long, the head of the Fei family. If you can agree to overlook today's events, I am willing to offer half of the Fei family's wealth as tribute to you. What do you say? Fei Long's demeanor shifted dramatically as he spoke to Douluo, his previously grim and fierce expression vanishing without a trace. He was not foolish. A being that could instill such fear in Long Lado undoubtedly possessed strength far superior to his own, although he had entertained thoughts of encountering a titled Douluo. The very idea was one he dared not entertain. After all, titled Douluos were rare even across the continent, and he could scarcely believe he would be so unfortunate. His only suspicion was that Douluo might be a peak soul Douluo nearing titled Douluo status. However, the truth was that the poisoned Douluo was indeed a titled Douluo. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Ma Hongjun, the poisoned Douluo began to stride toward Fei Long, a dazzling array of soul rings slowly manifesting around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. Titled Douluo. Fei Long exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling with fear. He finally comprehended why the Spirit Hall's cardinal had so decisively led his followers away. This was a titled Douluo. Killing him would not deter the Spirit Hall, for they could simply hide away temporarily, and it was unlikely that the Spirit Hall would mobilize numerous titled Douluos to search for him. Without deploying a multitude of titled Douluos, even an abundance of soul Douluos could not hope to restrain a titled Douluo. Only another titled Douluo had the ability to do so, excluding those with external enhancements. In that moment, all members of the Fei family, including Fei Long, gazed in terror at Douluo. Enough with the pleasantries. If the little monster wishes to erase your family, then you shall simply cease to exist. Blame yourselves for offending those you should not have, Douluo coldly declared, fixing his gaze on Fei Long's sixth soul skill, phosphorescent divine light. His soul immediately enveloped him, and two powerful beams of vibrant green light surged forth from the eyes of his soul, the phosphorescent serpent. Damn it! The true form of the soul. Fei Long had not anticipated Douluo's utter disregard for him. Launching his attack without a hint of the pride characteristic of a titled Douluo, the urgency of his situation rendered him unable to evade Douluo's strike. As this was a sixth soul skill rarely employed, equipped with an automatic locking mechanism and immense single-target destructive power. Puff! Fei Long's black tiger soul was instantly reverted to its original state, and he coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, having sustained significant injuries. His previously fierce countenance transformed into one of even greater malice, tinged with a hint of the terror that accompanies a brush with death, as he disregarded his son, who lay nearby in a perilous state, and his younger brother, Fei Hu, and rapidly fled toward the courtyard exit. Little did he know that Douluo, having vented his frustrations regarding Ma Hongjun's rejection of his granddaughter upon him, would not allow him to escape so easily. Old poison, end this swiftly. Do not let him get away. Kill him before matters escalate further. Ma Hongjun shouted, sensing Douluo's inaction. Why the urgency? I'll grant him 3 more seconds. I wouldn't want others to claim that as a titled Douluo, I only bully the weak. Douluo's gaze softened slightly, and he shot Ma Hongjun an irritated glance, speaking with a tone of haughty indifference. Internally, he mused that this young man was indeed treating him as a mere enforcer. True to his word, in the brief span of 3 seconds, Fei Long had already sprinted over 20 meters away from the courtyard's center. It's soul skill. Time freeze. Douluo calmly murmured as he observed Fei Long's retreat. A more resplendent and dazzling light enveloped the surrounding space, and Ma Hongjun felt as though his limbs had become immobile, as if time and space itself had come to a standstill. At that moment, bathed in the green light and attempting to flee, Fei Long found himself frozen in place, as though bound by invisible chains. Be obliterated, little black cat. The poisoned Douluo's body suddenly propelled forward, akin to a slingshot, arriving before Fei Long in an instant. His fist, infused with potent soul power, struck mercilessly against Fei Long's head. In an instant, the soul saint, who had seemed somewhat arrogant and foolish to Ma Hongjun, found his head bursting open. A grotesque display of crimson and white. Even at a distance of 40 meters, Ma Hongjun could see everything clearly, his lips twitching involuntarily. Was this what they called not using the strong to bully the weak? For the first time, he felt that Douluo was utterly shameless. Brothers, I will fight for you. Oh, come at me. Beside him, Fei Hu seemed to have lost his sanity, devoid of his usual wisdom, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. The emblematic black tiger spirit of the Fei family manifested instantly, releasing a soul skill aimed directly at Ma Hongjun and Mei Anna. Zhao Wujie, realizing the situation, rushed forward to intervene, but the extremely vigilant Ma Hongjun sensed the impending threat first. He swiftly activated the dual body enhancement of his sun breathing characteristic, quickly scooping up the exhausted beauty and fleeing the spot. A resounding crash echoed as Fei Hu's explosive tiger claw attack struck the ground, creating a massive crater where Ma Hongjun had stood moments before. Zhao Wujie's counterattack arrived just in time, his colossal iron fist crashing into Fei Hu's chest, sending him stumbling back 10 meters, blood spurting from his mouth. Yet, he somehow managed to leap onto the already dilapidated wall of the Mei family, preparing to escape in the opposite direction of the poisoned Douluo. Clearly, his thoughts were not on avenging his brother, but solely on fleeing. As long as he could distance himself from this place and return to the spirit hall. Even the poisoned Douluo would not dare to assault the spirit hall on his behalf. That would be an affront to the spirit hall itself. A completely different matter than what was at stake now. Fei Hu inwardly regretted listening to the arrogant words of his older brother. Humph, you think you can escape? Zhao Wujie blocked his path, unleashing his second soul skill, Solar Lance. However, Ma Hongjun refrained from using his most suitable control-type Clover Spirit for pursuit, as it was better to keep the secret of his dual spirits concealed from prying eyes. Instead, he unleashed a powerful restrictive single-target attack soul skill from his first spirit, releasing a fiery lance that homed in on Fei Hu with remarkable speed. Fei Hu quickly rolled to the side, scrambling back to his feet and running forward once more. Yet, the fiery lance, about the size of an arm, seemed to possess a will of its own, changing direction to thrust toward his chest. With a sickening sound, the lance pierced through the chest of the Soul Emperor, Fei Hu. This was due to Ma Hongjun employing another characteristic of the breath of fire, intensifying his soul power to an incredibly scorching degree, granting both explosive force and significant penetration. Furthermore, the second soul skill of his Phoenix spirit possessed a tracking function. Such a combination naturally amplified the power of his soul skill. Of course, even with this enhancement, it was not enough to directly penetrate the body of a Soul Emperor, even one already gravely injured. However, Fei Hu, underestimating Ma Hongjun, believed he had evaded the attack, dismissing him as merely a great soul master. Thus, in a moment of carelessness, Fei Hu fell victim to Ma Hongjun's assault. Even Ma Hongjun himself was astonished to find that he had successfully slain a Soul Emperor. Ma Hongjun's complexion turned pale for a moment, as this was indeed his first experience with taking a life. Such a reaction could be considered rather fortunate. Fortunately, the distance between the two parties was not too great, so Ma Hongjun did not embarrass himself, merely exhibiting a slight pallor. In Chapter 61, Special Physical Training Part 1, the head of the Mei family, Mei Jin, rallied the remaining members of the Mei clan, ruthlessly exterminating all those from the Fei family without a trace of mercy. Devoid of their top-tier powerhouses, the Fei family stood no chance against the Mei family, as Ma Hongjun had anticipated. The Fei family was merely one of the many pawns in the hands of the Spirit Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong, and held little significance. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall showed no intention of retribution. In gratitude for Ma Hongjun's life-saving intervention, the Mei family resolved to assist him wholeheartedly in establishing his own influence. Ma Hongjun, possessing knowledge of the original narrative, understood that beyond the title Douluo, there existed semi-gods and gods, the latter of which were categorized into various ranks. Consequently, he instinctively perceived title Douluo as not particularly formidable. However, the reality remained that title Douluo was still among the pinnacle of existences in this continent. Even the weakest title Douluo, Douluo, was not someone the Spirit Hall wished to provoke over trivial matters. After all, the internal dynamics of the Spirit Hall were not monolithic. The Pope Bibi Dong could only appoint 2 title Douluo under her command. 10 days later, the development of the Taiyan Luodawang was proceeding remarkably well. Flander, truly worthy of being Ma Hongjun's mentor, had successfully invited all the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint teachers from Shrek into the Taiyan Luodawang as elders. This meant that all the teachers at Shrek were now personnel of Taiyan Luodawang, albeit this was conducted in secrecy. Of course, the involvement of Poison Douluo played a significant role, as it illuminated the hope of burgeoning strength to Shrek's teachers. Even those who were inherently indifferent to conflict found themselves harboring a newfound anticipation. However, what troubled Ma Hongjun was the condition of Mei Anna's martial soul. Although it had nearly fully recovered thanks to Douluo's treatment, her martial soul, the Rose, seemed to be in a state of slumber, rendering it impossible for her to summon it for battle, even though her soul power continued to cultivate and function. This led Ma Hongjun to ponder whether her martial soul had undergone some form of mutation or if the application of forbidden techniques had caused unforeseen consequences. He secretly contemplated that once he learned the method of harvesting the celestial herb from Tang San, he would seek a suitable celestial herb for Mei Anna, hoping it might drastically alter her martial soul. Upon returning to the academy, everything fell into place. The Mei family, a long-standing commercial dynasty, efficiently managed affairs after eliminating the Fei family and acquiring their wealth and assets, which were then handed over to Poison Douluo. For Douluo, these finances were extraneous, so they were incorporated into the assets of Taiyan Luodawang by Ma Hongjun. With financial resources, the Tang San rapidly expanded. Flander was exceedingly busy, and even Ma Xiaodai was dispatched by Ma Hongjun to assist. At Shrek Academy, after completing the day's physical training, Oscar did not depart, but instead grasped Ma Hongjun's hand, affectionately inquiring, "Brother, does the Tang San you established truly have a title Douluo overseeing it? I heard from the teacher that even he has joined the Tang San. May I partake as well? Joining is feasible, but you must first explain why you wish to join Tang San. I have never discussed the benefits of membership," Ma Hongjun responded, somewhat puzzled. "Well, my teacher urged me to ask. He often mentions that if I had even half your talent, I need not worry about my future." As if I were lacking in ability, Oscar chuckled, candidly revealing his teacher's sentiments. His teacher was none other than Xian, one of the 3 soul saints of Shrek Academy, whose martial soul was the jelly bean, a rare food-type soul saint, even among the entire continent. Xian's assessment is somewhat inaccurate. You are not as deficient as you believe. It ultimately depends on whom you compare yourself to. My talent is indeed a notch above yours, though not by a vast margin. I simply invested the time others spent idly sipping tea into my cultivation, which accounts for my current achievements. Ahem, that is the essence of it. If you wish to join, it is not impossible. Once you ascend to Soul Master, you will be a member of Tang San, Ma Hongjun said, feeling a sense of elation at being praised by a teacher, even as he acknowledged his own modest accomplishments. Alas, I still have quite a distance to cover before breaking through to level 29, let alone becoming a Soul Master at level 30. If only I were a powerful assault-type Soul Master like Fatty. Although I have heard that food-type martial souls with innate full soul power are exceedingly rare and precious, I would prefer to become a robust assault-type Soul Master rather than a food-type support Soul Master with innate full soul power, Oscar lamented, revealing that despite his intelligence and carefree demeanor, he too bore his own burdens. Everyone harbors their own worries, regardless of status or wealth, each possessing their unique set of concerns. Ma Hongjun had no intention of persuading Oscar. If given the choice, he too would opt for becoming a spirit master. Supporting roles were merely the domain of women, akin to certain tower defense games where few grown men take pleasure in playing as the gentle support characters. Ma Hongjun left the small square, abandoning the lamenting Oscar, and made his way to the office of the dean. Before the door of the dean's office, Ma Hongjun gave a perfunctory knock on the door before barging in without waiting for a response. Inside, seated rigidly in the principal chair behind the office desk was an aloof figure, not Dean Flinder, but the titled Douluo. "Finally here, brat. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Luckily, that old fellow Flinder helped handle some affairs, or I might have been in deep trouble because of you. Now, I have good news and bad news for you today. Which would you like to hear first?" Douluo reclined leisurely in Flinder's chair, his legs swaying rhythmically beneath the desk, much to Ma Hongjun's visible irritation. "Good news." Ma Hongjun, preoccupied with thoughts of Tang San's arrival, had no patience for formalities and naturally opted for the positive. "Knew you'd prefer the good news. The head of the Mei family personally sought me out last night, expressing their willingness to join the Heaven Net. I've already agreed. Now, I wanted to hear your thoughts." Douluo continued, crossing his legs and maintaining his idle swaying. "What opinion could I possibly have? If the poisoned Douluo himself has consented, who am I to oppose? And, old poisoner, haven't you heard the saying that shaking one's legs shakes away fortune?" Ma Hongjun retorted with evident annoyance. "Wealth means nothing to me. With my strength, what could I possibly lack? I regard gold as mere dirt. No need to fret over such trivialities." Douluo replied, either oblivious or indifferent to Ma Hongjun's displeasure, his tone half serious. Chapter 62, Special Physical Training Part 2. "Fine, then. What is the bad news?" Ma Hongjun, ever the pragmatic, knew better than to argue with his elder and could only sigh in resignation. "Truthfully, it's hardly bad news. Due to the Fei family incident, the Spirit Hall's Chrysanthemum Douluo sent me a challenge yesterday, a duel to settle our grudges, said a year from now, even without the Fei family's involvement. That effeminate fool and I were bound to clash eventually. This merely sets a date." Douluo spoke with an air of nonchalance. "So, you'll be leaving the Heaven Net for a while? Are you confident? If not, you can come to me. I'll find a way." Ma Hongjun's voice carried concern, already contemplating whether to offer Douluo a celestial herb to bolster his strength. "No need to worry. I may depart for a time, but unlike before, I now have control over the backlash of my poison, thanks to you. My combat power has greatly improved. I'm confident I'll reach the 92nd rank within half a year. Defeating that chrysanthemum might be uncertain, but escaping unscathed won't be an issue. Douluo chuckled confidently, his gaze warm with appreciation for Ma Hongjun's concern. Well, if you're so assured, I'll leave it to you. I must return to my training now. The Heaven Net's affairs are in your hands. Bear with it, as the organization is still in its infancy. Ma Hongjun shamelessly shifted responsibilities, embodying the very essence of an absentee leader. Having spent much time together, formalities between them had long faded. Douluo cared little for such trivialities, and their bond resembled that of kindred spirits across generations. Quite the adept at delegating, aren't you? Though it's your teacher who'll bear the burden, not me. If you dare speak to me as you do, that's one reason I admire you. I've always been solitary, but aside from old Jack, you're the only one I converse with so freely. Douluo laughed heartily, mentioning old Jack once more. Oh, this is the second time you've brought up this old Jack. Were you too close? Ma Hongjun's curiosity piqued, his tone probing. We were, once. In our youth. We were close companions. But he withdrew from the world long ago. It's been years since we last met. A nostalgic expression crossed Douluo's face as he recounted a past even Ma Hongjun knew little about. A sudden shock coursed through Ma Hongjun's heart. Could it be that even after many years away from the martial world, legends of my exploits still circulate? Do you know where he is now? Is there any possibility of inviting him to join our heavenly net? A bold thought emerged in Ma Hongjun's mind. Being so closely associated with the poisoned Douluo, and having been companions in their youth, he felt that this individual would at least be on par with the poisoned Douluo. Furthermore, he speculated that the reason why Douluo treated Tang San so favorably in the original narrative might also involve old Jack. He believed that this hidden figure likely resided in a village called Holy Spirit Village, perhaps even serving as the village chief. However, he felt that the chances of persuading him to join the heavenly net were slim, as he was naturally indifferent to fame and fortune, preferring a life free from conflict. The possibility of coaxing him out of seclusion seemed exceedingly low, unless... Douluo paused, noticing the curiosity in Ma Hongjun's eyes. Unless what? Ma Hongjun inquired, eager for clarification. Unless you possess a method to heal the hidden injuries inflicted upon his martial soul. Douluo did not prolong the suspense, as he doubted that Ma Hongjun had any means to do so, and spoke plainly. Well, if the opportunity arises, take me to meet him. Perhaps there truly exists a way to heal him. Ma Hongjun resolved silently, determined to seek out the legendary old Jack when the chance presented itself. It is not that I underestimate you, young one, but do you comprehend old Jack's prowess? Although he shares my rank as a level 91 titled Douluo, his prowess in one-on-one combat is unrivaled across the continent. He is invincible among his peers, and even the so-called strongest, the Hongjun Douluo, pales in comparison. His true strength is formidable enough to rival the sword Douluo, who is renowned for his singular attack potency. Had it not been for the hidden injuries to his martial soul, his power would surely exceed that of the sword Douluo, Douluo remarked, admiration evident on his face. His sincerity unmistakable. After listening, Ma Hongjun nodded repeatedly, his bold ideas growing bolder, and he resolved to find a way to incorporate him into his web of influence. Eventually, Douluo departed from Shrek Academy and returned to the Tianluotuang's base in Soto City. Instead of heading straight back to his dormitory, Ma Hongjun sought out Zhao Wujie to discuss an important matter. The base of the Tianluotuang was once the residence of the Fei family, the foremost family in Soto City. It was not only vast in area but also constructed of remarkably solid and precious materials, exuding a sense of luxury. After the demise of the Mei family, their wealth, along with that of the Fei family, was transferred to the Tianluotuang. This was a significant factor contributing to the swift development of the Tianluotuang, which gained notoriety in Soto City almost immediately upon the return of Ma Hongjun and his companions from Tianduching. The following morning, Demu Bai and the others gathered at the square as usual, only to find that not only was Ma Hongjun late, but their supervisor Zhao Wujie was also absent. Where is teacher Zhao? Could he have overslept? Oscar pondered aloud, finding it peculiar since Hongjun had never been one to sleep in, always diligently studying soul-beast knowledge or practicing, never arriving late. Indeed, while little Ma may be disinclined to train, he is quite studious. He has been consistent for 4 years unless his evil fire flares up again. Could it be that his evil fire has returned? Did the teacher go to assist him? Fat Tiger speculated, having spent considerable time with Ma Hongjun. However, his words sparked the imagination of some more whimsical members of the group, like Oscar. What? Teacher Zhao can resolve that? Are they? Oscar exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gestured mysteriously. Fat Tiger, though astute, remained somewhat naive. failing to grasp Oscar's insinuation. Brother, can you not see? Lala, do you understand? Oscar questioned, as if he had discovered a new world. Hey, what is Lala? Little AO. Stop teasing and just tell me, Fat Tiger replied, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. You lot are so off the mark. You're all in for it. Turning to see Hongjun and Zhao Wujie approaching, both holding peculiar instruments, Oscar's face paled. Ah, little Ma, Teacher Zhao. I said nothing wrong. I was mistaken. I want to do it again. He stammered. Zhao Wujie scoffed. We'll deal with you later. Class begins now. Yes, sir. Damu Bai and Fat Tiger stood at attention, wary of provoking Zhao Wujie. Meanwhile, Oscar kept casting pleading glances at Hongjun, clearly hoping for intercession. In Shrek Academy, Hongjun was indeed a unique presence. This was not to say he had poor relations with his peers, but rather that his standing was akin to that of a teacher. His opinions were seldom disregarded by the faculty. After all, he was the leader of the Tian Luada Wang, their superior. Yet, he adhered to the rules during class, ensuring the teachers were not put in a difficult position. Today's lesson is divided into 3 segments, which I will elaborate on shortly. First, I have an announcement. From today onwards, you will no longer need to run 10 laps around Soto City. Zhao Wujie declared with authoritative gravitas, his words resonating harmoniously in Oscar's and Damu Bai's ears. Yay, this is fantastic. Long live Teacher Zhao. ISNT that right. Big die? Oscar exclaimed joyfully, turning to Damu Bai. Cough, cough. I believe Teacher Zhao has more to say. Let us allow him to finish first. ISNT that correct, Teacher Zhao? Damu Bai urged, exhibiting a calm demeanor unlike Oscar, who often acted impulsively. Indeed, Mu Bai is correct. Do you see the equipment that Hongjun and I brought back? These are specially crafted tools for your training. From now on, one of your exercises will incorporate these instruments. I will let Hongjun explain their specific uses, Zhao Wujie said, nodding approvingly at Damu Bai, who was the eldest and most powerful among the students. All right, teacher. This here is a strength bar, with springs as thick as rebar. It's designed to train the arm muscles, primarily focusing on arm strength and pectoral muscles, while also assisting in wrist strength. Hongjun began, picking up a black short rod with special rubber grips on both ends. The springs crafted from a unique soft silver metal. How do you use this? It looks oddly like a weapon, albeit a short one, Oscar inquired curiously. Fat Tiger, on the other hand, remained silent, intimidated by Zhao Wujie's presence. He typically engaged more during classes with Flander, but with Zhao Wujie, he preferred to keep quiet for fear of reprimand. The first exercise involves bending both arms behind your neck to exert pressure on the springs. The second requires bringing your arms together in front of your chest, bending the springs, then extending and slowly relaxing them without using soul power. You must complete at least 30 repetitions without stopping. Otherwise, Teacher Zhao will make you run 20 laps between Soto City and Shrek. Who will volunteer to attempt the first exercise? Hongjun explained in detail, a hint of mischief in his tone. Damu Bai stepped forward first, seizing the grip bar placed before him, and began experimenting with the technique Hongjun had described. He completed the first, second, and up to the 20th repetition with ease. But by the 25th, the effort became increasingly strenuous. Upon reaching the 30th, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just as Damu Bai was about to push himself for a 31st repetition, Hongjun interjected, Enough. Once you reach your limit, you must stop to avoid muscle strain. Wow, this truly does seem effective for strengthening the arms. After just these few repetitions, I can feel a tingling sensation in my muscles. This probably requires over 200 kilograms of force, Damu Bai remarked, acknowledging the challenge presented by the new exercise. Damu Bai exhaled deeply and paused, gazing at everyone with a look of delight. Over 200 kilograms, my heavens. How can one live under such circumstances? Teacher Zhao, allow me to continue running. Without utilizing my soul power, I truly cannot manage this. Oscar, his face pale and devoid of hope, sat on the ground, utterly intimidated. For Oscar, who was barely 13, the prospect of exerting over 200 kilograms of force without the aid of soul power was indeed daunting. Although soul masters possess significantly enhanced physical attributes compared to ordinary individuals, he must not forget that he is an auxiliary food system soul master, whose physical prowess pales in comparison to that of battle soul masters. Damu Bai felt his arms tingle after attempting the exercise 30 times and realized that pushing himself further would only complicate matters. It's just over 200 kilograms. Look at your lack of ambition. Rest assured, I have tailored these grip strength bars according to your individual capabilities. My own is 240 kilograms. Fat Tiger's is 190 kilograms, and yours is merely 130 kilograms. Even a moderately strong adult man could manage that. Fat Tiger, it's your turn. Ma Hongjun scolded Oscar, adopting the demeanor of a teacher. Customizable, you say? 130 kilograms isn't exactly a walk in the park. I think I would fare better with 100 kilograms. No, perhaps 90 kilograms would suit me better. Xiao Ma, what do you think? Oscar, regaining his motivation, moved behind Ma Hongjun to massage his back in a bid for favor. However, Ma Hongjun ignored him entirely, turning his attention to Fat Tiger, who, seeing the situation, stepped forward to pick up his grip strength bar and began his workout. In the end, Oscar persevered and, through sheer determination, completed the 30 repetitions. His sweat soaking through his shirt. This was possible because Zhao Wuzhi and Ma Hongjun had customized the equipment based on their limits at the Pang family blacksmith shop. Once their training concluded, the group followed Ma Hongjun in performing various exercises, including push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps. Chapter 64. The story begins thus. The daily running training of the Shrek Academy students was transformed into a specialized physical conditioning regimen at Ma Hongjun's suggestion. Day by day, each individual diligently fulfilled their tasks, with Ma Hongjun being no exception. Without utilizing his double physical prowess, Ma Hongjun's strength was comparable to that of Dai Mubai, even with his soul power at level 29. For months later, Ma Hongjun finally succeeded in breaking through to the 30th level of Soul Master, poised to acquire a spirit ring and ascend to the rank of Soul Master. Although Ma Hongjun secretly holds the esteemed title of the Master of the Heavenly Spider Web, his personal life is fraught with hardship. Among his students, only Oscar, through his mentor, is aware of Ma Hongjun's clandestine identity as the enigmatic leader of the Heavenly Spider Web. The others remain utterly oblivious. Oscar, naturally, is not one to keep secrets. Yet his teacher has imposed a strict command upon him, mandating absolute confidentiality lest he faces expulsion from the sect and the forfeiture of his soul power. As the Heavenly Spider Web gradually flourishes, Ma Hongjun finds himself compelled to retreat into the shadows, given his position, which starkly contrasts with his actual capabilities. He understands that such notoriety could lead not to glory, but to ruin. The growth of any faction is invariably accompanied by a myriad of overt and covert struggles. For the sake of his own safety, Ma Hongjun must choose to temporarily step back from the limelight. Following his advancement to the 30th level, Douluo Bo personally guided Ma Hongjun into the depths of the Stardow forest to procure a suitable spirit ring. However, it seemed that his luck had been utterly exhausted. Possessing twin martial souls, Ma Hongjun acquired 2 spirit rings, neither of which surpassed the 10,000-year threshold, primarily because he lacked the fortitude to withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul beast. His 3rd spirit ring for the tri-leaf clover martial soul was a nearly 9,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, yet it did not yield the coveted 8 spider lances. The 3rd ring for the evil fire phoenix was a fiery avian spirit beast known as the blazing tail bird, also around 9,000 years in age. Nonetheless, even with this 9,000-year spirit ring, Ma Hongjun had to employ the properties of the breath of the sun to successfully absorb it. The prospect of a 10,000-year spirit ring was daunting, especially considering the soul shock it would entail. Even Ma Hongjun dared not take such risks lightly. Moreover, Ma Hongjun felt an acute urgency to enhance his strength. He was unwilling to remain weaker than Tang San and yearned to outpace him at every opportunity. Ultimately, it stemmed from a profound sense of insecurity in this alternate world, a deep-seated emptiness that sometimes led him to ponder how wonderful it would be to return to his own world, even if it meant revisiting a different era. If one were to learn of future events, the initial reaction would likely be one of ecstatic delight, eager to leverage this knowledge to cultivate strength. Yet, once calmness ensues, apprehension may arise over whether the future could be altered and whether one possesses the power to effect such changes. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun felt significantly lighter. Although he had not acquired a spirit ring exceeding 10,000 years nor any soul bones, a weight had been lifted from his heart, alleviating the burden he had carried. On this bright and breezy day, perfect for kite flying, Ma Hongjun set out early to Soto City in search of someone to craft a unique kite. With the academy in recess until 3 days hence, he sought to unwind, opting not to delve into books or engage in strenuous soul power training. Having absorbed 2 spirit rings beyond his current level, Ma Hongjun had reached the pinnacle of the 32nd level of Soul Master, making it an opportune moment to ease his intensive training. As for knowledge regarding soul beasts and martial souls, he felt it was permissible to take a break. After years of relentless study, his understanding of these subjects rivaled that of Tang San, the fabled son of destiny in Douluo continent. The Shrek Academy library already boasted an extensive collection of texts, further enriched by the contributions of the Mei family over the years, which encompassed a vast array of knowledge on soul beasts throughout the continent. The reason why Ma Hongjun diligently studies the knowledge of soul beasts is, firstly, to avoid being utterly ignorant when encountering soul beasts in the future, and secondly, to better select and match his soul rings, as he does not wish to be outshone by Tang San. Holding the meticulously crafted kite blueprint, Ma Hongjun arrived outside Soto City. Observing the bustling roads teeming with vehicles both within and beyond the city, he couldn't help but reflect that this was indeed the place where he, Ma Hongjun, would rise to prominence. As Ma Hongjun entered the city gates, he was soon drawn to a cold voice emanating from nearby. I am truly only 12 years old. Please step aside. I have merely taken a wrong turn. I am searching for an inn. A young woman, clad in a dark purple fitted outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, spoke with a face flushed with shame and indignation to a loquacious matron before her. Do you genuinely believe what you are saying, young lady? Are you not here to apply at our Ihong courtyard? The matron, adorned in heavy makeup and with an expression of disbelief, tugged at the voluptuous girl, attempting to pull her toward the establishment behind her. The girl's countenance darkened, and she prepared to unleash her fury. Ahem, good madam, the young lady has declared she is in the wrong place. Are you so consumed by greed that you fail to recognize her worth? This beauty is a soul master. Be cautious not to provoke her, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Ma Hongjun, having discerned the girl as considerable soul power, stepped forward to intercede. Soul master? Sir, do you know her? If she is indeed a soul master, then I must have erred. My sincerest apologies. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. The matron, suddenly trembling, hastily retreated, no longer daring to engage. At that moment, she likely found herself within the Ihong courtyard, anxiously pondering whether the soul master might seek retribution. The girl's long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin fair, and her figure remarkably voluptuous for one so young. Her expression was one of profound coldness, a chill that seemed to emanate from her very being. Her dark eyes bore no trace of anger, which contrasted starkly with her otherwise exquisite features. Her limbs were gracefully elongated, exuding an unsettling, deathly silence. Thank you. A cool voice of gratitude emerged as the girl cast Ma Hongjun a fleeting glance before departing. How intriguing, he mused. This girl might very well become a future classmate. With such a stunning figure and captivating visage, not to mention being a level 27 soul master. Ma Hongjun had no intention of pursuing her, but instead followed the direction she had taken, heading to a tailor to commission a kite. The inns in Soto City were bustling with guests these days, as students from various locales flocked to await the enrollment for Shrek Academy, which was set to commence in 3 days. Chapter 65, Zhu Shiqing. Currently, Shrek Academy had ample funding. However, the frugal Flandre showed no inclination to expand the institution, justifying his stance with the saying, "This is a humble abode. Only my virtue shines." Curiously, fate weaves its own intricate tapestry. Some individuals may cross your path only a handful of times in a lifetime, while others may unexpectedly reappear within mere moments. Ma Hongjun had just exited the custom kite shop, having spent a staggering 5 silver soul coins, which truly pained him, for he possessed fewer than 1,000 gold soul coins on his person. In reality, it amounted to a mere 280 gold soul coins. He had not touched the funds belonging to the heavenly net, and these gold soul coins were solely what he had received from the Spirit Hall after advancing to the rank of Soul Sovereign. Each month, a Soul Sovereign is entitled to a stipend of 100 gold soul coins, but thereafter, they are no longer eligible for the Empire's subsidies. Ma Hongjun typically refrains from spending money, thus accumulating a considerable amount of gold soul coins, aside from occasionally purchasing clothing and other daily necessities. He only expends a modest sum on meals. Might I inquire if you are aware of any available hotels in this vicinity? Oh, is that you? As Ma Hongjun emerged from the bespoke clothing store, clutching a large kite designed for 2, he was greeted by a familiar, cool voice. What a coincidence. My name is Ma Hongjun. Currently, Shrek Academy is enrolling students, which means most hotels are likely fully booked. If you find yourself in need, consider the Rose Hotel. Mention my name upon your arrival. They have reserved a suite specifically for me, which I am not occupying at the moment. Simply inform them that you're my friend, and they will accommodate you. Ma Hongjun glanced in the direction of the voice, silently marveling at the smallness of Soto City. He spoke kindly, not with the intention of flattery, but rather out of the belief that this young woman might become a future companion, and that it is natural for partners to assist one another. However, It was undeniable that Zhu Zhuqing's beauty contributed to his favorable impression. Indeed, the allure of her appearance could easily evoke admiration. Yet, Ma Hongjun prided himself on not being so superficial as to fawn over someone solely based on their looks. He placed greater value on inner qualities. "Oh, that explains why so many hotels are fully booked. Thank you for your assistance," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "I am Zhu Zhuqing, here to register for the Shrek Academy assessment. Could you please direct me to the Rose Hotel?" It was a rare occasion for Zhu Zhuqing to express herself so openly. And even she was taken aback by the extent of her words directed towards someone she had only encountered twice. Although Ma Hongjun's face bears a few horizontal lines due to his robust physique, he does not appear fierce. Rather, he exudes a sense of innocence. His skin, smooth and fair like that of a woman, naturally engenders affection in those who behold him. "I am Ma Hongjun, a student of Shrek Academy. Just follow this road straight ahead, and when you arrive at a crossroads, turn left. It's quite conspicuous. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave now," he said, a warm smile gracing his lips as he held a kite in his hands, gesturing with his eyes. With that, he raised the large kite and strolled towards the outskirts of Soto City, seizing this rare opportunity of youth to relish the joys of his childhood. Ma Hongjun did not wish to cultivate merely for the sake of cultivation itself. Rather, his aspirations were rooted in the desire for his own happiness and the well-being of those he cherishes. He harbored no grand ambitions or lofty dreams. His diligent practice was solely for the purpose of achieving a better life for himself and his loved ones. If there remained any goal in his heart, it was to best Tang San, as his past experiences with the character in novels had left him quite exasperated, nurturing a lingering resentment even after his reincarnation in the Douluo continent. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun did not foresee that his momentary enthusiasm would inadvertently lead Zhu Zhuqing to stay at the Rose Hotel, a decision that nearly cost Dai Mubai his life. As for the reasons behind this chaos, those who understand. Ma Hongjun extracted an exceedingly slender white thread from his spatial ring and commenced the endeavor of flying a kite. Selecting the proper location for kite flying is paramount, particularly at a wind funnel. In no time, Ma Hongjun had launched the kite to great heights. Fortunately, he was no ordinary individual. Weighing nearly 100 kilograms and possessing immense strength as a soul master, he was well equipped to withstand the wind's force. The kite's line was of exceptional quality, capable of enduring such a formidable gust. However, as time passed, Ma Hongjun found the activity increasingly dull. Kite flying is far more enjoyable in the company of friends, and even more so if they are of the opposite sex. With this thought in mind, he gradually reeled in the kite and returned to the village, where he began his meditation practice. In his room, Ma Hongjun glanced at the interface within his sea of consciousness, which he had not examined for an extended period. To his astonishment, he discovered that his personal information had been updated, with even the introduction of his martial soul becoming significantly more detailed. Previously, he had refrained from checking it, as he found it to be of little use. However, after advancing to the rank of Soul Master, changes had arisen. Host, Ma Hongjun. Age, 11 years and 11 months. Level 32 Control Type Attack Soul Master. Martial Soul 1, 3-Leaf Clover, Innate Level 3. Martial Soul 2, Evil Fire Phoenix, Innate Full Soul Power. Martial Soul 1, First Leaf, Activated. Second Leaf, Not Activated. First Soul Skill, Azure Phosphor Flame Poison. First Hidden Soul Skill, Parasitism. Special Ability, Demon Slayer Breathing Technique. Second Soul Skill, Ink Jade Void Staff. Third Soul Skill, Spider Web Binding. Martial Soul 2, Evil Fire Phoenix. First Soul Skill, Phoenix Howl Sky Strike. Second Soul Skill, Radiant Sun Thrust. Third Soul Skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. Grants the ability to fly while simultaneously igniting the first Soul Skill, instantly doubling the power of the Phoenix Flames and increasing the attack range by 50%. In comparison to the original narrative, the fact that the corpulent Ma Hongjun possesses a temporary flight capability through his third Soul Skill significantly enhances his prowess. As long as his soul power is not exhausted, he can maintain flight indefinitely. It is noteworthy that even formidable soul saints like Zhao Wujie cannot sustain flight, being limited to leap-like movements. External Soul Bone, Earth Whip. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired an impressive array of soul skills. Given his current level of soul power, if he were to activate each skill individually, he would find himself lacking in sufficient energy, a rather astonishing predicament. It seems imperative to consume celestial herbs to elevate his level. If he can enhance his soul power by several levels, he should be able to support the release of his soul skills, leading to a significant augmentation of his strength. Emerging from his sea of consciousness, Hongjun pondered silently. With his current soul power, as long as he refrains from deploying the highly explosive group attack, the Phoenix Hell Sky Strike, he can comfortably utilize single-target attacks, ensuring at least one soul skill can be activated without issue. This is attributed to the innate purity and superior quality of his soul power. Otherwise, with his rank of Soul Master, releasing 6 soul skills along with an external soul bone would be utterly exhausting, even with the nearly double quality of his soul power compared to others. Hongjun still finds it somewhat taxing and is in urgent need of celestial herbs to refine his soul power and elevate his rank. 2 days later, the enrollment for Shrek Academy commenced as scheduled, and Hongjun felt a surge of anticipation. Although he had met Yu Xiaojiang, he had yet to encounter Tang San and Xiao Will. Chapter 66. The poorly treated Douluo by with countless strong individuals in Douluo, half of whom hail from Earth. It would be a disservice to visit Douluo continent without witnessing Tang San and Xiao Wu. Early in the morning, Hongjun eagerly volunteered to take on the responsibilities typically assigned to Dai Mubai, leading the new student assessments. Though Shrek Academy's reputation had grown beyond the quiet anonymity of the original narrative, the caliber of extraordinary students it attracted would likely remain unchanged. After all, the admission criteria for Shrek are stringent, and unless one possesses an extraordinary background, the likelihood of enrolling exceptional talents like Hongjun, the genius with a mutated martial soul, is exceedingly slim. As Hongjun approached the entrance of the academy to take over Dai Mubai's responsibilities, he noticed Dai Mubai striding down the path with a sullen expression, muttering to himself, "What a stroke of bad luck. Why must I encounter my fiancée while indulging in such pleasures? Alas, even without that fierce tigress, I still have my twin sisters. But wait, Xingluo. Oh, Brother Ma, good morning. Are you off to assist teacher Li Yusong?" Upon seeing Hongjun approaching, Dai Mubai quickly silenced himself, his gloomy demeanor giving way to a warm greeting. "Ah, good morning. Hee. Yes, I am indeed on my way. What troubles you, Dai? You seem rather upset. Has someone provoked you?" Hongjun, having caught a hint of the situation, inquired with a touch of apprehension. "Ah, don't even mention it. Just yesterday, I went to Suatua City to enjoy some time with those twin sisters, and guess who I stumbled upon? My family's chosen fiancée from childhood. I swear, it's as if I stepped out without consulting the calendar." Dai Mubai lamented, his expression one of despair. "Oh, I see. Couldn't you concoct some excuse to navigate through this predicament? Must you wear such a woeful expression?" Hongjun consoled, sensing an ominous premonition growing within him. "It would have been fine if it had happened in another setting, but I encountered her at the Rose Hotel. It's utterly inescapable," Dai Mubai replied, his face etched with helplessness, feeling a profound sense of despair. Had he known that his fiancée had grown into such a form, he would have had no interest even if she were a set of triplets or quadruplets. Hongjun was taken aback, reflecting inwardly that his good intentions had inadvertently led to unfortunate consequences. He had forgotten this particular detail after spending an extended period reborn in the Douluo world. It was inevitable that his memory would wane somewhat. Although the majority of the plot remained vivid in his mind, certain aspects could not be recalled with complete clarity. "Oh, Dai, you truly are unfortunate," he remarked, clearing his throat. "In a couple's hotel, no less. Ahem, my dear Dai, may you find solace in your loss. With twin sisters now, it would be wise to refrain from pursuing other women. Given your age, it is time to settle your heart. We shall address future matters as they arise. Rest assured, your brothers will always stand by you, and we will never neglect your affairs." Hongjun gently patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, offering some comfort. He certainly would not disclose to Dai Mubai that all of this stemmed from his own blunder, which had inadvertently ensnared Dai Mubai. However, a twinge of guilt lingered within him. He contemplated that if there was no longer a chance for Dai Mubai and Zhu Xiqing, he would accompany his brothers to the Star Luo Empire to assist Dai Mubai in vying for the throne. After all, the bond he shared with Dai Mubai and the others had evolved into one of profound camaraderie. It seemed there was no alternative. That mad woman had even resorted to violence against him over this matter. It appeared that there was no future for them. Yet, he found it peculiar that she had been present in such a hotel. Dai Mubai, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged his shoulders and pondered aloud. "Well, it must be that all the hotels in Soto City are fully booked, leaving no accommodation available. I have to go welcome the new students. I must depart now. With so many newcomers this year, our school is likely to see an influx of new enrollees." Hongjun stammered, his mind racing as he awkwardly shifted the conversation. Knowing the true reason, He refrained from making any dismissive remarks about earthly pleasures. Ah well, there are countless beauties in the world. If it truly comes to that, we can always move on. After all, I never had any deep feelings for her. And we hardly even crossed paths, Dai Mubai said, though his words were laced with a sense of reluctance. Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether Dai Mubai's action stemmed from affection or the desire to vie for family power alongside Zhu Qing. Nevertheless, he refrained from inquiring further. He sensed that their relationship was somewhat entangled with familial obligations, lacking in purity. Dai Mubai's feelings might be mere fondness rather than genuine love. Fondness and love are distinctly different. When you spot a rose by the roadside, captivated by its beauty, you pluck it thoughtlessly, only to see it wilt shortly after you return home. You feel a twinge of regret but ultimately discard it. This is fondness. In contrast, when you cannot bear to uproot it, tending to it daily with water and nurturing it with hope for its growth, even embracing its thorns, that is love. It resembles the legendary tale of the exquisite heartache of the immortal's heart. Such is love. Let it go, and all will be well. I shall take my leave now. Remember to air out my blanket when you return to the dormitory. I will treat you to a meal in Suatua City later, Ma Hongjun declared, departing with brisk steps without a backward glance. Strange, why the urgency? I've never seen him so eager, Dai Mubai murmured in puzzlement as he observed Ma Hongjun's hasty exit. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, a long queue of several hundred individuals formed before the modest admissions office. The academy's exterior was far from commendable. It resembled a village preserving its natural state rather than a place of learning. The individuals at the forefront of the line appeared to be a family of three. Is this truly the monstrous academy that the Spirit Hall claims will grant graduates the title of Viscount? It looks so dilapidated. Surely, it cannot be a deception. The woman, presumably the child's mother, voiced her skepticism. The Spirit Hall should not deceive us. I believe this school possesses its unique merits, the child's father reassured her, though his gaze lingered uneasily on the academy's worn entrance. Dad, this academy looks so shabby. I don't want to study here. It's utterly embarrassing. A boy of about 12 exclaimed in discontent. Since we are already here, let us wait a while longer. Perhaps this place is not a true academy, but merely a test for you, the father replied. A hint of disappointment etched on his face, yet clinging to a glimmer of hope. Such dialogues echoed throughout the queue, where most youths and their parents bore expressions tinged with disappointment. However, being in a public setting, the parents endeavored to keep their voices low, ensuring the atmosphere remained relatively subdued. Ma Hongjun perched above on a gnarled tree at the village entrance, surveying the candidates queuing below. While the admissions office had yet to commence registration, the teacher responsible for the registration, Li Yusong, lay languidly on a wooden chair, his eyes half closed. Third brother. Could it be that we've come to the wrong place? Do you think Master could have been deceived? This place is far too rudimentary. It hardly resembles an academy, but rather a mere village. A sweet-faced girl with a ponytail exclaimed as she jumped down from the side of an ordinary-looking boy, her disbelief evident as she gazed at the shabby Shrek Academy. Chapter 67. Tang San's Enrollment, Part 1. Do not speak foolishly. The teacher must have his reasons for bringing us here. Let us observe before passing judgment. The boy, clad in simple attire, replied with a hint of exasperation as he ruffled the girl's hair. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a light blue outfit. A belt adorned with 24 jade stones encircled his waist. His black, shoulder-length hair framed a countenance that, while not striking, exuded an approachable charm. His lips perpetually curled into a gentle smile, with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ma Hongjun exuded an approachable demeanor that resonated with his own essence. Upon catching sight of the youth alongside a beautiful maiden, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of certainty, believing that the pair conversing not far off were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. This realization ignited a wave of excitement within him, as he perceived the young man in a much more favorable light, knowing that his precious celestial herb depended on him for guidance in its harvesting. If all went as anticipated, being a fellow member of the Shrek's 7 monsters, he would likely not become an adversary to Tang San, but rather his most formidable competitor. While the youth might have possessed an ordinary appearance, the maiden standing beside him was a vision of beauty. Her silky black hair cascaded down her back, meticulously styled into a neat scorpion braid that flowed gracefully past her calves. The young lady stood at an impressive height of approximately 1.74 meters, just a few inches shorter than Ma Hongjun. This was to be expected, as females of this age often mature earlier than their male counterparts. Clad in a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure, her slender waist evoked envy among numerous women. Her delicate, rosy face, arched eyebrows, and sparkling eyes inspired a sense of tenderness in all who beheld her. Altogether, she embodied an irresistibly charming allure, overshadowing the young man beside her. The regulations for enrollment at Shrek Academy were clearly stated. Those who did not meet the criteria were encouraged to withdraw. Applicants could not exceed the age of 13. Their spirit power must be no less than level 20, and the first spirit ring must be of a century or more. Unlike the original narrative depicting Shrek Academy as a place of misfortune, the current institution did not intend to exploit applicants with exorbitant fees. As time pressed on towards noon, Li Yusong rose and surveyed the crowd, speaking in a measured tone. As anticipated, numerous parents departed with their children, faces etched with disappointment. For the academy's austere appearance and stringent requirements had deterred many. A significant portion of the hopefuls had vanished, yet a few tenacious souls remained, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Among them was a family at the front of the line. The father, after paying 10 gold spirit coins, nervously implored, "Teacher, please assess my son's spirit power." In a departure from previous protocols, the evaluation of spirit power was now the first hurdle. Spirit power level 21, insufficient. Next, Li Yusong stated, shaking his head with a dispassionate air. "Why? My son is an outstanding student from Soto City's Junior Academy. His first spirit ring is a century old. Does that not fulfill your academy's admission criteria?" The once confident parents now bore expressions of disbelief, the mother unable to contain her indignation. While a century-old spirit ring is commendable, he remains an ordinary individual. Li Yusong replied matter-of-factly. "I do not comprehend your meaning. Could you elaborate?" The boy's father inquired, furrowing his brow. Growing impatient, Li Yusong rose from his seat and proclaimed, "If you wish to partake in the enrollment at Shrek Academy, you must grasp the significance of our name. Your son has surpassed the age of 13. Kindly step aside and refrain from hindering other applicants." His final remark was directed at the family. Yet, the majority of those in attendance appeared bewildered by the words of the elder Li Yusong. Shrek denoted a peculiar creature, an anomaly even among spirit beasts. Thus the essence of Shrek Academy was that of a school for monsters. Those exceeding the age of 13 and lacking spirit power of at least level 21 were welcome to leave, sparing themselves the expense of registration. Ma Hongjun leaped down from a tree, his spirit power amplifying his voice as he approached the registration desk to elucidate the matter. Concurrently, Li Yusong exuded a formidable presence. A vibrant red aura radiating from him as a long staff, adorned with intricate patterns, materialized in his right hand. His martial spirit, the dragon-patterned staff. The most astonishing aspect was the emergence of 6 spirit rings beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance captivating the attention of all present. Such terrifying prowess. The crowd was awestruck, gazing in reverence at the 6-ringed spirit emperor standing before them, a mere admissions officer wielding such formidable strength. At this moment, the 3 soul rings of Ma Hongjun's second martial spirit manifested, emanating a formidable aura that suffocated everyone present, rendering them nearly breathless. Hiss. "But my son has only just celebrated his 13th birthday 2 days ago." The youth's mother lamented, her expression tinged with reluctance. "Rules are rules. Step aside. Next." Li Yusong replied with a faint shake of his head, his tone devoid of warmth. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun could only offer words of consolation. "You may depart now. It is essential to understand that without rules, there can be no order. To break the rules, one must possess the strength to do so. Your child shows considerable talent. Upon returning, he should devote himself to diligent training. If he cannot gain admission to Shrek Academy, there are other institutions available. Indeed, Shrek Academy's enrollment occurs a month earlier than other mid and advanced academies. Thus Ma Hongjun's statement holds merit." "I shall certainly strive to improve," the youth replied, not particularly eager to enter Shrek Academy, and promptly nodded in agreement. As for the registration fee, they would not dare to reclaim it, for who would dare to cause trouble with a soul emperor overseeing the academy? With the departure of the youth's parents and other students, half of the remaining attendees were those who had previously harbored hopes of staying. Should this scene be witnessed by the frugal Flanders, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of heartache. However, Ma Hongjun was not one to covet trifles. He was not in need of a mere handful of gold soul coins. Rather, he sought billions. Chapter 68, Tang San's Enrollment, Part 2. Alas, let us depart. It is perhaps for the best that we do not enter this academy. The father's countenance was somewhat grim, and with a sigh, he flicked his sleeve, casting a glance at the wooden box that contained the gold soul coins, before turning away in silent anguish as he led his child away. It is important to note that the purchasing power of 10 gold soul coins is certainly no less than 10,000 currency units. To have squandered such a substantial sum, who would not wear a grim expression? If it were not for Li Yusong and Ma Hongjun revealing their soul rings, he would not have easily accepted this loss. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun could only sigh in resignation. Given his current realm, he naturally felt indifferent to the opinions of others. Had it been his true nature, he would never have consoled those individuals. To conceal his soul rings, Ma Hongjun had altered much about himself, yet now there was no sign of change. He couldn't help but reflect on whether he had strayed from his destined path. The mutated breath of demon slaying, through Ma Hongjun's cultivation, had been categorized into several tiers: full concentration, constant state, pattern perception of the world, and crimson blade. Among others, names were not a priority. These levels bore resemblance to the original breath of demon slaying, yet the effects were markedly different. One could say they existed in entirely different realms, with significantly enhanced functionalities. In the state of full concentration, the breath of the sun not only doubled his physical attributes but also allowed for heightened mental acuity. Ma Hongjun felt that he should be at the pinnacle of his complete concentration state. With the assistance of celestial herbs, it was highly probable that he could transcend his current realm. The cultivation of the sun's breath was inherently arduous, and after its mutation, it had become even more challenging. Ma Hongjun had barely grasped the peak of full concentration. His progress was undeniably swift. Once he entered the realm of the ordinary, he would possess fourfold the physical prowess of a soul master of the same rank. The translucent patterned realm would grant him sixfold enhancement, while the blade of flame realm could elevate him to an astonishing eightfold. As for whether there were further realms beyond that, even Ma Hongjun himself was uncertain. Should anyone engage Ma Hongjun in close combat, they would undoubtedly suffer a considerable setback. Even with his current physical condition, he could contend against an opponent a major realm higher without utilizing his soul power. Of course, he had yet to test this specifically. But if his twin martial souls were fully revealed, Ma Hongjun felt certain that his strength had already reached the level of a soul sect master. As most of the people departed, those who remained had met the admission standards. However, merely meeting the standards signified passing the first hurdle. To gain entry into Shrek Academy, one must successfully navigate 4 rigorous assessments. Ning Rongrong, level 26, cough cough, auxiliary system soul master. Young lady, are your family aware that you are here to study? Li Yusong suddenly inquired gravely of a beautiful girl before him, adorned in a flowing white dress like a celestial maiden. Isn't this so-called Monster Academy? Why do you need to inquire about the students' family situations? Are you afraid? Ning Rongrong gently retorted, her tone devoid of arrogance, instead imbued with a charming softness. She sported a bob of short hair, her skin fair and tender, radiating an innate aura of nobility. Ah, the little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Shrek accepts you. You may proceed directly to the 4th assessment. Anyone else with soul power exceeding level 25 can bypass the first 3 assessments and head straight to the final evaluation. Ma Hongjun offered a faint smile, undertaking an act that surpassed the privileges of a mere student for the first time. The remaining crowd exchanged glances, and those who had achieved level 25 turned their gazes toward the venerable soul Emperor Li Yusong, who sat calmly in his chair. As a disciple of the Academy's headmaster, his words held considerable weight. What he says is tantamount to the headmaster's decree. Moreover, our Academy indeed has this unwritten rule. Anyone reaching level 25 or above may test their soul power and age and proceed directly to the 4th assessment, Li Yusong explained, casting a surprised glance at Ma Hongjun before returning to his previous posture, silent and composed. As a core member of the Heavenly Net, he was keen to promote Ma Hongjun's standing within the Academy, albeit without being overly conspicuous. Do you know me? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Ma Hongjun. I do not. Please stand aside and do not disturb the other students during their assessments, Ma Hongjun replied indifferently, displaying little interest in the young lady from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of frustration but, being new to the environment, she managed to compose herself and obediently stood off to the side, awaiting her turn. Ma Hongjun nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that this was more acceptable. Should she dare to utter a single denial, he would not indulge the temperamental nature of this little sorceress. Among the renowned beauties of Douluo continent, he found himself particularly fond of Zhu Xing, whose character and physique left no room for criticism. However, such feelings were strictly limited to admiration, as the saying goes. One must not transgress against a friend's partner, hence his appreciation for Zhu Xing outweighed any romantic inclinations. The audience, captivated by the revelation of the 2 individuals' prowess and their dialogue, became increasingly intrigued by Shrek Academy. This institution appeared remarkably fascinating, exclusively admitting extraordinary talents while shunning the ordinary, a truly impressive concept. The rabbit-eared girl, her enthusiasm palpable, leaned closer to the boy beside her and whispered, "Indeed. It seems prudent to heed the teacher's advice. Shrek Academy is far from being as simple as it seems. Now, all students above level 25. Please proceed to the front for testing," Hongjun announced, directing his gaze toward the crowd. I. Both of us have reached soul power levels exceeding 25. Exclaimed the charming rabbit-eared girl, eagerly pulling the boy forward. As noon approached and the sun blazed overhead, she was keen to avoid lingering in line, fearing a sun-kissed complexion would not suit her. Name, soul power, martial spirit, age. Li Yusong finally lifted his gaze to the rabbit-eared girl before him. My name is Xiaowu, as in dance. I am a level 29 assault-type soul master, and my martial spirit is the jade rabbit. As for my age, I am yet to turn 12, Xiaowu cheerfully declared, her decorative rabbit ears twitching adorably. As Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened, he realized that the charming girl before him was indeed Xiaowu, and the unassuming boy beside her must undoubtedly be Tang San. Please extend your right hand. Li Yusong exclaimed, taken aback and looking at Xiaowu with curiosity. With his soul power, he could naturally sense Xiaowu's approximate level of spirit power, confirming that the delightful girl was truthful. However, adhering to protocol, he decided to conduct a check. Though the soul power detection crystal was precious, it was no longer a rarity for the current Shrek Academy. Li Yusong gently felt Xiaowu's arm and nodded in satisfaction, saying, You still have 2 months before turning 12. Indeed, a prodigy. Let's test your soul power. Although he was confident in the girl's honesty, the necessary procedures must still be followed. As expected, when Xiaowu infused her soul power into the crystal ball on the nearby table, it radiated a brilliant light, ultimately shining with a brightness exceeding 90%. Excellent, excellent. It has been a long time since I encountered such a talented young soul master. You and the one from earlier should stand aside and wait. Shortly, Ma Hongjun will lead you directly to the 4th assessment, Li Yusong said with a pleased nod, gesturing toward Ningrongrong. Can we wait a moment? We are together, Xiaowu quickly interjected, pulling Tang San forward. Tang San, a 29th level control system soul master. With the spirit of blue silvergrass, he introduced himself, somewhat helplessly approaching the table without waiting for the teacher to inquire. Is it truly possible for blue silvergrass to reach such heights? Li Yusong asked in astonishment. Indeed. Does this make me a monster? May I enter Shrek Academy for training? Tang San replied with a confident smile. It does. Come, let us first check your age. If all is well, you may proceed to the 4th stage together. Li Yusong extended his somewhat aged arm toward Tang San. Obediently, Tang San offered his hand. Li Yusong examined it, using his skillful touch to ascertain the true age of the applicants based on their bones. Have you practiced any soul skills with your hands? Please extend your right calf, he requested. Despite his exceptional ability to discern age through touch, Li Yusong found himself puzzled, unable to determine Tang San's age. Yes, I have practiced soul skills with my hands, Tang San explained, clearly caught off guard by the question. Ah, splendid. Now, please extend your right leg. Surely you haven't trained any soul skills on your right calf as well? Li Yusong chuckled, feeling increasingly impressed by the young lad before him. Recognizing his dedication to training at such a young age and deeming him a promising prospect. Actually, I have not, Tang San replied with a smile. Placing his right calf on the table, Li Yusong examined it again, nodding with satisfaction. Your muscle development is impressive. You are only the 2nd student I have encountered with such well-developed muscles at this age. Your chronological age aligns well with your bone age. Oh, who is the other? Tang San's heart raced at the thought that someone could rival his calf muscles, as he had practiced agility skills since childhood. Right before your eyes stands the one. Li Yusong replied with a faint smile, thinking that youthful vigor was truly commendable. Shrek Academy has always encouraged competition among its students, yet the teachers seemed rather lackadaisical. Xiaowu and Tang San turned their attention to Ma Hongjun and politely introduced themselves. Greetings, senior. I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiaowu. We hope to receive your guidance in the future. I am not a senior. Our academy does not differentiate by grade. You may call me Ma Hongjun. Please. Both of you, unleash your spirits so that no one may doubt the credibility of our Shrek Academy's reputation, Ma Hongjun replied with a nod, glancing at the incredulous faces in the queue. No one could have anticipated that there would indeed be individuals capable of achieving a soul power level above 25 at the tender age of 12. While soul power levels could be fabricated, the martial spirits and soul rings could not be. Of course, this statement excluded those possessing hidden soul rings. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their soul powers. A blue and a red radiance ascended, enveloping them as 200-year soul rings spiraled around them. In Tang San's palm emerged a common blue-silver grass, which transformed into a vine resembling a ghostly tendril under the effect of his soul ring. Xiao Wu's ears morphed into a pair of rabbit ears, her physique elongated, and soft, fluffy energy enveloped her hands as her martial spirit, the Jade Rabbit, manifested. The surrounding parents and applicants watched in astonishment, their doubts entirely dissipated, as Ma Hongjun was about to lead the trio to the fourth challenge. A somewhat hesitant yet chilling voice emerged from the rear of the group. Wait, I too have attained a soul power of level 25. The speaker was a strikingly alluring young woman, her demeanor notably aloof. An intrinsic chill radiated from her, and her dark eyes seemed devoid of any warmth. The frosty aura she exuded made it momentarily difficult for others to acclimatize. Ma Hongjun turned his head and beheld the strikingly beautiful yet aloof girl approaching him. A smile of delight creeping onto his face. Just as he was about to speak, the girl shot him a disdainful glance and coldly remarked, "Pervert." Without sparing him another look, she proceeded directly to the table, unleashed her martial soul, assessed her level, and examined her bone age, all in one fluid motion. Executed with precision and grace. Ma Hongjun rubbed his nose, letting out a wry smile, filled with resignation. What had he done to deserve such treatment? After all, he had assisted her twice, yet their first encounter had her branding him a rogue. Ma Hongjun, do you know her? Why did she call you a scoundrel? Surely, you haven't teased her, have you? Xiao Wu interjected, her curiosity piqued. How should I know? Women are truly perplexing. Their hearts are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. The ancients were not mistaken in their observations, Ma Hongjun retorted, casting an exasperated glance at the overly familiar Xiao Wu. Humph. Boring. It's not that you're foolish, it's just that Xiao San can discern my thoughts, Xiao Wu scoffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Afterward, she tugged at Tang San's arm, seeking his agreement. Please forgive me, brother Ma. Xiao Wu is just mischievous by nature. Don't take it to heart. Tang San apologized to Ma Hongjun without addressing Xiao Wu's comment. It's quite all right. Your sister is rather endearing, and I bear no ill will. Let us proceed. There likely won't be any other soul masters exceeding level 25, Ma Hongjun replied, casting a glance at the approaching Zhu Shiqing before turning his focus back to the group. Very well, then I shall trouble Brother Ma to lead the way. Tang San responded with a smile. Among the four, only Tang San exhibited the utmost politeness, given that Ma Hongjun required Tang San's assistance. He naturally harbored a sense of goodwill, momentarily setting aside any thoughts of reprimanding him. Ma Hongjun led the group to the entrance of the academy. Tang San gazed at the inspirational quotes displayed on the nearby billboard, instantly elevating his impression of Shrek Academy. A mountain does not need to be high. It is renowned if it harbors immortals. A river does not need to be deep. It is enchanting if it houses dragons. This humble abode is distinguished solely by my virtue. Only monsters are welcomed here, not ordinary folk. A soul master who refrains from trouble is not a worthy soul master. One must avoid unnecessary conflict yet stand resolute in times of adversity. Even Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong, upon reading these words, found themselves filled with heightened anticipation for Shrek Academy, while Xiao Wu remained blissfully unconcerned about the inscriptions. In her heart, wherever Tang San was, that was home. As long as she could be by his side, she felt utterly content. Upon entering the narrow path leading to the academy, Ma Hongjun began to familiarize the four with their surroundings, as the fourth assessment was set to take place in the small square behind the academy. It provided an excellent opportunity for the group to acclimate to their environment. The other two assessments also sequentially led into the heart of the academy. Ma Hongjun and Tang San were engaged in light-hearted banter, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu occasionally chimed in. In stark contrast, Zhu Shiqing lingered behind, silent and exuding an air of aloofness. I shall not elaborate on the rules of our academy. In the dormitory assigned to you, you will find the Shrek Academy Handbook, priced at 1 gold soul coin. Remember to submit it along with your tuition tomorrow, Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of exasperation. Though it is referred to as a book, it merely consists of 10 pages, with the first detailing the Academy's regulations, while the remaining pages contain trivial quotes. 1 book? And it requires a gold soul coin? Xiao Wu, who had been curiously observing her surroundings, suddenly stiffened, disbelief etched across her face. Alas, there is no alternative. The principal is rather miserly. However, rest assured, the Academy does not collect your gold soul coins without reason. Essentially, the Academy operates at a loss to nurture its students. And the so-called handbook is simply a compilation of basic rules, accompanied by some inspirational quotes, Ma Hongjun reassured her, noticing her dismay. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, indicating her indifference to such matters. At that moment, the five of them arrived at the location for the second assessment. Sausages for sale. Don't miss out. Oscar's sausages are delicious and affordable, only 5 copper soul coins each. A soft, enticing voice suddenly interrupted their conversation as a figure pushing a cart called out. It was Oscar, his hair notably voluminous, and the savory aroma of meat wafted from his cart. Brother, I'm a bit hungry. Could you please buy me a sausage? Xiao Wu said, rubbing her stomach and looking at Tang San with pleading eyes. You and your insatiable appetite. It's getting late. And we're uncertain when the assessment will conclude. It's indeed wise to fill our stomachs first, Tang San replied, ruffling her hair with a hint of exasperation. Don't mess up my hair. I might become less clever. Xiao Wu pouted, though she made no move to evade his touch. There is no reason for you to bear the expense. Oscar, give me 10 sausages, as I intend to treat my classmates, Ma Hongjun declared with a flourish. Tossing a gold soul coin towards Oscar. Oscar's eyes brightened at the sight of the coin, but he hesitated, saying, How can I allow you to spend your money? Boss? Perhaps you should take your coin back. He reluctantly produced a gold soul coin, acutely aware that his annual tuition required 100 gold soul coins. And his stipend as a senior soul master barely amounted to 120 gold soul coins. Thus, he resorted to selling sausages to earn some extra income. Enough with the pretense. Just take the coin and hurry up with my 10 sausages, Ma Hongjun insisted impatiently as he approached the cart, unwilling to retract his generosity. Thank you, boss. Here are 5 silver soul coins. Are these students here for the second assessment? Why are you personally accompanying them? Oscar inquired, puzzled. Just keep the coins for future use. If I ever crave sausages again, I'll expect you to prepare them. These students are exempt from the second assessment and will proceed directly to the fourth, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. His past experiences rendered him unfazed by the prospect of sausages. He then retrieved the sausages and presented 2 to each of his companions, including Zhu Xing, who accepted them without rejecting Ma Hongjun as kind gesture. Ma Hongjun gazed meaningfully at the crowd and said, No need to be polite. Please eat. Today, the treat is on me. You will all eat sooner or later. So why not savor the taste now? Does that uncle often sell things at the academy? Xiao Wu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Uncle? Oh, haha. You must be referring to Oscar. He is not an uncle. He merely has a rather abundant mane. He is only 2 years older than I. At the tender age of 14, and he is also one of our academy students, Ma Hongjun replied, a touch of amusement in his voice. 14. Isn't that a bit precocious? Wait, you mean you're 12? No way. Are the students of Shrek Academy this mature? Ning Rongrong, who was savoring a grilled sausage, glanced shyly at Zhu Zhuqing's physique and remarked, Ahem, what does it matter? This is all due to our martial souls. Let us not dwell on such trivial details. The term Monster Academy does not refer to oddities in people, but rather to exceptional talents, those who surpass mere genius. Those are the true monsters, Ma Hongjun explained, feeling slightly embarrassed as he followed Ning Rongrong's gaze. So, you are nearly my age. Have you celebrated your 12th birthday yet? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pondered a mischievous idea. What? Do you aspire to be the big sister of Shrek Academy? If you're older than me, I shall recognize you as the big sister. This minor detail is within my power to decide. I still have half a month until my 12th birthday. I must be older than you, Ma Hongjun teased, fully aware he was indeed older than Xiao Wu. I have just over a month left. How infuriating. I am barely younger than you by less than a month, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her frustration evident. Just a few more days and she could have claimed the title of big sister. Even half a year wouldn't he have been so distressing. She silently cursed herself for not having claimed an earlier birth date. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes, secretly thinking that everyone present, without exception, was younger than Xiao Wu. The reputation of the 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit was not merely an empty title. Well, there's nothing to be done then. From now on, when we meet, just call me boss, and I shall look out for you all. How does that sound? Ma Hongjun said, half jokingly and half seriously. I refuse. Xiao San has already celebrated her 12th birthday and is older than you. With Xiao San around, no one will dare to harm me, Xiao Wu retorted, biting into the sausage in her hand fiercely. Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me for help later, Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of insinuation. However, everyone assumed that Ma Hongjun was merely engaging in playful banter with Xiao Wu and did not pay much attention. They exchanged knowing smiles at the playful exchange between the two. Only Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly consuming the sausage that Ma Hongjun had offered her. Her earlier reaction to Ma Hongjun was due to his failure to inform her that it was a couple's hotel, leading her to receive curious glances from others. Nevertheless, the following morning, upon unexpectedly discovering Dai Mubai and the twin sisters in a compromising situation, she felt a twinge of gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. It was quite the coincidence that the room selected by Dai Mubai was adjacent to Zhu Zhuqing's suite, as she was residing in the exclusive suite assigned to Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai had no reservations that night. The outcome was, of course, predictable, and Zhu Zhuqing was left utterly disappointed in her fiancé, whom she had scarcely known. Although she had been aware of Dai Mubai's reckless behavior prior to her arrival, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Dai Mubai was unfortunate, given Zhu Zhuqing's temperament. It seemed unlikely that their relationship could be salvaged. "I certainly will not," Xiao proclaimed with a hint of pride, unaware of how much trouble this statement would bring her future. The group continued to eat and chat as they made their way to the small square at the center of the academy. Unaware of the origins of Oscar's sausages, they enjoyed the journey, feeling a burgeoning fondness for Ma Hongjun, whom they had only met once. Although Ma Hongjun himself remains indifferent, it does not imply that others share his sentiments. Once the news spreads, it is uncertain how much resentment it may incite towards him. The fourth assessment will test practical combat experience. Originally, it was intended that either I or Big Brother Dai would preside over it. However, given the abundance of students this year, it is likely that Teacher Zhao will take charge personally. "You must prepare yourselves mentally," Ma Hongjun stated as he paused before a small square. "What are the assessments for the second and third rounds?" Xiao could not help but inquire. The second round evaluates the potential of one's martial soul, while the third round examines the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their martial soul. Should a candidate's control over their martial soul not reach a certain level, it signifies a lack of diligence, even if they meet the admission criteria. "The academy will not accept them," Ma Hongjun explained. "But what if a candidate possesses exceptional talent?" Ning Rongrong interjected, her curiosity getting the better of her. "There are some students whose martial souls are commendable, and their control is satisfactory, yet they have been sheltered in noble families, completely oblivious to the world outside, let alone combat. Such candidates will also be rejected by the academy. The instructors have made it clear, those coddled and pampered are not welcome. Thus, the fourth round is of utmost significance to you all. As for the rest, there is no need for further inquiries," Ma Hongjun indicated with a knowing tone. Ning Rongrong fell silent, her mind swirling with thoughts, silently relieved that she was a support-type soul master, believing she was exempt from Ma Hongjun's categorization. Unbeknownst to her, she was precisely the type he referred to. Chapter 71. Confrontation with Zhao Wujie, Part 1. Ning Rongrong had ceased her chatter, and the others were equally reticent. Nevertheless, Xiao could not restrain her remark. "Are you selecting students or prospective wives? This seems excessively stringent. At this rate, how many students can our academy admit in a year? Over the past 6 years, the average has been scarcely 1.5 students annually. If we consider the entire span since the academy's inception until now, including your presence, there have been fewer than 50 students in 20 years, although only 14 have graduated. Every single one who has truly graduated has become a figure of global renown. The most distinguished among them is now the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Second only to the Pope in authority," Ma Hongjun remarked with a wry smile. "And how many students are currently enrolled in the academy?" Tang San was the first to pinpoint the crux of the matter. "Counting the 2 instructors who teach half-time, there are 6 students in total. If the 4 of you can successfully pass the 4th round, we would have 10. I doubt any of the other candidates will manage to enter the academy." Ma Hongjun replied, his tone somewhat apologetic as he endeavored to phrase it more palatably. "Those who haven't graduated haven't been expelled from the academy, have they?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the academy's severity. "It is perhaps best that you remain uninformed. The instructors have stated that those who fail to meet the level 41 graduation criteria by age 20 will only bring shame to Shrek Academy if their situation is disclosed." Ma Hongjun stated matter-of-factly. "How many teachers are there at Shrek Academy currently?" Tang San posed another incisive question. "Presently, there are 5 teachers. If all goes as anticipated, your teacher should soon join Shrek Academy, and there is also a titled Douluo level advisor who occasionally visits to give lectures," Ma Hongjun replied in a rather understated manner. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, whose expression had noticeably stiffened, and found it somewhat amusing. "A titled Douluo teaching?" The group was taken aback. Only Xiao Wu appeared somewhat pale, while the others exhibited a mix of shock and excitement. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from a prestigious lineage, was no exception. Every titled Douluo commanded her utmost respect and admiration. The knowledge possessed by such individuals could prove invaluable to them. Among the trio, only Tang San sensed Xiao Wu's unease. Grasping her hand reassuringly as he said, "Xiao Wu, rest assured. As long as I am here, no one will harm you. Even if a title Douluo intends to do so, they must first step over my corpse. Have no fear, regardless of your background. Once you become a student at Shrek Academy, the teachers and advisors will serve as your protective shield, ensuring that no harm will come to you. I can guarantee this," Ma Hongjun assured, concerned that his words might frighten Xiao Wu. "Is it true that no matter the identity, there will be no ulterior motives?" Xiao Wu's expression softened slightly as she tightened her grip on Tang San's arm, her eyes reflecting a resolute glimmer. "Indeed," Ma Hongjun affirmed. "Do I appear to be a shady figure? Only such individuals deceive the innocent." "Humph. I'm not innocent. You are merely a month my senior. Even if you seem more mature, you cannot be deemed an adult. At best, you qualify as peculiar," Xiao Wu retorted, her spirits lifted by Ma Hongjun's light-hearted banter. "That settles it then. Let us proceed swiftly to the fourth round. Teacher Zhao Wujia will undoubtedly take matters into his own hands. He is a soul sage with the martial soul of the Great Bear. You all must be vigilant in your approach, and I hope you succeed in joining Shrek." Ma Hongjun exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San, sharing a smile before addressing the group once more. "Indeed, we are truly fortunate to be here. We shall undoubtedly complete the assessments and successfully join Shrek Academy," Tang San declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he spoke with unwavering conviction. "We have arrived." After leading the three individuals to the open space behind the small square, approximately 200 square meters in size, Ma Hongjun addressed them. A robust-looking middle-aged man, seemingly around 50 years of age, was seated on a chair, dozing off. "Teacher Zhao, wake up. I brought people for the fourth round assessment," Ma Hongjun called out. Has someone arrived for the fourth round this year?" "Four of them, no less. Quite impressive. It seems our academy will be quite lively in the future," Zhao Wujie said, blinking his bleary eyes in surprise at Tang San and the others. Rising from his chair, he stood only at Ma Hongjun's chin level, yet appeared even more robust. His broad shoulders resembled a fortress, and his coat could hardly conceal the powerful muscles that seemed forged from steel. Despite the amiable expression on his face, his imposing physique exuded an undeniable aura of pressure. In contrast, Ma Hongjun's physique appeared particularly harmonious next to him. While he also seemed muscular, he lacked any intimidating presence, instead exuding a sense of athletic grace. "I am Zhao Wujie. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to get to know each other and strategize for the test. I will personally oversee it. You four must work together to withstand my onslaught. If even one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. The time limit will be set to the duration of an incense stick," Zhao Wujie said with a gentle smile. Upon finishing, he produced an incense stick, lit it, and, with a flick of his finger, firmly planted it into the ground. Just as Zhao Wujie prepared to return to his slumber, Ma Hongjun felt a sudden urge to step forward. "Teacher Zhao, I have great faith in their abilities. With your immense power, you surely wouldn't mind if I joined in, would you?" he inquired. Don't think that just because you have gained some status, you can disregard me. Old Zhao, if you're feeling a bit restless, I'll be happy to train this little group of rascals alongside you," Zhao Wujie replied, casting a contemplative glance at Ma Hongjun before returning to his chair to resume napping. "Why not call them little bear cubs?" Xiao Wu muttered under her breath. Zhao Wujie abruptly opened his eyes and glared at Xiao Wu, causing her to hastily crouch behind Tang San in fright. "Thank you." Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until now, was the first to express her gratitude to Ma Hongjun. "It's nothing. I merely acted on impulse. No need for thanks. Now, let me tell you about Teacher Zhao's formidable prowess. I wonder if you've heard of the renowned immovable king, Zhao Wujie?" Ma Hongjun inquired earnestly. "What? The immovable king? Zhao Wujie. Is Teacher Zhao truly the legendary figure who emerged unscathed from the siege of the 16 bishops of the Spirit Hall?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. The prospect of battling such an entity was daunting. Indeed, at that time, Teacher Zhao was only over level 60 and managed to emerge unhurt from the assault of 16 Soul Emperors, thanks to his formidable defensive capabilities. The Bear Spirit's greatest strengths lie in its defense and offensive power, so we must focus on exploiting our advantages while avoiding his strengths. Comparatively, Teacher Zhao's speed is significantly lacking. However, even so, he is not someone we can easily contend with. If we coordinate effectively, we should be able to last for the duration of an incense stick. Ma Hongjun meticulously elaborated on Zhao Wujie's formidable attributes. Let us introduce our abilities to one another. I am Tang San, a level 29 control system soul master, and my weapon spirit is the blue silver grass, Tang San stated gravely as he nodded. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer. My weapon spirit is the jade rabbit, and I am also a level 29 soul master, but I specialize in offense. Xiao Wu introduced herself with a charming smile, her rabbit ears playfully twitching. Xiao Wu, Tang San, both of you are impressive. I am Ning Rongrong. My weapon spirit is the 7 treasure glazed tower, and I am a level 26 support system soul master. I look forward to your guidance, Ning Rongrong said sweetly, her words leaving a delightful impression. Only Ma Hongjun silently lamented, recognizing Ning Rongrong as someone from a powerful lineage, who not only spoke with grace but also effortlessly fostered camaraderie with Xiao Wu and Tang San through a simple statement. In his previous life, he had viewed Ning Rongrong's entrance as a celestial being gracing Shrek Academy. However, with her true nature gradually revealed, he felt a complicated ambivalence. Although her essence was kind, he found it challenging to develop any fondness, though he bore no ill will. In the depths of Ma Hongjun's heart, the thought of finding a girlfriend had crossed his mind, yet he had yet to encounter a suitable companion. From his understanding, the soul master most compatible with his evil fire phoenix martial spirit in the Douluo realm could only be Shui Binger. As for the 3-leaf clover, even Ma Hongjun was uncertain about it. He pondered whether the phoenix martial spirits might possess a fusion technique, and resolved to explore this possibility in the future. When he thought of Shui Binger, he couldn't help but reflect on their respective martial spirits, murmuring to himself. Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agile attack spirit master with the martial spirit of a nether cat, succinctly elucidated her role. My martial spirit is a powerful beast-type martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, known for its explosive power but lacking in endurance. I will act as the primary attacker while Xiao Wu supports my offensive. Zhuqing will utilize her speed to provide flanking support while you, Tang San, despite your blue-silver grass martial spirit, must surely possess unique skills to have cultivated to your current level. You should be able to restrain teacher Zhao and protect our teammates. Ma Hongjun refrained from disclosing his level, concerned it might discourage his future partners. Although he harbored some resentment towards Tang San and had considered teaching him a lesson, he recognized that Tang San had not wronged him and was, in fact, quite courteous, leaving him no justification to confront him. He could only hope for an opportunity in the future to challenge Tang San, silently wishing that he wouldn't fall into his hands too soon. As for why Ma Hongjun chose to assist the group in their assessments, there were several deeper motivations behind his actions. Firstly, he aimed to establish his authority among the 4 newcomers, as their talents were undoubtedly among the continent's finest, which would greatly benefit him in the future. He understood that regardless of his assistance, they would likely succeed in their assessments, so why not extend a helping hand? Secondly, Ma Hongjun sought to unite the Shrek Academy students, fostering a harmonious relationship among them, as Shrek was akin to his home. The third reason was his own eagerness to test his abilities and see if he could rival the strength of Zhao Wujia's Soul Sage level. Of course, these were not the sole reasons. There were other, less explicable motives at play. Do not inquire, for the answer lies in his inherent kindness and desire to help others. Why have you not assigned me a task? My 7 treasure glazed tile martial spirit possesses formidable supportive capabilities. Ning Rongrong interjected, her dissatisfaction evident as she sought recognition. You? Naturally, you will assist me and Tang San. Do I need to elaborate? As a control-type spirit master, Tang San's role is crucial to the team dynamic, while I, as the main attacker, am undeniably central to our strategy. You can likely assist no more than 3 individuals at once. Focus on aiding us, Ma Hongjun replied, casting a bemused glance at the heiress of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan. Well, fine then, Ning Rongrong responded, somewhat disappointed. Yet she did not let her true nature show. It was a rare moment of restraint for someone of her stature, primarily because Ma Hongjun had consistently exuded an air of mystery. Despite occasionally irking them, he had been nothing but helpful. The others nodded in agreement with Ma Hongjun's plan. First, apply a support effect on me so I can assess its efficacy. No need to explain your martial spirit's support effect. I am aware it is the foremost supportive spirit in the continent. What I wish to observe is the tangible enhancement it provides to my physical abilities, Ma Hongjun instructed, activating the breath of the sun characteristic as he looked towards Ning Rongrong. He was eager to discern whether her enhancement augmented his inherent physical attributes or the doubled characteristics. Ning Rongrong, elated by Ma Hongjun's praise, eagerly applied the power of her second soul skill. However, it became apparent that Ma Hongjun's expectations were perhaps overly ambitious. The enhancement from Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, which enveloped him, evidently did not reach a 30% increase. After a quick assessment, he estimated the enhancement to be approximately 15%, revealing that the breath of the sun characteristic could not be classified as part of his physical prowess. While applying the soul ring could bolster physical strength, it did not equate to his authentic capabilities, which felt somewhat disconcerting. This was precisely why Ma Hongjun rarely employed the breath of the sun characteristic in ordinary circumstances. How does it feel? Does it seem like an increase of about 30%? My martial spirit is impartial. The current enhancement should indeed hover around 30% and last for a reasonable duration. Ning Rongrong stated confidently, albeit with a hint of confusion. Yes, that is fine. Time is of the essence. Do you have any additional tactical insights to share? Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, withholding the truth to avoid disheartening Ning Rongrong. He understood the immense power of the seven-treasure glazed tile martial spirit, which could not only enhance an attribute with every 10 levels, but also amplify all previously enhanced attributes by 10%. A seven-treasure glazed tile spirit master was undoubtedly the finest ally for any spirit master, which was why Ma Hongjun had allowed Ning Rongrong to join Shrek Academy. Despite being well aware of her demanding disposition. Nothing further, Brother Ma. Your strategy is impeccable, and there are no issues whatsoever. You discerned our martial spirit's capabilities solely based on our martial spirits. It is truly remarkable, something I could not achieve myself. You must possess profound knowledge of martial spirits. Tang San remarked earnestly as he regarded Ma Hongjun. Yes, I have conducted some research. It is nothing extraordinary. Teacher Zhao is approaching. Rongrong, please replenish your soul power quickly. Ma Hongjun cautioned, noticing Zhao Wujia suddenly awaken from his reclined position. How are you, my young rabbits? Has the time for discussion concluded? If so, I have not had an opportunity to stretch my muscles in quite some time. Allow me to assist you in that regard, Zhao Wujia announced, intertwining his fingers and rolling his neck, producing a series of audible cracks before approaching with a menacing grin. Simultaneously, the incense stick had burned down to its end, marking the passage of time. Why does Teacher Zhao always refer to us as little rabbits? Why not little bears? Xiao Wu grumbled to Tang San, her displeasure evident. Cough. Perhaps it is because rabbits are cuter? Tang San replied, a slight grin breaking through his previously serious demeanor. Teacher Zhao, we have prepared our strategy. However, I must caution you that you cannot use your seventh soul skill, or else we will stand no chance against you, Ma Hongjun remarked with a slight smile. Rest assured, I do not require even my sixth soul skill. As long as you can endure for the duration of an incense stick, you will be welcomed into Shrek Academy. And as for you, Ma Hongjun, should they fail to complete the assessment, you will be tasked with running 20 laps around Soto City with a burden within a day. Zhao Wujia declared confidently. Very well, I have no objections, Ma Hongjun responded nonchalantly. My good brother, I apologize for dragging you into this. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly endure for the duration of the incense stick. Tang San gently patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, expressing his apologies. It's all right, Teacher Zhao, we can begin. Ma Hongjun did not feel elated by Tang San's affectionate words. Rather, he was conflicted, pondering how he could torment Tang San. Zhao Wujia's hand produced a stick of incense once more, and before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already begun to unleash her martial spirit. The seven-treasure glazed tile emerged, proclaiming speed and strength. As Ning Rongrong spun gracefully, the seven-treasure glazed tower radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors. This tower, over a foot tall, shimmered with resplendent hues, exuding an air of nobility, and combined with the ethereal presence of Ning Rongrong. She appeared akin to a celestial fairy descending to the mortal realm. Remarkable, a soul master from the seven-treasure glazed tile family. Old Master Fu is sure to be overjoyed, Zhao Wujie remarked, astonished, as he gently ignited the incense and placed it steadily on the table beside him. With Ning Rongrong's soul abilities in effect, Ma Hongjun felt a significant surge in both strength and speed, approximately a 15% increase. While Tang San experienced an even more pronounced enhancement, with his abilities boosted by at least 30%, before Ma Hongjun could further appreciate the alterations in his physique. Zhao Wujie, in a half-crouch, thrust his fist forcefully toward the ground. You think you can interrupt the assistance of a seven-treasure glazed tile soul master with a wide-range attack? It's not that simple. With enhanced agility courtesy of Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, like a wraith, launched himself toward her, seizing her delicate hand. Holding Ning Rongrong's hand, he propelled himself upward. his feet barely touching the ground as he ascended 6 or 7 meters into the air. A thunderous roar erupted, and the earth trembled violently, sending waves of earthy soul power surging toward the spot where Ning Rongrong had just stood. Tang San, now. At that moment, Ma Hongjun descended, unconcerned with Ning Rongrong's flushed cheeks and startled expression. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit transformed into a long, barbed vine, darting toward Zhao Wujie like a bolt of lightning. However, the blue-silver grass, despite encircling Zhao Wujie, did not advance further to ensnare him. Leave it to me. First soul skill, Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. Ma Hongjun's phoenix spirit enveloped him, unleashing a torrent of fiery flames that surged toward Tang San's blue-silver grass. With a crackling sound, the blue-silver grass blazed like a sea of fire, coiling around Zhao Wujie. Unprepared, Zhao Wujie's garments were swiftly charred and tattered by the flames. You little rascal, so you choose to play tricks on me? In that case, I shall take this more seriously, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his face flushed, unsure whether it was from the flames or the embarrassment of his attire being singed by his students. Although the flames of Ma Hongjun are formidable, Zhao Waoqi's defense is even more impressive. Zhao Waoqi was merely grazed by the blue-silver grass and quickly regained his composure. However, his attire was less fortunate. Despite the protection of his soul power, numerous holes were burned into it. Is that not Teacher Zhao? Is he trying to keep up with the trend of ripped jeans? At that moment, Oscar happened to conclude his own affairs and noticed the commotion here. Coming over to witness the scene, he could not help but shout boisterously. Shut your mouth. Are you also looking to train? Don't leave after school tomorrow. Meet me in the grove. I intend to give you a thorough workout. Zhao Waoqi glared at Oscar from the sidelines and reprimanded him. Oscar instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. He silently cursed himself for his loose tongue. Now he would have to endure more rigorous training. Although every session with Zhao Waoqi resulted in progress, the experience was a bittersweet one, leaving those who had undergone the training, including Ma Hongjun, fleeing at the mere thought of it. Ahem, Teacher Zhao, the incense is nearly burnt out. You wouldn't consider going easy on us, would you? Ma Hongjun interjected with a jest, hoping to buy some time as he noticed Zhao Waoqi's grim demeanor. Humph. Do not attempt to stall for time with your jesting. Today, I shall ensure you understand the might of the unmoved king, Zhao Waoqi. Otherwise, you wretched boys may never soar to greater heights. Zhao Waoqi, not one to be easily fooled, turned to Ma Hongjun and Tang San. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Waoqi's hands radiated with brilliant golden light, his speed abruptly increasing as he appeared before Tang San. His palm, enhanced by soul power, swelled to twice its size as he aimed to strike at Tang San. The reason he did not attack Ma Hongjun was that he recognized the boy's slippery nature. If he intended to escape, it would be challenging to catch him. Primarily, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial soul was a flying-type beast martial soul, unlike the original tale where he could only briefly soar using soul skills. Ma Hongjun's martial soul is of a superior quality, allowing him to fly briefly without the aid of soul skills. If he utilized his third soul skill, as long as his soul power remained, he could remain airborne indefinitely, and the consumption of soul power was minimal. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as he employed the ghost shadow perplexing track, narrowly evading Zhao Waoqi's colossal palm. Yet Zhao Waoqi relentlessly pursued, continuing his assault on Tang San. Seeing this, Xiaowu, in a moment of desperation, activated her second soul ring. Her second soul skill, Charm, transformed her eyes into a blood-red hue, locking onto Zhao Waoqi. His attack indeed halted as he gazed at Xiaowu, his mind becoming somewhat hazy. Be careful, Ma Hongjun shouted urgently. However, it was too late. A sudden burst of golden light erupted from Zhao Waoqi's eyes as they met Xiaowu's gaze. Instantly, Xiaowu was struck by the backlash of her own soul skill, collapsing unconscious. Before Ma Hongjun could reach her, Tang San surged forward with a frenetic speed, appearing behind Xiaowu to support her. Xiaowu. Tang San lifted his head to confront Zhao Waoqi, his black eyes devoid of any emotion. Chapter 74. The Battle Against Zhao Waoqi, Part 4. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened slightly, not in response to Zhao Wujie, but rather towards Tang San. Regardless of Zhao Wujie's shortcomings, it was evident that he did not intend any offense. To cast such a gaze upon one's future mentor was, indeed, rather excessive. Were it any other instructor, Ma Hongjun would have remained silent. However, Zhao Wujie had always been exceptionally kind to his students and was notably protective of them. Yet, upon further reflection, it was understandable. Tang San, a fervent protector of his beloved, was not one to be surprised by such reactions. Moreover, if his assumptions were correct, Tang San's father, the illustrious title Douluo, Douluo, was likely observing the situation from the shadows. With this thought, The discontent that had briefly flared in Ma Hongjun's heart was quelled. Although he had harbored reservations about Tang San prior to their meeting, he held no such feelings towards Xiaowu. In fact, apart from Zhu Zhiqing, Xiaowu was undoubtedly the Douluo goddess whom Ma Hongjun admired most. Her unwavering devotion to love had touched his heart on numerous occasions, and this admiration prevented him from wishing to jeopardize the friendship between Tang San, Xiaowu, and himself. As he observed Xiaowu in distress, Ma Hongjun's expression grew increasingly grave. "Teacher Zhao, your time is up. I assure you, the day is truly your end. No one can save you now," Ma Hongjun declared with utmost seriousness and an air of dominance. Having confirmed that his ordinary attacks would not inflict significant damage upon the wary Zhao Wujie, he began to alter his strategy, opting to buy time. He intended to unleash a full-force strike on Zhao Wujie at the last moment, ensuring that he would exhaust his soul power without being caught and beaten. He was confident that his ultimate move, the phoenix crying to the sky, would undoubtedly injure Zhao Wujie, though he anticipated it would leave him utterly drained. Without utilizing external soul bones or the three-leaf clover, the only possibility of harming Zhao Wujie lay in the eruption of his complete soul power through the phoenix crying to the sky. As he observed the formidable Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Just moments ago, Ma Hongjun had astonished her by leveraging the principle of the cloud ladder to leap 5 or 6 meters high, leaving her deeply impressed. His current demeanor was equally captivating, drawing the attention of girls her age. Even Zhu Zhiqing, who had been seeking the right moment to strike, could not help but exhibit a flicker of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. "I won't fall for your tricks. If you think you can evade, then let me show you my fourth soul ring skill, position tracking." Zhao Wujie bellowed, activating his fourth soul ring, which glowed with a brilliant purple light. It appeared as though Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring possessed a life of its own, homing in on Ma Hongjun as if it had eyes, and swiftly enveloped him. "Ah, I let my guard down." Ma Hongjun was taken aback, suddenly turning to gaze at Zhao Wujie, who was hurtling towards him like a cannonball. Ma Hongjun hastily shifted his position, only to be astonished to find that Zhao Wujie had followed suit, charging toward him with relentless determination. It was a dire predicament. He had forgotten that Teacher Zhao could still track him with his soul abilities, particularly the third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. With no other options, Ma Hongjun resorted to his third soul skill, lifting off the ground and soaring several meters into the air. His reluctance to ascend higher stemmed from the increased air resistance and gravitational pull that would further deplete his soul power. Though he could sustain a slightly greater altitude for a couple of incense sticks worth of time, he had no intention of fleeing too far, as he felt responsible for the safety of his teammates and could not abandon them. Indeed, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun ascend, Zhao Wujie immediately redirected his focus, launching a powerful punch toward Zhu Zhiqing, who was poised to assist. At that moment, Tang San could no longer afford to remain a passive observer. After entrusting Xiaowu to Ning Rongrong's care, he transformed his blue-silver grass into long vines to ensnare Zhao Wujie momentarily, granting Zhu Zhiqing a brief opportunity to evade his assault. Meanwhile, only half the incense stick had burned down. "Impressive. You have compelled me to utilize such a plethora of soul skills. You possess the qualifications to join Shrek Academy, but this is where it ends." "Gravity enhancement," Zhao Wujie remarked, a look of appreciation crossing his face as he observed the seamless collaboration among his opponents, particularly the synergy between Tang San and Ma Hongjun, which had indeed inflicted damage upon him. Just then, Xiaowu regained consciousness, shaking off her lingering fatigue, and rejoined the fray. However, she was met with Zhao Wujie's gravity enhancement soul skill, which not only caused Tang San and Zhu Zhiqing to experience a sudden halt in their movements, but also made Ma Hongjun, who was hovering above, plummet several meters before he could stabilize himself. "Xiaowu, are you all right?" Tang San, despite his earlier struggles, found the strength to turn and inquire about her well-being upon seeing her awake. "I'm fine, be careful," Xiaowu attempted to reassure him. But her warning came too late as Zhao Wujie charged toward Tang San, who was caught off guard and sent flying several meters by a powerful punch. With less than half an incense stick remaining, just as they seemed on the brink of completing the assessment, Tang San suffered significant injury due to his momentary lapse in focus. This was still a result of Zhao Wujie holding back, employing only soul power at the soul ancestor level. "You're still too inexperienced to allow distractions in battle. Who was your teacher in soul power cultivation? Did they not impart these lessons to you? Such a disservice to their students." Zhao Wujie expressed his mild dissatisfaction. However, his words struck a nerve with Tang San, who felt compelled to defend his mentor. "Silence. Do not speak ill of my teacher. It was my own carelessness, not a reflection on them. I shall take this seriously now, Zhao Wujie. You should be cautious." As soon as Tang San finished speaking, he raised both hands simultaneously, unleashing 6 gleaming projectiles from his sleeves with a sharp whistling sound. Aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's face. Allow me to add some flair. Second soul skill, Blazing Sun Thrust. Ma Hongjun immediately followed suit, releasing his second soul skill, forming an energy cone directed at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie, taken aback by Tang San's unexpected resilience, underestimated both him and the hovering Ma Hongjun above. With simultaneous impacts, Zhao Wujie narrowly avoided 5 of Tang San's icy projectiles but was struck by the last one on his left arm, while Ma Hongjun's attack hit him at the base of his thigh. Chapter 75, The Battle Against Zhao Wujie. Conclusion. A sharp pain accompanied by waves of dizziness engulfed him. Poison. The discomfort was exacerbated by the toxins from Tang San's concealed needles and the unique, mutated green phosphor flame poison from Ma Hongjun's soul skill. Zhao Wujie's face shifted from green to purple as he exerted soul power at the level of a soul emperor to suppress the toxins coursing through him. Before he could regain his composure, 2 more attacks surged toward him. Ghostly Claw of the Underworld. This was Zhu Shiqing's soul skill, unleashing a torrent of attacks in quick succession toward Zhao Wujie. While the individual strikes were not overwhelmingly powerful, they nonetheless aggravated his existing wounds, demonstrating Zhu Shiqing's keen sense for opportunity. Xiao Wu, though slightly dazed, felt her soul power surging and swiftly appeared beside Zhao Wujie, launching a ferocious assault. The 8-8 throw, involving a sequence of movements designed to leverage her waist strength to propel her opponent, commenced with a powerful kick. As she executed her unique soul skill, the flawless execution of her violent aesthetics left onlookers in awe, while Zhao Wujie was mercilessly tossed about like a mere ball in the air. The effectiveness of the first segment of the 8 ensured that the remaining 7 segments would be unavoidable for most soul masters, and Zhao Wujie was certainly no exception. With a resounding crash, Zhao Wujie landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he emerged, clutching his aching waist, limping slightly. Ouch. That hurt like hell. My poor back. You little brats have truly angered me. 5th soul skill, Gravity Compression. 6th soul skill, Mighty Diamond Roar. Zhao Wujie proclaimed, glancing at the dwindling incense stick, and without hesitation, unleashed his 6th soul skill, momentarily forgetting his earlier bravado. A powerful soundwave attack radiated outward, causing Ma Hongjun to crash to the ground, while Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, who had retreated a distance, all knelt, hands clasped over their ears, writhing in discomfort. Oscar, watching from a distance, fled several dozen meters before coming to a halt. This is it. Zhao Wujie is truly enraged now. Ma Hongjun seems destined to face the consequences. Should I inform the dean? Perhaps not. Zhao Wujie should know his limits and would not genuinely harm them. I suppose it's best I don't meddle. Yet, that support-type female soul master is rather striking. I hope she isn't hurt. Oscar mused with growing concern. The overwhelming soundwave attack left everyone in distress, and as Ma Hongjun glanced at the incense stick nearly burned out, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He summoned all his soul power and bellowed, Phoenix Hellsky Strike. Once again, a sonic wave attack emanated from the mouth, interwoven with a formidable flame energy that enveloped a radius of 50 meters. At the heart of this energy, a dazzling beam of light shot forth directly towards Zhao Wujie. Damn it! You little rascal, are you attempting murder? I've always treated you well. With no time to evade, Zhao Wujie had no choice but to unleash his first defensive soul skill, preparing to withstand Ma Hongjun's full-force strike. The resounding crash echoed as Zhao Wujie's immovable body technique shattered the energy surrounding him, propelling him backwards several meters. His already sparse hair now resembled a bird's nest, emitting wisps of black smoke. Stunned, Zhao Wujie rose, ready to rush over and impart a stern lesson to Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, shouted, "The time is up, Teacher Zhao." With that, he collapsed. Tang San, still possessing a flicker of soul power, moved to assist Ma Hongjun, but someone was swifter, catching Ma Hongjun's broad arm to prevent him from falling. Zhu Zhuqing's face flickered with a barely perceptible blush as she softly said, "Thank you. We VE1. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ma Hongjun felt somewhat bewildered, as if he were a monk unable to grasp the situation. Was this truly the cold-hearted Zhu Zhuqing? To his astonishment, she seemed genuinely concerned for his well-being. As he sensed the warmth radiating from her arms, he noticed that the malevolent fire within him, temporarily subdued by the supreme ice attribute spiritual medicine from the ice and fire yin yang, began to stir once more. His gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing underwent an inexplicable transformation, a subconscious reaction far removed from Ma Hongjun's true intentions. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance, nothing more. You should be feeling much better now, I presume? Zhu Qing, sensing Ma Hongjun's peculiar stare, hastily released his arm and retreated to Ning Rongrong's side, her voice tinged with urgency. As Ma Hongjun stumbled, nearly losing his balance, he found clarity in the moment. Fortunately, after a brief period of recuperation, he managed to regain a sliver of soul power, enabling him to stand upright with some effort. He silently acknowledged the aloof nature of Zhu Qing, realizing that her willingness to support him stemmed from his repeated acts of assistance towards her. To expect more would be sheer folly. You have triumphed. Alas, it seems I have grown old and ineffective, unable even to handle a group of youngsters. Zhao Wujie lamented to the crowd, his face bruised and limping away, muttering to himself in a tone of despair. Oh, it appears the blow to teacher Zhao's pride was quite substantial. However, he must still possess considerable soul power, as he did not even resort to his seventh soul skill. If he had, we would undoubtedly have been no match for him, Ma Hongjun observed awkwardly, casting a glance at his companions. Cough. Yes, I am aware. Tang San, feeling somewhat weakened, replied while clutching his chest. Having directly received a strike from Zhao Wujie, he bore significant injuries. Had it not been for his sheer will, he would have long since lost his combat effectiveness. Xiao Wu hurried to support Tang San, her eyes wide with amazement as she turned to Ma Hongjun. I never expected someone of your ordinary appearance to possess such a formidable martial spirit. You have already attained the rank of Soul Zun with a 1,000-year soul ring. The soul ring you just released was dark purple. It must be at least 8,000 years old. The others, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, reflected on the matter and gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, eager to hear his response. Indeed, your discerning eye serves you well. My third soul ring is indeed over 8,000 years old, Ma Hongjun clarified. During his time in the academy, Ma Hongjun had released 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, showcasing the 3-leaf clover soul ring alongside a hidden soul ring, a classic ruse to mislead others. His true soul ring configuration was more intricate. 3-leaf clover with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, one of the yellow being a hidden soul ring. His first soul skill, Phosphorus Flame Poison, and the hidden skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism, accompanied by the second soul skill, Ink Jade Staff, which was widely known, derived from the face-devouring spider. The Evil Fire Phoenix martial spirit comprised 3 purple rings, corresponding to soul beasts such as the Earth King, Flame Phoenix, and Fiery Tail Bird. Chapter 76. I have roots and strength. Congratulations. You have successfully joined Shrek Academy. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Oscar. Observing the scene from a distance, Oscar rushed over, his face beaming with congratulations as he addressed the group. Ma Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. The way you caused teacher Zhao such significant trouble fills me with endless admiration, akin to the flowing waters of a river. Oscar's exuberance was met with a bemused glance from the weary Ma Hongjun, who replied with a wry smile. Oscar, could you refrain from fawning over me for a moment? Please, have the discernment to hand me a recovery sausage. Although Tang San's performance was commendable and even dazzling, the group instinctively overlooked him in light of Ma Hongjun's brilliance. While Ma Hongjun had overshadowed Tang San's achievements, he remained humble, believing that his early awakening of his martial spirit justified his accomplishments. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Tang San's talent was equally formidable, and his own feats only temporarily eclipsed Tang San's prowess. Is this really the right place? It might not be appropriate, Oscar said, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He refrained from looking at Xiao Wu, aware that Tang San was beside her and recognizing him as a figure he could not provoke, especially given Tang San's earlier display of strength. Enough with the pleasantries. Just change as I instructed. They have completed the assessment and joined the academy. There's no need to be shy, Ma Hongjun replied impatiently. The exchange between them left the others in a state of confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind their cryptic dialogue. Very well. But let us agree that you are not to laugh, Oscar said softly, his tone contrasting sharply with his bushy beard. As Ma Hongjun remained silent, Ning Rongrong, unable to contain herself, cast a disapproving glance at Oscar and remarked, "Why are you so verbose?" From Ma Hongjun's words, it seems you are a food-type soul master. Hurry up and conjure some restorative sausages for everyone to consume. Hearing Ning Rongrong's somewhat rude remarks, Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow but chose not to respond, understanding that her intentions were well-meaning. Well, fine. I do have a large sausage, Oscar muttered reluctantly, reciting his somewhat unsavory soul spell. In an instant, He produced 5 sizable sausages, handing one to Ma Hongjun and then distributing the rest to the 4 others, who appeared disheveled by the wind. Indeed, no one laughed. It was not that they did not wish to, but rather that they could not muster the strength to do so. Their expressions were quite peculiar, as if they were genuinely disgusted. Ning Rongrong was the first to succumb, her stomach churning as she squatted down and began to retch, followed closely by Xiao Wu. And eventually Zhu Zhuqing joined in as well. Even Tang San's complexion grew a shade paler, while Ma Hongjun remained unfazed, consuming the sausage that Oscar had offered. What is the big deal? It's just a slightly distasteful soul spell. How young are you all to be so sensitive? The world has changed. Ma Hongjun exclaimed after swallowing the sausage, feeling rejuvenated in both body and spirit, as he looked disdainfully at the others. Brother, I admire your resilience. I cannot eat any more of this, Tang San said with a bitter smile, his face pale. He then began to sit cross-legged on the ground to heal and restore his soul power. Ma Hongjun, I will kill you, Xiao Wu cried, enraged, as she charged toward him. Stop. I didn't mean it. Who knew you would react so strongly? You're no match for me. Ahem. I actually did it for your benefit. Otherwise, in a couple of days, the teacher would force you to eat it. Ma Hongjun quickly retreated a few steps, awkwardly stating his case. You did it on purpose. I knew you were too kind-hearted to offer us something pleasant. Xiao Wu halted, her face flushed with indignation, her tone filled with embarrassment and fury, her strikingly beautiful eyes brimming with tears. It's a large sausage, Oscar weakly interjected. Get away from me. You're no better. Ma Hongjun, I can't believe how distasteful you are. I'm so disappointed. Ning Rongrong pushed Oscar aside and looked at Ma Hongjun with evident disappointment. Men are truly all the same, Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice added. The 3 women, united in their disdain, cast glares toward Ma Hongjun, their bonds unexpectedly strengthening in that moment. Well, say what you will. In a few days, you will understand my intentions. Besides, I ate it myself. And I'm not feeling like I'm about to give birth, Ma Hongjun said, exasperated as he addressed the 3 women. Oscar, keep an eye on Tang San until he wakes up, then take him to the boys' dormitory. If you 3 wish to go to the dormitory, follow me. All right, Oscar replied, somewhat disheartened. Humph. Hurry up and lead the way. Don't think that taking us to the dormitory will easily earn you our forgiveness, unless... Xiao Wu scoffed, looking at Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun's strides abruptly halted, he impatiently interrupted Xiao Wu's words, stating, Unless I offer a heartfelt apology and present you with a large basket of carrots, right? Yes, that sounds splendid. I have decided to forgive you. But do remember to prepare the carrots by tomorrow, Xiao Wu replied, her face lighting up with joy. Upon hearing about the carrots, even Tang San, who was seated cross-legged behind them, engrossed in meditation to restore his spirit energy and heal his injuries, momentarily forgot his predicament and joined Ma Hongjun, skipping merrily toward the girls' dormitory. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged astonished glances at Xiao Wu, incredulous at how easily she was satisfied. What happened to our united front? Xiao Wu, you are far too easily pleased. I shall not forgive him so readily, Ning Rongrong declared, unable to suppress her prideful demeanor. I do not require your forgiveness. Let us move on. I have matters to attend to and no time to waste on you. Tang San has Oscar with him. He will be fine. So do not look back, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, then turned to Xiao Wu with a softened demeanor. Why do you treat her so kindly yet speak so harshly to me? Have I offended you in some way? Ning Rongrong retorted, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot, feeling somewhat hurt. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly trailing at the end of the group. That is enough. We have arrived at the dormitory. Though somewhat modest, it is clean. There are 2 rooms. You may decide whether to share a room or not. Ma Hongjun gestured toward the rather ancient wooden building before them. Let us stay together, Rongrong Zhuqing. What do you think? This is a matter for us girls. So you should take your leave now, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu suggested, clearly having considered the situation thoroughly. As it would appear inappropriate for any of them to occupy a room alone. I have no objections. It is more lively with many. Staying alone at night would be too lonely, and if we encounter any unsavory characters, it would be troublesome. It is better to stay together for mutual support. Ning Rongrong agreed, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun as she spoke. Very well, I shall take my leave. You 3 enjoy your time together. It will indeed be more convenient. Should any issues arise at the academy, feel free to seek my assistance. Farewell, Ma Hongjun remarked, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before departing. Ma Hongjun, due to the concealment of his second soul ring, has undergone a profound transformation, becoming increasingly benevolent to the point of seeming almost foolish. Ma Hongjun could not help but ponder whether a malevolent demon might be concealed within a leaf, and if so, would he have to transform into a demon himself to obtain the hidden soul ring? Though his kindness had cost Ma Hongjun dearly, it simultaneously bestowed upon him numerous blessings. For instance, at this moment, the expressions of the three young women directed at him had evidently softened considerably. "Well, don't you have matters to attend to? You should be on your way," Xiaowu remarked, her demeanor noticeably improved, clearly influenced by Ma Hongjun's amiable disposition, which rendered her unable to express her frustrations. Ma Hongjun nodded and made his way towards the male dormitory not far away. After Ma Hongjun departed, Ning Rongrong gazed at his retreating figure, curiosity prompting her to inquire of Xiaowu, "Xiaowu, have you noticed that this Ma Hongjun, when not inciting annoyance, actually appears to be quite a decent person?" "Indeed. He is rather admirable, though he pales in comparison to little San, who never irritates," Xiaowu replied, nodding with a hint of pride. Zhu Shiqing, however, found the conversation rather mundane. She opened the door to a dormitory, stepping inside to organize her bed. Meanwhile, back in his room, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged, immersing himself in cultivation while his consciousness delved into the recesses of his mind. Within the confines of his mental landscape, the green light panel displayed little change apart from the addition of several soul skills. Yet, behind the first two leaves, new entries appeared, belief points and kindness points. Currently, Ma Hongjun had yet to discern their precise utility, only understanding their connection to unlocking hidden soul rings. Host: Ma Hongjun Martial Soul, 3-leaf clover. First leaf, belief value unlocked, 100. Second leaf, kindness value in progress, 48.5. These transformations manifested only after Ma Hongjun ascended to the rank of Soul Master. A few days prior, he discovered that performing good deeds incrementally raised his kindness value by 1 to 3 points. This realization prompted him to allow a few individuals, unbeknownst to them, to sample Oscar's sausages, anticipating their gratitude in return. However, the fruits of these actions would only be apparent days later. The genuine assistance he provided to 4 individuals in passing Zhao Wujia's assessment had collectively boosted his kindness by 5 points, elevating it from 48 to 53. Ma Hongjun found himself eagerly awaiting the day when Flandra would have them practice adaptive training. Perhaps he could even accrue additional kindness points then. He speculated that once his kindness value reached 100, akin to his belief value, it might enable him to successfully apply a second hidden soul ring, granting him new abilities or treasures from other realms. Opening his auspicious treasure pouch, he consumed an ice attribute spirit herb, feeling the remnants of malevolent fire within his soul power gradually subside. Over the past year, Ma Hongjun had ingested approximately 15 top-tier ice attribute spirit herbs, equivalent to a staggering value of 50,000 gold soul coins. Fortunately, these herbs had not been entirely squandered. Ma Hongjun's robust constitution allowed the residual medicinal energy to not only neutralize the malevolent fire, but also fortify the foundational soul power within his body, rendering it increasingly formidable. Though these herbs could not rival celestial grasses, they were nonetheless beneficial. Currently, apart from acquiring kindness points, only the method of harvesting celestial grasses piqued Ma Hongjun's interest. Suddenly, a faint yet distressing wail reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he identified the voice as Zhao Wujia's. The sky had darkened considerably, the moon casting a luminous glow. Intrigued yet undaunted, Ma Hongjun tidied himself and donned a black outfit before proceeding towards the source of the sound, deep within the small forest on Shrek Academy's rear mountain. Utilizing the unique concealment offered by his 3-leaf clover martial soul, he stealthily approached the center of the grove where a massive tree stood. The reason why Ma Hongjun dared to come was twofold. Firstly, he was aware that Zhao Wujin had certainly assaulted Tang San, and Tang Hao had come seeking vengeance. Secondly, he knew that the poisoned Douluo was present in the academy today, and would undoubtedly come to investigate upon hearing the commotion. Additionally, he was eager to join the fray, hoping to accrue some good karma. Although the poisoned Douluo was not Tang Hao's match, he could still manage to protect himself under the circumstances, as Tang San's presence would deter any reckless behavior. In a clearing ahead, a middle-aged man clad in tattered robes was violently assaulting Zhao Wujin with punches and kicks, eliciting cries of agony from Zhao Wujin. However, Ma Hongjun found it curious that Tang Hao refrained from striking Zhao Wujin's face. He then glanced at the proud figure of Digabo, standing like a spear beside him, and at the grim expression of Flanders. It dawned on Ma Hongjun that Tang Hao was likely sparing Zhao Wujin some semblance of dignity for the sake of these two. This one-sided battle continued for nearly the duration of an incense stick before finally coming to a halt. Remember, Tang San is my son. From now on, I entrust him to your academy. If any issues arise, not even the poisoned Douluo can protect you. Shrek Academy, Tang Hao declared, his hair disheveled and his tone domineering. Ma Hongjun felt displeased, yet there was little he could do. Tang Hao cast a fleeting glance at the grand tree where Ma Hongjun was perched, choosing not to speak further, but instead addressed Zhao Wujin and Flanders. Flanders appeared rather perturbed, while Zhao Wujin stood there, seemingly dazed. Thank you, senior, for your blessings on my breakthrough. I express my gratitude in advance, Zhao Wujin said, suddenly clasping his fists and bowing respectfully to Tang Hao. This is merely a reward for watching over Tang San. Your breakthrough is due to your own efforts. I merely facilitated the unblocking of your meridians, hastening the process. There is no need for thanks, Tang Hao stated with an air of authority. His imposing physique was only rivaled by Ma Hongjun. Rest assured, Your Highness. Even without your urging, we at Shrek Academy would never allow our students to fall into danger. We will do our utmost to protect them. However, the path of a soul master is fraught with peril, and we cannot offer you any absolute guarantees, Flanders interjected earnestly, stepping forward before Zhao Wujin could respond. He met Tang Hao's gaze without a hint of fear. Ma Hongjun, perched in the tree, could not help but feel a chill of apprehension for Flanders' audacity. In truth, Flanders' character had been somewhat influenced by his time spent with Ma Hongjun, coupled with his desire to win over Lu Erlong. At this moment, he exuded boldness, resilience, and an unyielding spirit, shifting toward the attributes that Lu Erlong favored. While he still exhibited his penchant for frugality, he was no longer excessively stingy, a change that was evident to the other members of Shrek Academy. Tang Hao, never one to be reasonable, grew cold in demeanor, unleashing his formidable soul power to pressure Flanders, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. The leaves around them began to tremble and fall, and under the immense pressure, even Ma Hongjun lost his grip and tumbled from the tree. Do not overstep your bounds, Your Highness. Although I may not be your match, I will not allow you to act with impunity. You likely bear hidden injuries. I am still capable of preserving my life. Should you dare to harm a teacher from Shrek Academy, I assure you that your son, Tang San, will not see the light of day tomorrow. Douluo, standing proudly, let out a cold snort as 9 soul rings gradually materialized around him, shielding Flanders from Tang Hao's soul power. You dare to threaten me? Very well. No wonder you. The poisoned Douluo have the audacity to use Little San as leverage. He is also one of your students, is he not? If you threaten me with Little San, should I not retaliate by threatening your other students? Tang Hao stepped forward, his own 9 soul rings appearing, clearly overpowering Douluo's presence. Zhao Wujin and Flanders exchanged glances, their 7 soul rings also manifesting as they nervously regarded Tang Hao. Your Highness, I cannot believe you would utter such words. Given your character, you should not stoop to such petty actions. You are not an unreasonable man, and besides, the other students of our academy all possess remarkable backgrounds, ones that even the Hongjun sect would hesitate to provoke. Ma Hongjun, youthful and fearless, spoke calmly despite his pale complexion, seeking to defend Shrek Academy's honor. Ah, impressive. To maintain your composure before me, you truly are from a remarkable academy. At such a young age, you are already aware of my connection to the Hongjun sect. You are indeed knowledgeable. You claim that all students from Shrek Academy possess extraordinary backgrounds. I am curious to hear about them, Tang Hao remarked, his imposing aura dissipating as he regarded Ma Hongjun with intrigue, perhaps for the sake of Tang San and his classmates, or perhaps for other reasons. Tang Hao's expression softened somewhat after Ma Hongjun spoke. First, Ning Rongrong, the young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the sect leader's daughter, backed by the twin spirits Douluo. With the continent's foremost support from an auxiliary soul master, I wonder if this might earn your highness's respect? Ma Hongjun said with a subtle smile, meeting Tang Hao's gaze. I am aware of this. I had my suspicions during the day, but I did not expect her to be the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, while that sect is formidable, I am no longer a disciple of the Hongjun sect, and thus, I am not intimidated, Tang Hao replied, amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded Ma Hongjun. He had observed Ma Hongjun's assistance to Tang San and the others during the day, and was aware of Ma Hongjun's latent talent, which contributed to his shift in attitude. Then what of the other student, Daimo Bai? His martial soul is the direct lineage of the imperial family of the Xingluo Empire. I suspect that a powerful empire would certainly give your highness pause. Moreover, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family shares deep ties with Shrek Academy, not to mention the newly rising power of the Tianluo Diwang. I wonder if they might warrant your concern, Ma Hongjun continued, unperturbed and composed. Tang Hao's deep-set eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at Ma Hongjun, not questioning the veracity of his claims. To him, every genius carried their own pride and would not lie about such matters. Very well. As long as your academy does not pose a threat to my son, I shall refrain from causing trouble for you. However, I have one condition. If you do not agree, I shall have no choice but to take little San with me. Though I am indeed satisfied with your academy's teaching capabilities, Tang Hao pondered for a moment before conceding. But that is acceptable. Douluo spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet the soul rings adorning his form did not vanish, revealing his inner apprehension towards Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Flinder and Zhao Wujie gradually retracted their martial souls, adopting a posture of deference towards Douluo. The woman accompanying Xiao San, regardless of her identity, must not be exposed. Any prying into her affairs is strictly forbidden. This admonition was clearly directed at Douluo. Except for Ma Hongjun, the others present failed to grasp Tang Hao's meaning, but naturally, Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, playing the part of the oblivious. Rest assured, though I, Douluo, have led a solitary life and possess a rather eccentric character, I am a man of my word and hold promises in high regard. Since she is also a member of Shrek Academy, I harbor no ulterior motives. You may rest easy on that account, Tang Hao, Douluo replied, displaying a desire to avoid conflict. Even though I have withdrawn from the world of soul masters for many years, I am still aware of the character of the poisoned Douluo. I hope you won't regret it later, for the Haotian hammer in my possession is not to be trifled with, Tang Hao concluded, retracting his martial soul and vanishing from sight in a few swift motions. Once Tang Hao had departed, Douluo chuckled lightly, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Little monster. I did not expect your temperament to be so singularly passed down. Your teacher is quite impressive. He is unyielding and very much to my taste. Chapter 79. The idea of a concert de senior. Please refrain from mocking a junior like me. It is because I am confident that Haotian Douluo would not dare to truly offend Shrek Academy, as he still has needs from us, that I felt emboldened to oppose his views. I hope you can forgive my audacity, Flinder said, adjusting his retro glasses with a hint of exasperation. Seated nearby, Zhao Wujie adopted a meditative posture to recover his soul power and tend to his physical injuries. I have mentioned it countless times. There is no need for you to call me senior. I am merely a few years older than you. Just call me brother. This time, Haotian Douluo has indeed been rather domineering. Had I not been here today, Zhao Wujie might have fared even worse. In a way, this misfortune has become a blessing, allowing him to break through the soul power bottleneck at level 76. Douluo reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Despite his advancements after encountering the backlash from toxins, he still felt overshadowed by Tang Hao's prowess. Indeed, Brother Douluo, exclaimed Flinder. Brother Flinder. The two exchanged a moment of camaraderie, even going so far as to clasp hands in a brotherly gesture. Ahem, could you two refrain from being so exuberant? Well, never mind. I shall take my leave for now. I have classes to attend in the morning, and the development of our influence is in your capable hands. By the way, how's the concert venue preparation coming along? Ma Hongjun inquired, slightly embarrassed as he prepared to depart. It won't be ready so soon. The venue itself does not take long to prepare, but the female students of Tianshui Academy are not so easily persuaded, Flinder replied with a touch of resignation. How about this? Instead of approaching them under the guise of the heavenly net, let us use the name of Shrek Academy. We can reveal a portion of our strength as students and teachers. If necessary, I can personally go and negotiate. The concert is a primary source of income for us, and the first performance is crucial. It must create a sensation throughout the Barak Kingdom, Ma Hongjun stated earnestly after a moment of contemplation. He had invested significantly in the development of the heavenly net. Although the Mei family was wealthy, that wealth belonged to them and could only meet immediate needs, not sustain long-term growth. In a bustling world, everyone seeks profit. This is a truth I understand. Hence, resolving the income issue for the heavenly net is of utmost urgency. He concluded. Indeed, money can move mountains. Currently, even the expenses for just 100 or so soul masters require support from the Mei family. Our influence remains too weak. The concert is pressing, Hongjun. As the mastermind behind the scenes, you must devise a plan soon. I do not wish to face a peak title Douluo unprepared, Flinder remarked, a wry smile upon his face. Brother Flinder, little monster, leave this minor matter to me. Tianshui Academy, you say? It will be a piece of cake for me to handle, Douluo proclaimed confidently. The students of Tianshui Academy were renowned in the Soul Master realm for their exceptional singing and dancing skills, amassing a considerable fan base. This was precisely why Ma Hongjun sought to invite them to participate in the Heavenly Net concert. While the Douluo continent lacked an entertainment industry, the realm of entertainment was undoubtedly the most lucrative venture, without exception. Thus, Ma Hongjun envisioned the establishment of an entertainment sector, knowing that once successful, it would resolve the income issues for the heavenly net. At that time, the daily earnings in gold soul coins could very well be measured in abundance. Once the financial concerns were addressed, the heavenly net would experience rapid growth. For any force seeking development, the first challenge to overcome is invariably the issue of finances. Ma Hongjun even harbored the thought of personally attending a concert, as the Douluo network has already begun its extensive search for soul masters endowed with the talent of singing. The aim is to achieve instant fame, with the initial step involving the invitation of students from the Tianshui Academy who possess a certain fan base. Ma Hongjun had prepared dozens of classic songs, and he was confident that if paired with the enchanting dances of the beautiful students from Tianshui Academy, he could reap substantial profits. "I have been waiting for your words," he chuckled. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Teacher, do rest early. Do not forget that you are responsible for training the new students tomorrow." With a playful laugh, Ma Hongjun departed. Douluo rolled his eyes. He was quite satisfied with Ma Hongjun's progress. "Alas, I am destined to labor," he sighed. "Very well, I understand. You should return and rest as well. Once Xiao Wujie awakens, I shall retire to recuperate. With Xiao Xian managing the affairs of the heavenly net in Suatua City, there should be no issues." Flanders remarked lazily as he stretched. Upon returning to the dormitory, Ma Hongjun was pleasantly surprised to find that his kindness points had unexpectedly increased by 1, reaching a total of 54. He mused inwardly, "Is this possible? Could it be that my persuasion of Tang Hao, which spared Xiao Wujie and the teacher from misfortune, is the reason?" Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ponder, if only he could broadcast information like the system, it would spare him the hassle of checking everything himself. He wondered whether there would be any new changes after the 3-leaf clover evolved into a 4-leaf clover. The following morning marked the official start of school. During breakfast, Ma Hongjun introduced Dai Mubai and the newcomer who had taken his place, Fat Tiger, to Tang San and the others. To his surprise, apart from Ning Rongrong, the other 3 newcomers had already met Dai Mubai. Upon inquiry, he learned that Tang San had already crossed paths with Dai Mubai the day before the assessment, engaging in a sparring match. Their history was astonishingly similar. Even with Ma Hongjun's disruptive presence, Tang San and Dai Mubai had established a friendship prior to their meeting. The course schedule at their academy was ever-changing. After all, the number of teachers exceeded that of the students. The academy would adjust the curriculum based on their circumstances. Today, the most significant course, if he was not mistaken, would come with a fee of 101 gold soul coins. Ma Hongjun wiped the soybean milk from the corner of his mouth and addressed the other students. Dai Mubai beside him, however, wore a rather grim expression, forcing a smile without any desire to speak, prompting Ma Hongjun to introduce everyone himself. Fat Tiger and Oscar were evidently unfazed by this. Both were too preoccupied with the beautiful women around them. Ever since Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna began to toil over matters for Ma Hongjun, the two had not laid eyes on any women, let alone those as captivating as Zhu Zhuqing and her companions. "How expensive? Tang San, do we have enough money?" Xiao Wu asked, a pained expression on her face, lamenting how many carats this many gold soul coins could buy her. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu. The teacher was concerned and gave us 1,000 gold soul coins, more than enough for our expenses," Tang San reassured her. Ning Rongrong remained silent, while Zhu Zhuqing showed a troubled expression. Observing this, Ma Hongjun contemplated and retrieved a pouch of gold soul coins from his bag, saying, "Here are 200 gold soul coins. You must have spent quite a bit on your hotel stay, and your funds might be running low. Although I am unaware of any grievances between you and Dai Mubai, we are classmates now, a cohesive unit, and it is only right that we help one another. You can repay me when you are able." "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Ma Hongjun and accepted without refusal, merely uttering a soft thanks. Dai Mubai, however, remained silent. He had suspected Zhu Zhuqing's intentions upon seeing her the previous day. Despite her significant change in appearance, he recognized her as his fiancée through their martial soul connection. Yet, their relationship was not particularly profound. It was merely a fulfillment of familial obligations. Chapter 80, The Assignment of Celestial Herbs. Ding ding. A familiar bell rang. Fat Tiger, Dai Mubai, and Oscar immediately abandoned their meals and instinctively rushed toward the small square. "What's gotten into them?" Tang San, observing the 3 already outside, turned to Ma Hongjun with a puzzled expression. "Nothing much, just that the academy does not permit tardiness. After the bell rings, Anyone not gathered in the square within 3 minutes must double their training load. As new students, you need not worry about this today. But the seniors should be more attentive, Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Aren't you a senior too? You don't seem particularly concerned, Xiaowu inquired curiously. Ningrongrong and Zhu Shuqing also stood up, preparing to head to the training ground. Since my usual training load is already more than double, I naturally needn't worry about this, Hongjun replied casually, though his mind was preoccupied with how to extract the method for harvesting and preserving celestial herbs from Tang San. As thoughts of classes crossed his mind, Hongjun's eyes brightened, and he swiftly exited, not forgetting to call out to Tang San and the others. Hurry to the training ground. I have something to discuss with the dean. In the dean's office, Hongjun said, Teacher, I need your assistance. You must know about Tang San's background. I have a matter of utmost importance that requires his help, but I find it difficult to approach him directly. Let us change today's lesson to imparting knowledge about soul masters, and you can proceed as follows. The two discussed the specifics of their plan in detail. It was simple yet remarkably effective. After Flandre diligently noted everything, Hongjun sketched the appearance of the celestial herb he had encountered, annotating its effects. He intentionally left the harvesting and preservation methods empty in parentheses. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Realizing that using the guise of an assignment to extract knowledge about celestial herbs was indeed a brilliant strategy, allowing him to avoid incurring too great a debt of gratitude to Tang San. Your approach is indeed feasible, however, it requires some cooperation. Why not call Fat Tiger and Oscar here? I will provide additional details, Flandre said, displaying no guilt and rather a hint of excitement. Believing Hongjun's actions were merely a means for Tang how to repay his debts through his son. Moreover, this plan would not adversely affect Tang San. Once they acquired the methods for harvesting celestial herbs, they could gather as many as they wished. All right, I shall go fetch them, Hongjun replied, unable to conceal his excitement, and swiftly made his way to the training ground. When Hongjun arrived, Zhao Wujing was already explaining the academy's rules to Tang San and several other new students. Since he was here, he ought to join the ranks quickly. Although there would be no training today, the content of your training would be doubled tomorrow, Zhao Wujing stated sternly, his demeanor unyielding. Yes. Reporting to Teacher Zhao. The dean has requested for Fat Tiger and Oscar to come to the dean's office. Hongjun promptly responded with seriousness. He held Zhao Wujing and others in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have dared to venture into the small forest last night to assess the situation. What is going on? Zhao Wujing appeared somewhat bewildered. It was unusual for the dean to not notify him in advance, which left him feeling slightly displeased. I don't know. The dean merely asked for them to come. Probably because they are the direct disciples of our Shrek Academy's teachers, and there might be something to announce, Hongjun replied nonchalantly. You may go then. And see what old Master Fu has to say, Zhao Wujing said with a reluctant glance at Fat Tiger and Oscar. In the past, he would have referred to Flandre as Old Ghost, but since Flandre had become the chief elder of the Heavenly Net, his status had risen significantly. What was once a friendship among colleagues had transformed into a hierarchical relationship, hence the need for formality. Yes. Fat Tiger and Oscar hurriedly jogged off to the dean's office. Reporting to the dean. Hiki, what could be the good news for the two of us? Oscar knocked on the wooden door of the office, which opened with a creak. And he asked expectantly. Nothing for the moment. I just wanted to ask if you would like to enhance your innate talent for martial spirits. Flandre directly posed the question. Enhance martial spirit talent? Why are you suddenly asking this, Dean? ISNT martial spirit talent innate? If it could truly be improved, I believe no one would refuse. Not even Fat Tiger, Oscar inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Fat Tiger echoed eagerly. While martial spirits are indeed innate, their quality can be enhanced through effort and opportunities. I have obtained a method to elevate the quality of martial spirits and soul power. Take a look at this. In the future, when you encounter it, do not let it slip away. Tomorrow's lesson will be related to this. Flandre handed each of them a parchment. The inscriptions were evidently still damp, indicating that Flandre had just annotated them. Flandre proceeded to explain the general contents regarding celestial herbs, deliberately aiming to stir a sense of curiosity among the students, particularly Tang San. The document depicted several medicinal herbs, with each herb accompanied by its effects and functions. However, the methods of harvesting and storing were conspicuously left blank. Before long, Flandre led Fat Tiger and Oscar to the training ground. Upon arrival, Fat Tiger quickly rejoined his group beside Hongjun, remaining silent, despite his seemingly simple appearance. He possessed a keen intellect. Oscar, seemingly distracted, followed closely behind Fat Tiger, evidently still processing Flandre's earlier words in the office. Ahem. Let me introduce myself. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, a level 78 Agility Attack Soul Master. I will be arranging your future courses. If I am not present, Vice Dean Zhao Wujin will take over. Now, for the first task. You have 10 minutes to complete it. Go and pay your tuition fee of 101 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai will lead you to the administration office to settle the fee, Flander announced loudly from the steps of the plaza. Yes. Dai Mubai promptly took the lead to the administration office to pay the fees. Little Wu, walking beside Tang San, murmured to him, as if she had already met Flander before. 10 minutes later, the group returned to the line after paying their fees, awaiting the Dean's next assignment. Even Ning Rongrong found the current Shrek Academy quite intriguing, let alone the others. For the second task, I have prepared your first assignment for today. You will have 3 days to complete it, whether through research in the library or other means. Completion will earn rewards, including a refund of your recently paid tuition. And you will not need to pay tuition in the future, Flander generously stated. It was rare for him to be so open-handed. After all, 6 years of tuition amounted to over 600 gold soul coins, a significant portion of Ma Hongjun's wealth. After finishing his speech, he handed each of them a note, which was identical to the celestial herb fill-in-the-blank assignment that he had shown to Oscar earlier. Tang San opened the note, and his eyes sparkled. He was quite familiar with the content. Casually glancing at his peers, he noticed that only Dai Mubai and a few other newcomers appeared confused, while the rest seemed to comprehend the material. No longer harboring doubts, he asked, Dean, if everyone completes the fill-in-the-blank, will they be exempt from tuition? Yes, but you must not collude on the answers. If discovered, the rewards for both will be nullified, Flander replied calmly. Although he maintained a composed exterior, he was secretly elated. All right, Tang San glanced at Little Wu, somewhat disappointed. Beside him, Ma Hongjun thought to himself that, indeed, it seemed Tang San was unaware, even on Douluo continent. Those who knew of the existence of celestial herbs were few and far between. No matter how cunning Tang San was, he would not anticipate that Ma Hongjun would employ such a method to extract knowledge about celestial herbs from him. Chapter 81, The Peerless Celestial Herb in the Lecture Building. Flander used his soul power to materialize the image of the first celestial herb on the blackboard. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower. The illustration depicted a delicate, soft, and vibrant red herb. Seemingly simple, composed solely of red leaves. The leaf tips resembled a coxcomb, but upon closer inspection, one could discern its uniqueness. The veins were of a brilliant golden hue. Effect. An exceptional herb that greatly replenishes pure yang energy, capable of significantly enhancing the soul power of the consumer and purifying impurities within the soul power. 8-petal celestial orchid. A flower with 8 petals, entirely snow-white and crystal clear, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Effect. Mild and rich medicinal properties, easily absorbable. Capable of reinforcing the foundation and eliminating impurities from within the body. Water nymph jade skin bone. Effect. Nourishes tendons and bones, facilitates the flow of energy through the meridians, solidifying the foundation. Colorful tulip. A beautifully vibrant tulip in a myriad of colors. Effect. Absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, basking in the brilliance of the sun and moon. Heartbreak red. A supreme treasure among peerless celestial products, the king of flowers, resembling a peony with blood-red patterns. This extraordinary flower chooses its master. To harvest it, one must think of their beloved sincerely, sprinkling their blood upon the petals with utmost devotion and focus. Once picked, as long as it is near its master, it shall never wither. Extraordinary herbs such as the celestial mushroom, 8-pointed ice grass, fiery apricot blossom, and fragrant celestial product. All hold unique properties. Teacher, I have heard of the consumption method for the celestial tulip. This flower should not be swallowed. Instead, one must lightly inhale the flower's stamen to gradually draw its essence into the mouth, followed by cultivating the soul power at a slow pace to allow the medicinal effects to permeate throughout the body. However, I am not quite clear about the harvesting method. Ma Hongjun rose from his seat and spoke first. Indeed, it appears that aside from your training, you have devoted considerable time to reading about this subject. You are quite correct. However, this knowledge pertains to your assignments outside of class and must not be discussed further. Today's lesson concludes here. Do not rush. I shall grant you 3 days to complete this assignment. It matters not how much you manage to accomplish. Each exceptional herb will be graded at 10 points, and only the member with the highest score will be exempt from tuition fees, Flander remarked with an air of nonchalance. Although Ma Hongjun had privately shared the effects of the celestial herbs with him, and while he felt a twinge of envy, he understood that these were his disciples' possessions. And thus he remained composed. He trusted that if there were any surplus celestial herbs, Ma Hongjun would not forget him. The students below displayed an eager anticipation, nodding in agreement. This was the first time they had heard of such celestial medicinal herbs, with only Ma Hongjun, Fat Tiger, and Oscar showing a slightly better reaction. The assignments I have given you today are intended to familiarize you with these herbs, so that should you encounter them in the future, you will not miss the opportunity. However, the methods of harvesting and preserving these celestial herbs are exceedingly complex, requiring your own exploration. Even our academy's teachers do not possess complete knowledge of them. This is also part of your assignment. You may leverage your family's resources or any means available to you, with a deadline of 3 days, Flanders stated, embodying the role of a mentor. Unbeknownst to Tang San, this was all a clever scheme orchestrated by Ma Hongjun. Noticing that Ma Hongjun and the others seemed to possess some understanding of celestial herbs, Tang San's interest was piqued, and he discreetly inquired, "Have you brothers encountered these celestial herbs? Why do I sense that you three are not particularly astonished? How could that be? Celestial medicinal herbs are rare and elusive. My knowledge stems from the occasional insights shared by the poisoned Douluo, who possesses some expertise in herbs. I believe the Academy's teachers derive their understanding from him as well." Ma Hongjun deftly deflected any suspicion by attributing the knowledge to Douluo, thus safeguarding against any scrutiny from the forces behind the Academy. The poisoned Douluo? No wonder. It seems that listening to the teacher and joining Shrek Academy was indeed a wise choice. Tang San mused, his doubts dissipated, though he felt a tinge of disappointment as he whispered to himself. Ma Hongjun smiled faintly, yet his heart brimmed with delight. The fish had taken the bait. Very well. Let us discuss matters further after class. Remember, colluding on the exam questions is strictly prohibited. Even if one fails to answer a single question, there shall be no punishment. However, should any of you conspire, be prepared to face the consequences, Flanders declared. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's face instantly fell. She had hoped for Tang San's assistance, but it seemed her hopes for a tuition waiver were dashed. The other students also displayed expressions of dismay, save for Zhu Qing, who maintained her usual icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Upon returning, Ma Hongjun did not immediately commence his meditation and cultivation, since he resided alone in a dormitory. He was untroubled by the prospect of his secrets being unveiled. After changing into a black athletic outfit, he summoned his phoenix martial spirit and departed from Shrek. Heading towards Soto City, he needed to personally oversee the arrangements for the concert, ensuring he returned to Shrek before dawn. For it was certain that Flanders would address the students' attitudes the following day. Particularly concerning was the reckless daughter of a major sect. As Ning Fingji's letter had already reached Flanders, a matter he had subtly hinted at during their discussions regarding the medicinal herbs, Ma Hongjun was advised to cooperate, as avoiding conflict with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was prudent. After all, the newly established network still paled in comparison to the might of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In Soto City, the stronghold of the newly formed network, lay the remnants of the once mighty Fei family estate. It had been repurposed as the organization's headquarters, which now boasted over 1,000 members and 100 soul masters. While the network was not lacking in formidable individuals, it was the absence of pivotal figures above the soul master rank that was felt most keenly. Thus, Ma Xiaodai and Mei Anna had been enlisted by Ma Hongjun to assist Xiao Xin and Flanders in managing the network's affairs. "Junior brother, you've arrived. It has been ages since you last visited your sister. I thought this ungrateful little one had forgotten about me," Mei Anna exclaimed upon Ma Hongjun's arrival at the stronghold. He, however, did not enter directly but requested that she be informed of his presence. His public persona was merely that of a high-ranking disciple, not an official member of the network, making a direct entrance somewhat against protocol. Seeing Mei Anna come to greet him personally brought a wry smile to his face. Ever since he had rescued this nearly flawless beauty a year prior, she had developed a bold affection for him, which he had consistently rebuffed, citing his youth and reluctance to engage in romantic pursuits. Chapter 82. The Star Concert. It is inconceivable that Ma Hongjun would express indifference towards his affection for Mei Anna. However, he is not a man of frivolity. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to suppress the sinister fire within him with a priceless ice attribute elixir. Having endured the torment of this malevolent flame for an extended period, his self-control in matters of love far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Not only does he possess remarkable self-restraint, but his willpower also eclipses that of most soul masters, even those of the Soul King rank. "Sister Anna, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please take me to the concert venue. After we finalize the arrangements, I must return to the academy before dawn," Ma Hongjun stated directly. "Ah, I knew you wouldn't come without a pressing issue. You only seek me out when it's about the sinister fire or something else. Do you still have enough of your ice attribute elixir? Should I arrange for the Mei family to procure some more? Although Mei Anna's tone expressed dissatisfaction, her concern for the sinister fire was evident. I still have a few plants left, and I should be fine for the next 6 months. I have already found a solution for the sinister fire, so there's no need to waste any more golden soul coins on procurement, Ma Hongjun replied candidly. Very well. Follow me then. Shaodai has gone to recruit soul masters in other cities, so you need not enter. I will take you directly to the concert venue. Mei Anna, upon hearing that Ma Hongjun had found a solution to the sinister fire, felt a tinge of disappointment instead of the expected joy. Behind Mei Anna were 2 beautiful middle-aged female soul masters, both of the soul master rank, and among the few female soul masters of the heavenly Luo network. These 2 female guards were ever vigilant, ensuring her safety. Mei Anna held a unique position within the heavenly Luo network as the only daughter of the family head and a high-ranking member of the organization. The Mei family is a significant part of the heavenly Luo network's current power structure, thus the presence of 2 soul masters for her protection was entirely reasonable. You need not accompany us any longer. I will be with Hongjun. There will be no unexpected incidents. Mei Anna stated firmly as they made their way to the concert venue, feeling that the 2 guards were somewhat in the way. The 2 female guards hesitated. Although they were familiar with Ma Hongjun, they were unaware of his true identity, let alone his strength. Rest assured, sisters. Hongjun is also a soul master. My martial soul, although injured, still qualifies me as a soul master. Additionally, within Soto City, no one would dare to provoke the heavenly Luo network, Mei Anna reassured them gently. Very well. But you must return soon, or we will be unable to report to the elders. The 2 female soul masters conceded and returned to the heavenly Luo network's headquarters. The concert venue is situated opposite the Soto Great Spirit Arena, not in the central area of Soto City, but rather in the southwestern part of the city. Upon arriving at the concert venue, Ma Hongjun was struck by its vastness, rivaling that of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, if not surpassing it. As he entered the star-studded concert venue, he was surprised to find it surprisingly compact. However, it could accommodate a staggering number of attendees, reaching the limits of its spatial capacity. While the Soto Great Spirit Arena could hold tens of thousands of spectators, this concert venue, covering a similar area, could seat up to 50,000 people. The seating arrangement was quite cramped, with seats packed closely together, leaving only the stage area relatively spacious. The front seats, however, were noticeably more spacious. The venue was divided into 4 sections: VIP Soul Master Area, Affluent Merchant Area, and General Area. The VIP Soul Master Area was the most spacious and closest to the stage, allowing attendees to view the performers clearly without any auxiliary soul-guided devices. Following that were the Soul Master Area, the Affluent Merchant Area, and the General Area, all designed according to Dean Flinder's specifications. After presenting her credentials, Mei Anna led Ma Hongjun into the concert venue, explaining the layout as they approached the stage's edge. Indeed, it seems the decision to have our teacher manage the heavenly Luo network was astutely made. How did we not realize earlier that he possessed such business acumen? Ma Hongjun remarked with satisfaction. Dean Flinder truly has a keen business mind. Even my father, Mei Jin, speaks highly of his economic insight. This tiered pricing strategy, while seemingly simple, is remarkably lucrative, Mei Anna agreed with a chuckle. It became clear that Dean Flinder's division of the venue was not merely superficial. Even the VIP Soul Master Area was meticulously numbered, from Douluo number 1 to number 10, each corresponding to different ticket prices, with subsequent rooms designated by the same pricing tier. It was indeed a shrewd business move, and Ma Hongjun nodded in approval. I have another suggestion. Let us extend invitations to renowned academies in the Heaven Do Empire under the names of Shrek Academy and the Heavenly Luo Network, inviting them to attend this concert as a form of exchange among Soul Master academies. I believe the presence of those talented Soul Masters will create a significant stir, making this concert renowned throughout the Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun proposed thoughtfully. How shall we arrange seating for those academies? The Soul Masters from prestigious institutions are notoriously proud, and ensuring security will pose a challenge unless we mobilize the full strength of the Heavenly Luo network. Mei Anna expressed her concerns, realizing the gravity of the situation. She understood Ma Hongjun well enough to know that he must have considered a strategy beforehand, prompting her inquiry. I have contemplated this as well. Naturally, we will not invite everyone. We shall only extend invitations to a select few representative academies. For now, let us invite 10 prestigious academies to ease the security concerns. We can create 10 luxurious suites on the second level of the stands, naming them after the top 10 academies of the Heaven Do Empire, allowing them complimentary access. The 10 academies will tentatively include the 5 Elements Academy, the Planned Academy, and the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, among others. Ma Hongjun remarked softly, his ambitions extending far beyond the immediate. By organizing a concert, he could not only reap substantial profits but also elevate the Shrek Academy into the public eye, enhancing its status significantly. There was even the potential for Shrek to ascend to the ranks of prestigious academies. Should the plan unfold successfully, the celebrity concert might evolve into a primary revenue stream for the Heavenly Network. Although subsequent events may not achieve the same sensational impact as the inaugural concert, they could still establish a new norm. He envisioned the celebrity concert as an annual exchange event among the continent's elite Soul Master academies, rivaling the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Moreover, it would be a grand occasion hosted by Shrek and the Heavenly Network. However, this plan was still in its nascent stages. To realize it, the Heavenly Network needed to strengthen its capabilities to at least match the standing of the top 3 sections. In Chapter 83, Ning Rongrong's Temperament, Ma Hongjun continued, indeed, I cannot believe I did not think of this sooner. With the toxic Douluo overseeing it, what you propose is entirely feasible, though it may seem we are at a disadvantage. The star power brought by those Academy Soul Masters is sufficient to fill our coffers abundantly. Compared to Dean Flinder's more opportunistic approach, your vision is decidedly more far-reaching. Mei Anna's eyes brightened, astonished by Ma Hongjun's commercial acumen. She had not anticipated such insight from him. After all, she was considered the most talented business mind in her family for nearly a century, even surpassing her father, Mei Jin, in financial prowess. It is merely a matter of perspective. You were just praising the teacher, and now you speak of his opportunism. Surely, you do not habitually flatter him to the point of habit, Ma Hongjun retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Mei Anna chuckled awkwardly, replying, well, isn't it quite normal? In the Heavenly Network, aside from the indifferent toxic Douluo, your teacher holds significant sway. Dean Flinder is indeed astute in business. He merely tends to focus too much on immediate gains. Well, I entrust the specifics to you. Although you are the teacher's assistant, I am well aware of your capabilities. Remember, those ancient-style garments produced by our Heavenly Network must make a resounding impact on the day of the concert. That will be one of our major revenue sources. Ma Hongjun reminded her once more. I truly wonder what thoughts swirl in that mind of yours, each idea intricately linked to the next. If you were not pursuing a path in business, it would be a disservice to your talent. Rest assured, our Heavenly Network is destined to lead the fashion industry across the continent, Mei Anna expressed with enthusiasm. The clothing designs that Ma Hongjun provided her with are simply irresistible. Now that she has crafted samples of the garments, she can hardly contain her desire to don them immediately, particularly the wide-sleeved flowing. However, in the interest of confidentiality, she exercises restraint and only wears them when she is alone. The garments designed by Ma Hongjun were adorned with patterns inspired by ancient Chinese decorations, encompassing both male and female attire, which he referred to as ancient-style decorations. The term ancient style had become a trademark, exclusively registered by Ma Hongjun. Although any imitation would incur significant penalties from the empire, it was crucial to maintain a sense of novelty before the trend fully emerged. After all, in any endeavor, the initial unveiling creates a profound impact. First impressions hold immense significance. His ambition was to spearhead a wave of ancient-style clothing throughout the Douluo continent, ensuring that no missteps occurred. He envisioned the students of Tianshui Academy donning these ancient-style dresses for women, while handsome figures like Oscar and Dai Mubai would represent the male ancient attire. This idea stemmed from his recollection of the original storyline, where the Shrek Academy's participation in the Advanced Soul Master competition sparked a trend for green garments, inspired by their rather unappealing green outfits. At that juncture, there would be no need for extensive marketing. The celebrity effect would undoubtedly lead ordinary people to follow suit and purchase ancient-style clothing. With proper management, it could potentially influence not just a segment of the continent's populace, but also their aesthetic sensibilities. If these individuals were to wear ancient-style clothing and achieve victory in the Advanced Soul Master competition, the resulting celebrity phenomenon could resonate across vast regions of the continent. After discussing some specific matters with Mei Anna, Ma Hongjun was preparing to return to Shrek Academy when Mei Anna insisted on taking him to the Rose Hotel. Fortunately, although Mei Anna harbored feelings for him, she refrained from any inappropriate behavior, opting instead for a simple candlelit dinner. Given that it was nighttime, the streets were relatively deserted. After their late-night meal, Mei Anna still hesitated to let Ma Hongjun leave, engaging him in conversation until the early hours of the morning before finally allowing him to return. Upon returning to his residence at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to slumber. The following morning, the sound of a bell resonated, yet Ma Hongjun remained utterly indifferent, cocooning himself beneath the covers and continuing to sleep soundly. Half an hour later, a striking young man with alluring peach blossom eyes and short silver hair entered Ma Hongjun's room. With a blend of persuasion and insistence, he compelled Ma Hongjun to the training grounds. This individual was none other than Oscar, who had meticulously shaved off his previously abundant facial hair the night before. How disgraceful! As the Academy's most distinguished student, setting a poor example by arriving late on the second day of school is unacceptable. It seems I must impose a stern reprimand for such conduct, Flander admonished with a stern countenance. In a moment of clarity, Ma Hongjun awakened. Realizing that despite having attained the Soul Master realm, he could endure 3 days and nights without sleep without any issue. However, there exists a phenomenon known as waking up grumpy, which bears no relation to one's cultivation level. I understand my mistake, Master. I accept the punishment, he admitted, bowing his head in apology, fully aware of his fault. It is of no consequence. The entire group is accountable. Shrek Academy functions as a collective, and you 8 are no exception. Henceforth, I declare that if one errs, all shall suffer the consequences. From this day forth, you shall circle Soto City 15 times. Commence. For reasons unknown, Flinder had adopted a demeanor markedly different from his usual amiable self. Even Ma Hongjun found himself perplexed by his mentor's intentions. 15 laps. No way. You can do as you please. I am a support-type Soul Master and cannot fulfill this task. Moreover, I have committed no wrongdoing. Why must I be punished? A voice of disbelief rang out, revealing none other than the typically obedient Ningrongrong. To defy your teacher is to compound your offense. Therefore, the punishment for all is now 20 laps, without the use of soul power. You shall not eat until you have completed your laps today, Flinder declared, not even glancing at Ningrongrong as he intensified the penalty. Dean, 20 laps is already the limit of our endurance as seasoned students. They are, after all, newcomers. Could we not show a measure of leniency? Though uncertain of Flinder's motives, Ma Hongjun spoke up, advocating for the new students. Indeed, there is some merit to your argument. Each newcomer shall run 10 laps, while Ningrongrong will complete 15 without the use of soul power. Now begin. Flinder's expression softened considerably, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun immediately discerned the meaning in Flander's eyes. It was a silent acquiescence. Ningrongrong, are you trying to jeopardize us all? Hurry up and catch up. With that, Ma Hongjun took the lead and dashed out. Following him were Dai Mubai, Fat Tiger, and Oscar, who exchanged a resigned glance with Ningrongrong before shaking his head and joining the fray. Rongrong, let us not oppose the dean for now. We can discuss it later. Xiao Wu urged, hastily following Tang San out, with Zhu Zhuqing naturally trailing behind. Left alone, Ningrongrong's large eyes twinkled, and she too sprinted after them. Don't blame Hongjun. Even if he hadn't been late today, knowing the dean, you would still have had to run 10 laps. This is merely our routine training. Dai Mubai explained as they ran in a line. Ah, I see. But we never intended to place blame. Since the dean says we are a team, we should share both honor and disgrace. 10 laps is nothing to Xiao Wu and me, Tang San replied with newfound confidence. Chapter 84, Ningrongrong's Temperament, Part 2. Yes. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly, conveying that she bore no ill will towards Ma Hongjun. Not utilizing soul power might be a bit taxing for me, but I should manage. Zhu Zhuqing remarked as she matched Ma Hongjun's pace, her ample figure undulating rhythmically with each stride. However, just as everyone expressed their understanding towards Ma Hongjun, an unexpected huff broke the atmosphere. I refuse to run 10 laps. If you must run, then go ahead. The Academy's food is dreadful. I'm heading to Soto City for a proper meal. Ningrongrong huffed, her previously delicate demeanor evaporating as she quickened her pace to leave the group. The rest exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly the same seemingly fragile fairy from yesterday? Don't mind her. I assure you, she won't escape those 10 laps unless she intends to leave Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun chuckled nonchalantly, his tone confident. Since she has left the group, we can increase our speed. Among us, only Oscar is a food-type support soul master, the weakest in physique, hence the slowest. Let us maintain his pace, Tang San proposed, sensing the awkwardness in the air and reluctant to leave the others behind. Indeed, Tang San is right. Although Oscar's endurance may be on par with the rest, speed is undeniably his weakness. Dai Mubai contributed to lighten the mood, which had grown somewhat stifled due to Ning Rongrong's departure. Honestly, it's still my fault for dragging you all into this. By the time we finish these 10 laps, it will likely be afternoon. How about this? To express my apologies, I'll treat everyone to a grand meal at the Penglai restaurant in Soto City after we complete the laps, Hongjun said generously, pleased with the understanding shown by the remaining few. Speaking of the Penglai restaurant, one must mention the Tianluotuang, a business model that has undoubtedly shifted towards the entertainment and fashion industries, though its primary venture remains the restaurant. The Penglai restaurant is one of the establishments under the Tianluotuang banner, and Hongjun's invitation wouldn't cost him much. If anything, it would merely be a transfer between pockets. Awesome. Little Ma, you're incredible. The Penglai restaurant is the largest in Soto City. But I heard from my father that they serve everything from the skies, the land, to the waters. A single meal costs at least 100 gold soul coins, far beyond what soul masters of our level can afford, Fat Tiger exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, only to hesitate upon realizing the cost. Don't worry, Hongjun has plenty of money. I doubt he cares about it, Oscar remarked with a knowing smile. While he might not be aware that the Penglai restaurant belonged to Tianluotuang, he knew that Hongjun was its founder and thus had the means to treat them all. Do they have carrots? Xiao Wu inquired earnestly, turning to Hongjun with intent. As the group continued to converse while running, they showed no signs of fatigue, their stamina as soul masters far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Yes, plenty. Whether steamed or fried, we have it all. Haha, Xiao Wu, I've noticed your particular fondness for carrots. Can't you think of something else besides carrots? Hongjun laughed heartily, causing everyone to chuckle. Oomph, you're the one with carrots on the brain. Who says I can only think of carrots? I also have little San. Xiao Wu exclaimed playfully, linking her arm with Tang San while feigning indignation towards Hongjun. Critical hit 999. Envy from the single dogs. If Hongjun were prone to jealousy, he would surely be overwhelmed at this moment. But alas, he remained unperturbed, embodying only kindness and faith. He believed his virtues would eventually reveal their purpose, though he had yet to discover it. After completing 10 laps, the sun had already passed its zenith. Tang San and the other 3 new students were sent ahead to secure a table at the Penglai restaurant, while Hongjun led the 3 seniors to finish their remaining tasks. As Tang San and his companions headed to the restaurant, Oscar suddenly surged forward with newfound vigor. Seeing this, Hongjun helplessly positioned himself in front of Oscar to shield him from the wind's resistance, while Dai Mubai and Fat Tiger formed a line, charging ahead at a steady pace. Finally, after nearly an hour, they completed their tasks, drenched in sweat as they entered Soto City. Upon arriving at the antiquely decorated Penglai restaurant, the 4 quickly located Tang San and the others. After settling in, Hongjun raised his glass and addressed the group. I toast to all of you and extend my congratulations to the 3 new students for joining the Shrek Academy family. The 7 clinked their glasses, gradually becoming more comfortable with one another. Aside from Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who refrained from toasting each other, the rest had lost count of how many times they had exchanged drinks in such a short span. As night fell, and with no soul power used to dispel the effects of alcohol, the group began to feel a pleasant buzz. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were not exempt. Just as Hongjun was about to continue toasting Tang San, who could no longer drink, he seized the moment to ask, I wonder how everyone is faring with their assignments? Here, the dean should not be observing our conversation, right? Tang San's mood was evidently buoyant, prompting his inquiry. The camaraderie among the Shrek Academy students filled him with warmth. Having lived 2 lives, he valued this pure friendship among classmates more than anything. However, while he remained the pure and noble Tang San, Hongjun was not. In fact, one could argue that Hongjun's inner thoughts were more base than anyone else's. The reason why Hongjun did not exhibit his emotions was due to the suppression of the ice attribute elixir and his formidable willpower. Otherwise, considering his constitution, which harbored desires tenfold beyond the ordinary, the mere thought would send shivers down one's spine. There has been no progress. What about you? Hongjun remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. In truth, I am somewhat familiar with the herbs mentioned by the dean. I have no qualms about sharing this knowledge, just as Hongjun stated, these celestial herbs are rare encounters. Perhaps in this lifetime, we may never come across them. You only need to promise to transcribe a single copy for your assignments, and I shall divulge the information to you, Tang San said. Of course, that is no problem. Xiao San, please share your insights on these herbs so that everyone may broaden their horizons, Oscar eagerly inquired. Before I delve into the methods of harvesting and storing these celestial herbs, allow me to narrate a love story regarding the heartbreak red, Tang San said, casting a glance at the eagerly awaiting Xiao Wu, who was ready to listen to the tale, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. Chapter 85, The Tale of Heartbreak Red. Heartbreak red is the most exquisite among the celestial herbs mentioned by the Dean. It is not referred to as an herb because these plants transcend the limits of ordinary herbs, thus I deem them celestial treasures. Tang San did not commence his narration immediately. Instead, he explained what celestial herbs truly are. Xiao San, you promised to tell a story. I want to hear a love story, not your introduction, Xiao Wu protested, her flushed cheeks from drinking making her resemble a ripe red apple, particularly enticing with her dissatisfied expression. Even Zhu Shiqing, who sat beside Xiao Wu, cast a curious gaze towards Tang San. Regardless of the realm, young women hold a unique fascination for love. Very well, I find it hard to resist you. Legend has it that Heartbreak Red was originally an ordinary peony. It transformed after absorbing the heartfelt blood of a deeply passionate individual. The story unfolds like this. There was a common peony, which was the embodiment of the floral deity from the heavens. Upon encountering a man who adored flowers, a series of romantic events ensued. The man, a great lover of flora, tended to a variety of blossoms that filled his courtyard, and among them was the celestial embodiment of the flower goddess. His favorite pastime was to compose poetry and express his feelings while gazing at the flowers in his garden. Whenever a flower withered, he would be profoundly saddened. His genuine affection for the flora resonated even in the upper realms, moving the flower deity deeply. Each time he professed his love to the blossoms through poetry, the deity felt immense joy. Gradually, the flower goddess found herself enchanted by the man. On one fateful occasion, she descended to meet him, and their shared passion drew them together. They became husband and wife, spending their days admiring the moon and sharing tender moments. Tang San paused, taking a sip from his cup. What is the heavenly realm? Fat Tiger could not help but voice the curiosity shared by all. Observing the attentive expressions of his audience, Tang San felt a surge of enthusiasm. You may perceive it as a higher realm, akin to a divine world. Yet, despite the apparent happiness of love between the divine and mortal, the heavenly realm upholds strict laws that forbid such unions. The romance between the flower goddess and the man clearly contravened these celestial edicts, Tang San elucidated with a smile. Wait a moment, Xiao San, I have a question. What does ear and temple rubbing mean? Hongjun interjected at an inopportune moment. Unlike others who were curious about the story, he had heard it no less than 3 times. Thus his focus was naturally different. Well, that refers to the intimate exchanges between lovers, particularly when adults share moments together in bed, Tang San stammered, his face turning even redder from the wine and the unexpected question. Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing simultaneously scoffed, internally labeling him a rogue. However, Xiao Wu, with more audacity, boldly explained, it means sharing sweet whispers, especially between lovers in intimate settings. I see. If you could just say intimate relations, why be so euphemistic? Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, realizing his question had led to such a direct explanation. Witnessing the bewildered expressions of the audience upon him, he hastily urged Tang San to continue his tale. The romance between the divine maiden and the mortal violated heavenly laws, resulting in the goddess being taken away by celestial beings, leaving the man heartbroken and separated from his beloved. Faced with his lover's departure and feeling powerless, the man's spirit began to wither, and the garden fell into neglect. In a twist of fate, he discovered that the peony in his garden was the true form of his wife. He realized that by burning the peony, the goddess would descend as a mortal. Awakening to this revelation, he started to care for the garden once more. Being someone who cherished flowers, he could not bear to destroy the white peony nor sacrifice his beloved for his own selfish desires. Thus, he poured his heart into the white peony, and over time, his yearning turned into affliction. In a moment of despair, he spilled his heartfelt blood upon the peony, leading to his demise. The tale of Heartbreak Red is a poignant one. Only the purest and most sincere love can claim it as its own. Is the story of Heartbreak Red truly a tale of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm and falling in love with a human? It is indeed a deeply moving narrative, Xiao Wu mused, momentarily lost in thought as she imagined herself in the role of the flower goddess, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Celestial herbs are rare treasures, and you need not harbor excessive expectations, Tang San interjected, noticing the dreamy expressions on their faces. Ma Hongjun merely smiled faintly, choosing not to speak. Subsequently, Tang San began to elucidate the methods for harvesting the celestial herbs. Although Ma Hongjun possessed a general knowledge of the original storyline, the specifics eluded him. Through Tang San's explanation, Ma Hongjun learned that the 8-pointed ice grass could only be harvested with gold and iron tools. Conversely, the flame apricot, which had effects contrary to his own attributes, required the use of jade tools to preserve its efficacy during harvesting. Additionally, other celestial plants necessitated unique methods for both harvesting and preservation. Some required wooden boxes, while others demanded stone or jade containers. After Ma Hongjun meticulously noted everything down, a wave of satisfaction surged within him, and even his gaze towards Tang San softened considerably. He felt nearly compelled to express gratitude to Tang San's ancestors. How fortunate I was not to have recklessly plucked any herbs. Otherwise, I would have suffered great losses. Ma Hongjun reflected with a hint of trepidation. Among the various divine herbs, the most suitable for Dai Lao was the extraordinary Qirong Tongtianju, while Hongjun himself should be associated with the Jiguang phoenix flower, along with the Bajiao Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xingjiaoshu. The 8-petal immortal orchid, on the other hand, possessed a gentler attribute, making it more fitting for Oscar, who specialized in auxiliary food-type abilities. However, discussing these matters seemed rather futile, for each herb is a unique treasure, and it is improbable for everyone to encounter them. Otherwise, the title Douluo on the continent would certainly not be as scarce as it is now. Fearing that his companions might become overly ambitious, Tang San ceased his explanations and opted for a more sobering tone. Indeed, my luck seems unlikely to bring me such exquisite herbs. It rests upon you all now, so do your utmost. Ma Hongjun chuckled, inwardly reveling in his good fortune. After indulging in a hearty meal, the group returned to Shrek Academy, only to be met by the dark scowl of Flanders. Have you completed your run? Flanders inquired in a low voice. Yes, teacher, we have finished, Ma Hongjun replied, somewhat perplexed. I meant you all, Flanders emphasized, reiterating his question with heightened intensity. Chapter 86. Taking a day off. I will be taking a day off today. I may post another chapter tonight. I have a toothache and am feeling quite fatigued from work, so I apologize for the inconvenience. Please return tomorrow. There is no need to wait for updates today. I will review the previous content and, if possible, publish another chapter later, albeit it may be delayed. I hope everyone can support me with a recommendation vote. Thank you very much. Chapter 87. Preparing for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, seeking monthly votes. Oh, are we the ones being referred to? Ah, teacher. You mean Ningrongrong? We have no idea where she is gone. After we completed our run, we all went together to the Pumlai Hotel for dinner. And now we reek of alcohol, which is quite unpleasant. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave, wash up, and retire for the night. Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly, realizing that Flinder was referring to Ningrongrong, without any intention of reporting or concealing anything. Well, since that's the case, you all should return and rest early. We can discuss today's events tomorrow. Although Flinder's tone was gentle, it sent a chill down the spines of those present, making Dai Mubai and the others feel that tomorrow might not be so pleasant. Once everyone had finished bathing and retired for the night, the lights in the dean's office remained brightly lit. Flinder sat at his desk, deep in thought, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. Suddenly startled, he looked up toward the window. Who is it? It's me, teacher. Ma Hongjun swiftly entered through the window and spoke. What is it, you rascal? Come to find me for something? Is it about the immortal herb? Have you made progress? Flinder speculated, noticing the unmistakable joy on Ma Hongjun's face. How did you know? Teacher, you're not stalking us, are you? Ma Hongjun asked, eyeing Flinder suspiciously. I have no time for such pursuits. Seeing the joy on your face, it's easy to deduce that it must be something pleasing for you. Besides, you were out with Tang San and the others. It's not hard to guess what you might be up to, Flinder replied with a hint of irritation. His words, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. He was indeed the person who understood Ma Hongjun the most in this world, without a doubt. Teacher, do you have something troubling you? You seem somewhat discontent. Ma Hongjun observed the faint worry etched on Flinder's face and inquired. It's nothing serious. You witnessed Ning Rongrong's behavior today. The sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingxi, sent another letter asking me to discipline his daughter and agreed to cooperate with our Heavenly Luo network. Flinder explained matter-of-factly. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you seem so troubled? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, aware of the underlying issues. If the Heavenly Luo network could secure a partnership with the wealthiest sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, at the outset of its expansion, The benefits would undoubtedly exceed expectations. This is akin to a previously overlooked commodity suddenly endorsed by the richest individual in the world, Flinder continued. Moreover, the Heavenly Luo network is not insignificant. It is a rising star. The letter also detailed Ning Rongrong's true nature, and based on the day's events. She undoubtedly embodies the characteristics of a little demoness. Given her temperament, if she weren't the auxiliary soul master our academy desperately needs. In the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I would truly prefer not to intervene. As her elder, I cannot scold her, nor can I strike her. Alas, there are countless matters awaiting my attention at the Heavenly Luo network. Teacher, you're not suggesting I discipline her, are you? If I happen to strike her, the sword-bone Douluo from the 7 treasure glazed tile school would come after me. Even the poison Douluo wouldn't be able to shield me from that. No way. No way, Ma Hongjun initially reacted with shock, quickly shaking his head. Flinder understood Ma Hongjun's character, and Ma Hongjun equally understood Flinder's intentions. This was clearly an attempt to shirk responsibility and push the unpleasant task onto him. Cough, cough, you could consider employing some appropriate measures. It doesn't necessarily have to involve violence. All right, I'm entrusting this matter to you, Flinder said, no longer hiding his thoughts, clearing his throat with a serious demeanor. Fine, but you must cooperate with me, teacher. With Anna here, there is no need to worry too much about the Heavenly Luo network. You should rest at the academy for the next few days. I know you don't want to be the villain. And you're just trying to set up your precious disciple. If anything goes wrong, I might just take off, Ma Hongjun replied with a teasing tone. Although he said this, he would never abandon the teachers of Shrek Academy to flee alone if trouble truly arose. Although Ma Hongjun was dissatisfied with Flinder's arrangement, he nevertheless consented. Flinder, as his teacher, tirelessly ran about for the sake of his interests. How could he possibly refuse his request? Ah, my good disciple. You understand the importance of alleviating your teacher's burdens. However, when it comes to discipline, do remember to maintain the unity of the team. While Shrek Academy encourages competition, unity is equally vital, Flinder remarked with a satisfied smile, adding a reminder. Indeed, I understand the principle. A single arrow is easily broken, but a bundle of 10 is hard to snap. 5 united individuals form a tiger, while 10 united individuals become a dragon. Rest assured, teacher, I will ensure the team has cohesion. When the master arrives, you must emphasize this point to him as well, Ma Hongjun replied, nodding earnestly. Xiaogang should be arriving at Shrek Academy in the next few days. If he has not yet managed the situation with that young lady, then the task shall fall to him. With his steadfast character, he will not be intimidated by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Flinder reminisced. Reflecting on his relationships with Lu Erlong and the master, he fondly recalled their youthful adventures, supporting one another across the continent, memories that lingered vividly in his mind. If the stir caused by the star concert is significant enough, Shrek Academy may even catch the attention of the higher echelons of the Heavendo Empire. It could be possible for us to directly advance to a higher academy. However, the number of students presents a challenge. Speaking of advancing to a higher academy, I have a bold idea that I wonder might be feasible. I wish to take this year's Shrek Academy students to participate in next year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament and aim for victory. Ma Hongjun declared with sunny confidence. He had already resolved that in a couple of days. When Oscar advanced to the 30th level of Soul Master and ventured into the Star Doe Forest for soul rings, he would independently journey to the nearby Sunset Forest to consume the celestial herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well, enhancing his qualifications and strength. He was determined to claim the championship in next year's tournament, vowing not to lose a single match. Although your star concert may indeed draw attention to Soto City, it is merely the first of its kind. While many factions may give the poison Douluo face by attending, it is certainly not as impactful as the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Shrek Academy students are sufficient to form a battle team. With your talents, securing the championship should not be overly challenging. However, is it not a bit premature to consider participating in next year's tournament? Flinder cautioned. While winning the championship would undoubtedly bring Shrek Academy influence far surpassing what could be achieved through a star concert, relying solely on your strength may prove difficult unless you are willing to share some of your celestial herbs with these students. Flinder's eyes brightened at this point, excitement evident in his voice. He had long dreamed of winning the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, but previously, his strength and the number of students had limited their aspirations, making him hesitant to speak of it. Now that hope was in sight, he could not help but feel exhilarated. Participating in the tournament was a dream for all academy teachers, a splendid opportunity to showcase their educational achievements. This is something I have yet to consider. I will assess the situation as it unfolds. As long as Shrek Academy can grow stronger, I may be willing to sacrifice certain things if necessary, Hongjun replied, shaking his head lightly before speaking with determination. Indeed, if the effects of the celestial herbs are as you describe, they are exceptionally precious and should be given due consideration. Even if one does not require them, it is rare for individuals to easily part with them. Your willingness to share is commendable, but do not overburden yourself. Prioritize your own use first. Any surplus can be utilized to bolster Oscar and the other soul power. Flinder nodded appreciatively. Teacher, you should also rest early. I must return now. It would be difficult to explain to the other students if they find me here, Hongjun said, and with a flash, he vanished from the dean's office. The dean's office was a significant place for Hongjun and Flinder's discussions, a venue for acquiring external information and maintaining a network of connections. Go ahead, Flinder replied softly, preparing to rest himself, as the dean's office also served as his residence. Everything seemed to unfold as if nothing had occurred. Yet the conversation that transpired would profoundly influence the future trajectory of the Douluo continent. The following day, after half an hour of morning self-study, Flinder led the students to the small training ground. Nowadays, Shrek Academy occasionally allowed students to relax, not requiring them to run back and forth between Soto City and the academy every day. Instead, they incorporated small study sessions where students could gather to discuss their cultivation challenges. However, when it came to announcing significant matters, Flinder still preferred to do so in the small training ground. Today marks your third day since joining the academy, and you should have a grasp of Shrek Academy's rules by now. I have reviewed the assignments you submitted, and among them, Tang San's performance was the best, detailing the methods for harvesting and preserving celestial herbs. Following closely is Hongjun, who, while lacking in preservation details, provided an extensive account of their efficacy. This did not surprise me. What had surprised me was that no one else submitted blank papers. This brings me great relief. However, there is still someone audacious enough to not submit their paper at all. Ning Rongrong, step forward, Flinder declared. Ning Rongrong's face fell instantly, especially under the gaze of her classmates, which filled her with a sense of shame and indignation. She was not ashamed of her own actions, but rather mortified by Flinder's public call-out, unable to bear the scrutiny of her peers. As Hongjun observed that Ning Rongrong showed no intention of moving, he took a step back, followed suit by the others. It was only then that Ning Rongrong raised her head and shot a fierce glare at Hongjun, before stepping forward to gaze defiantly at Flinder, declaring, I won't. I haven't completed my homework yet, so I haven't had the chance to research. You didn't specify when it was due today. Is it a problem if I submit it later? Is it truly something to be proud of to not have finished your assignment? Well, even if I didn't say it. May I ask, Miss Ning, what were you doing yesterday while the others completed their tasks? Flinder remarked with a faint smirk. You followed me. Flinder, who do you think you are? You're merely a soul sage, nothing exceptional. The academy's food is terrible, so I went to Soto City for a good meal. Ning Rongrong retorted, her agitation evident as she glanced at Hongjun, seemingly struck by a thought, and spoke candidly. At her words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others turned pale, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected such a beautiful young lady to utter such a matter-of-fact statement. The gentleness that once adorned Ning Rongrong's face upon entering the academy was nowhere to be found. Her tone dripped with disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Flinder chuckled. But rather than express anger, he calmly replied, Your father, Ning Fingxi, is merely a soul sage in your eyes. Even if you are the most talented genius of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you are still just a great soul master. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the strongest soul masters of your sect reach only the level of a mere soul sage, which is indeed nothing remarkable. What do you know? Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the foremost support sect in the world, unlike you. Ning Rongrong blurted out in frustration, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The strength of her sect was indeed formidable, but it was the collective might of the sect that held power, not her own. Her assertion that Flinder was merely a soul sage was a moment of exasperation, and little did she expect him to counter her so effectively. In terms of verbal sparring, she and Flinder were leagues apart, separated by an immense chasm. It is not the same. The gap between you and me is an insurmountable divide. Since you look down upon this place, please leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students, Flinder stated with a slight smile, his demeanor unfazed. You think it will be that easy to drive me away? I'm staying at Shrek Academy, and I have no intention of leaving any time soon. Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business, or the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear, Ning Rongrong scoffed. Hongjun, it's up to you to handle her. If she does not complete your punishment, you have the authority to expel her directly, Flander declared, leaving the small playground without casting another glance at Ning Rongrong. It was simply ludicrous. While the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was formidable, it would not resort to extreme measures over trivial matters. At most, it might only affect the development speed of the Celestial Network. Let us not forget that the Celestial Network also boasts titled Douluos among its ranks. It can be said that the peak combat power of the Celestial Network is not inferior to that of the lower four sects, and perhaps even stronger. The only difference lies in the overall strength of the sect, and moreover, Ning Fengji's letter had already clearly instructed him to act without regard for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's reputation. Unlike the circumstances in the original text, Flander's status had risen significantly. Should the Celestial Network's power elevate to a new level, Flander's standing would undoubtedly rival that of Ning Fengji. Very well. Ma Hongjun nodded heavily in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the Grand Assembly Hall, a magnificent chair made of fragrant wood, embellished with a large piece of exquisite jade, stood at the northern side. The jade radiated a gentle warmth, a fine piece of warm jade indeed. Seated upon the chair was a middle-aged man, with a dignified appearance and a gentle demeanor. Before him knelt a young man clad in white, respectfully reporting. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy, and I have personally delivered your letter to Dean Flander. The middle-aged man was none other than Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, renowned as the continent's foremost support-type soul master. Yes, you may leave. Let this little ancestor experience training at Shrek Academy. I wonder if it is right or wrong. I have heard that Shrek Academy is backed by the rising new power, the Celestial Network, Ning Fengji murmured with concern. Chapter 89. What is kindness? A resonant voice, sharp and commanding like a sword, echoed within the hall, seemingly emanating from all directions. Fengji, it appears you are also worried about Rongrong being alone at Shrek Academy. I happen to be heading there to visit her. I cannot rest easy knowing a young girl is out there alone. Would you like to accompany me? An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and his figure sharp as a sword, emerged from the back room, sitting down unceremoniously beside Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian, Rongrong is no longer a child. She is at the age where she can train independently. You and Uncle Long have spoiled her too much. No one in the sect dares to offend her. It would be good for her to receive some education at Shrek Academy. You and Uncle Long should refrain from interfering. With her character, she won't suffer anywhere. Ning Fengji attempted to reassure him, albeit helplessly. Little did he know that at that very moment, Ning Rongrong was enduring a rather harsh treatment at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, considering our shared experience as classmates, I will not make it difficult for you. You are to run 20 laps starting now, and you are permitted to use your soul power. Oscar, as the only food-type support soul master in Shrek Academy besides Ning Rongrong, it is important for you to maintain your stamina, accompany her to train, and set an example. Ma Hongjun stated, showing no intention of making things difficult for Ning Rongrong, while he glanced at Oscar, who was secretly peeking at Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong was beautiful, Ma Hongjun was not the type to fall for every attractive girl. Oscar's future achievements would undoubtedly place him among the top ranks in Shrek Academy, making him a valuable ally. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that there were several outstanding men standing between Oscar and the proud Ning Rongrong, who would never consider him. If it were only Tang San, it wouldn't have mattered much, as she wouldn't have felt threatened by him having Xiao Wu. But now, both he and Tang San were performing far better than Oscar. Humph. If I must run, then I shall run. To Ma Hongjun's seriousness, Ning Rongrong surprisingly refrained from retorting, perhaps sensing his status within Shrek Academy, or perhaps subconsciously not wanting to offend this talented individual. Brother, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. From now on, I will consider myself in your debt, regardless of whether I succeed in winning her over. I will never blame you. You can have my sausages for free from now on, Oscar exclaimed with delight, whispering his gratitude to Ma Hongjun. Since the arrival of these female students at Shrek Academy, he had tidied himself up, and in terms of looks, he could even rival the dashing Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun had been classmates with Ning Rongrong for 2 years. How could he be oblivious to Oscar's intentions? Nevertheless, he secretly wished to fulfill Oscar's desires. Humph, I have no need for his company. What I seek is not a weakling, but a true man. If you think I would be bored alone, feel free to join me in running. I wouldn't mind at all. With a cold snort, Ning Rongrong turned and dashed towards Sutua City. Running 20 laps, using her soul power presented a fresh challenge for her, pushing her to her limits. Yet, With unwavering determination, she found it manageable. I mind, Oscar. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in exasperation and shoved Oscar, expressing his frustration. Oh, I'm on it. Oscar snapped out of his reverie and quickly pursued her. Though Ning Rongrong's words had already dampened his spirits, as he sensed her disdain for him, he was not one to easily concede defeat. He gathered his courage and set off in her direction. Hongjun, are you truly foolish or just pretending? Ning Rongrong clearly has an interest in you. Why give Oscar the chance to pursue her? You're not a child anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend and release some tension. Or perhaps another day, I'll take you to meet some twin sisters, Dai Mubai remarked, seemingly having given up on Zhu Zhuqing, ignoring her increasingly frosty demeanor as he spoke his mind. Wait, she likes me? How could I have missed that? You must be mistaken. Her earlier comment was merely a grudge against my punishment of 20 laps, and she wants me to share in her misery. I won't fall for that, Ma Hongjun declared, brimming with self-assurance. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Rongrong did indeed harbor such thoughts. However, with Ma Hongjun's lack of emotional intelligence, he was oblivious to a girl's feelings. Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly, giving Ma Hongjun's shoulder a firm pat, and said, Brother, you still have much to learn about interacting with girls. Humph. Unlike some people who have had countless romantic encounters, others should not tarnish the reputation of good individuals. Zhu Zhuqing interjected with a cold snort, casting a sidelong glance at the two before departing the small playground without a backward glance. It's none of your concern how I teach my brother. A good man does not quarrel with women. I shall take my leave now. Dai Mubai instinctively wanted to retort, but lost interest in the argument upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing swiftly disappearing from the playground. Seeing everyone depart, Fat Tiger also made a hasty exit. Good person card? What the? Ma Hongjun remained silent, inadvertently checking the green panel in his mind. To his astonishment, he noticed that the kindness value had suddenly increased by 3 points, startling him. Could the good person card actually enhance one's kindness value? Ma Hongjun found himself somewhat perplexed by the concept of kindness. With this thought in mind, he turned to Tang San, who was preparing to leave with Xiao Wu, and called out, Xiao San, could you please wait a moment? I have a question I would like to ask you. We are all companions. It is only natural to help one another. There is no need for such formality, Tang San replied, looking at Ma Hongjun with a hint of curiosity. Well, it is like this. I simply wish to inquire about the concept of kindness. Among the Shrek Academy students, you appear to possess a somewhat more mature disposition. Would you be willing to share your understanding with me? Ma Hongjun asked, more out of casual interest than expectation of enlightenment. Right and wrong, who can truly define them? Good and evil, it is open to interpretation. I am unsure, but my teacher once imparted a phrase that resonated deeply with me. A mountain is a mountain, water is water. A mountain is no longer a mountain, water is no longer water. Yet, a mountain remains a mountain, and water remains water. After discerning everything and perceiving the essence, what significance do all matters hold? After such realization, what can be said of right and wrong? What of good and evil? Our actions are merely a means of survival. Dictated by what we have witnessed and understood, Tang San stated earnestly. As Ma Hongjun pondered deeply, Xiao Wu spoke up. Tang San, what are you even saying? I can hardly comprehend your words. In my opinion, a truly kind person must first possess a benevolent heart. One cannot indiscriminately hunt benevolent soul beasts. Of course, one should show no mercy to malevolent soul beasts either, Xiao Wu remarked, casting a dissatisfied glance at Tang San. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and, with a wry smile, turned to Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu can be quite mischievous, my friend. Please do not take offense. While her response is succinct, it bears a measure of truth. After all, the words of our teacher are profoundly intricate. Is it the heart of the Buddha and the strategies of an emperor? The compassion of a bodhisattva combined with the tactics of a ruler? Ma Hongjun seemed to have an epiphany, as a sudden surge of mental energy resonated within him, causing his benevolence value to skyrocket, increasing by a remarkable 100 points to reach 156. The three-leaf clover soul ring within his sea of consciousness shattered, lifting the restrictions on the hidden soul rings. Not only did the appearance of the interface undergo a significant transformation, but a new function also emerged, and the benevolence value displayed a surplus. The information on the panel transformed as well. Host, Ma Hongjun Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix First Soul Skill, Phoenix Crying Sky Strike Second Soul Skill, Blazing Sun Thrust Third Soul Skill, Winged Phoenix Ascension possesses desires tenfold that of an ordinary person. alongside a soul quality nearing the pinnacle of fire. Soul, 3-leaf clover. Function 1. Benevolence point lottery, 1,000 benevolence points per draw, 100 base benevolence points, 56 benevolence points remaining. Function 2. Faith point lottery, 1,000 faith points per draw, 100 base faith points. Others, not yet unlocked. First soul skill, Biphosphor Flame Poison Domain. First hidden soul skill, Parasitism. Entanglement. Second soul skill, Ink Jade Voidstaff. Second hidden soul skill, None. Third soul skill, Web Coverage Special Talent skill, Demon Slayer Breathing Technique. External Soul Bone, Earthwhip Soul Bone, None Soul Guide. Wishful 100 Treasures Pouch. Have I leveled up? Ma Hongjun gazed in astonishment at the changes within his sea of consciousness, oblivious to Tang San and Xiao Wu's chatter around him. Let us not disturb him. He seems to be grasping the essence of his soul. We should leave for now. Within the academy, he should not be interrupted in his enlightenment, Tang San suggested. Observing Ma Hongjun lost in thought. Oh, all right then, let us depart. I must head to Soto City to purchase a large basket of carrots. I intend to savor them slowly, hee, Xiao Wu exclaimed, cheerfully pulling Tang San away from the scene. Upon hearing the final words of Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smile, silently vowing that, owing to Xiao Wu's enlightening words today, he would never stand idly by should she encounter any difficulties in the future. He harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards the female students of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he would not have created opportunities for Oscar. The same sentiment applied to Xiao Wu, while his feelings regarding Zhu Shiqing remained a perplexity even to himself. Chapter 90. The kind-hearted Ma Hongjun. Oscar caught up with Ning Rongrong, who looked at him haughtily and said, "Who told you to follow me? I warn you, it would be best not to spy on me, or else I want to hold back." That S nodded. Rongrong, I merely wish to inform you that completing 20 laps is not as daunting as it seems. With my recovery sausages and your 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, we can accomplish the task with greater ease, Oscar quickly clarified, attempting to assuage her concerns. Not needed, Ning Rongrong retorted, turning her head in disgust, ignoring Oscar entirely as she summoned her soul power and headed towards Soto City. Oscar could only manage a bitter smile as he silently trailed behind her. During the first lap, Ning Rongrong was able to keep pace. But by the halfway point of the second lap, her stamina began to dwindle due to the continuous exertion of her soul power. Under the scorching sun, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Ning Rongrong, enhancing her allure. Rongrong, you must be tired. Would you like to take a break and have some of my sausage before continuing? I have a big sausage, Oscar suggested, running up to her while activating the first soul skill of his martial soul. In a flash of light, a large sausage materialized in his hand, which he presented to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Oscar. Despite her youth, the glance carried a charm that made Oscar's heart flutter. My sausage martial soul's first soul skill is recovery. It not only promotes healing but also restores stamina. Have some, with my sausage, completing 20 laps should pose no challenge, he urged. Ning Rongrong, who had no desire to finish the 20 laps of punishment, felt her irritation rise as Oscar continued to bring it up. His peculiar incantation only exacerbated her displeasure. With a strange look directed at Oscar, she boldly declared, I still have 2 pieces of bread left. Eat your head. With that, she unleashed her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, applying an agility enhancement on herself, and sprinted ahead, distancing herself from Oscar. Oscar stood there dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Was this still the innocent little fairy in his eyes? He had thought that Ning Rongrong might only possess a bit of a spoiled temperament, never expecting her to deliberately utter such ambiguous remarks. Outsiders could hardly fathom the role Ning Rongrong played in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Speaking this way was merely a part of her daily routine, as she began to gradually reveal her true nature. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong could not complete the 20 laps. By the 5th lap, the severe depletion of her soul power forced her to stop, contemplating resting before continuing. However, upon pausing, she realized it was nearly noon and decided to head to Soto City, intending to eat before running again. After her meal, she thought about shopping before running, and thus, she only managed to complete a quarter of her punishment. In the dean's office, Flinder looked at the laid-back Ma Hongjun and remarked, You truly guessed correctly. How did you know she wouldn't be able to complete the punishment? Well, I've decided not to punish her this time. I'll leave this dilemma to the master. I want to experiment with something and won't play the villain just yet, Ma Hongjun replied. Recalling the kindness points displayed in his consciousness, curious to see if merely being perceived as good would increase them. What experiment? This isn't like you. You shouldn't be afraid of the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. What is it you wish to experiment with? Flinder inquired, perplexed. It's a secret, one that cannot be disclosed just yet, Ma Hongjun replied with a mysterious smile. The unique talent skill obtained from the hidden soul ring of his martial soul, the three-leaf clover, remained his greatest secret, one he would share with no one. Not even those closest to him. Che, I don't even want to know. When do you plan to go to the Sunset Forest? Do you need to wait for the poisoned Douluo to return so you can go together? Flinder feigned indifference but asked with concern. Oscar should be on the verge of a breakthrough soon, when teacher Zhao Wujing takes them to the Stardow Forest for training. I'll take a brief leave to head to the Sunset Forest, Ma Hongjun stated, knowing the general storyline and that Oscar was nearing his breakthrough to Soul Master. If one were to note the differences between the Shrek's 7 monsters and their original counterparts, it would be their physical strength, which had significantly increased. Both Dai Mubai and Oscar were considerably stronger than in the original tale. No need for that. I am already a level 34 Soul Master. Self-preservation should be more than sufficient. As long as I don't encounter any Soul Kings, I shouldn't face any issues, Ma Hongjun confidently asserted. Although it was a conservative estimate, with his trump cards, even if he could not defeat a Soul King, escaping would not pose a problem. Thanks to his martial soul's flight capability and the earth whip of his external spirit bone. Though he had possessed the earth whip for quite some time, it had not yet been fully mastered. After advancing to Soul Master, it underwent new changes, becoming more challenging to control, yet simple applications still boosted his combat prowess. If an enemy were struck by the earth whip, their combat strength would drastically diminish, or they might even succumb to poison. The potent toxins contained within were a blend of the poison from the green phosphor snake, the scorpion venom of the Earth King, and the mutated green phosphor flame poison, creating a multifaceted toxicity. The strength of this combined poison far surpassed that of the green phosphor snake's venom, and even the esteemed Dugubo acknowledged that his green phosphor snake emperor poison could not compete at the same level. Well then, be cautious when the time comes. In a few days, I must return to Soto City to handle matters related to the concert. This time, Shrek Academy must leverage the concert to gain recognition as a prestigious school across the continent, Flinder declared excitedly. Rest assured, teacher. I will ensure that Shrek Academy claims the championship title at next year's Continental Soul Master Academy Finals. Another new day dawned. There were no morning classes. Early in the day, as dawn broke, Flinder awaited everyone at the small playground. Outside the small playground, Ma Hongjun was intercepted by Ning Rongrong, who looked at him with concern and inquired curiously, "Did you not keep watch over me yesterday?" "I did," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "Then, will you inform Dean Fland about my failure to complete the punishment?" Ning Rongrong asked, her heart inexplicably filled with trepidation for the first time. "I will not." "Ah. Thank you. You truly are a kind person." In her mind, the green panel indeed flickered once more, and remarkably, her kindness value surged by 5 points, elevating it to a total of 61 points. Ma Hongjun glanced at Ning Rongrong in astonishment, realizing that this young girl truly believed in him so readily. It appeared that his usual demeanor of kindness had influenced her perception. Chapter 91. Oscar's Breakthrough Simultaneously. Ma Hongjun validated a notion. Kindness points could be obtained as long as others genuinely regarded him as a good person. By extension, could faith points also be acquired through others? In truth, Ma Hongjun's conjecture held merit, indicating that the initial 100 foundational points could be garnered either through oneself or through others. Upon reaching this threshold, one could access hidden soul rings, but thereafter, one could only acquire them through external means, no longer relying on personal enlightenment. Breaking through the 100-point barrier proved to be quite challenging. Enlightenment was essential for such a leap. Even if one reached the limit of 99 points, obtaining that final point through others would be exceedingly difficult. Unless one sought a significant transformation through quantitative change, if not for Ma Hongjun's own enlightenment, he might need to convince tens of thousands, if not more, to perceive him as a good person to surpass the boundary. There's no need for thanks. You are commendable as well. You must correct your temper, or else I shall no longer shield you. Since we have entered Shrek Academy, we are comrades, and your noble lady disposition must be tempered. Those admitted to Shrek are all exceptionally gifted individuals, and most possess extraordinary backgrounds. Even the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School is not the strongest here, Ma Hongjun advised earnestly. You indeed know my identity. I find it hard to believe what you say. Apart from the 2 great empires, only the Haotian sect, which withdrew from the Soul Master world years ago, could rival my 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, Ning Rongrong replied, pride evident in her tone. You are aware of this. So you must also know the surname of the direct disciples of the Haotian sect and the Star Luo royal family, Ma Hongjun remarked with a faint smile. observing Ning Rongrong's proud expression with amusement. Although the Hongjun sect has been reclusive for years, I am still acquainted with the might of the Tang family's Hongjun hammer. Tang San? No, that can't be right. Tang San's martial soul is merely the less useful blue-silver grass. The Star Luo Empire's royalty, could it be Daimu Bai is a prince of the Star Luo Empire? Ning Rongrong speculated, momentarily surprised as she turned to Ma Hongjun for confirmation. Indeed, Daimu Bai is one of the two most gifted princes of the Star Luo royal family. Though he may not surpass his elder brother at present, with his innate talent and the training from Shrek Academy, it would not be difficult for him to eventually outshine his sibling. As for Tang San, he is a true anomaly. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him. You must have heard of twin martial souls. He possesses them, one of which is the Haotian hammer, renowned as the continent's strongest assault-type weapon martial soul. Ma Hongjun stated candidly, without exaggeration. Twin martial souls. No wonder. But is he truly stronger than you? Aren't you a soul sovereign? Even if he is a soul sovereign, he should only be on par with you. A genius with a top-tier phoenix martial soul, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her surprise evident. However, she quickly masked her astonishment for the sake of her pride and inquired with a hint of confusion. From a purely power standpoint, he is not yet my match. However, his true prowess lies in his hidden weapons. You must have witnessed their effectiveness during the entrance examination. Even a Soul King could be instantaneously defeated if caught off guard. I do not possess such strength, Ma Hongjun explained, refraining from mentioning that hidden weapons are only effective when stealthily employed and can indeed eliminate a Soul King. If both faced a Soul King, Ma Hongjun could defend himself adequately, but only escape. Tang San, however, might be able to counterattack. Yet, if Tang San confronted Ma Hongjun, it would be Tang San who perished, not Ma Hongjun. For once forewarned, with his prowess, Ma Hongjun could evade the hidden weapons. And his ability to absorb toxins with the breath of fire made him Tang San's natural nemesis. Twin martial souls, a prince of the Star Luo Empire, how intriguing. I never anticipated that such a modest institution as Shrek Academy would gather so many of the continent's finest talents. Truly a worthy academy for me, Ning Rongrong, she mused, her expression brimming with an inexplicable anticipation, silently vowing not to err again lest she be expelled from Shrek Academy, a most humiliating fate. Very well. If you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, you must temper your noble lady attitude. The dean is waiting. We must hasten, Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly. Flander, having awaited them, still had ample time, but Ning Rongrong's delay had consumed a fair amount of it. If they did not hurry, they might arrive late. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was startled, promptly summoning her 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. The light of her martial soul flashing as she enhanced her speed and dashed towards the small training ground. Once they reached their positions on the training ground, they found that, apart from Oscar, everyone else had already gathered. The others cast puzzled glances at Ning Rongrong, who had appeared alongside Ma Hongjun. As she took her place, she noticed that both Zhu Zhuqing, who typically spoke little, and Xiao Wu, with whom she had previously conversed amiably, were now ignoring her, leaving her feeling somewhat isolated. This led her to question whether her personality truly was unlikable, and for the first time, a sense of inferiority crept into her heart. Tang San, where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping? Go and fetch him. Today's lesson cannot proceed without him, Flander declared, his countenance darkening as he addressed Tang San, noticing that Oscar, a senior student, was tardy. Dean, when I left, Oscar was already awake. However, he was in the midst of training and likely reached a bottleneck, entering a meditative state. I shall check on him, Tang San replied, concerned. Just as he prepared to depart the training ground to call Oscar, the latter came sprinting towards them, a look of exhilaration on his face. Dean, Hongjun, I have broken through. I have finally surpassed the 30-level barrier. Once I acquire a soul ring, I shall become a true soul sovereign, he exclaimed joyfully, his voice ringing out before he even reached them. Breaking through is one thing. But is it really such a cause for excitement? You claim to have reached soul sovereign status at 14, surpassing the 30-level threshold as a food system soul master? Flander initially struggled to comprehend, but upon realization, his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he stared at Oscar. It's important to note that prior to the age of 14, only Ma Hongjun had achieved the rank of Soul Sovereign at Shrek Academy. Oscar became the second in the Academy's history, placing him among the elite across the continent. Especially considering that his martial soul belonged to the notoriously challenging food system among auxiliary soul masters. Chapter 92. Increase in kindness points compared to Hongjun. I still have quite a distance to go, but my prospects are indeed looking brighter. Once I acquire my soul ring, I too shall be wealthy. receiving a stipend of 100 gold soul coins each month from the Spirit Hall. Oscar gleefully boasted, utterly oblivious to the disdainful glances from his peers. Come on. Xiao Ao, there's no need to flaunt it. I've been able to claim the monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins for quite some time now. Have you seen me bragging? Damubai retorted, aiming to deflate his enthusiasm. Although he was unsure of the extent of the conflict with Zhu Shiqing that day, Damubai had learned to disregard her, viewing her as merely another classmate, which significantly lightened his spirits. Hey, boss Dai. Can't you let me bask in my happiness a little longer? After all, I was the first in our academy's auxiliary department to break level 30 before turning 14. Oscar replied somewhat helplessly. All right, we'll discuss matters later. Since everyone is here, let's commence the class. Today's lesson is rather unique and primarily focuses on team coordination, which necessitates Oscar's participation. Oscar, please release a sausage for each of them, Flinder stated calmly. Yet his words sounded to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu like the ominous voice of a demon. They had already guessed what Flinder intended to do next and instinctively took a step back, while only Fat Tiger, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai remained unperturbed. Headmaster, you can't possibly expect us to consume Oscar's sausage as part of the task, right? Xiao Wu and I can skip that, even without eating the sausage. We will surely complete the task, Tang San conjectured, noticing the fearful expression on Xiao Wu's face. No, today's task is to eat Oscar's sausage without any psychological barriers. Oscar, as a rare innate full soul power food system martial soul possessor, boasts an extraordinary talent that is among the best or second best among you. The enhancement to the team's strength is self-evident. In the future, the 8 of you will form a unit, and thus, it is essential to understand each other's martial soul capabilities, Flinder remarked with a faint smile, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. She had not realized that Oscar was indeed an innate full soul power food system auxiliary soul master. Throughout her life, everyone around her had lavished her with affection. And being a natural level 9 genius, she had been pampered to the extreme. She had always believed herself to be exceptional. Yet she was astonished to find that among the Shrek Academy students, her talent ranked at the bottom, with even the lowest soul power holder, Fat Tiger, being her equal. When she encountered Ma Hongjun and Tang San, she instinctively set herself apart from them, as they followed different cultivation paths. However, now Headmaster Flinder had personally acknowledged that Oscar was indeed an innate full soul power possessor who had already surpassed level 30, while she herself was merely a level 26 great soul master. To advance 4 levels in 2 years, she honestly lacked confidence, and a sense of inferiority crept upon her. Flinder cast a glance, a hint of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. He aimed to remind Ning Rongrong that there are always greater heights and talents beyond her own. It is worth noting that Oscar's achievement of level 30 was much harder than for others, as auxiliary soul masters, particularly those in the food system, face greater challenges in cultivation. Oscar, being a year younger than Dai Mubai, had reached the formidable age of 14 with a soul power of 30, a truly astonishing feat. The effectiveness of a food system soul master significantly enhances with each stage of advancement, particularly impactful in military contexts. Should Oscar join the Tiando Empire's army now, his status would undoubtedly surpass that of commanders leading thousands. Food system soul masters are already rare on the continent, and those above level 30 are even more scarce. Level 41s are exceedingly few, while level 50 is a rarity and level 60 is virtually non-existent. Yet, this humble Shrek Academy boasted not only Oscar at level 30 but also Xiao Xin, a soul saint with a level 70 candy bean martial soul. Well then, I shall not be modest. I have a large sausage and a small sausage, Oscar declared, reveling in his moment of triumph over recent scorn. Must we eat? Xiao Wu reluctantly stepped back. Zhu Zhuqing's expression also soured. Even Ning Rongrong, who had begun to feel somewhat isolated, took a few cautious steps back in fear. What are you all looking so apprehensive for? It's just a sausage. Haven't you eaten one before? Watch me swallow it whole, Ma Hongjun proclaimed. Seizing the sausage Oscar offered and gulping it down in one swift motion, leaving the onlookers astonished. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, the others were reminded of their initial days at Shrek Academy when Ma Hongjun had slyly introduced them to Oscar's sausages, and they began to appreciate his good intentions. Ma Hongjun's kind heart surged within the sea of knowledge. 3, 5, 5, 5. Ma Hongjun speculated that the addition of 5 points was undoubtedly the result of the contributions made by the 3 young ladies, which illustrates the considerable psychological burden they bear. The second leaf of the clover soul signifies kindness, the precise impact of which on Ma Hongjun remains somewhat ambiguous, apart from the lottery. He is entirely unaware of its other implications. However, Ma Hongjun is certain that the more kindness points he acquires for the lottery, the better it is for him. As for the belief points, which can also be utilized for the lottery, Ma Hongjun conjectured that one might need to establish a sect akin to the Spirit Hall, acquiring followers before possessing such points. Ma Hongjun was even aware that the power of faith was the most accessible path to divinity in the Douluo continent. While he was uncertain whether there was a connection between the two, the significance of faith points could prove to be of paramount importance to him. The wonders of the clover might extend far beyond what he could currently fathom. Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. Hoping to soon visit the ice and fire yin-yang to consume the celestial herb and elevate his martial soul to the three-leaf clover. Oh. Since you all have already partaken, it should not be difficult to indulge once more. As soul masters, you must understand that you may encounter numerous dangers in the future. In times of scarcity, even cockroaches, mice, and insects could become your sustenance, serving as a means for survival. Moreover, Oscar's sausages are undoubtedly clean. He has not even touched them with his hands, Flander remarked, somewhat astonished as he gazed at the group. Chapter 93. The 8 monsters of Shrek united. Fat Tiger and Dai Mubai stepped forward to receive Oscar's large sausage, consuming it without hesitation. All right, let me have it. I will eat, declared the first newcomer to approach, surprisingly not Tang San, as Ma Hongjun had anticipated, but rather the least expected Ning Rongrong. Indeed. Neither Flander nor Oscar had anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be the first to overcome her mental barriers, especially Oscar, who had been on the verge of giving up on pursuing Ning Rongrong due to a lack of confidence, suddenly felt a surge of assurance. Believing that her willingness to partake indicated a fondness for him, Ning Rongrong glanced at Ma Hongjun, lifted her chin, and approached Oscar, snatching the sausage from him and, mimicking Ma Hongjun, swallowed it whole in one swift motion. Her delicate mouth was instantly filled to the brim, and due to its small size, the end of the sausage protruded slightly as she chewed and swallowed. Witnessing Ning Rongrong casually chew just a couple of times before swallowing the large sausage, Ma Hongjun shivered and felt a chill run down his spine. I have eaten. Now it is your turn. I apologize for my previous missteps, and I hope we can support one another as partners from now on, Ning Rongrong said succinctly after finishing, bowing deeply to the crowd. No worries. Just refrain from bringing your spoiled princess attitude to the group. The past is behind us, and none of us truly mind. Now that we are part of Shrek Academy, we should unite. I have a suggestion that I wish to propose, Ma Hongjun said with a smile, taking the lead. Without needing to look, Ma Hongjun was certain that his mental panel had once again registered Ning Rongrong's kindness points. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Tang San and his companions accepted the sausages from Oscar but seemed hesitant to consume them immediately. Feel free to share your suggestion. None of us are stingy. If it benefits our strength, I believe everyone would be open to it, right, Xiao San? Dai Mubai chimed in, having a good rapport with Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Yes, Hongjun, please speak your mind. Neither Xiaowu nor I have any objections, Tang San affirmed, nodding as he pulled Xiaowu closer. Zhu Shuqing also shifted her gaze from her sausage to Ma Hongjun, encouraging him to continue. Fat Tiger and Oscar were even less likely to object. Do we have any condiments? Ma Hongjun inquired, seemingly disregarding the group's sentiments as he approached Oscar. Yes, I have a variety of seasonings here, but why do you ask? Does your suggestion relate to me? Oscar queried, puzzled. No, I merely wish to wait until they have eaten before discussing it. Otherwise, the teacher may grow impatient. Ma Hongjun replied, glancing at Flander, who was purposely leaving space for everyone to consume Oscar's sausages. Ma Hongjun sometimes refers to his teacher as teacher, while at other times he addresses Flander as dean. The others appeared to have an epiphany. Tang San cast a glance at Flander, being the first to suppress his discomfort and take a bite. Although Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing's expression showed some reluctance, they also prepared to follow suit and eat. However, Ma Hongjun called out to them, expressing some dissatisfaction as he said, why eat so quickly? Wait a moment, allow me to add some seasoning for you. Turning to Xiaoao, he requested, seasoning, please. Although Oscar did not fully comprehend the meaning, he promptly retrieved an array of spices from his spatial soul guide. The assortment included items such as pepper powder, cumin powder, spicy seasoning, and various jars of sauces. Ma Hongjun deftly accepted the grilled sausages from the hands of the two women, and then, from his myriad of treasures, he produced a barbecue grill. He placed the sausages directly upon it and ignited the flames of his martial spirit, the phoenix fire, beginning to skillfully prepare the sausages. His swift movements left the onlookers utterly astonished. After seasoning the sausages, they turned a golden hue, their exterior appearing incredibly crispy, which inevitably whetted the appetite of all present. The aroma was tantalizing. Even I found myself yearning for a taste. Here you go, Xiaowu and Shuqing, Hongjun said, sniffing the air as he handed the sausages to the two women. He then promptly stowed away his tools. The presence of these items in his spatial soul guide was not a mere coincidence. They were intended for acquiring soul rings or for the special occasion of barbecuing. He possessed seasonings as well, yet they were interspersed with precious ice attribute herbal powders, making it unthinkable for him to use them in such a situation. Not only the two women, but even the others could not help but feel their appetites stirred. Xiaowu quickly expressed her gratitude as she accepted the offering, taking a large bite and savoring the otherworldly version of the grilled sausage with sheer delight. Ma Hongjun extended the large sausage in his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Here, have a taste. It looks quite delightful." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her words tinged with a hint of warmth despite her usual cool demeanor. Ma Hongjun responded with a knowing smile, feeling a surge of benevolence within his soul. Once the two girls devoured the sausage without any psychological barriers, Flinder finally released them from his watchful gaze, granting them a brief respite. His efforts to foster unity among the members of Shrek Academy had been quite taxing. In an attempt to help Oscar integrate more swiftly into the group, he resorted to such unconventional methods. As Flinder departed, the group relaxed, for although he always appeared amiable, his imposing presence as a soul sage naturally created an atmosphere of tension among the Shrek members. "Hongjun, you truly have a way with people. Seeing them eat so heartily without any hesitation is remarkable. By the way, what was that suggestion you mentioned earlier? Now that everyone is here, why not share it?" Dai Mubai remarked, relieved by Flinder's absence as he turned his attention to Ma Hongjun. "It's nothing too complicated. Once they get accustomed to it, such formalities won't be necessary. After all, Oscar's sausages are primarily intended to enhance our endurance, rather than merely for consumption." Ma Hongjun casually waved his hand, dismissing the concern. Little did they know, Ma Hongjun's heart was brimming with joy. For him, benevolence points were invaluable, not something that could be bought with gold soul coins. It was an opportunity to secretly prosper while winning the affections of beautiful women. What could be better? What I mentioned earlier isn't a significant matter. Our Shrek Academy is a gathering of extraordinary individuals. Although we are just 8 in number, we form a cohesive whole. Therefore, we should choose a melodious name for our group. What do you think? Ma Hongjun proposed. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? Let's name our little group after Shrek. With 8 of us, we could call ourselves the Shrek 8 Oddities. What do you all think? Dai Mubai exclaimed joyfully, looking around at the group for approval. Sounds good. Xiao San, Xiao Ao, Fat Tiger, Zhiqing, Xiaowu, Rong. What do you all think? Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at each of them. That works for me. However, I have another suggestion. Since the dean aims to strengthen our bonds, why not establish an age hierarchy within our group? Dai Mubai is the eldest, so he should be our leader. Following him, Xiao Ao would be the second, then me, Fat Tiger, Hongjun, Xiaowu, Rong, and the youngest, Zhiqing, would be the 8th sister. How does that sound? Tang San said with a gentle smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Though they had only been at Shrek Academy for a few days, there was an undeniable sense of camaraderie among them, as if they had known each other for ages. Wonderful. I'm excited to be the older sister. From now on, Zhiqing and Rong will have to call me 6th sister, Xiaowu exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also expressed no objections. Very well, since no one has any objections, it's settled then. The Shrek 8 devils stand as one, not born on the same day, but willing to die on the same day. As the eldest among them, Dai Mubai naturally had no reservations. A man of unwavering loyalty by nature, he was the first to step forward, extending his hand and declaring, "Not born on the same day, but willing to die on the same day." The others were instantly stirred by the solemnity of the moment. One by one, they placed their hands atop each other's in order of age, their voices swelling with fervor as they repeated the oath. The inspiration for this scene, of course, stemmed from Ma Hongjun's frequent retellings of the romance of the 3 kingdoms to the group. Xiaowu's delicate, smooth hand rested atop Ma Hongjun's larger one, yet, for once, no improper thoughts arose in his mind. Despite his desires being 10 times stronger than the average man's, where even the slightest touch from a girl would send his imagination spiraling, he felt an unusual clarity in this moment. Xiaowu had now become the 6th youngest among them, while Ma Hongjun, previously the youngest male, had risen to 5th. At this moment, the Shrek 8 devils were united as one for the first time, and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel as though they were swearing a brotherhood pact. A single thread cannot form a cord. A lone tree cannot make a forest. Ma Hongjun understood the importance of unity all too well. One man's strength is not true strength, no matter how strong. He remains but a lone sheep. A team's strength is true strength united. They become wolves. Only through solidarity can they harness immense power, for it is cohesion that defines a true team. Every member of the Shrek 7 Devils was a rare genius on the continent, each with their own convictions and pride. Were it not for Shrek Academy, such talents would never have gathered in one place. From this day forward, we may not achieve the fame of Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei from Hongjun's tales, but let us be as close as brothers, sharing life and death. Dai Mubai shouted passionately once more. Who are Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei? Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the others turned to Ma Hongjun with puzzled expressions, hoping for an explanation. It's a story from my dreams, a tale of the world's tides, where unity begets division and division begets unity. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei swore brotherhood in a peach garden. Warlords rose against Dongzhua. Guan Yu slew Hua Xiong. The beauty Jiaochan wove her schemes. Zhao Zilong fought 7 times through Changban Slope to rescue his lord's heir, unmatched in loyalty. Guan Yu flooded 7 armies and shook the land with his might. Ma Hongjun made a few adjustments and then settled onto the verdant grass nearby, where he began to recount the tale of the romance of the 3 kingdoms in meticulous detail. The Shrek 7 monsters were captivated by the fervent historical backdrop that flowed from Ma Hongjun's lips, gathering around him in earnest anticipation as they listened. Each individual experienced the narrative through their own unique lens. Dai Mubai was particularly drawn to the political dilemmas and the profound brotherhood of Liu, Guan, and Zhang. Tang San, meanwhile, focused on the comparisons of strength among the renowned generals, while Oscar found delight in the strategies devised by the brilliant tacticians who orchestrated victories from afar. The 3 young women, Zhu Shiqing among them, were more enchanted by the tales of beautiful women in tumultuous times, captivated by the poignant romantic struggles woven throughout the saga. The boys reveled in the stirring tales of heroic exploits, while the girls were intrigued by the melancholic love stories and tragic fates of the heroines amidst the chaos. Ma Hongjun elaborated on everything in detail for the 7 individuals, while afar, Flinder observed this harmonious scene with a subtle smile of contentment gracing his lips. Zhao Wujia stood beside him, resembling a sturdy iron tower. Ah, youth truly has its advantages. These little monsters have unified so swiftly. Tomorrow, I shall accompany Oscar and the others to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest to procure the 3rd spirit ring. The newly burgeoning forces of the heavenly Luo-D network cannot thrive without your vigilant oversight, my esteemed leader, Zhao Wujia remarked with a chuckle, feeling a sense of gratification. On the following day, at dawn, the other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters departed from the Shrek 7 monsters under Zhao Wujia's guidance. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun set off alone, embarking on his journey to the Sunset Forest, located not far from the city of Tiando. Along the way, he organized his somewhat chaotic skills. Although merely a soul master of the soul ancestor rank, Ma Hongjun's strength was undoubtedly on par with that of a soul sect powerhouse. The mere fact that he possessed dual martial souls, beast and tool, allowed him to wield them simultaneously, giving him a distinct advantage over other dual martial soul holders of the same rank. While his 3-leaf clover martial soul was now considered a trump card, this did not imply that he could not utilize it freely. In fact, the abilities of his 3-leaf clover martial soul were arguably more formidable than the evolved blue-silver emperor of Tang San. The 2nd hidden soul ring of Ma Hongjun is now available for augmentation. However, he has chosen not to accompany Tang San and the others in obtaining the soul ring. This decision is not born of distrust, but rather from Ma Hongjun's desire to first enhance the quality of his martial soul with the celestial herb before acquiring the soul ring. The mere thought of it fills him with a sense of exhilaration. The 2nd hidden soul ring can be obtained once Ma Hongjun consumes the exquisite Wanchuan Xiushui Du. With his extraordinary mental prowess, he is confident in his ability to withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul ring. Although this 2nd soul ring is of the 10,000-year caliber, and even though it is classified as a hidden soul ring, it remains a 2nd soul ring, which undoubtedly stirs excitement within Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun had even discovered a method to simultaneously release the soul rings of both his martial souls. This meant that even at the soul elder level, once Ma Hongjun obtained the 2nd hidden soul ring of his clover martial soul, he could display 7 soul rings in the sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, 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 and black, perfect for putting on an impressive facade. This unique capability stemmed from Ma Hongjun's rare dual martial souls, one being a tool and the other a beast, allowing their simultaneous manifestation. 5 days later, Ma Hongjun finally arrived outside Heavendo City. Instead of heading directly to the ice and fire Inyang well, he planned to enter the city first to procure special equipment for preserving the immortal herbs he intended to gather. He went straight to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's outpost and sought out Lu Erlong, explaining his purpose, whether due to Flinder's influence or not. Lu Erlong had taken a particular liking to Ma Hongjun and treated him with exceptional care. I'll arrange for someone to purchase the items you need immediately. Come. Let me see how much you've improved, Lu Erlong said. Disregarding Ma Hongjun's status as the leader of the Heavendo Empire's intelligence network and still treating him like a junior, she pulled him over to inspect his soul power. Ma Hongjun cooperatively released his energy, knowing that without his deliberate effort, the Clover Martial Soul's innate concealment would make it difficult for Lu Erlong to discern his true level. Level 35? Good heavens, it's only been a year. If I recall correctly, you're just 12 years old, aren't you? To be on the verge of advancing to the Soul Ancestor realm at this age, with your current pace, you'll undoubtedly reach it before 14, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her delicate mouth agape in astonishment. It likely won't take that long. I believe I can break through to the Soul Ancestor realm before turning 13. Ma Hongjun replied with calm confidence. Privately, he mused that after consuming the immortal herbs suited to him, even with his already refined soul power, he could gain at least 5 levels. Moreover, he still had a 10,000-year soul ring yet to be absorbed. His estimate of reaching the breakthrough before 13 was conservative, realistically. It might take less than half a year, perhaps even just 3 months, to fully assimilate the herb's potency and ascend to Soul Ancestor. To Lu Erlong, however, his words sounded audaciously arrogant. Confidence is good, but don't let it turn into conceit. Come find me when you need your next soul ring. Your requested items should arrive shortly, she said with a slight frown, clearly skeptical. Understood. I'll retire to my quarters then. Please have the items delivered directly to my room, Ma Hongjun replied without further explanation or resentment. He understood that Lu Erlong was unaware of his possession of immortal herbs and was merely cautioning him against overconfidence. Lu Erlong gave a faint acknowledgement before settling back into her chair, eyes closed in meditation, partly to restrain herself from rising and giving the boy a sound thrashing. Though mindful of his status, her temper would have otherwise flared at such bold claims from a junior. Had it been anyone else, she wouldn't have hesitated to teach them a vivid lesson in humility. Chapter 96, The Second Awakening of the Martial Soul, Part 2, Sunset Forest. The Ice and Fire Inyang Well. With a heart brimming with excitement, Ma Hongjun skillfully harvested various extraordinary elixirs, safely storing them in his auspicious treasure pouch. He turned his gaze towards the 2 exceptional plants at the center, the octagonal profound ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom. In truth, Ma Hongjun felt no trepidation regarding the potential effects of cold or fiery toxins from consuming these 2 divine herbs. The breath of